Chapter 229, The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle is still reincarnating. In a quarter of an hour, Germain concisely recounted the events that had transpired on Greed Island since his return on September 28, in the cool night breeze. Following the timeline, like beads strung on a rosary, the conflict in the conference hall, the secret negotiations with Chairman Netero, and Grandma Lin's arrival unfolded like a scroll painting. "That's good too," said Jing, whose tattered hat had been lost earlier when he entered the ancient labyrinth, and whose black hair was greasy from days without care. "It's a good thing that Grandma Lin is on our side. Although she's getting on in years, even just her presence on Greed Island can stabilize morale. At least for now, we don't need to worry about the rear." He actually had ample water to wash his hair, for instance, by using the specified card, spring water jug, which could gush out 1,440 liters of water. The reason he hadn't washed his hair was simply that he was too lazy to take a bath. The smell emanating from Jing drew a flurry of complaints from Bisky and Menchi, who pulled Shizuko to sit with them in a corner at the top of the labyrinth tower, looking quite disgusted. From that corner, they could still clearly hear what the two men were saying and intervene in the conversation when necessary. Germain, Jing stroked his chin, his stubble, of course, unshaven, gradually tending towards a short beard. "Grandma Lin deliberately told us about Chairman Netero's recent situation, didn't she? Is she hoping we'll do something? First negotiating with Beyond, then dealing with Bisky. Most of the Zodiacs were already not with the Hunter Association, and now the last few had also been sent away. It was clear something was about to happen, and Chairman Netero himself had tacitly approved it." Germain sat leaning against the wall, one leg bent and the other straight, the dim lamplight illuminating only half of his face, making his expression seem unpredictable. "No matter what Grandma Lin's objective is, I will respect Chairman Netero's own wishes. If he wants someone to interrupt his fun, he will say so. As long as he speaks, let alone the Zodiacs, over half of the Hunter Association members would willingly drop their important tasks to help him. That is the prestige of Isaac Netero. In other words, if he doesn't want us to interfere, our arbitrary intervention would only spoil his good intentions and ruin his mood. He wouldn't thank us." Jing pursed his lips, nodded, and placed his hands behind his head. "You're right. If that's the way of burning out Chairman Netero chose, I will respect him." That old man. Short-haired Bisky sat on the blanket, hugging her knees, pouting, a little wistful. "He always tells us not to go to the Dark Continent on our own, but he himself is the pioneer in this matter. He also tells us to always maintain a hunter's focus and rationality, not to play too much, but he himself always likes to deliberately put himself in danger and challenge his own limits. There's really nothing we can do about him." Bisky finally sighed. Perhaps those who seek solitude in their pursuits all have this flaw. In the original timeline's Chimera Ant's invasion, this master and disciple didn't even get to see each other one last time, even though Bisky was nearby at the time, helping Gon and Killua improve their strength. Bisky did not participate in the subsequent beheading operation against Ant King Mirlem. On one hand, this was Bisky's personal wish, she had no reason to intervene in the beheading operation. On the other hand, she also understood Chairman Netero's intentions. At that time, Chairman Netero did not call upon her but chose Morel and Knuckle, precisely because he did not want her to get involved. From the moment the beheading plan was established, what Chairman Netero needed was only an opportunity to confront Ant King Mirlem one-on-one and lead him to a specific location. No matter the method, Ant King Mirlem was doomed to die. Adding more members to the plan would only increase casualties. In retrospect, during that beheading operation, only Chairman Netero died, and everyone else survived, which was an incredible miracle. Under such terrible danger, other squad members almost died at the hands of the royal guards, and one of them even experienced a rebirth. After these words, the top of the dilapidated tower fell silent. Noticing the atmosphere was not good, Bisky decided to proactively change the subject. "Jing, you haven't just been sleeping in the tower all these days, have you?" "How could that be?" Jing pouted. "I've already scouted the areas Don Freaks hasn't been to, and I've drawn them down." He used his waist to sit up straight. "I decided a long time ago. I will complete the missing parts of the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. Of course, I won't be satisfied with just supplementing and continuing Don Freaks' work. One day, I will write a Dark Continent guide that is even better than his. Or a Dark Continent encyclopedia." Bisky chuckled, as if the melancholic 50-something girl from before wasn't her. "A great writer." Menchi, who had been observing the unfamiliar tower, couldn't help but interject. "A great writer shouldn't have such greasy hair. The oil squeezed from your hair could fry vegetables." "Menchi." Bisky pushed the shoulder of the young woman with 5 hair ties next to her. "Don't say such disgusting and nauseating things. Isn't that Jing's fault?" All right, my fault, my fault." Menchi gave in under Bisky's wide eyes. Jing touched his hair, twirling a strand between his fingers. It was indeed a bit greasy, so he said resignedly, got it. I'll take a bath first thing tomorrow morning." "Shouldn't you take a bath now?" Bisky asked in surprise. Jing picked at his ear and said, "How could I bathe now? If I bathe now, it'll still be greasy tomorrow morning. Wouldn't that be a waste? Men, especially men with children." Bisky narrowed her eyes. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Menchi and Shizuku also cooperatively made the same sounds of disdain. As they chatted, drowsiness crept in, so no one forced Jing to bathe that night. The 5 said good night to each other, crawled into their sleeping bags, and drifted off to sleep. Germain's dreams from midnight to dawn were still restless. This time, he didn't dream of anything terrifying or distorted, instead, the 11 connected lanterns repeatedly appeared. He could never completely escape the pursuit of the lanterns in his dream, they circled him annoyingly, like flies that wouldn't go away. However, this time was better than the last, Germain could at least wake up on his own in the morning. Everyone woke up one after another. Menchi unsealed many ingredients from the cards Shizuku brought using Blinky and made a delicious and fragrant breakfast for everyone. Finally, they didn't have to eat pre-made meals. Although pre-made meals were convenient, some things like fresh ingredients, special flavors, and wok-hei were difficult to replicate. Menchi was also a gourmet hunter, so the food she cooked was sure to be satisfying. It's just a pity, it's still a bit worse than Grandma Lin's, Bisky sighed. Grandma Lin's food makes people love and hate it, you always can't help but want another bite. Worse than Grandma Lin, I'm so sorry. Menchi rolled her eyes. Go back and let Grandma Lin cook more for you to eat, see if you don't turn into a fat woman. No way. Bisky said with a giggle, like a scumbag. Menchi, you're already amazing. Humph. Menchi laughed. Afterward, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi wanted to shower at the top of the tower, so they sent Germain and Jing away to the bottom of the tower. Germain and Jing also took a shower at the bottom of the tower. Dressed neatly and feeling refreshed, the two leaned against the main gate of the tower, looking at the sea of blood not far away. You said last night, the ancient labyrinth has lost its previous aggressiveness during this period, what did you mean? Germain asked. When he said last night, he actually meant early this morning. Jing raised his arm and pointed forward, see for yourself. Germain's end sensed several robust and giant creatures walking towards the sea of blood, Jing was pointing at them. Some of these creatures resembled giant mantises, others twisted braids, and still others skinned beasts, and their only commonality was the parasitic spheres on their bodies. They ignored Germain and Jing in the tower. In previous fights, such a distance would have been enough for them to detect the two. The tower remained an undeniable safe house. The plant weapon silently waded into the sea of blood, slowly immersing its entire body, then dissolved like ice and snow mixing with water. As long as they are outside the tower, their aggressiveness towards me is still there, and it's even stronger. However, as you can see, they are busy going to their deaths, and their quantity is decreasing. Perhaps this is why their quantity is only C. However, they are doing this to allow the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle to be reborn. Once that giant beast is reborn, the quantity of plant weapon will start to increase again, reaching a certain upper limit before stopping its B2 or even A reproductive capacity. Didn't the 6 continents have such a rumor? When the Black Death was rampant, plague doctors rose up, claiming that bloodletting could cure all diseases, and thus used bloodletting to treat the Black Death. I think the source of this incredible bloodletting therapy is the ancient labyrinth. Such an ecosystem gave birth to the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, plant weapon, and the cure-all herb. In the desperate situation of the Black Death, plague doctors consulted ancient texts and found records of the ancient labyrinth in some ancient histories. Thus, they introduced bloodletting therapy with only a partial understanding. Human history is truly twisted, isn't it, Germain? Chapter 230, The Special Connection Between 11 Lanterns. A slightly curled white paper was spread out on the floor at the top of the ancient labyrinth tower, with a simple, plain table printed on it, titled Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List. After removing the calamities that were not necessary to focus on for now, the Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List only retained the Undying Disease and the plant weapon for horizontal comparison. The former was the mission objective this time, while the latter was an object actually encountered, which could effectively serve as a reference. Their comprehensive evaluations were both B+, meaning they were on the same level. To be precise, the Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List did not reflect the comprehensive or individual combat power of a species of creature. It reflected various aspects, including ferocity, quantity, reproductive ability, and destructive power. In short, it was the average value of that species. This meant that even for a dangerous creature with a ferocity rating of B, it was not uncommon, but rather quite normal, for an individual with an actual ferocity of B and to A to suddenly appear. The Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List had reference value, allowing humans to understand the habits of a species of dangerous creature before actually coming into contact with it or conducting in-depth research. However, it was very dangerous to rigidly adhere to the data on paper without considering the actual situation. The former V5 exploration team might have fallen victim to this, otherwise, they would not have dispatched a large and cumbersome team of over 1,000 people to the territory of the human breeding beast. A team of over 1,000 people had the issue of self-management, let alone surviving in a place like the Dark Continent, and then having to face the threat of the human breeding beast. It might have been a miracle and a blessing that 7 people returned. In any case, the Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List still had some use. Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List. Ferocity. Undying Disease, C. Individuals can reach A. Plant Weapon, B. Individuals can reach A. Quantity. Undying Disease, E. Plant Weapon, C. Reproductive Ability. Undying Disease, B. Plant Weapon, B. Destructive Power. Undying Disease, B. Plant Weapon, A. Comprehensive. Undying Disease, B+. Plant Weapon, B+. It can be seen quite intuitively, Germain said, circling the Undying Disease and the plant weapon with a pencil. The Undying Disease's evaluations in all aspects are lower than the plant weapons. The only thing the Undying Disease can match the plant weapon in is its B-level reproductive ability. Gon, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi quietly gathered in a circle, each with their own small actions, either rapidly memorizing or constantly thinking. Germain then circled quantity. The biggest shortcoming of the undying disease seems to be its quantity of only E, meaning there is only one. However, this evaluation actually has little meaning. It refers to there being only one disease, the original undying disease itself, with no significantly different variants or branches. This is a disease that refuses to evolve or mutate, and perhaps this is why they can remain undying. In any case, this is good for us. It means that the method Don Freaks used 200 or 300 years ago to deal with them using the cure-all herb, we can also use. Next, Germain circled destructive power. The destructive power of the undying disease is only B because it is avoidable. The known situation is that after Beyond's team obtained the alchemy plant, they accidentally deviated from their original route on their return journey and were then infected by the disease. Even in this situation, among the 6 survivors at the time, only one person was actually infected, indicating low contagiousness. This is why its ferocity is only C. This is a disease confined to certain areas. Only when we step into its territory and the environment is suitable will its ferocity skyrocket to A. Of course, we have the cure-all herb. Sandvika and the 4 doctors brought by Grandma Lin have made some modifications to the refined potion, enough to take effect quickly and combat the undying disease. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If possible, we should try our best not to enter the area where the undying disease is located. At this point, Gon took over the conversation and said, the distribution map of the undying disease is very scattered, not connected in one piece. They are like landmines, buried in that area. He took out a map from his pocket, spread it out in front of everyone, and said, this map was drawn by Don Freaks in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. I believe you have all seen it. The map showed a simplified topography, like a puzzle, with conspicuous red areas filled in here and there, marking the blocks where the undying disease was located. These large areas were relatively easy to avoid, but what was most troublesome were the red dots, meaning that even small areas had the undying disease. They are distributed this way because these places have suitable environments for reproduction. However, 200 or 300 years have passed, and it's hard to guarantee that the environment hasn't changed. We'd best not completely trust this distribution map. This is different from the Ancient Labyrinth's map. The Ancient Labyrinth is a dead, enclosed environment, but the undying disease is alive. Therefore, no matter what the situation, we must ensure we have the cure-all herb potion on us. This is the most important thing. At that time, each of us will carry some cure-all herb potion, and the vast majority will be kept in Shizuku's Blinky for safekeeping. After Gon finished supplementing the information about the undying disease, he handed the topic back to Germain. Germain asked if anyone had anything else to add. After receiving a negative shake of the head, he moved on to the next topic. Now I'm going to talk about my teleportation lantern. As you all know, my teleportation lantern's cooldown time doubles after each use. According to this rule, the teleportation lanterns I possess would only be usable again after 10 days. However, this rule has now been broken. Everyone was not surprised. Germain had already told them about this when he arrived at this ancient labyrinth tower last time and discovered those special teleportation lanterns. To return to Greed Island, we still need to wait for a 10-day cooldown period. The same applies to going to the Dried River Valley, the Muddy Land, the Spider Valley Bottom, and the ancient labyrinth entrance. However, among the teleportation lanterns I currently possess, 11 are interconnected, including this one on the tower. There is no cooldown for teleportation between them. This means I can travel back and forth between these 11 teleportation lanterns in a very short amount of time. However, everyone waited for Germain's next turn. I'm not yet sure what the cost will be. This will only be known after an actual trial. What do you think the cost will be? Bisky asked with concern. There's actually a reference point. Germain looked at Bisky and Shizuku. Do you remember what we encountered when we arrived at the World Tree in April? Bisky and Shizuku exchanged glances. Of course, they wouldn't forget. Wing was also in the team at the time. The 4 of them were attacked by an invisible wall facer in front of that magnificent wall. And after the attack, they were forcibly teleported near the ancient labyrinth. Gon and Menchi had read the Dark Continent records written by Bisky and remembered that part vividly. They had even asked Germain and the others for confirmation, and now, with the reminder, they also recalled it. The teleportation lantern arrives at its destination instantly, while the wall facer takes several hours to reach its destination. These are 2 different types of teleportation, but the cost should be similar. Each time I teleport between those 11 teleportation lanterns, I might be exposed to stress, trait, disease, and so on. Of course, these are all speculations for now. Besides, since one of the teleportation lanterns is on the ancient labyrinth tower, the other 10 will also be inside Pandora's box. This is a relatively reasonable hypothesis. The Pandora's box Germain referred to was the area where all calamities and hope coexisted. For example, the ancient labyrinth where they were currently located was one of them. Since it's within Pandora's box, we must be mentally prepared to immediately encounter calamities or other dangerous creatures upon reaching our destination. Germain's last words were solemn. Thanks to Shiba for the tip. Thanks to fellow readers for your subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. There will be another chapter tonight. The update schedule has been completely disrupted these past few days. I'll see if it can return to normal tomorrow. Chapter 231, The Pale Desert. The sun gradually set over the tower, and it was now afternoon. Everyone was fully prepared and ready to depart. They gathered near the teleportation point at the top of the tower. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Germain decided to perform 2 teleportations, sending the 5 individuals present in batches to the wilderness where the undying disease was located. For the first teleportation, Menchi was to be left behind at the tower. For Menchi, this was a psychologically stressful choice. Because if Germain and the others encountered any special circumstances after they left, and Germain didn't return to pick her up, she would face an extremely dire situation. At that point, she would be left alone in the tower, and she wouldn't know when she would receive rescue or perhaps never. Even if Menchi wanted to save herself and leave the Dark Continent, it would be difficult with her abilities. There was a high probability she wouldn't even be able to get out of the labyrinth. However, despite knowing this possibility, Menchi didn't say much, because she knew that if a special situation truly arose, the 4 people in front of her were the most likely to survive and come back for her. Replacing any of them with Menchi, or having 1 or 2 of them stay with her, would be an irresponsible choice. She was a gourmet hunter, frequently venturing into mountains, rainforests, and river bends, and had faced numerous life and death crises. She possessed this level of resolve. Since she had decided to come to the Dark Continent, she couldn't back out now. Menchi had no objections, and the teleportation began. Purple patterns converged at the center of the teleportation point, and the labyrinth's teleportation lantern appeared, revealing 4 messenger imps with twisted, swollen faces like those of leprosy patients. Like the labyrinth's teleportation lantern, they were special. They didn't wail and shriek like previous messenger imps, but stared at everyone with numb eyes. "They're so creepy," Bisky commented, hugging herself as if cold, and rubbing her arms. After Germain lit the lantern, he remained in a half-crouching position, his dark eyes under the shadow of his tricorn hat meeting the gaze of these special messenger imps. Whether the messenger imps submitted, or if they were naturally submissive, one of them crawled over, slowly and swaying like a baby learning to walk, and stood up. It actively grabbed one of Germain's fingers, then stood on its tiptoes and kissed Germain's fingertip with its cold lips. Germain frowned, not out of disgust, but with a strange, inexplicable pity that arose. Was this kiss affecting my mind, or was my subconscious detecting something? Seeing the unexpectedly gentle messenger imps, the other 3 also didn't want to waste any more time. They all stepped forward, half-crouched, and extended their fingers. The remaining 3 messenger imps also stirred. They crawled to the other 3, stood up in the same manner, grabbed their fingertips, and lightly kissed them. All 4 were ready. "Let's go," Germain temporarily suppressed the involuntary emotions welling up for them. Teleport to the wilderness. The visible scenery, as always, twisted, and darkness began to engulf everything. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. Before them was a grey desert, everything was grey-white, stacked rock formations, sparse vegetation, sand particles in the air, and a polluted sky. As far as the eye could see, everything was grey-white, without exception. The teleportation point in the wilderness was in a sunken pit, surrounded by raised grey-white rock formations. The worst-case scenario they imagined, of being attacked upon landing, did not occur. While the other 3 stood up from the teleportation point and curiously observed their surroundings, Germain remained in a squatting position, staring at the 4 messenger imps. Since the messenger imps looked almost identical, and these 4 also had extremely numb eyes, Germain couldn't tell if they had been replaced. He could only put it aside for now. Germain checked the teleportation lantern's cooldown time and found that it indeed had no cooldown time as long as it was pointed at the other 10 special teleportation lanterns. Germain could return to the labyrinth now and bring Menchi over. He wasn't in a hurry to do so, but first checked his own status and sure enough, he paid the expected price. Negative trait, target deviation. When Germain performs mid-range or long-range attacks, the damage dealt will be reduced. Disease, severe cough. All damage dealt by Germain will be reduced. His stress, despite having a champion aura -7 stress, still increased by 5 points. This means that without the aura's blessing, he would have gained 12 stress. At the same time, almost the instant he saw disease, severe cough, Germain, receiving some kind of hint, felt an itch in his throat and involuntarily started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Initially, the other 3 just thought he was coughing because of the wilderness's dust, but when Germain's coughing didn't stop and grew worse, everyone realized something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Shizuku walked over and asked. "Cough, cough." Germain couldn't respond, his face and neck turning red from coughing. Germain coughed while fumbling at his waist, quickly pulling out his portable cards case. Realizing something was amiss, Shizuku squatted down, snatched the cards case from Germain's hand, opened it for him, took out one of the cards, and unsealed the cure-all herb potion. She pulled up Germain's arm, inserted the syringe needle into Germain's blood vessel, injected the potion, and finally pulled it out and retrieved it. They had the basic decency to take back garbage like syringes. Jin and Bisky also came over at this time. They thought Germain had already contracted the undying disease, so they nervously watched to see if the cure-all herb truly worked. Germain gradually stopped coughing, caught his breath, and his breathing became steady. "I'm fine now." Germain checked his status, saw that disease, severe cough had been cleared, and then looked at Shizuku. "Thank you, Shizuku." "You're welcome," Shizuku said. "Sanbika trained us before. When encountering such a situation, this is how you handle it. Whether it works or not, give a shot first." Germain smiled, then looked at everyone and explained everything that had just happened. Only then did they realize it wasn't the undying disease. Bisky sighed, as expected, there's no way to avoid paying a price. This way, frequently teleporting between special lanterns will put you in a difficult situation. When they accumulate to a certain quantity, you will feel their weight, they will drag you down. Germain shrugged, no matter what, I still have to go get Menchi. I can't let her wait too long. Okay. Bisky had no better solution and could only allow his almost self-destructive behavior. Germain lit the lantern again, aiming to teleport back to the labyrinth. Chapter 232, Sudden Sandstorm. Buzz. The light of a lantern once again emerged from the sunken pit in the grayish-white desert. Two figures appeared in the light, naturally Germain and Menchi. Menchi released the messenger imp's hand, stood up, first greeted Bisky and Shizuku, then looked up, curiously surveying her surroundings. Whether it was the labyrinth or the wilderness, it was her first time visiting, so her curiosity was normal. Germain retrieved the teleportation lantern, only to see Bisky approach him with a question, 2 teleports, back and forth. What did you get this time? 2 negative traits, no disease, Germain replied truthfully. One is fear of death, and the other is perfectionism. Perfectionism isn't too bad, it adds 5 stress every time I make a mistake. However, I have champion aura, which reduces 7 stress each time, so perfectionism has no negative impact on me. Fear of death is a bit more troublesome. When I'm severely injured, or in game terms, my HP is below 50%, any event that increases stress will have an amplified effect on me, meaning the amount of stress suffered increases by a percentage. Bisky couldn't help but nervously bite her finger. That's troublesome, but thankfully fear of death is conditional. You need to be careful. Once you're severely injured, don't overthink it, just use Breath of the Archangel immediately. Currently, only Germain and Menchi in this team can use Breath of the Archangel, everyone else has already used it once and cannot use it again. Germain shook his head, I'm not a piece of porcelain that breaks at a touch or shatters when it falls. Of course you're not. However, your importance is self-evident, Bisky said seriously. Honestly, any of us can die, but you cannot. Once you die, the chain reaction could very likely lead to our complete annihilation. As long as you're alive, there's a chance to bring back survivors. I understand. Germain was non-committal. He turned to look around the grayish-white desert pit and asked, where's Jin? He's outside, scouting within a 300-meter radius centered on the pit, he won't go far, Bisky replied. Then let's go up too, Germain suggested. Bisky, Shizuku and Menchi all nodded, and the group climbed up the stone wall of the grayish-white pit. The rock face was quite smooth. For ordinary people, it might be difficult to climb barehanded, but for non-users, it was like walking on flat ground. The 4 left the grayish-white pit, but they still hadn't escaped the grayish-white world. Grayish-white dust and fog drifted everywhere, a scene that looked exactly like a nuclear winter. Germain reached up and pulled his black mask up from his neck, covering the lower half of his face. He turned his head, wanting to remind the others, but saw that they had already taken out and put on their masks before him. Bisky complained, her voice muffled beneath the mask, this grayish-white grit scraping against my face won't hurt my skin, will it? Menchi also complained, but her focus was elsewhere, in this god-forsaken place, it seems there's definitely no ingredients for cooking, unless you want to eat dirt. Do you need me to use Blinky to suck away the dust and clear a path for us? Shizuku raised her hands, making a cupping gesture. Germain shook his head, your Blinky is first in, last out, so it's better not to put unimportant things in there, lest it affect the speed of retrieving the suitcase. The suitcase here refers to the silver suitcase replenished with a new batch of resource cards, the cards can be used as soon as they are unsealed. Okay. Shizuku did not object. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a howling gale, like ghosts crying and wolves wailing, blew head-on, stirring up more grayish-white grit and making the entire wilderness appear even harsher. The raised stone mountains, stone pillars and stone bridges on the ground were all grayish-white. The dust, like an unpredictable giant beast, roared and crashed into them, smashing them to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind and dust grew increasingly violent. The group had no choice but to unseal cards and put on goggles, only then barely able to see each other's faces clearly. They put on their overcoats and pulled up their hoods. Germain put away his tricorn hat and tightened his zipper, looking like survivors struggling in a blizzard. Amidst the howling wind that gradually turned into a rumbling roar, when they wanted to talk, they had to shout at the top of their lungs, and even then, the other person might not hear clearly. Fortunately, they were well prepared for this situation. Their overcoats were designed by Duen, List, and others, and were equipped with communication devices. They only needed to press a button on their collar to talk to everyone through the built-in microphone, with everyone on the same channel. However, in the current situation, even with the communication device, there would still be static from the storm, and the rustling sound would affect call quality. Finally, Germain used the simplest method. He gestured for the others to follow him, because his N had already sensed Jin's location, and it was better to rendezvous first. The other 3, even the slowest Shizuku, understood the gestures. They nodded, gathered together, and struggled forward in the sudden grayish-white sandstorm. No wonder Beyond's team unexpectedly deviated from their planned route on their return journey. They likely also encountered such a sandstorm, with visibility less than 2 or 3 meters, and the entire world was grayish-white, seemingly endless. For humans, prolonged exposure to only grayish-white colors is more terrifying than color blindness. This situation was not torment, but rather worse than torment, leading to severe psychological problems for most of Beyond's team, and subsequent misjudgment was a natural consequence. They walked for a while, and their bodies were covered in dust, making them look as if they were covered in snow. Although they constantly shook it off, as the storm intensified, the grit came endlessly like a swarm of locusts. However, as long as they were willing to move, there was a benefit. In this harsh environment, staying still in an exposed place would only lead to being completely engulfed by the grayish-white dust. After walking a bit further, a figure appeared ahead, also wearing a heavy overcoat and hood. He waved at the group. "It's me, Static." "Jin." Jin's voice, mixed with static, came from Germain's and the other three's hoods. "A storm suddenly started, Static, it's really troublesome." He walked over, his feet sinking deep into the grayish-white sand. Although he was wearing goggles and a mask, Jin's weathered face was still vaguely discernible. Germain pressed the button on his collar, bowed his head, and said loudly, "Let's find some shelter, hide from this sandstorm, and then continue moving." He didn't know how much of his words the others on the same channel could hear, but someone quickly replied, and it was Jin again. "Then follow me, Static. I just passed a, Static, huge rock that's directly in the wind's path, we can hide behind it." Jin turned and pointed in a direction. Thanks to Shiba for the tip. Chapter 233, The Truth of Death, Forever Unattainable. Germain gave an okay gesture. Bisky, Shizuku and Menchi must have understood as well, as they all followed Germain in making the same gesture, though Shizuku's looked like a movement from a peacock dance. So, Jin led the way, and the five of them walked against the grey-white sandstorm for a while, eventually arriving at the base of a towering rock. It was tall and wide enough to block most of the sandstorm. Jin waved to the others, signaling them to take shelter there. They sheltered under this rock, pacing back and forth for about half an hour before the sandstorm finally subsided. Everyone took off their hoods. Now, facing each other, they could hear each other even at a normal volume. "The storm is finally over. It's stifling, and I'm covered in sand again. Bear with it. There's no place or time to shower here." Shizuku used Blinky to suck the grey-white sand off everyone and then spat it onto the ground, forming a sand pile. This saved everyone time in cleaning up. "This time's target is different from the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle in the labyrinth," Germain said. "It's constantly active and not confined to a specific area. Therefore, it's normal that we might have to search half, or even all, of the wilderness before we encounter it. The reconnaissance and search work will be left to Jin." "All right," Jin replied. As of now, Jin still had the widest range of here, and his overall combat power was also the strongest. He was the natural choice for this task. Jin took out the simple map from his pocket, again the map drawn by Don Freaks. The map showed several blue lines, contrasting sharply with the red areas. He said to everyone, "These blue lines are paths that bypass those large red areas, which are safe routes to avoid large concentrations of the undying disease. Beyond's team likely chose one of these. We basically need to do the same, bypassing these large areas where the undying disease is distributed. As for the scattered red dots, we'll take it one step at a time. There's no need for us to panic excessively, as we still have Cure-All Herb Potion. I believe there's a high possibility that Cure-All Herb Potion will be effective in treating the early stages of the undying disease." After everyone reached a consensus on this, they took advantage of the sandstorm's lull, going around the boulder, and set off again, with Jin leading the way. An uphill path appeared before them, so they began to climb. When they reached halfway up the slope, Jin turned back to warn everyone, "There's a big fellow ahead." In fact, even if he hadn't warned them, everyone would have noticed the heavy footsteps that seemed to cause a small earthquake. When they reached the top of the grey-white slope and looked down, they could see a large open area, also grey-white. And into this grey-white world, a different color finally intruded. It was a giant beast, towering and magnificent like a moving mountain. Its small head and long neck made it almost impossible at first glance to distinguish its head from its tail. It moved slowly, walking past them. Bisky, with a hint of surprise, raised her stereo camera and started taking pictures, click-clack. Menchi immediately took out her phone and also took a picture, but for another purpose. An app on her phone quickly automatically retrieved content from the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, as well as information saved by Duen, List, and others. A thunder dragon, a dinosaur extinct on the 6 continents. I never thought there would be living ones here. But, looking at its condition, it probably can't be eaten. Menchi couldn't help but show a look of regret. Because that thunder dragon clearly wasn't a living creature. Hollow eyes, stiff gait, and blood-red chunks of flesh and blood spilling from its torn, exposed abdomen. It must have suffered a fatal injury not long ago, but its flesh and blood had not completely died. Germain and the others, looking through their binoculars, could see active wriggling in the thunder dragon's cracked abdomen. The flesh and blood continuously intertwined like knitting, attempting to mend the wound. The damaged internal organs were also doing the same, healing little by little, seemingly trying to return to their original state. However, looking at the thunder dragon's lifeless eyes, it was clear that its soul had long since dispersed and vanished, meaning that only the body was attempting to repair itself. This situation clearly indicated it had contracted the undying disease. Germain lowered his binoculars and said, "This wilderness is a graveyard for nearby creatures, a paradise for these zombie-like life forms. Under normal circumstances, empty shells infected with the undying disease will not be aggressive towards us. However, even if we attack the empty shells, there isn't much point. Those empty shells can regenerate at super speed under the influence of the undying disease. So, unless absolutely necessary, don't waste time getting entangled with them. They are merely wandering the wilderness, following their last remaining instincts. Shizuku touched the inverted cross necklace hanging around her neck. Germain, how long will this thunder dragon wander before it finally collapses? At least not less than 50 years, Germain recalled the unfortunate person from Beyond's team who was infected with the undying disease and was still confined in a transparent cell for study. However, given the name undying disease, it's also possible that it will wander forever, because even if it falls apart, it can regain mobility in the shortest amount of time. This kind of eternal life is certainly not a blessing, but a curse. On the 6 continents, only the legendary hell would have such a scene, but now it was appearing vividly before their eyes. After the thunder dragon had moved away, German team did not linger there. They climbed down the grey-white slope and arrived at the open area. Next, in the open area, they encountered more undying giant beasts whose bodies had been taken over by the undying disease. They moved with heavy steps, wandering aimlessly, and indeed did not actively attack German team. However, these passing, massive shadows were enough to engulf all of their empty shells. Except for their eyes, their entire bodies, transformed by the undying disease, seemed to have regained vitality. All their wounds had healed, and they looked no different from living creatures. The thought of the reason behind this sent shivers down everyone's spines. At this moment, the sun sank to the horizon, its orange-red hue, combined with the empty shells of these giant beasts and their long, dragging shadows, created a sense of apocalyptic beauty. German team had no time to admire these sights. They needed to find their first stopping point nearby, light a fire, cook a meal, and pass the long night before it got completely dark. Chapter 234, A Jab for Every Occasion. As the broken moon ascended from behind the shadowy mountains, the vast sky, like a fickle opportunist, changed color in an instant, becoming pitch black. The stars, already sparse, were even harder to discern amidst the pervasive grayish-white smoke and dust. Sometimes a few flickers would be mistaken for an illusion. Before sunset, the German team finally settled on a suitable resting place, right before their eyes. A giant rock lay across their path like a small mountain, and the cave at its concave base was its gaping maw. At this moment, a faint yellow light emanated from the cave entrance. Several standing floor lamps were placed inside the cave, and as the German team members moved, their figures intertwined, as if dancing. Germain walked out of the cave entrance and instinctively looked left and right. In fact, his N had instinctively spread further, and now it was retracting back to him. Generally, using N on the Dark Continent was a double-edged sword. When the German team used N, they could understand the surrounding situation more quickly and comprehensively, which was advantageous for them. However, the beasts on the Dark Continent undoubtedly also possessed techniques similar to N, and their sensory range was extremely wide and irregular. As long as N was used, there was a possibility of being discovered. Even those beasts whose strength was weaker than the German team members might possess a more sensitive N than them. This was determined by their characteristics. Living in the wilderness of the Dark Continent for years, they relied on N to seek advantages and avoid harm, which humans living in comfort could not compare to. When they sensed a life form sweeping over them with N, they would naturally remain vigilant and might even come to investigate the situation. However, the current situation was different. The German team was now deep in the wilderness, and after nearly 2 hours of travel, everything they saw that could move was a walking corpse infected with the undying disease. They only retained the instinct to wander in the wilderness, and whether they could still use N was another matter. Even if they could use N and discovered the German team, in most cases, they would remain indifferent. Therefore, what Germain was guarding against now was not those undead husks, but something else. After not detecting any abnormalities for a while, he turned back into the depths of the cave and saw Germain and the others injecting a small tube of cure-all herb potion into their wrists. This was Sanbika's suggestion. Cure-all herb could only cure life forms in the early stages of undying disease infection. Once past the early stage, or even reaching the terminal stage where the soul dissipates, cure-all herb would be powerless. For example, the undying disease infected in Beyond's team, located in the basement of the V5 International Voyage Permit Bureau, could not be saved by cure-all herb. It was all too late. An infection with the undying disease was impossible to guard against. It had an incubation period and would not immediately show symptoms. Even if infected, it might not be discovered immediately. Therefore, Sanbika instructed the German team, when operating in the wilderness, to inject at least one shot of cure-all herb potion every 12 hours, ensuring complete safety. Germain was unsure if his hunter badge would indicate whether he was infected with the undying disease under the disease section after infection. He was also worried about unknowingly falling victim, so he, like the others, injected himself. In addition, to reduce stress, Menchie's dinner and Bisky's magical esthetician cookie all played their respective roles. Menchie's dinner could reduce a certain amount of stress for all 5, though the amount was relatively small. Bisky's magical esthetician cookie could designate 2 people for a peach-colored breath, significantly reducing stress, but repeated use in a short period would be very ineffective. For a peach-colored breath, Bisky chose herself and Germain. She chose herself because her Nen ability was crucial for reducing stress. Her Nen ability could prevent everyone from falling into torment or even exhaustion in non-combat situations. If she couldn't first ensure her own sanity and maintain her beliefs, then how could she guarantee the physical and mental well-being of others? Germain was chosen because his Nen ability meant he was most susceptible to various negative events, causing his stress level to skyrocket suddenly. Germain was absolutely the most important person among them, so promptly lowering his stress level was one of Bisky's responsibilities. Everything outside is normal, Germain said, sitting down cross-legged and injecting himself. However, I still recommend that, as per the original plan, we don't sleep tonight. I agree, Germain said, taking out his pocket watch and glancing at it. It's 9:11 p.m. on October 8th, only 10 hours until dawn. People still need rest, even if we are non-users and our physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Bisky turned to Shizuku, bring the suitcase over, this is when they come in handy. Shizuku picked up the silver suitcase, which she kept close to her leg, and handed it to Bisky. Bisky opened it under the glow of the faint yellow lamp posts, her fingertips sweeping across the many cards. Found them, she exclaimed, raising her eyebrows, and took out 5 cards, a rank card, Sleeping Maiden. Sleeping Maiden can rest and sleep on behalf of the user, with a maximum duration of 24 hours, during this time, the user can move freely and will not feel sleepy. However, it also had corresponding restriction and vow. That is, Sleeping Maiden is quite fragile, even if it receives damage such as a slap or a punch, it will disappear immediately, and they can only be summoned again after 24 hours. Since everyone decided not to sleep tonight, the important task of sleeping would be entrusted to these maidens. Bang, 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 bang. The cards were unsealed, white smoke dissipated, and 5 petite maidens, completely unclothed, were materialized. Go to sleep for the 5 of us, Bisky said, smiling at them, her hands clasped by her face. Sleep is the nemesis of a beautiful maiden like me. One of the maidens yawned, and like dominoes, the other 4 followed suit. They stretched, then slipped into everyone's sleeping bags, wiggled around, found the most comfortable sleeping position, and closed their eyes. In just a few seconds, they fell into dreams. Such sleep quality was truly enviable. It's a long night, what do you plan to do? Bisky no longer looked at the 5 substitute sleeping maidens. We always need something to do to pass the boring time. Menchi clapped her hands. Let's play cards. I brought playing cards. Why would you bring playing cards? Bisky asked curiously. Well, we're going to be here for at least 10 days, Menchi said matter-of-factly, so I took Boera's advice and brought 3 decks of playing cards to pass the time. Bisky gave Menchi a thumbs up. Smart, I'll play cards with you. Germain, Jin, Shizuku, what do you say? I'll play cards too. Shizuku sat on the mat Bisky had spread out in the cave, crawling over on all fours. I'm a master bluffer. Really? Bisky glanced at Shizuku, half believing, half doubting. Really? Shizuku puffed out her chest. At this moment, Jin waved his hand and said, I won't play, I'll use this time to organize today's Dark Continent records and then supplement and re-edit the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. As he spoke, he got up, leaned against the stone wall, took out paper and pen, and organized his thoughts. Ever since Jin joined this team, the task of organizing and recording observations of the Dark Continent had been transferred from Bisky to him. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Bisky didn't force Jin, instead, she found her 3D camera and handed it to Jin, asking him to look at the photos inside for reference. I'm not playing cards either, Germain took out his phone and headphones, wanting to immerse himself in the world of music. Unfortunately, Bisky was not so lenient with him. She gave Shizuku a look, and Shizuku reacted much faster this time, nodding. So, they got up, walked towards Germain, and forcibly pulled up the cross-legged Germain from left and right, propping him up. What are you doing? Germain looked like a suspect caught red-handed. Bisky said earnestly, don't be a loner, come play with us. Jin has important business, but you don't. Come on, let's play cards together. Bluffing is more fun with more people. Shizuku blinked her big eyes, reached out, and took off Germain's headphones, tucking them into her pocket. Thanks to Liao and Black Dew for the rewards. Thanks to all readers for their subscriptions, monthly passes, and recommendation votes. A correction has been made here. Gatekeeper is a magical beast, Guide is a demi-human magical beast. Chapter 235, like 100 demons in a night parade. Germain was forced to the card table and played several rounds with the 3 women, placing some bets, all of which he lost. Trait, terrible gambling skills highlighted. Bisky scoffed, Germain, your card skills are really terrible, aren't they? Exactly, Menchi chimed in, it's a good thing we weren't betting much, or you'd have lost your entire fortune. Shizuku also shook her head, what a noob. Germain didn't care about winning or losing, nor did he care about being mocked. Since he was dragged into playing cards, he might as well be a loyal background character. Hours passed in the midst of the boisterous card game. Everyone finally lost interest in playing cards, except for Shizuku, who hadn't fully proven herself to be a bluffing master. Since the 3 of them lost interest, the card game broke up, and the 4 went about their own business. After an unknown amount of time, Germain was playing Minesweeper on his phone when he suddenly heard a heavy thudding sound. In the wilderness, hearing such footsteps was not strange, because there were giant beasts everywhere, like walking corpses. When they moved, it was like moving mountains and overturning seas. Such sounds also came from the night from time to time, and everyone was used to it. The reason Germain noticed the current footsteps was that they were relatively close, and after that, more footsteps converged. The rumbling footsteps were quite clear in the originally silent night sky, and the inside of the cave vibrated slightly, as if continuous aftershocks were occurring. Almost at the same moment, the 5 members of the Germain team, who noticed this situation, spread out their end to investigate what was happening. Finally, what they sensed was a group of undying diseased giant beasts approaching their location. It's not night raid again, is it? Bisky frowned, she had some pretty bad memories of that. That night in the labyrinth was pure chaos. No night raid species detected, Jin said, tugging at the short beard he had grown on his chin. It shouldn't be night raid. The undying disease giant beasts are also less aggressive towards us. This was also why the Beyond team chose the alchemy plant as their target, because the dangerous creatures here were relatively easier to deal with. They did indeed succeed in obtaining the alchemy plant, but on the way back, they accidentally succumbed to the undying disease, and the alchemy plant eventually withered. We'll know when we see it, Germain suggested, getting up and walking to the mouth of the cave, looking out at the inky black night and the greyish-white soil. The others also came over. They didn't wait long before the vanguard of the undying disease giant beasts arrived. They advanced silently, each step accompanied by a loud thud and tremor, yet they showed no interest in the Germain team, who were so close. The giant beasts passed by the boulders and caves one after another, heading into the deep darkness. Their mountain-sized figures almost completely blocked out the moonlight. Most of these giant beasts were dinosaur-like, such as the Rhizinosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Triceratops, etc., but similar species like mammoths and giant rhinos also passed by. Almost all of them are giant beasts recorded in textbooks, from tens of millions of years ago, Bisky said, raising her 3D camera and snapping photos, then proposed an incredible hypothesis. Could it be that they've been infected with the undying disease for tens of millions of years, and have been aimlessly wandering for such a long time? Menchi was recording a video with her phone. Hearing Bisky's words, she exclaimed in astonishment, tens of millions of years. It might not have been that long, Germain offered another perspective, and everyone looked at him. You've seen the condition of the Dark Continent with your own eyes. These giant beasts only went extinct on the 6 continents, here, they should still retain a certain population. That's true, Bisky said, now supporting Germain's view. We can't use the relatively limited perspective of the 6 continents to view everything that happens on the Dark Continent. Jin, however, was focused on something else, scratching his head. The New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment doesn't record such a phenomenon of collective activity at night. The missing part might have a record. Since it was the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, there must have been missing pages and blurred, stuck together sections. It was incomplete, so Jin wasn't sure if his ancestor had ever seen such a scene. No matter how you looked at it, the current scene was spectacular. This was the first time any of them had witnessed such a grand migration of enormous giant beasts. Suddenly, Shizuku raised her hand and pointed in one direction among the giant beasts, her spectacles glinting in the lamplight. It seems, not all of them are giant beasts. The others, alerted, turned their heads and looked, and after careful observation, they indeed saw a tiny figure, easily overshadowed by the giant beasts. It was an upright creature with 2 legs, stiffly taking steps forward, its 2 hands completely relaxed, swinging freely with its body's movement. It was so small, not even as big as one of the mammoth's toes next to it, and easily overlooked. Bang! Not only did the Germain team initially overlook this tiny figure, but even its companions didn't notice it. The mammoth lifted its thigh and pressed it under its foot, instantly turning it into a meat patty. However, not long after, that meat patty actually began to move, and branches extending from numerous flesh and blood propped it up. Its entire body was like a deflated balloon gradually being inflated. Soon, it recovered to about half of its original state, at least its hands and feet had separated from the meat patty and could continue to move forward. It walked back into the procession, like 100 demons in a night parade, and continued onward. However, this scene made all the members of the Germain team frown. That thing just now. Menchi was the first to break the silence, stroking one of her 5 hair strands behind her ear. That was a human, wasn't it? It really looks like it. Bisky's expression was solemn. That height, physique, and limbs don't seem like something a magical beast demi-human could imitate. Her first thought was of the magical beast foxhounds of the 6 continents. These foxhounds, because they could speak human languages and mimic human appearances, were hired by the Hunter Association to be the guides for the Hunter exam. However, it was unlikely that a foxhound would retain its human form after being infected with the undying disease and flattened by a mammoth. That thing that just passed by should have been a human. But how can there be humans here besides us? Shizuku again stroked her inverted cross necklace. She remembered the priest telling her that this thing could ward off evil, but she didn't know if it was true. Could it be Dawn Freaks? She wondered suddenly. It shouldn't be Dawn Freaks, Jin replied on behalf of his ancestor. Dawn wouldn't likely stumble in a place like this. If he were to return here, he would be well prepared. Then who is it? Shizuku asked, turning to Germain, wanting an answer from him. There are too many possibilities, Germain said. Throughout history, the public beyond team, private exploration teams, all those left in the wilderness, any of them could be it. Suddenly, the target range for that unfortunate human expanded. Should we catch him, burn him to ashes, and let him rest in peace completely? Menchi felt a little unable to bear it, even if they didn't know him, he was once a part of humanity. We can try, Germain said. And while we're at it, search him for any clues that might identify him. Suddenly, they felt a chill, the temperature noticeably plummeting, and their fingertips aching from the cold. In the gaps between the advancing giant beasts, slivers of moonlight penetrated through, shining on their faces and making them look pale. The next moment, whimpering sounds echoed in the darkness. Woo. Chapter 236, Spirits Bring Chill and Disease. A chill can consume one's thoughts. Germain felt as if his thoughts had paused for a moment, but he quickly reacted. They're here. The enemies they had been preparing for all night had finally arrived. Everyone's expressions tightened, ready for battle. Next, it would be a test of their body and mind. The crescent moon quietly hid behind the dark clouds, observing everything impassively, and the sky grew even darker. Amidst the wailing and howling, a colder, more terrifying monster silently enveloped the area. In an instant, long, snow-white cloths emerged from behind the grayish-white mountain rocks and through the gaps between the numbly advancing giant beasts. These long cloths, caught in the sudden, howling cold wind, coiled together, revealing their hideous faces. Hollow eyes, rotted teeth, pale and twisted skull-like faces, bodies like drifting smoke. They were resentful souls, evil defilements, spirits who had detached from their empty shells after contracting the undying disease, almost eternally unable to find peace, fearing light and only able to hide by day and emerge by night, wandering in despair. The spirits, some as large as dragons, others as small as mosquitoes, had no physical form, but they could bring cold and disease. They passed unhindered through the empty-shelled giant beasts, exhaling breaths that turned into frost. Woo-woo. They quickly discovered the presence of Germain and the others, and a feeling of jealous hatred arose towards their warm bodies. Living beings, they possessed bodies, could embrace each other for warmth, could walk in the sunlight, could freely feel everything in the world. But why? Why could you have such happiness, while we could only race against time, forever being pitiful creatures? This was too unfair. You should be like us too. We will freeze your bodies, tear your souls from your flesh, and drag your screaming selves to our side to suffer with us forever. Other spirits did this to me back then, and I will do the same to other living beings. The spirits shrieked and swarmed forward. In an instant, the entire dark continent was filled with grayish-white, twisted piranhas rushing in. Be careful, Germain warned, never let your guard down. Everyone remained vigilant. No sooner had he spoken than a 3-meter-tall mantis-like spirit flew before them, brandishing its cold scythe, and slashed at Germain. To deal with bodiless spirits in the wilderness, other than creating large areas of sunlight, there was only one method. Nen was also the natural enemy of spirits and evil defilements. HxH assailed him. Germain drew his meat cleaver, and with a swipe of his left hand across the rusted blade, Nen surged to cover it. This was a technique called N. He swung his blade, clashing with the mantis spirit's scythe, and it was like cutting tofu, hissing as it sliced the mantis spirit's scythe in half, turning it into light smoke. With a crack, the meat cleaver deformed, and Germain swept it horizontally, instantly destroying the mantis spirit's body. Ugh. More spirits surged in. Germain, surrounded by spirits from all directions, darted left and right, wielding his meat cleaver as if slicing vegetables. Spirits scattered like smoke. However, the cold still slowed his movements. Moments later, his fingers were covered in frost, and when he tried to curl his finger joints, it felt like gears were jammed. His skin became red and swollen, his head felt dizzy, and his breathing became rapid. These were some of the symptoms of contracting the undying disease. In the topographical map drawn by Dawn Freaks, those red blocks and scattered red dots were all the dark nests deep within where the spirits hid from the sunlight. In the wilderness, over a quarter of the area was occupied by them. Either in caves, behind rocks, beneath grayish-white soil, or among the sparse vegetation. Before night fell, they could only pitifully huddle inside, waiting for the moment of their release. Once night descended, it was their time for a demonic dance, their freest time. If an outsider accidentally invaded and touched these nests during the day, there was a certain probability of infection, but this was only the incubation period. However, once night arrived, and the spirits swarmed out, touching the outsider's body and tearing at their soul, this process would accelerate. At this point, the period from infection to onset of the undying disease would be very short. However, Germain's breathing only quickened for a moment before calming down, and when he looked down at his swollen fingers again, they had miraculously subsided. Not only that, but a warmth surged through his body at this very moment, resisting the cold. The cure-all herb potion injected earlier had begun to take effect. With this, Germain had no more reservations, the uncoiling around him radiated outwards, forcing back a group of spirits, then he charged forward, slashing down with his blade, shattering them. Ugh. They circled, still unwilling to give up tormenting the flesh and souls of the living. Germain's hunter badge was already highly effective against resentment, let alone these spirits, which were conglomerations of resentment. As long as the meat cleaver struck, they would shatter. It was just a pity that they were immortal. Germain's Nen attacks could only destroy them temporarily, and before long, they would regenerate. If he could kill them and use his hunter badge to absorb this resentment, it would undoubtedly be a feast for Germain. Sure enough, the mantis spirit he had first chopped into pieces, its soul regrouped from scattered fragments, and quickly reassembled. After a howl, it lunged at Germain from behind again. Germain, without looking back, delivered another strike, a cold gleam flashing like lightning in the darkness. Kai! The mantis spirit vanished into smoke once more. Ugh. More spirits surged in, although they were bodiless, the cold and disease they brought were real attacks. Whenever Germain felt his hair stand on end and was enveloped by cold, it was certainly a sign that spirits were entangling him. This was unmistakable. What he had to do was to use Nen to force the spirits away from him, then use his Nen-infused meat cleaver to shatter them. Just as it seemed they would be entangled with the immortal spirits indefinitely, their movements collectively paused. Then, they all inexplicably left Germain, instead wailing and surging towards the night sky, flying into the distance. All the spirits around Germain vanished completely in an instant. Did they run away? Or? He looked in the direction they fled, which was the same direction as the group of silently advancing giant beasts. At the edge of the night sky, a strange, full, grayish-white light surged towards the darkness, like a peculiar aurora. In that direction, hey! Germain turned around, about to tell the others, when he saw that among those who, like him, had ended their entanglement with the spirits, 2 stood with pale faces. The cure-all herb potion helped them resist the attacks of disease and cold brought by the spirits, but it could not completely block their tearing at the soul and mind. Shizuku and Menchi both had pale lips. They involuntarily reached up to rub their heads, their temples throbbing faintly. If Germain could see their stress data, he would surely see a significant increase. Gon and Bisky also felt uncomfortable, but their strength was much greater, and their willpower even more resilient. Relatively speaking, they were not as affected as Shizuku and Menchi. Are you two all right? Germain asked. He observed Shizuku, feeling as if she had a fever, somewhat dazed. Menchi frowned. I'm fine, just felt a bit dizzy just now, but I'm much better now. Not very comfortable, Shizuku said honestly, I need to rest for a bit. Then let's take a break first, Germain said. Gon scratched his hair, looking at him with some surprise. You seem unaffected. One had to know, even he, after being entangled by spirits and having them pass through his chest, felt a gloomy mood and a chilling sensation. But how was Germain acting as if nothing had happened? I'm just used to it, Germain replied. Used to it? Gon heard an unexpected answer. Ah. Bisky, hearing this, patted her forehead, realizing, and pointed at Germain, telling Gon, this guy has experienced torment more than once. What we just went through only accumulated some stress, for him, it's just an everyday occurrence. Every time he comes to the Dark Continent, he has to undergo this mental test. If he endures, he will gain virtue, if he doesn't, he will suffer torment. So that's it, Gon suddenly understood, he really is used to it. It seems I need to get used to this kind of thing soon too. Bisky looked at Menchi and Shizuku, who were noticeably deflated and less lively than before, and said, my suggestion is the same as Germain's, to rest and regroup here first. She and Gon had both seen that aurora-like light, and it had not yet faded. They, of course, knew what it was their goal. However, rushing in now would not be a wise choice. Chapter 237, Greed Island Card Designers. It's good that we found our target so quickly, but considering the condition of the entire team, it's better not to be too reckless. Bisky said, I had the magical beautician use her ability just a few hours ago. Using it again now would have a weaker stress-reducing effect. I want to wait until dawn to give Shizuku and Menchi a dedicated stress reduction treatment. It was normal for Bisky to have such concerns. Germain also worried that Shizuku and Menchi's stress might accumulate too much, affecting their mental state. When their stress value exceeds 100 points, they don't get the virtue bonus, but instead, a resentment similar to torment will arise, leading to the ultimate outcome of dying from mental and physical exhaustion. Considering the state of this wilderness, they might turn into an immortal body with an eternal vengeful spirit, a tragic sight. This was something no one present wanted to see. If Germain had too much stress, there was at least a chance for bad things to turn good, but for others, too much stress would definitely lead to a terrible outcome. What's worse, when they endure torment, they might make some crazy moves or mumble incoherently, which would then affect Germain, Gon, and Bisky. Germain was fine, he was already used to it. However, Gon and Bisky had not yet experienced situations like sudden stress increase or torment. It might be like a domino effect, after a chain reaction, all 4 of them would be troubled by torment. At that point, if Germain received no feedback from his teammates, or only negative feedback, it would be a huge problem. Let's rest first, Germain decided. We already know the general direction of the target, it shouldn't move so quickly. So, everyone stayed in the cave, letting the giant beasts move silently forward. Occasionally, vengeful spirits would float by in a hurry, as if they were in a rush. Deep in the cave, under the dim yellow light, the 5 sleeping maidens were still sound asleep in their sleeping bags, seemingly unaware of the commotion outside. Germain took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was already past midnight, it was now 2:13 a.m. on October 9th. Menchi unsealed some cards and took out small cakes, macarons, and other desserts that Grandma Lin had baked with her, distributing them to everyone as a late-night snack. These desserts, soft, sweet, and fragrant, lowered their stress slightly and significantly improved their mood. Bisky then unsealed the fragrant hair maiden. As long as she existed, anyone nearby who smelled her hair could slowly reduce their stress. However, the fragrant hair maiden could only exist for a certain period and would soon disappear. At this point, Bisky would need to unseal another one to continue the fragrant hair maiden's effect. It's just that the fragrant hair maiden is an A-rank card, and the quantity is not large, so Bisky quickly ran out. Shizuku flipped through the cards in the silver briefcase, examining the descriptions one by one, to see if there were any other cards like Sleeping Maiden or Fragrant Hair Maiden that could be useful now. Suddenly, she saw a card, blinked her big eyes, and pulled it out. Look, what do you think of this one? Everyone looked over, and she showed them the A-rank card, Elder's Vigor Enhancing Potion. It says, it can make a part of the body extremely active, both in terms of frequency and duration. Bisky quickly waved her hand to interrupt Shizuku. No, Shizuku, this thing is useless, and if beautiful maidens like us keep talking about it, we'll ruin our image. I don't understand what you mean. Shizuku tilted her head, a bit stubborn. It can make a part of the body extremely active, isn't that a good thing? Can it give us a boost? There was a moment of silence in the cave. Bisky looked at the others, Menchi's face was flushed, and the two men, Germain and Gon, were unreliable. She sighed, realizing it was up to her to explain. So, she got up, leaned close to Shizuko's ear, and quietly explained what the so-called part of the body meant. Shizuko listened for a while, somewhat puzzled. If that's the case, why not just say it can make the yin? Stop, stop, stop. Bisky interrupted Shizuko's bluntness and lack of taboos once again. You don't need to say it out loud, we all know what it means. Gon coughed and explained, this was a subtle hint we left during the initial design of our team, as we had female members and didn't want to write it too explicitly. Duen, really, why did he put this card in the briefcase? Germain said, Duen said it's best to put all kinds of cards in, because we don't know what kind of situations we'll encounter, and maybe this kind of card could be useful. What use could this have? Gon was torn between laughter and tears. Bisky retorted, it's all because you guys had too many wicked tastes back then, which led to the creation of such cards. If they were more normal and powerful, it would be better. Germain said, regarding that, Duen and List are already designing new cards. If necessary, Arnon abilities might even appear in their cards. Oh. I know about this, they asked me for suggestions. Bisky put her hands on her hips. My card, Magical Beautician's Peach-Colored Breath, will definitely be an SS rank in rarity. What about you guys? If you could participate in designing a card, what would you design it as? Currently, there are only 5 SS rank rarity cards in Greed Island, Ruler's Blessing, 1 square meter of jungle, 1 square meter of coastline, Breath of the Archangel, and Blue Planet. The first 3 are closely related to the main plot of the ending. Breath of the Archangel was also placed in SS rank due to its powerful healing effect and the restriction and vow that it can only be used once on the same person. Blue Planet also has an SS rank rarity due to its unique beauty. Now, that original Blue Planet is in Bisky's hands. Subsequent replacements will certainly not be as rare and valuable as it, and their rarity will naturally drop to S rank. Shizuko adjusted her glasses and joined the fun. Then my card would be Blinky Storage. Sounds like an S rank card. Bisky said like a straight man in a comedy duo. Mine is Ultimate Knife Skills. Menchie's eyes lit up. Pfft. Pfft. Bisky stuck out her tongue and gave Menchie a thumbs down, showing her disdain. That sounds like a C rank or lower card, so weak. What? Are you looking down on my knife skills? Bisky, do you want to compete in cooking? I'm not going to compete with you in something I'm not good at. What? Bisky and Menchie started arguing, but halfway through, they burst into laughter like 2 crazy old women. Thanks to them, the atmosphere in the cave was noticeably much better. Shizuko turned to Germain and asked, if you were to design a card, what would your card be? Then it would be Meat Cleaver and Shotgun, Germain said. It would give game players the ability to materialize weapons for combat. How ordinary. Bisky, who had just finished arguing with Menchie, rolled her eyes when she heard Germain's design. A little ordinary is fine, Germain said. It can be used as a starting weapon for game players, giving them a certain level of combat ability from the beginning. Gon said, the rarity and power of these cards will depend on how Duen and List design them at that time, as game balance needs to be maintained. What about you? Germain asked. If you were to design a card, what would you design? I've already designed one, Gon said calmly. Have you forgotten that I was one of the original members of Greed Island? Which card did you design? Bisky was already ready to nitpick and harshly ridicule Gon's ideas. It's not that I designed it, I just provided the idea. Gon said, seemingly lost in a memory, but he quickly snapped out of it. You've all used it, it's the Breath of the Archangel. This card was designed based on your suggestion. Bisky was a little surprised, then enlightened. No wonder the effect is so strong. Gon explained, the Breath of the Archangel has an ability prototype. It took us a long time to find a way to replicate it, and because it was so difficult, the quantity is extremely small, and replenishing it is very troublesome. Prototype. Bisky became curious. It's my wife's Nin ability, Gon said calmly. However, her Nin ability wasn't as strong as the Breath of the Archangel, so after giving birth to Gon, she passed away. Therefore, I instructed Riza that if Gon ever came to Greed Island in the future, he shouldn't hold back and should attack with full force. If he can get past Riza, then he can come find me. If he can't get past Riza, then use his mother's Nin ability to heal him and send him home. Silence fell in the cave again. Germain took out the Breath of the Archangel from his card box and looked at the pure female figure with golden hair flowing in the card. This should be the image depicted based on Gon's mother. Chapter 238, Disease Spreader and Alchemy Plant. The next morning, Bisky's magical esthetician cookie further reduced Shizuko and Menchie's stress, so they retrieved the sleeping maiden and prepared to depart. Emerging from the cave, the army of 100 demons that had roamed the night was gone, but their footprints remained on the ground, a chaotic yet orderly trail. The sky outside was still dim, with large masses of grayish-white cumulonimbus clouds covering the sky, blocking out the sunlight, making it look as if it were still night. The grayish-white aurora in the distant sky had not yet dissipated, and the group walked in that direction. As non-users, they were as light as swallows, swiftly moving between the grayish-white rock formations, almost imperceptible. In less than half an hour, they arrived at a crude stone bridge, formed by nature's artistry, overlooking the scene in the distance. They saw that all the walking dead of the wilderness had gathered here. They were bustling, arranged in a clever circular formation, completely blocking the German team's path forward. Not only was the ground blocked, but there was no way through the sky either. The vengeful spirits drifted in the sky filled with grayish-white dust, looking like schools of sardines gathered on the sea, a terrifyingly spectacular sight. And in the very center, guarded by the evil vengeful spirits and walking dead, appeared a grayish-white plant, like a spear, piercing straight into the clouds. The grayish-white spear had many black spheres on its surface, densely packed like tumors, undulating up and down. At its base were two huge branches that curved downwards, like a pair of legs, supporting its massive body as it stood up. This was the German team's target, the disease spreader. Germain put down his binoculars and turned around to find the others sitting cross-legged on the stone bridge, eating biscuits with crunching sounds. What do you think? Germain asked, this giant formation next to the disease spreader. Shizuku adjusted her glasses, it feels like pilgrims coming to worship. I think it's more like an evil sacrificial site. Bisky took a bite of a sandwich cookie, a bit of jam on the corner of her mouth. Look, the cultists are offering up their flesh and souls. What you two said can actually be considered the same thing. Menchi sat cross-legged, leaning forward, one hand propping her chin, the other resting flat on her thigh. Bisky pouted, how can sacred prayer and evil sacrifice be conflated? Although I've never seen Shizuku pray, she's half a believer, right? You're insulting her faith. Shizuku, however, stroked the inverted cross necklace on her chest. I don't really care. I believe in God because I grew up in a church, and the old priest protected me while teaching me theology. Don't be like that, Shizuku, if you say that, the old priest in Meteor City will cry. Bisky couldn't help but retort, I suddenly realized that we're all a bunch of weirdos here. Jin, hearing the three women easily stray from the topic, quickly cleared his throat, let's get back to the current situation. My thought is that this is both a sacrifice and a protection. Protection. Bisky became interested, raising an eyebrow, protection for what? If your ancestor didn't deliberately mislead us, then it should also be immortal. She spread her palms, I really can't figure out what an immortal disease spreader needs protection for. The answer to that question should be related to how to obtain the alchemy plant. Jin pointed in the direction of the disease spreader and the sacrificial giant formation, we can obtain the alchemy plant by attacking it. Bisky didn't speak, she took out a handkerchief, wiped the stains from the corner of her mouth, and listened quietly as Jin continued. We first need to go back to the disease spreader itself, Jin said, it is actually a philosopher's stone, something alchemists dream of. The philosopher's stone, in the words of alchemists, is a miracle, capable of transforming into the four elements of wind, water, fire, and earth, and also granting immortality. I think, just as the bloodletting therapy that cures all diseases likely came from the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, the ancient legend of the philosopher's stone came from the disease spreader. The disease spreader and alchemy plant can indeed make living beings immortal, but the price is that their souls become eternal vengeful spirits, and their bodies become walking dead. It can indeed transform into the four elements, but the price is to absorb many vengeful spirits, and only by consuming them can it transform into the power of the four elements. In this respect, vengeful spirits are not immortal, because the disease spreader can control their life and death. Vengeful spirits are the disease spreader's consumables, and during the period it absorbs and consumes vengeful spirits, it is at its most vulnerable, which is why it needs so many walking dead to surround and protect it. So, attacking now is the best time. Bisky asked. Wait a little longer, Jin pointed to the sky above the disease spreader, do you remember the aurora we saw last night and this morning? I remember, Bisky nodded. Now that aurora has disappeared, and the disease spreader has not moved. I speculate that that is the external manifestation of its absorption of vengeful spirits. The disease spreader should now be digesting the absorbed vengeful spirit power, which forces it to stop. Jin said with certainty, as soon as that aurora reappears, the disease spreader will make a big move, and it's very likely it won't be able to interrupt it at will. We can seize this opportunity to attack. If that's the case. Germain interjected at this point, now is the time. Hearing Germain's reminder, everyone turned their heads in surprise, and indeed saw a grayish-white aurora appearing in the dim sky, more intense than the original pervasive dust. And this grayish-white aurora was being spewed from the sharp top of the disease spreader, making it look like a chimney. The next moment, the fish-like vengeful spirits twisted into a giant vortex in the air. With woo-woo-woo and screeching howls, they burrowed into the black tumors on the disease spreader's surface. Before long, the disease spreader began to shake, and more black tumors popped out with a squelching sound. These tumors, which would trigger trypophobia in anyone who saw them, were about to completely engulf the disease spreader's surface. It seems we need to hurry, Jin said, if my guess is correct, when there are enough black tumors, that's when the disease spreader is fully charged, and it's at its most powerful. Ugh. I'm stuck, because I want to update with more words, and lately I've basically had no drafts. Once I lose inspiration, I get stuck. I also have to work during the day and don't want to stay up late, so the next chapter will be updated at night, probably very late, my apologies. Chapter 239, Operation Start. The sky was a gloomy, ash-black, looking like it would rain continuously, with no sign of clearing up. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Germain, Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi all rolled up their sleeves and injected themselves with a full, green dose of Sanbika's herb potion into their arms. Sanbika's reminder that the potion's 12-hour effectiveness was about to expire. They had to inject another dose to ensure its efficacy and avoid contracting the troublesome undying disease. Once the battle began, there might not be enough time to both worry about the undying disease and administer injections. If they were going to inject, they had to do it early, as it had a continuous protective effect against the undying disease. Afterward, they descended from the high stone bridge, gradually approaching the circular formation of the gathered walking dead. The disease spreader in the distance was still devouring the vast, evil, resentful spirits in the sky. The resentful spirits' wails were continuous, as if they were undergoing torture. Germain separated from the main group at this point and, while still within visual range, gestured to Jin and Bisky, indicating the direction he intended to take. This was the agreed-upon strategy from the start, similar to when they challenged the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle. Someone would create a large commotion head-on to attract fire, while another would stealthily approach from the side. Now, the group attracting fire head-on was, of course, the combination of Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi. Germain quietly slipped into the shadows of the colossal beasts that formed the city wall, like an assassin. Or rather, like a killer, which was his old profession. As Germain intended to move forward, he unexpectedly saw a somewhat familiar figure, the humanoid creature that had been flattened by a mammoth's foot last night. He moved closer to observe, confirming that this body, which was merely a husk, was indeed human. Although the human skin and flesh were intact, everything that could prove this person's identity had vanished. After all, even if this human was a member of Beyond's team, 50 years had already passed. Perhaps there were still relatives waiting for him to return in the 6 continents, but his identity was destined to be difficult to ascertain, and Germain didn't want to meddle at such a time. Germain walked up to this walking dead. Due to his height, the walking dead noticed Germain and instinctively reacted, reaching out to him, trying to pounce. Sizzle. Germain's only mercy was to use his meat cleaver to cut this walking dead, once a fellow human but now just an empty shell, in two. However, the walking dead had its own ideas. After being cut in half, it started to move again shortly after, both halves wriggling, extending tendrils to each other, joining together, and patching up the cleaving wound. It's almost like a regenerating hydra. Germain mused, recalling the wildlife encyclopedia Knuckle had recommended to him, which mentioned such aquatic creatures with regenerative abilities, almost immortal. He delivered another blow, cutting the human husk in half again, forcing it to take longer to regenerate, and then continued forward. He wondered if this human soul had found peace, and when the desecration of his remains would cease. Germain's mission was not to deal with immortal creatures here, but to reach the disease spreader as unnoticed as possible. This required the help of Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi. Although most of the walking dead were uninterested in Germain, the evil resentful spirits in the sky might discover him. Fortunately, they were being absorbed by the disease spreader and had no opportunity to bother him. However, when Germain got close enough, the disease spreader and the evil resentful spirits might eventually notice him and launch an attack, which would put him in a passive situation. Therefore, Jin's side needed to create a big commotion. And the 4-person team did exactly that. Jin's Nin ability was Enhancement Type, Hardcore Game Strategy, which aided his understanding and application of the essence of Nin ability in Nin. As a result, his Nin ability, when actually displayed, wouldn't be as diverse or, rather, wouldn't have as many flashy functions. If one were to make a comparison, the Nin abilities of Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi were somewhat similar to the stand user system. Jin's Nin ability, however, was closer to the Kamehameha, Destructo Disc, or Spirit Bomb system. He indeed assumed a stance similar to one for launching a Kamehameha, dropping into a horse stance, hands joined at his waist, rapidly gathering Nin. Golden light flashed. Wave Cannon. Jin, an enhancement type, unleashed a nearly perfect emission type Nin cannonball, which shot forward with immense power. Boom. A unicorn pig blocking the way was engulfed and shattered by the wave cannon. However, it still had momentum, piercing through nearly 10 colossal beasts before completely dissipating. The wall of colossal beasts in front of them had not been completely breached, but such a large commotion was enough to attract the attention of the disease spreader. While still greedily devouring the evil resentful spirits lingering in the air, it issued commands. How did Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi confirm it had issued commands? Because the walking dead no longer faced the disease spreader but turned their ponderous bodies towards them, displaying aggression. In the next instant, the colossal beasts in front, without deliberately maintaining formation, unexpectedly formed a fan-shaped cluster and charged towards the group. Bisky, with a powerful Shinjinryu Kung Fu strike, shattered a pouncing saber-toothed tiger, unleashing her master-class strength once more. She completed the transformation from petite to gigantic in the blink of an eye. This time, her clothes no longer overly restricted her limbs or affected her movements as they had in the past, instead, they harmoniously adhered to her strong muscles. Duan had specially created an adaptive battle suit for her, which still looked like a princess dress on the outside. But as soon as Bisky transformed, the princess dress would become form-fitting to her body, rather than appearing stretched. This solved Bisky's long-standing dilemma, the conflict between her love for beauty and close-quarters combat. Now, she possessed both. After all, who doesn't love a beautiful girl with big muscles? The walking dead began to be defeated, their formation retreating again and again. This was normal, after all, with master-class Jin and Bisky, and elite-level Shizuku and Menchi on their side. However, the immortal regenerative characteristic of the walking dead meant that they would gradually become surrounded. Given just a few minutes, the monsters whose bodies and skeletons had been shattered would regenerate as good as new. Therefore, Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi deliberately caused great chaos among the walking dead. They lured the monsters to run wildly, using their weight, speed, and hooves to further trample the regenerating body parts into a bloody pulp. This greatly slowed down the monsters' regeneration trend. And Germain, seizing the opportunity while all firepower was attracted by the four-person group, made a wide detour, getting closer and closer to the central location of the disease spreader. Chapter 240, Fierce Battle Under Elemental and Bullet Barrage. Before Germain could make any significant moves as he gradually approached, the disease spreader reacted first. It seemed no longer able to tolerate the collapse and chaos of the Flesh and Blood City wall, nor could it accept the reality of the four-person team closing in on it. As the ruler of the wilderness, it had to do something. The disease spreader stopped devouring the vile wraiths in the sky and slowly shifted its gigantic, spear-like body. It lowered its head, pointing its tip towards the four-person team. It was coming. Nearly a quarter of the black tumors retracted into the disease spreader's body at this moment. An unparalleled, powerful energy was concentrating. At this distance, Germain didn't have time to interrupt. So, he pressed the microphone on his collar, attempting to contact the four-person team. Be careful. The disease spreader is going to attack you. It's going to attack you. I repeat. Germain wasn't sure how many of the four-person team would hear his call amidst the fierce battle there. Fortunately, after a rustle, Shizuku responded to him. Okay, I heard you. I've warned the others. You be careful yourself. You all be careful too, it's coming. No sooner had Germain finished speaking than a terrifying Nen bullet erupted from the tip of the disease spreader. The disease spreader's wind element Nen bullet. Boom. The raging wind roared like thunder, indiscriminately clearing the giant beasts in its path, blasting out a scarred trajectory directly towards the four-person team's location. Boom. A massive explosion occurred at that location, sending soil and flesh and blood flying, mixing as they fell to the ground. While calling out to the four-person team, Germain took advantage of the disease spreader continuously firing wind element and bullets to rapidly approach it. After another rustling sound, this time it was Menchi who responded to him. We're fine, rest assured, we've already avoided the attack. Germain replied with an okay and had already arrived within 300 meters of the disease spreader. At this point, the disease spreader had stopped its magnificent wind element and bullet barrage, and instead raised its sharp, spear-like body, pointing it towards the sky. Then, a grayish-white aurora appeared, and the swirling vile wraith surged towards it again, replenishing its energy void. Sure enough, it can't attack while charging, and can't charge while attacking, and each large-scale attack consumes a huge amount, so it must recharge again. To cover this obvious flaw, it needs the Flesh and Blood City wall to protect it when charging, and this city wall is falling under the assault of Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi. Germain approached a little more, maintaining in, perfectly concealing his killing intent, feeling like an unnoticed mosquito or fly that had infiltrated the enemy lines. However, if he were truly ignored, there would be a price to pay. Due to the existence of trait bull's-eye deviation, Germain temporarily sealed his mid to long-range attack methods. To ensure foolproof success, he needed to get close enough. Now, this was the distance and the timing. Unfortunately, because the sky was covered in grayish-white, with insufficient light, like the end of the world, his trait Warrior of Light did not take effect. However, trait Night Owl had activated. This granted Germain agility in physical movement and quickness in reaction. Germain was finally close enough to the disease spreader. He drew his katana Thousand Shadows, and a cold gleam flashed from its sheath. This was not the labyrinth of blood sea, there was no large amount of blood soaking it. So he swung his blade, piercing a nearby giant beast with a HxH sound, drawing the beast's flesh and blood. The giant beast had a stress response and tried to attack him, but he immediately pulled out Thousand Shadows, flashed past and evaded the giant beast's encirclement. Leaping out from the gaps between the giant beasts, Germain landed at the foot of the disease spreader. At this moment, the disease spreader also noticed that an enemy was already right in front of it, so it drove the giant beasts to block him. But it was too late. And too slow. Germain leaped again, sheathing his sword, and miraculously hovered in midair for several seconds, as if time itself had stopped. At this moment, the giant beasts behind him surged forward, emitting high-pitched or low-pitched roars. He drew his sword in that instant. OM. A crimson blade light flashed by, like a world-shaking thunderbolt, as if it had existed, yet also like an illusion. Stunning. In an instant, like the rumbling sound that inevitably follows the blinding flash of lightning, the power of the III slash was fully displayed at this moment. Chi. All the giant beasts behind Germain were neatly cut in half, as if they had actively crashed into a transparent, incomparably sharp blade. At the same time, with another chi sound, the disease spreader's left foot was cut in half from the middle. The disease spreader, losing its balance, abruptly paused, forced to stop absorbing the vile wraiths, and then toppled over towards its front left like a Tower of Babel. It grew larger and larger in his vision. Boom. It was as if a mountain had collapsed, a tall building had crumbled, smoke and dust billowed, and the ground caved in. Germain looked at the grayish-white dust, dense like a volcanic cloud, obscuring his vision not far away, unable to see the disease spreader's current state. He was about to go for a finishing blow when his end sensed a needle-like dangerous intuition. Another massive energy was gathering. The dust dispersed a little, and the disease spreader's pointed head extended, pointing in Germain's direction. Another quarter of the black tumors disappeared. The next moment, its tip spewed out a terrifying water vortex. Boom. The disease spreader's water element and bullet. It rushed towards Germain, and due to the close distance, it arrived in an instant. The water vortex was about to engulf Germain. Germain sheathed his sword, delivering another crimson III slash, while also wearing the overly massive, bizarre greedy antler helmet on his head. The crimson IAI slash cut the initial section of the torrent in half. However, the water vortex was endless, chasing after him, twisting like a python, trying to strangle Germain within it. A suffocating sense of oppression struck. Germain was swept into the air by the water vortex. Amidst the terrifying flood, Germain completely consumed the Raven Shield, gaining the defense bestowed by the greedy antler helmet. Any energy that did not exceed the defense threshold was entirely converted into Germain's Nen aura slot, instantly reaching the end of the 4-stage aura slot. Bring it on. In this gap, the water vortex was forcibly torn open by a claw of white bone, revealing a hideous monster with black, smoke-like fur. It grabbed the drenched Germain, burst out of the water, and placed Germain on the ground. Then, its pair of vertical pupils stared directly down at the giant beasts, which were a head shorter than it. Bang! The ominous wraith did not roar or shriek, it simply launched an attack without warning. It held a meat cleaver and 1,000 shadows in its bone claws. Wielding 2 giant blades, it charged left and right through the giant beast city wall, breaking through like cutting vegetables. The giant beasts were tossed around, sent flying, and crushed like toys. But its true target was the disease spreader not far away. The disease spreader's left foot was regenerating, but the ominous wraith was already upon it. Now was not the time to consider regeneration or standing up, it had to stop the ominous wraith from getting any closer. Another quarter of the black tumors disappeared. This time, its tip spewed forth flames that burned red across the sky. Boom! The disease spreader's fire element and bullet. A pillar of fire spread like a prairie fire, shooting towards the ominous wraith like an arrow. The ominous wraith reacted, crossing the meat cleaver and 1,000 shadows, swiftly blocking the pillar of fire, and deflecting it to one side. At that moment, a figure appeared there. It wasn't Germain, but Shizuku. While Germain was entangled with the disease spreader, the flesh and blood were all attracted to Germain. In this way, the roles of Germain and the 4-person team were cleverly swapped. Germain directly drew the firepower, while the 4-person team seized the opportunity to close in. And they had indeed arrived nearby at this moment. Just then, the massive pillar of fire, deflected by the ominous wraith using the meat cleaver and 1,000 shadows, shot towards Shizuku, seemingly about to engulf her. But Shizuku stood there calmly. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of death, as she had told Germain before, she was now starting to fear death. But she had already overcome the numbness and fear of death, finding a power that transcended herself. From the day she accepted Germain's invitation in your new city to join this team challenging the Dark Continent, Shizuku had continuously undergone tempering, and her talent had blossomed not long ago. Shizuku's combat power had advanced, breaking through the elite level and reaching the master class. Her Nen ability, Blinky, had also undergone a special transformation. Its gaping maw suddenly opened incredibly wide, swallowing the surging pillar of fire whole, taking the pillar of fire into its belly. Shizuku shifted the aiming direction of Blinky's large mouth. The fire element and bullet from the disease spreader disappeared, and Blinky's reflection from Shizuku was revealed. Chapter 241, Unleash the Chaos Roar in Your Heart. A pillar of fire erupted from Blinky's gaping maw, maintaining the destructive power that had rebounded from ominous wraith. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It incinerated the numerous giant beasts in its path with overwhelming force. The sea of fire spread, almost painting the entire grey world in an orange-red hue. To draw a parallel, Shizuku's Blinky's reflection just now was like the magic cylinder from Yu-Gi-Oh, reflecting the attack almost completely intact. It was as if the pillar of fire entered Blinky's space in that instant, passed through unhindered, and then burst out of Blinky's space, surging in the direction the maw was pointing. An incredible magic of flames was completed right before their eyes. As the pillar of fire was completely expended, the barrier of walking corpses that had just gathered before disease spreader was also completely cleared. A smell of scorching permeated the air. 2 figures flew out. Bisky and Menchi soared over the sea of fire, rushing towards disease spreader. Disease spreader had no choice but to expend its last quarter of black tumors, unleashing the final blow of the 4 elements disease spreader's earth elemental and bullet. Thump, 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 thump. Grey-white dust surged forth, condensing into sharp, pointed stones, like blades, piercing towards Bisky and Menchi. Bisky and Menchi were forced to pause, dealing with the incoming stone blades. Germain's ominous wraith and Shizuku's Blinky's reflection subsequently joined in. The storm of grey-white earth and rock was quickly quelled by the 4 of them. At this point, disease spreader's left foot finally finished regenerating. It slowly stood upright, commanding the vile vengeful spirits in the air to join in impeding the enemy's advance. Disease spreader never imagined that it would encounter humans capable of pushing it to such an extent again today. To avoid falling into the worst possible situation, it needed time to withdraw. Yes, it was not the first time it had been pushed to a dead end. For nearly 200 years, it was almost always the same person, and the most recent time was just over a month ago. That person, single-handedly, forced it into a dormant period and stole many alchemy plants from its body. It had exhausted its charge in the struggle with that person and still failed to win. So, the first thing disease spreader did after the dormant period ended was to burst out of the ground, triggering this vengeful spirit sacrifice. This was the truth behind the entire wilderness erupting into chaos last night. Unexpectedly, what was drawn in was not only its vile vengeful spirits and army of walking corpses, but also these 5 uninvited guests. 5, wait, where was the other one? Almost as soon as this thought occurred, Jin's figure descended from the sky. His hands were raised high, holding a rapidly spinning Nen bullet. Small, but full of destructive power, just like poor man's rose. Jin hurled the spiral nin bullet towards Disease Spreader. Bang! The spiral nin bullet struck Disease Spreader's right foot directly, destroying it in an instant, and its fleshy leaves were flung away. Disease Spreader had no vocal cords or other organs for producing sound, it had always controlled the vile vengeful spirits and army of walking corpses through telepathy. At this moment, the stagnation, panic, and chaotic collisions of all the vile vengeful spirits and walking corpses in the grey-white sacrificial ground expressed Disease Spreader's emotions. Pain and rage. It split open. Literally splitting open from its apex, blooming like a flower, revealing numerous black tumors hidden on the inner side of the petals. The black tumors pulsed, all swelling at this moment. Disease Spreader entered its second phase. Now, it would no longer consume the charge of the vile vengeful spirits, but its ability of undead regeneration. At this cost, it would manifest a heaven and earth anomaly. The grey-white clouds churned and converged, forming a gigantic downward spiraling vortex, creating a bizarre sight. Violent, rapid raindrops and angry, clashing wind roars twisted into a sky-wide blizzard in an instant, rushing forth like a giant beast, forcing all vile vengeful spirits to be swept into it. Scorching, burning flames and crumbling, shattering rock layers turned the grey-white sacrificial ground into a land of lava at this moment, devouring the walking corpses. The intertwining of wind, water, fire, and earth, a contradictory and strange heaven and earth anomaly, yet miraculously coexisted, making the entire world a true apocalypse. Germain faced the howling wind, covered in frost, his hunter's black robe flapping loudly. If he hadn't quickly held onto his hat, it would have been blown away long ago. I need to do something. Germain pressed his chest, he felt his heart pounding, as if it was about to burst out, and his blood was boiling like the lava not far away. Amidst the terrifying heaven and earth anomaly, two light figures rose almost simultaneously, while another light figure quietly disappeared. One of them transformed into a graceful archangel. She breathed out a life-saving breath of the archangel towards Menchi, who had inadvertently been swept away by the blizzard and fallen into the lava. Menchi, with half her body in the lava, received the healing of breath of the archangel and was then pulled out by Bisky. She held the unconscious Menchi, stepping on the only available footholds, leaping over the heads of giant beasts. And the other light figure belonged to Jin. Jin, facing the blizzard, once again unleashed an wave cannon, targeting Disease Spreader, whose core was completely exposed. However, his wave cannon was blocked midway by a gigantic barrier formed by the intertwining of wind, water, fire, and earth. Bang! This was like the wall of size, preventing Jin's wave cannon from advancing. Swish! Suddenly, the barrier shattered, but the reason was not Jin's attack, or rather, not primarily due to Jin's attack. The wind, water, fire, and earth barrier was torn open alive, as if a large door had been forcefully pried open, revealing a void. Prying open the door was an unparalleled, never-before-seen ferocious beast. Its dense, flowing black hair extended wildly in all directions, like its numerous arms. Its original white bones were covered, with only the ribs of its abdomen still exposed, stark and menacing. And at the ribs, where a heart should have been, a person stood suspended in mid-air. A black-robed hunter wearing a tricorn hat. Jin stared for a while, an incredible thought welling up in his heart. He had a premonition, truly, he had a premonition that Germain would sooner or later surpass him. However, he didn't expect it to come so quickly, much faster than he imagined. But at this moment, he had to admit that he wanted to see Germain surpass him at this critical juncture, and he wanted to see the magnificent offensive Germain would unleash. It began. The chaos roar, breaking out of the ominous wraith, bared its ferocious fangs at Disease Spreader. Disease Spreader suddenly realized an inexplicable terror and immediately contracted its power, the scene of the heaven and earth anomaly began to recede. However, chaos roar was too fast. It broke through the gale, downpour, raging flames, solid earth, ice, and lava. Its black and white aura sliced through the grey-white sky like blades, creating an opening wide enough to reveal sunlight. Bang! Its split fingers slammed down on Disease Spreader, pressing it fiercely to the ground. Carrying the momentum, they rolled continuously. Branches and leaves were torn apart, Disease Spreader's last armor was completely devoured by the fierce aura, leaving only fear. Chaos roar opened its gaping maw. Boom! A terrifying, purely murderous outpouring of energy almost instantly killed the bloody battle. It blasted Disease Spreader's core, driving Disease Spreader deep into the ground. Deeper, even deeper, increasingly deep, until the very bottom. It's over. Chaos roar clung to an enormous crater, coldly staring at the monster's corpse buried in this fresh grave, yet it still did not stop. It slowly raised its head, its slit pupils fixed on Jin's direction. The moment Jin was targeted, his hair stood on end. He had to re-energize his Nen, maintaining the highest level of defense. Hey, I didn't hear about anything like this. It seems the target is the strongest enemy present, so it automatically switches targets. Germain, has your mind been completely controlled by the desire for slaughter? This kind of thing isn't bad. Let me see what level you've reached. Jin was poised, not thinking too much, when his pupils suddenly constricted, because that terrifying murderous energy had already shot over. Such a long distance, so fast. Jin dared not directly resist it. He immediately blasted an bullet at the ground. Bang! Using the propelling force, he launched himself high into the sky, thereby avoiding being hit head-on by chaos roar. Boom! The light of the explosion once again tore through the earth and sky. Although its power was not as strong as the previous one, it was still enough to be called terrifyingly destructive power. Jin, who had ascended into the sky in the nick of time, couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. It seems Germain has completely unleashed the beast in his heart. But how do we end this now? Do Bisky and I have to team up to kill him? The outcome came faster and more unexpectedly than he had anticipated. After this blast, Chaos Roar stopped moving. Its body began to shrink, and black and white light arrows radiated outwards, piercing the ground. A figure Germain descended from the sky, crashing onto the grey, chaotic ground. He was as tiny as a sesame seed, instantly disappearing from sight. Chapter 242 Alchemy Plant. As the disease spreader fell, the remaining evil spirits and walking corpses scattered in all directions like a collapsing tree, its monkeys fleeing. In a short while, the grey-white sacrificial ground quieted down. Clap, clap. Germain picked up the tricorn hat that had fallen to the ground, brushed off the dust on its brim, and then put it on his head. He closed his bloodshot eyes, gently massaged the area around his eye sockets with his fingers, allowing his muscles to relax slightly, and the dryness in his eyeballs also receded a little. When Germain opened his eyes again, most of the bloodshot veins in the whites of his eyes had disappeared, and his cold, black pupils had returned. His sanity had also returned. However, the dark crown hovering above Germain's head symbolized that things were not that simple. Are you all right? Jin was the first to arrive nearby. He stood with his hands in his pockets, a short distance away, and asked. He had already prepared himself for Germain to lose his mind, requiring him to fight with all his might. Germain waved his hand, indicating that things weren't so bad, and Jin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Bisky, Shizuku and the awakened Menchi arrived a moment later, once again inquiring about Germain's condition. They had all witnessed the Chaos Roar earlier, and its rapid destructive power was simply incredible. However, Germain's current state indicated that he had to pay a price for such power. Everyone was happy about defeating the disease spreader, but at the same time, they were worried about Germain's body. This is an evolved nin ability I've just mastered, Germain explained. I can't fully control it yet, so there are some side effects. Bisky pointed to the dark crown on his head. This is definitely not some side effects, is it? The appearance of a dark crown means only one thing, you are suffering torment. Yes, Germain said. This is a restriction in vow. As long as I use that power, the power I've named Chaos Roar, I will directly fall into a torment state. However, this torment state has no special characteristics, it merely torments my mind. Germain said it as if it were nothing, but he had clearly been immersed in the absolute power of Chaos Roar earlier, almost unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, he regained his sanity at the last moment. His stress value had long since crossed the 100-point mark, reaching 159 points, which was not far from the 200-point mark of mental exhaustion. However, the power he exchanged for was considerable and worthwhile. This power helped him defeat the disease spreader in a very short amount of time. The rewards were also generous. The disease spreader sacrificed its undying regeneration ability, temporarily exchanging it for power that could alter heaven and earth. However, Germain turned the tables, striking it deep into the ground and forcing it into hibernation. In this state, it was considered dead. It would only be reborn and return to the surface after its hibernation period ended, thanks to its undying regeneration attribute. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle operated on a similar principle. Exploiting this bug, Germain obtained a grudge gift. His physique and aura capacity increased to 154 and 165 points, respectively, but he still couldn't feel the threshold or boundary of the legendary level. At the same time, another rune giant lake was engraved on his chest. It looked like a straight scar with many lines intersecting it perpendicularly. Giant lake allowed Germain to reduce a portion of the damage he received. This damage was all-encompassing, whether physical or mental. Coupled with the blood frenzy he had previously obtained healing himself by critical striking enemies, he now possessed 2 runes. However, the cost was that his chest was also covered in these strange patterns, like a ascetic. Germain was actually not concerned with the torment and grudge gift he already possessed, he wanted the alchemy plant. So, he walked towards the abyss entrance where the disease spreader was, but Bisky stopped him. You rest first. Bisky's strong arms wrapped around Germain, forcibly making him sit on the ground. Let's talk after the torment passes. Leave the task of picking the alchemy plant to us. Shizuku also walked over and stood in front of Germain. She didn't offer any words of advice or concern like Bisky did, she merely pursed her lips and reached up to take off the inverted cross necklace hanging around her neck. Shizuku handed the inverted cross necklace to Germain. I'm not religious, Germain said, looking at Shizuku's actions with some surprise. This thing was blessed by the old priest, Shizuku said, pointing to the inverted cross necklace, speaking words that a believer shouldn't. When I wear it, my heart feels very calm. Shizuku insisted, so Germain had no choice but to accept, taking the inverted cross necklace into his palm. Perhaps that old priest also possessed an ability, allowing his blessed artifacts to have the power to calm people. The answer was that Germain was overthinking it, it was just an ordinary inverted cross necklace. Heavy, cold, making one feel the presence of shackles. Germain remained near the cave entrance, and half an hour later, the torment automatically disappeared. He felt much better. The others descended deep underground, dug open the tumors on the disease spreader's body, and obtained the alchemy plant, which resembled a flower bud, from within. If not properly preserved and exposed to the air for too long, its elemental power would dissipate, and it would wither. Fortunately, Shizuku's Blinky spat out pre-prepared containers and solutions, storing the alchemy plant within them. In total, 56 alchemy plants were harvested. There weren't many fruits inside the disease spreader's body. By the time they returned to the surface, it was already past noon. The group, having obtained the alchemy plant, was somewhat excited yet also felt it was deserved, as this was not their first time obtaining hope. Especially Menchi, who participated in the battle and helped acquire the alchemy plant, which gave her a deeper sense of involvement and belonging within this team. There was always a feeling that they would find it easier and easier to obtain these hopes in the future. At that time, the calamities would no longer be considered calamities for them. Germain also got to see the true form of the alchemy plant. Rather than resembling a plant like a cure herb, it looked more like a crystal. It was entirely blood red, carved into the shape of an unbloomed flower bud, with light emanating from within the crystal, revealing different markings. Germain observed that there were a total of 4 markings, which should correspond to wind, water, fire, and earth, representing the powers they contained. When Germain actually touched them, he confirmed that they indeed had the texture of plants. This roughness and softness should not belong to crystals. With this, they had obtained both the cure herb and the alchemy plant. Last night's riot and today's sacrificial gathering had a reason, Jin concluded after close observation of the disease spreader and some thought. It had just finished its hibernation and was about to replenish its energy when we happened to catch it. Just finished its hibernation. Everyone looked up in surprise. Germain quickly understood Jin's meaning. You mean, someone defeated the disease spreader before us? Yes. Jin gave everyone a meaningful smile. Who do you think that person could be? Who else could it be? Given Jin's expression, there was a high probability that the person capable of doing this on the entire Dark Continent was the legendary Dawn Freaks. Your ancestor really isn't dead, hey? Bisky showed an incredulous expression. But this is only indirect evidence, without seeing him with our own eyes, we can't be sure. True, Jin nodded. However, assuming he came here, his purpose should have been to replenish his alchemy plant supplies to better navigate the Dark Continent. If this conjecture is correct, then is it possible that he also went to the other 5 great hopes to replenish the items he needed? Is there a possibility that Dawn Freaks will appear in the labyrinth, intending to harvest a new batch of cure herbs? Chapter 243, Return to the Labyrinth. He might find traces related to us, he might keep his distance from us, he might make contact with us, there are many possibilities. Jin's feelings for Dawn Freaks were not a superstitious reverence, but a heartfelt admiration for his great deeds. Jin himself wanted to achieve the same things. Just thinking about seeing the legendary Dawn Freaks with his own eyes, obtaining the New World Travelogue, Western Chapter, and learning the reason for his disappearance over the past 2 or 3 centuries, Jin was ecstatic. The person suspected to be Dawn Freaks had recently defeated the disease spreader, so it was unlikely he would return to the wilderness anytime soon. Therefore, Dawn Freaks might be in the labyrinth, though the probability was low. Germain understood Jin's meaning. He said, then we'll go back to the labyrinth for a trip. Conveniently, our objective in coming to the wilderness has already been achieved. On the way back, Germain returned the inverted cross necklace to Shizuku. Is it useful? Shizuku took it, blinking her big eyes at Germain. Germain wanted to say it was useless, but looking at her big eyes, he couldn't help but change his mind, a little, I feel a bit calmer. Shizuku rarely smiled at him. I'll tell you a secret, I don't actually understand any doctrines. I use it as an amulet given to me by the old priest. If it's useful, then that's its purpose. If it's not, then it's my ornament, it reminds me of my life in the cathedral. After returning, Shizuku also shared many things with Germain, such as how she couldn't remember the contents of the scriptures but could pretend to be the most devout believer in the church. In the afternoon, the German team returned to the labyrinth from the wilderness. Because he used the cooldown-free teleportation lantern, Germain gained a new negative trait, bloodlust. As the name suggests, he became more addicted to gore. Bleeding wounds would give him a sense of satisfaction, which would make him more inclined to use various torture instruments to torment others or himself. As for stress, because of the champion aura and rune, Giant Lake, he only increased by 3 points, reaching 162 points. Jin immediately went to the balcony of the high tower, looking out, hoping to find traces of Dawn Freaks. However, after a few minutes, he returned disappointed. It seems there's no one outside. Jin frowned, still not giving up. I'll go for a walk nearby and check the safe houses within the cube stone towers. After he finished speaking, he immediately set off. The others remained in the high tower. That night, Bisky used magical esthetician cookie on Germain and Menchi, who had experienced a near-death state, to relieve their stress. Jin returned shortly after, but confessed that he had found nothing. There were no signs of human activity in the surrounding safe points. Even so, the next morning, he set off again to explore a more distant area, and no one stopped him. At the same time, everyone began to try using the alchemy plant. Bisky planned to attach the power of the alchemy plant to her fists, but failed. The elemental power of the alchemy plant dissipated very quickly from her fists. Subsequently, the alchemy plant did have a certain enchanting effect on the weapons materialized by Germain and Shizuku, as well as on Menchi's bring your own dual blades. Menchi personally saw her dual blades briefly wrapped in a circle of flames, making them look like torches, but the flames extinguished after a few minutes. It's not very stable, the elemental power is lost too quickly. Menchi was both delighted and annoyed. It seems I'll have to take it back and let Duen and List study it. Her reasoning was sound. Duen, List, and other Greed Island team members were best at sealing power in cards and using it freely. They could do this with abilities, and they could do something similar with the elemental power of the alchemy plant. Germain and Bisky both affirmed her idea. Jin left in the morning and returned in the evening. He still hadn't found any trace of Don Freaks or anyone else, which made him somewhat disappointed. Thus, they maintained this lifestyle in the high tower, waiting for the teleportation lantern to cool down completely. Jin would leave in the morning to explore the labyrinth, others would occasionally go with him and return before evening. Menchi was responsible for everyone's 3 meals. She set up an iron pot directly on the top floor of the high tower. Bisky would give Germain and the others stress relief treatments every day. It was always 2 people, one of whom would definitely be Germain, as his stress level was the highest, while the other person often changed. As a result, by October 15th, under the dual stress relief methods of Bisky's massages and Menchi's meals, Germain's stress was completely cleared. Jin had long given up on the extravagant hope of finding Don Freaks. He continued to explore the labyrinth afterward, but more for the purpose of completing the labyrinth map. On October 18th, Germain's teleportation lantern had cooled down, and they could return to Greed Island. Jin still refused to go back, he wanted to stay in the labyrinth. I've already found a safe path to leave the labyrinth, Jin said, once the labyrinth map is complete, I'll go see what's beyond the labyrinth. He always had a strong desire for exploration. However, Jin was not the only one who decided to stay, Bisky also stayed. She first said to Jin, since I've accepted your blue planet, it wouldn't be right for me to do nothing. I can't help much on Greed Island, but here I have many things I can do. Besides helping Jin, I can also continue my Shinjin-ryu training in the labyrinth. If possible, I want to break my own limits, like the old man. Isaac Netero was a role model for many, including his disciple Bisky. Then, she turned to Germain. Also, the labyrinth is actually a good place. It has absolutely safe locations like the high tower, and a relatively enclosed environment. Perhaps, this really can become our base. Jin and I will stay. Next time, you can bring more people over. There will be more and more people here in the future, and the possibility of building the labyrinth into our base will be realized. If that's the goal, finally, even Menchi, after a period of hesitation, expressed her stance, I'll stay too, that way another teleportation slot will be freed up. A chef is also needed here to improve the quality of life. Making such a decision required mental preparation. Bisky and Menchi clearly didn't just decide on a whim now, but had thought about this issue many times. Jin nodded, that's certainly true. During his time alone in the labyrinth, he ate simple biscuits, bread, canned goods, and the like every day. It was impossible for him to cook. Since Menchi decided to stay, he and Bisky would definitely have very good food. Thus, it was decided that Jin, Bisky, and Menchi would stay in the labyrinth, while Germain and Shizuko would return to Greed Island with the alchemy plant. On October 19th, Germain and Shizuko set off, teleporting back to Greed Island. Chapter 244, The Chimera Ant Invasion. The news of Germain returning to Rymera Castle with Shizuko quickly spread throughout the Greed Island management team, bringing with it good news that delighted everyone. They first went to see Grandma Lin, and then were surrounded in the castle hall by Duen, List, Riza, Sanbika, Boera, Abengain, and others. Everyone was eager to know why only the 2 of them had returned and wanted more details. The narrator was Germain, who was more articulate. Shizuko supplemented his story, but her words often caused confusion and did not effectively complete the information. The entire process unfolded before everyone like a parchment scroll. Upon learning that the wilderness was an eerie place and that the disease spreader was even more brutal than described in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, the listeners were all worried. However, the German team still triumphed, retrieving the alchemy plant, and everyone was exceptionally excited about it. Because this was not just the victory of the 5 members of the German team, it was the victory of an entire team's silent efforts. The members who remained on Greed Island also played a crucial and indispensable role. The cards carried by the German team encapsulated the fruits of their labor. As for Bisky and Menchi's decision to stay in the labyrinth, no one was particularly surprised. With Jin having started this trend, everyone quickly accepted it. Beyond that, they also realized that more and more members would head to the labyrinth in the future to establish large strongholds, which was the major trend to come. Boera patted his big belly, swearing like he was beating a drum. Next time, let me go with you all. Since Menchi has decided to stay there, how can I, her partner, fall behind? The candidates for the next trip to the Dark Continent Labyrinth were yet to be decided, and Germain was not in a hurry to make a decision, as the teleportation lantern, even at its earliest, could only be used after November 8th. What was most important now was to showcase their achievements from this trip, which was essential for boosting team morale. The alchemy plant, contained in a solution, was displayed and observed by everyone. Grandma Lin had received special treatment to view it privately before them. Everyone marveled at the beauty of the alchemy plant. Unlike the seemingly plain cure herb, they truly resembled the philosopher's stone passed down by alchemists. Everyone discussed their enchanting effects. Give List and me a month, no, half a month. Duen squinted, pressing his hands on the glass jar, staring at the alchemy plant inside. We will figure out how to fully develop and utilize them. List stood with his hands behind his back, appearing very elegant. The updated design for Greed Island is largely complete. We can indeed take some time now to research the alchemy plant. Greed Island had issued an announcement to all game players several days ago, stating that it would undergo its largest version update since its release, which would take several months. During this period, game players would be forced offline and could only log back in after the update was complete. However, they would receive benefits reserved for veteran players at that time. Even so, this announcement caused dissatisfaction among many game players. Although no one had cleared the game for nearly a decade, many teams believed they were very close now. Leaving Greed Island now, only to return months later to a major version update, meant their accumulated advantages might no longer be as significant. They did not know that, even without this major version update, no team had reached the ending due to their internal strife. It wasn't until the arrival of the Gon, Killua, and Bisky combination in the original timeline that Greed Island saw its first clear. However, when Grandma Lin appeared as a retired and rehired Greed Island consultant, the game players suppressed their displeasure, especially those pro-hunters from the Hunter Association. Some players, in fact, were quite happy. They lacked the ability to obtain cards to leave Greed Island, forced to remain trapped there for years, even decades, utterly exhausted. To them, the less powerful, Greed Island was like hell. Just when they thought they would spend their entire lives in this cursed place, the forced offline due to the major version update gave them a chance to choose again. Most of these weaker players would likely not return. Returning to the main topic, after showcasing the alchemy plant and its abilities to the core team members, they were handed over to do an enlist for research. Afterward, Germain received many more messages, some good, some bad. First, of course, was Kurapika's situation. He had recovered several more scarlet eyes and had made a name for himself as an amateur hunter. An amateur hunter refers to an user or a scholar/expert member who forms a specialized team with a pro hunter as the core and leader. For example, the team members around Kite were considered amateur hunters. Although they did not possess a hunter license and might not necessarily use an ability, they were all experts in a particular field. Kurapika becoming an amateur hunter had a catalyst. He coincidentally met a music hunter named Melody during his travels and formed a partnership with her. They were currently on a mission together. Germain was quite interested in Melody, so he asked Kurapika to invite her to Greed Island if the opportunity arose. Next was Wing's update. Zushi's performance in Heaven's Arena was impressive. He was already the most outstanding young contestant during this period. However, Wing worried that Zushi might become too arrogant. He sincerely hoped that a peer would defeat Zushi once to sober him up, but unfortunately, no peer had been able to do so thus far. Wing congratulated Germain and the others on their achievements and respected teacher Bisky's decision to remain on the Dark Continent. Besides these, Wing also told Germain an interesting piece of news. Castro had returned, bringing with him a seemingly renewed self, and immediately became one of the floor masters of Heaven's Arena. This indicated that his enhancement type Nin ability had not only been completed but had also evolved. Afterward, he left Heaven's Arena, declaring his intention to find Hisoka and engage in a new duel with him. It was also because it was related to Hisoka that Wing specifically mentioned it to Germain. However, speaking of which, there had indeed been no news of Hisoka for a long time. Hisoka no longer sent Germain harassing text messages or narcissistic selfies, which made Germain feel somewhat unaccustomed. The Phantom Troop had also vanished. Not only was Kurora missing, but Maki, Pakunoda, and Shulnark had also disappeared without a trace. Even Meteor City had no intelligence on them. Finally, there was the bad news about the invasive species in NGL, the Chimera ants. Chimera ants. Germain frowned as soon as he heard the news. The Chimera ants invasion of NGL should have been a major event in the millennium year 2000, not in 1998, which was the current year. Its early occurrence confirmed many of Germain's conspiracy theories. This was not the first premature event Germain had experienced. Zushi challenging Heaven's Arena under Wing's guidance was originally supposed to happen in early 1999. Kurapika learning Nin ability was originally supposed to happen after the 1999 Pro Hunter exam. The Shadow Beast's annihilation and the Phantom Troop members' reduction in numbers were originally supposed to happen in Your New City in 1999. Hisoka's resurrection was originally supposed to happen in Heaven's Arena in 2001. Germain's appearance was like a stone thrown into a once calm lake, and the ripples have not ceased even now. He had indeed changed the fates of too many people, whether he wanted to or not. Returning to the Chimera Ants invasion event. NGL was a closed country that revered nature and opposed technology. Therefore, by the time the truth of the Chimera Ants invading and extensively breeding there came to light, it was already half a month later. The local situation in NGL was already quite severe. However, it was said that Chairman Netero personally took charge, leading 2 pro hunters, Morel and Knuckle, to form the Chimera Ant extermination team. They had already rushed to NGL, and it was believed that the Chimera Ants would soon be eliminated. Almost all pro hunters on Greed Island believed that the team led by Chairman Netero himself would perfectly resolve the Chimera Ants invasion. In the original timeline, the event was indeed resolved, but not perfectly. Such optimism was normal. Because Chimera Ants from the Dark Continent invading the 6 continents and then being exterminated was not the first time it had happened in history. It was frequent enough that Kite could clearly articulate the various habits of Chimera Ants, including their feeding and mating, Queen Ant structure, Ant King structure, and so on. Chimera Ants were definitely not an unsolvable dangerous species. Predecessors had already compiled countless experiences to deal with them through blood and tears. Not to mention that the members of this Chimera Ant extermination team were all seasoned pro hunters. One of them was even Chairman Netero, so everyone's mood was naturally inclined towards positive optimism. This was also the direct reason why, in the original timeline, Kite underestimated the Chimera Ants and decided to take Gon and Killua to the nest to scout the situation. Humans had never lost in their confrontations with Chimera Ants. However, such underestimation cost Kite his life, which was also Jin's assessment of his disciple, Kite. This generation of Chimera Ants they encountered had unexpectedly powerful genes and talents. Especially the Ant King and his royal guards, who had completely surpassed the expected level for Chimera Ants. The Ant King, Miriam, was born to be a king, and he indeed possessed such destructive power and cruelty. If he hadn't been so unfamiliar with human society, choosing to stay in one place for too long, human casualties might have been even more severe. Chairman Netero, in order to achieve a decapitation strike, had no choice but to use the poor man's rose after a devastating defeat, perishing alongside the Ant King Miruem. Miruem also eventually died from the poison. Such a tragic outcome was something the people at this point in time had not yet foreseen. Even the mastermind behind the scenes could not determine the future's direction. Germain could only wish Chairman Netero well now. Perhaps due to his existence, the Ant King Miruem and the royal guards might not be born, which was not impossible. Germain had ample reason to stay out of it, and no one would have criticized him. However, out of respect for Gon and a flicker of pity in his heart, Germain began trying to contact Kite, hoping he wouldn't get involved in this mess. Germain had a good impression of Kite, he was steady and capable in his work. In the original timeline, Kite finished his 3-year investigation mission in the Kaken Empire. Then he and his team learned about the Chimera Ants from Kaken Empire personnel and subsequently went to NGL to investigate. Before this, Kite met Gon, the son of his mentor, and his friend Killua, and temporarily brought them into his team. Going to NGL was the unfortunate beginning for Kite, and the start of Gon's descent into darkness. This is one of the origins of the conspiracy theory. Was it a coincidence that Kite learned of the Chimera Ant invasion, especially from the Kaken Empire? At that time, before Kite arrived, the pro-hunter Pakal took it upon himself to break into NGL with the amateur hunter Ponzu. One was captured by the Chimera Ants, and the other was eaten. Pakal was an unexpected factor, he happened to be nearby and decided to go take a look, ultimately dragging Ponzu along to become unfortunate victims. He provided the Chimera Ants with a complete set of information related to Nin ability, significantly raising the overall strength of the Chimera Ants. However, without Pakal, another Nin user would have delivered the information, and that would have been the captured Kite. If not for Pakal, perhaps Neferpitu, one of the royal guards, upon first meeting Kite, wouldn't have killed him, but instead captured him, subjected him to torment, and controlled him until all necessary information was extracted. Kite would have been utterly unable to refuse. Even with Pakal, Kite, after his death, became Neferpitu's puppet and a training dummy for the Chimera Ant army, helping them practice combat skills. So, returning to the beginning, was it truly just a coincidence that Kite received information about the Chimera Ants from the Kaken Empire? Even if Kite and Pakal hadn't gone to NGL, there were still ways to send 1 or 2 Nin users there. The Investigation Division and Cooperation Specialist Hunters were responsible for coordinating such matters. After all, in the original timeline, Rat Pariston became vice chairman of the Hunter Association in 1998, this year, and in the 3 years until 2000, the number of missing pro-hunters reached an all-time high. Regardless, Germain had to warn Kite not to get involved, he couldn't just watch him die, even if he successfully reincarnated later. As for Chairman Netero, he would let nature take its course. After all, from the moment Chairman Netero and the V5 decided to use the poor man's rose, the death of Ant King Miruem was merely a countdown, neither too long nor too short. Fortunately, Kite, whom he hadn't been able to contact before, finally got in touch this time. Kite said that he and his team members, including Sheila, were previously in the primeval forests of the Kaken Empire, so there was no signal, they had only recently arrived at a nearby town to rest. Their investigation mission in the Kaken Empire was not yet over, and they would not be leaving for now. Germain breathed a sigh of relief, then told him that the Chimera Ant situation might be related to Beyond's faction and advised Kite not to participate. Kite agreed, then inquired about Gon's recent situation, congratulated them on their achievements in the Dark Continent, and expressed that he would visit Greed Island when he had time. The communication with Kite ended there, but the cloud of suspicion hanging over NGL had not completely dissipated. Many people noticed Germain's unusual attitude towards the Chimera Ant extermination war. He seemed quite cautious, and many felt he was overly cautious, as if he was worried the Chimera Ant extermination team wouldn't be able to fully control the situation. Perhaps staying in the Dark Continent for too long makes one prone to paranoia. Everyone thought. Germain continued to monitor the developments with the Chimera Ants, and when people asked for his opinion on the matter, he remained silent. When Abengane was performing exorcism on Germain, he once again asked for Germain's view on exterminating the Chimera Ants, and he finally spoke. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. However, the Chimera Ant extermination team achieving ultimate victory should not be a problem, Germain said. After all, Chairman Netero is there, Abengane said with a smile while preparing his exorcism tools. He was also a pro-hunter and held a blind admiration for Chairman Netero. This faith from the younger generation placed too much responsibility on Isaac Netero, the centenarian. It seemed everyone casually assumed he would never age and would always be victorious in every battle. Germain remained non-committal. Abengane saw many emotions in Germain's eyes at that moment. Worry was understandable, after all, the Chimera Ants were not pushovers, but why the sadness? Did Mr. Germain think that some members of the Chimera Ant extermination team would die in this conflict? Morale? Knuckle? He heard that their disciples Knuckle, Shoot, and Palm were also nearby and might participate in the extermination. It was possible for them, being weaker, to be killed by the Chimera Ants. Was Mr. Germain saddened by their impending deaths in battle? Was he such a gentle person? Before Abengane could even think about Chairman Netero, he was stunned by Germain's scarlet and beast that appeared in the bonfire. How did they multiply again? And so many at once. There were a total of 6 scarlet and beasts, representing bad gambling skills, off-target, thanatophobia, perfectionism, bloodlust, and psychopath. Among them, Psychopath was a negative trait acquired upon returning from the Dark Continent this time. Psychopath was the result of Germain's bloodthirsty nature, combined with bloodlust. It would make Germain even more obsessed with torment using torture instruments. To put it simply, he would enjoy SNM, which was definitely unacceptable and had to be eliminated. There were 6 Scarlet Nun beasts, not to mention the Golden Nun beasts, totaling 9. They represented Beast Bane, Human Bane, Warrior of Light, Night Owl, Genius, Resilience, Robust, Rally, and Evil Bane. Among them, Evil Bane was also acquired upon returning from the Dark Continent this time, but it was a positive trait. It was part of the same series as Beast Bane and Human Bane, with similar effects but targeting different objects, so there was no need to elaborate. Germain began to select the targets for this cleansing. In terms of priority for cleansing negative traits, Germain ultimately chose Thanatophobia. Once this negative trait met its conditions, the consequences would be catastrophic. After Germain suffered a severe injury, Thanatophobia would make him more susceptible to stress, and such a thing was certainly not allowed. Therefore, Germain asked Germain to exorcism Thanatophobia from him. Germain was initially stunned when he saw the 15 Nun beasts appear, then slowly calmed down. It didn't matter anymore. From the moment I decided to join Mr. Germain's team, didn't I anticipate this situation? To be honest, Germain was quite satisfied with his current life. He became a member of the Greed Island Administrator team. His power wasn't high, but his salary was excellent, allowing him to achieve everything he had dreamed of on Greed Island. Germain believed that as long as he worked harder, it wouldn't be impossible to eventually join the Corps, reaching the level of Duen, List, Riza, and the twins Ida and Elena. And who was the person who could decide all of this? The decrepit Grandma Lin? No. Gone, who ignored affairs. Not him either. It was Germain. He was currently the top person on Greed Island, and only by demonstrating his abilities in front of him could he have a smoother path to promotion. With this thought, the focused Germain performed exceptionally well in this exorcism. Germain quickly noticed that not only was Thanatophobia cleansed, but Psychopath also disappeared along with it. Even Germain himself was surprised by this, followed by ecstatic joy. Such an occurrence could only mean that Germain had made a qualitative breakthrough in his Nun ability. Germain thanked Germain, then offered a few ordinary words of encouragement, and left. He wanted to give Germain time and space to review and summarize the experience of his exceptional performance. This was a good thing for both Germain and Germain. In the following time, Germain monitored the developments in NGL through the Pro Hunter website. According to his own summary, the original Chimera Ant incident was divided into 4 stages. Stage 1, beginning with the Ant Queen's extensive feeding, mating, and reproduction of soldier ants, and ending with the birth of the royal guards. Kite died during this period and gone, and Killua escaped. Stage 2, beginning with the birth of Ant King Miruem and the death of the Ant Queen, and ending with the retrieval of Kite's corpse. Large numbers of Chimera ants invaded areas outside NGL. Stage 3, beginning with Ant King Miruem and the royal guards invading the East Gordo Republic, and ending on the eve of the final battle. Knuckles' spirit was broken, and Palm underwent human modification. Stage 4, beginning with the separate actions in the final battle, and ending with the Ant King's death by poison. Chairman Netero died, and all other members of the Chimera Ant extermination team survived. In the original timeline, the Chimera Ant extermination war lasted at least 4 months. After Kite's death, Gon and Killua spent a month training, and Gon, due to Knuckles' Nun ability, was unable to use his Nun ability for another month, so 2 months had passed. Before this, Killua participated in the Hunter exam at the beginning of the year, obtained his Hunter license, then returned to Greed Island, and cleared Greed Island with Gon and Bisky. After this, the Hunter Association Chairman election arc took place on August 8 of that year. The several months between these events was the duration of the Chimera Ant extermination war. Now, how far had the Chimera Ant invasion in NGL progressed? Germain could only get fragmented information from the Pro Hunter website, and just as he was about to completely abandon the matter, an accident occurred. November 5. Germain was called to Grandma Lin's room, and the maid then left the living room. Grandma Lin was sitting in a wheelchair on the balcony, basking in the sun. Hearing the sound, she slowly turned her head, squinting her eyes, and gave him a kind smile. "Sit down." Her withered, bony finger pointed to a chair opposite the tea table. Germain sat down and then looked at Grandma Lin. "Is there something you need me for?" In fact, he already had a hunch. In the entire Rimaru Castle, only 2 people had never asked, or subtly probed, his views on the Chimera Ant extermination war. One was Shizuku, and the other was Grandma Lin. Leaving Shizuku aside for now, Germain's doubt was why Grandma Lin hadn't said a word. Now he should get the answer. "The Ant Queen is dead." Grandma Lin spoke without beating around the bush, her expression calm. "The Ant King has been born. This is much earlier than expected, and very abnormal." She opened her eyes and looked at Germain with a smile. "This matter is still confidential, but once the Ant Queen dies, the Chimera Ants will lose their restraint. It's only a matter of time before they invade the countries and regions surrounding the NGL. In other words, in about 2 or 3 days, news of the Chimera Ants losing control and spreading will sweep across the world. It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of people will be injured or killed in the coming months. Not to mention the Ant King and its royal guards, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. They are the most terrifying of the Chimera Ants. Isaac speculates that the Ant King's combat power might even surpass his own." As Grandma Lin spoke, she observed Germain's expression, and finally, she silently thought to herself, "Just as I expected. You've rarely mentioned the Chimera Ant extermination recently. Was it because you foresaw this situation? Germain, you are one of the few humans who have directly fought monsters from the Dark Continent and survived, so you know very well that the Chimera ants are not that simple. Not to mention, there might be manipulation by Beyond's forces behind this matter. Germain listened quietly, showing no obvious change in expression. Had the situation deteriorated to such an extent? The Ant Queen was already dead, most likely due to the Ant King Miriam forcibly breaking free from her abdomen. With this, the original Chimera ant structure, with the Ant Queen at its apex, had completely collapsed. The Ant King Miriam and its royal guards would act independently, attacking the East Gordo Republic to the east of the NGL. And the Chimera ants would split into two major factions. One faction advocated for establishing their own Chimera ant kingdom, while the other chose to cooperate with humans, assisting the Chimera ant extermination team in a decapitation strike against the Ant King Miriam. Such distinct features of human society existed because they were Chimera ants born after the Ant Queen fed on and mated with humans. They would possess fragmented memories of their past lives as humans, have thoughts close to those of humans, and one could even say that, apart from their appearance, they were a group of humans ignorant of the world. These Chimera ants, whose genes were mixed with those of humans or other species through feeding and mating, would bring calamities to the countries and regions near the NGL in the coming period. Germain's silence had already answered too much. Grandma Lin had no intention of pressing further. She sighed softly and said, Isaac is a very stubborn man. He was like that before, and now that he's older, he's even more stubborn. The more others forbid him from doing something, the more they deem something unreasonable, the more he insists on doing it. That's why he sought out me and Zig to go to a god-forsaken place like the Dark Continent. Grandma Lin's tone was both nostalgic and complaining. Even after becoming the strongest in the 6 continents, he never gave up his pursuit of the limits of martial arts, it's just that he could no longer find an opponent here worthy of his full challenge. His martial arts life seemed to have come to an end. Until this time, especially after the Ant King's birth, when I spoke with him, I could clearly feel that his younger self had returned. The Ant King, that is an enemy worthy of his full effort and challenge. To be honest, many people have noticed the abnormality of this Chimera ant extermination. Even with a decapitation tactic by an elite team, the Chimera ant extermination team shouldn't have such a limited configuration. Many people say that Paristan, the investigation division, the assisting examiners, and even the V5 higher UPS are obstructing it, deliberately preventing Isaac from getting enough help. Yes, but also no. In reality, if Isaac simply called out, more than half of the Zodiacs currently on missions would immediately fly to his side. He possesses that level of prestige now. Whether it's the investigation division and the assisting examiners, or the V5 higher UPS, would they immediately die if they didn't obey his orders? That's not the case at all. Because the one trying to stop these people is Isaac himself. He is the biggest obstacle. As long as he doesn't relent, no one can defy his will. As long as Isaac is unwilling, all those who wish to help him have no reason to intervene. That's why I say he is truly an extremely stubborn man. As someone who pursues the limits of martial arts, he will challenge the Ant King alone, regardless of the consequences. And as the chairman of the Hunter Association, he will sacrifice everything to achieve victory. If it truly comes to that, he will surely die. This is not a good thing for either you or me. I will lose a good friend of several decades. You will lose your biggest supporter, Beyond might take the opportunity to emerge, and the V5 will take over here. This is the worst possible outcome. Therefore, we must prevent this from happening. Germain, I want to know, if you were to participate in the Chimera ant extermination now, taking on a certain role, would you be willing? Germain didn't ponder for too long this time. If possible, I also don't wish for Chairman Netero to die in battle. However, would Chairman Netero be willing to let me join temporarily? He would, he would. Grandma Lin narrowed her eyes again. Such a stubborn person actually has a weakness. I already spoke with him last night. Then, Grandma Lin took out a phone from under the blanket covering her abdomen, dialed a number, and then handed it to Germain. You talk to this fellow. Germain took the phone, put it to his ear, and then, as expected, heard Isaac Netero's voice. Yo, kid. Netero laughed a few times. I've heard all about it, well done. He didn't explicitly say what it was, but Germain could tell he was referring to the matters concerning the Dark Continent. Then, Netero's tone became serious. Although it's a bit sudden, could I trouble you to come to the East Gordo Republic? Germain's conversation with Netero didn't last too long. After hanging up, he handed the phone back to Grandma Lin. And after Grandma Lin took the phone, she then naturally grabbed Germain's palm, shook it gently, mumbled for a while, and finally said. Just do your best, don't push yourself. November 6th. By this time, many people in Rimaru Castle already knew that the situation in the NGL had taken a sharp turn for the worse. More and more people understood the meaning behind Germain's solemn expression these past few days. When they heard that Germain was leaving Greed Island to go to the East Gordo Republic, they understood what was happening without much thought. The East Gordo Republic and the NGL were separated by 3 not-so-large republics, and it was certain to be within the disaster area of the Chimera ant invasion. Not to mention, according to intelligence from the Pro Hunter website, the Ant King and the Royal Guards had already taken control of the capital of the East Gordo Republic and were establishing a Chimera ant kingdom there. Germain's trip to the East Gordo Republic was clearly at Chairman Netero's personal request, and the purpose was self-evident. Currently, many Pro Hunters were silently waiting for Chairman Netero's call, yet Chairman Netero had not called anyone else, only Germain, which was intriguing. Everyone quickly understood. It was normal for people outside Greed Island not to understand, but they could comprehend that Germain was one of the few who could travel to and from the Dark Continent, and his current combat power was top tier in the 6 continents. Aside from Jing, he was even more suitable than any of the Zodiacs. It should be said, fortunately it was him, fortunately Chairman Netero chose him. Regardless, Germain himself was one of their own from Greed Island, and this time he was going to support Chairman Netero. Everyone offered Germain their help and sent their blessings. With such support, Germain set off. The direct distance between the East Gordo Republic and Greed Island was not far, in fact, they were on the same large ocean, making travel relatively convenient. The East Gordo Republic was outwardly calm, but in reality, it was already under the control of the Ant King Mirlem. However, normal entry methods had not completely ceased. The East Gordo Republic was actually a dictatorial country, closed off to external news and implementing a reign of terror internally. The head of state was President Diego. President Diego was dead, but he had been transformed into a puppet by Neferpitu, one of the royal guards, who controlled him to create the illusion that he was still alive and ruling the country. What even the Ant King Mirlem and the royal guards didn't know was that President Diego was actually a decoy. The true chairman of the East Gordo Republic had always been overseas. In short, Germain departed on November 7 and arrived at the East Gordo Republic on November 8. However, he did not arrive on the mainland of the East Gordo Republic, but on an island located directly north of it, separated by a strait, which was also under the jurisdiction of the East Gordo Republic. Germain arrived at the coordinates given by Chairman Netero and saw a vast, dense primeval forest. He hiked through the forest for most of the day, finally convinced that he was approaching Chairman Netero. Because Germain's N sensed the towering Nin, like a tower reaching straight into the clouds. However, the next moment, the Nin vanished without a trace. This cycle repeated continuously, like the beam of a lighthouse, guiding Germain's direction. The closer Germain got, the more he could feel how terrifying it was for this surging Nin to instantly pierce the sky and then disappear in a blink, repeating constantly. He first saw an airship, parked in an open area, and then he saw a distinctly unnatural, downward concave basin. An old man with short braids, wearing a training uniform, was in a horse stance, raising his fist, and striking the ground. Bang! With each strike, the huge pit deepened, and then pierced through the sky. Bang! As if the rock layer was pig iron and his fist a hammer, Netero slammed his fist into the ground again and again, his training uniform embroidered with a heart fluttering. Bang! He concentrated on forging iron, not even glancing at Germain, but Germain knew that he must have noticed his approach long ago. Bang! Germain watched for a while, then turned around, looking into the depths of the dense forest, his eyes calm, not saying a word. You've been watching me for so long, it's time to come out, isn't it? What a sensitive kid. An old man's weathered voice came from the dense forest, but 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out. Zeno Zaldik, with his hands behind his back and the 4 characters active throughout my career hanging on his hunched chest, showed an evil wolf-like smile. You sensed our presence long ago, didn't you? The flow of Nin cannot be faked. In our line of work as assassins, what we hate most are people who maintain constant vigilance. It increases our workload. Germain answered Zeno's question with his usual silence. Zeno wasn't angry, he just chuckled twice and shook his head. Silva Zaldik, with his long silver hair flowing down, his strong arms naturally hanging by his thighs, observed Germain indifferently. Compared to our meeting several months ago, both his body and aura capacity have grown stronger, and it's been an incredibly terrifying leap. What exactly happened to him in these past few months? What an incredible man. Silva didn't bother to tell his father about his discovery, as he knew full well that with his father's extensive experience, he would have seen even more than him. Although Zeno was old and had retired from the position of family head, there were still many areas where Silva could learn from him. Germain was not surprised to see the Zaldik family father and son here, even if Chairman Netero hadn't mentioned it at all, he knew this pair would come. Just like in the original timeline. Chairman Netero had paid a hefty price, in addition to his friendship with Maha and Zig, to call Zeno and Silva over. However, the mission of this father and son was not to exterminate the Chimera ants. If it were that mission, even if Chairman Netero and the Zaldik family were closer, they would not accept it. This wasn't a matter of money, but of whether it was worth it. They were like those ancient families with long legacies. Before acting, they would always prioritize the family and not take excessive risks. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Killua after the Nin needle from Illumi was removed, foregone, he would do almost anything. Returning to Zeno and Silva. What Zeno had to do was force back the royal guards, then deliver Netero and Mirlem to the designated battlefield, after which he could withdraw safely. Silva was there to assist Zeno and incidentally deal with any clueless Chimera ants. They wouldn't do anything extra, such as challenging the royal guards, or even the stronger Mirlem. Germain pointed at Netero in the basin below. What is the chairman doing? Zeno twirled his 2 long, shrimp claw-like white whiskers and chuckled. He's naturally reclaiming the power of his youth. The previous battles with the Chimera ants squad leaders, brigade leaders and soldiers could at best be called a warm-up. Zeno suddenly stopped smiling and pursed his lips. I didn't expect Netero to call you. I thought he would be stubborn until the end, absolutely refusing to let any young person from the Hunter Association get involved in this extermination battle. Germain raised his hand and pressed the brim of his tricorn hat. Aren't there many young people in the Chimera ant extermination team? Morel, Knuckle, and their disciples. Of course, I mean besides them. Before the Ant King was born, even Netero underestimated that king to some extent, so he supplemented the team members for this reason. Perhaps that was his intention, perhaps not, even Germain himself hadn't fully understood Netero's thoughts. How exactly did Grandma Lin persuade him, and what made him change his mind and specifically ask Germain to come? Over the next period, Germain should gradually figure it out. As for the investigation division and assisting examiners' subsequent reprimand for Germain skipping their negotiation meeting and joining without authorization, Germain didn't care at all, he let them go to hell. The procedures of the Hunter Association had never been within his consideration. If he were the type of person who followed rules, he wouldn't have gone to explore the Dark Continent in the first place. It should be said that rules only constrain those who follow them, while those who don't often benefit. At the same time, Germain also thought about the situation of Jin, Bisky, and Menchi on the Dark Continent. Before he and Shizuku returned to Greed Island, they had explained to Jin, Bisky, and Menchi that they would return after the alchemy plant had been thoroughly researched and developed. At the latest, it would not exceed the end of this year. This was also why Grandma Lin told him to do his best. On Mobius Lake, there was still a group of people waiting for support from Germain and the others. At this moment, the pounding sound on the ground not far away suddenly stopped. Everyone turned to look and saw Netero, step by step, steadily climbing the earth wall, arriving before them. He had approached with a fierce aura, but once he stood still, stroking his fluffy white beard on his chin, he reverted to the image of a cheerful, kind old man. The transformation was so quick, it was as if two different people had switched places in the blink of an eye. Since Germain has also arrived, then it's easy to talk. Netero had no intention of reminiscing and went straight to the point. V5 and the Hunter Association are currently formulating a new combat plan based on the new situation. However, I can't do nothing, so you are the helpers I've invited. Zeno pointed at Germain. Is he also your invited helper? Not an order? He's a junior in the Hunter Association, he's under your command, isn't he? Netero first nodded, then shook his head. I am not asking him to help as the chairman of the Hunter Association, but as an old man requesting his assistance. This is different. Zeno understood and couldn't help but show a cunning smile. So, the Hunter Association doesn't know Germain has joined yet, right? Correct. He isn't even a member of the Chimera Ant extermination team. In a sense, his current status is similar to yours. Heh, truly the chairman of the Hunter Association, you're very skilled at word games. Netero laughed heartily for a while, then walked to a nearby bush, magically pulled out a briefcase from it, and opened it, revealing the documents inside. These are the known Chimera Ant intelligence. All of you, take a look first. Germain, Zeno, and Silva didn't hesitate or delay. They went straight over, took out the documents, divided into 3 portions, and began reading. In Germain's hand was the danger assessment of the Chimera Ants. He compared them horizontally with the gold and silver ingot and the immortal disease from his memory. Overall rating, Chimera Ants B/gold and silver ingot B+/immortal disease B+. Ferocity, Chimera Ants CB, individual A/gold and silver ingot B, individual A/immortal disease C, individual A. Quantity, Chimera Ants B/gold and silver ingot C/immortal disease E. Reproductive capacity, Chimera Ants B1/gold and silver ingot B2/immortal disease B2. Destructive power, Chimera Ants A/gold and silver ingot A/immortal disease B. It could be seen intuitively that, except for ferocity, the Chimera Ants were superior to the gold and silver ingot and the immortal disease in all other aspects, but their overall index was slightly lower. The main reason was that Chimera Ants had lost to humans too many times in history. If it weren't for the somewhat special Miruem and Royal Guards this time, humanity would have a mature set of solutions to deal with them. Relatively speaking, the gold and silver ingot and the immortal disease rarely appeared on the 6 continents from the Dark Continent. Besides Don Freaks and the German team, no one else had been able to resolve these calamities. Therefore, the rating for the gold and silver ingot and the immortal disease was slightly higher than that of the Chimera Ants. After Germain finished reading this set of data, which he had seen many times in the New Century Travelogue, Eastern Fragment, he exchanged documents with Silva and began to read. The exchanged document contained information on the currently active squad leaders, brigade leaders, and soldiers of the Chimera Ants. Some of this information was derived from encounters with other pro-hunters, while some was provided by Chimera Ants who had sided with humans. Germain saw some familiar names, such as Gyro. It was the only Chimera Ant that, by its own will, directly broke away from the Queen's rule from the beginning. Its previous life as a human was the founder of the NGL. Currently, Gyro's whereabouts are unknown. However, Germain didn't pay too much attention, because his main enemies were not the Chimera Ants on this list. The only thing worth noting was that many of these squad leaders and brigade leaders had awakened an ability, because some of the hunters who fought them fell into their hands. This kind of thing was unavoidable, it was only a matter of time. If Chimera Ants expanded outward greedily, then someone had to come to investigate or stop them. Ordinary humans couldn't do it, so only non-users could. The result was that those non-users either became food for the Queen or Ant King, or they became puppets modified by Neferpitu, providing knowledge and serving as punching bags. After a quick read, Germain exchanged intelligence documents with Zeno again. This time, the information about Miruem and the Royal Guards appeared in his hand. Ant King Miruem. One of the Royal Guards Menthuthweopi. One of the Royal Guards Shiapoof. One of the Royal Guards Neferpitu. There was very little information about these 4, it was only known that they were at the top of the Chimera Ants' combat power pyramid, and the power gap between the royal guards and the squad leaders was enormous. Any one of the royal guards could easily crush a squad leader, not to mention the brigade leaders and soldiers below them. The owners of these four names were the ones they had to face. Chairman Netero, wearing wooden clogs with only a single sole, took a few steps along the edge of the basin he had created with his punches, stroking his white beard. This made him, half bald and with flowing sleeves, look like an immortal Taoist or monk. No matter how the tactical meeting in the rear is held, I think the final result will lean towards a decapitation strategy with the lowest cost and highest success rate. If that's the case, I'll need to create some space and face Mirulem one-on-one. The Ant King's name, Mirulem, was learned by the Chimera ants who surrendered to humanity, from the dying Ant Queen. Netero was present at the time, and since the Ant Queen and the Chimera ants communicated mostly via telepathy, the Ant Queen's last words were simultaneously conveyed by the Chimera ants. The Ant Queen died after speaking, her last regret being that she couldn't personally tell the Ant King his true name or see him rule the world. These demi-humans are really troublesome, too intelligent, too emotional, they're practically just a special kind of human. Just like dictators in human history. For the benefit of a small group of people, they want to rule the world, which would cause countless innocent people to die and drag the entire human world into an abyss. In Netero's eyes, at this moment, there was both ruthlessness and compassion. Therefore, I need someone to distract or block the royal guards, as long as they don't disturb my fight with Mirulem. This is why I invited you all. He turned around, and when he faced everyone, he put on a smiling expression again. However, it's still too early to talk about these things. Meetings must be held one by one, procedures must be followed step by step, and funds must be allocated bit by bit. Haha, the next period of time will be quite boring. No, something is off. Zeno and Silva exchanged glances, both frowning, having a subtle feeling, as if they vaguely saw a fox's tail wagging behind Netero. Netero extended his right index finger and gestured. How about this? The four of us will have a sparring match, just to get familiar with the intensity of the final battle and to pass the time, what do you say? Netero looked enthusiastic. Zeno put his hands behind his back and glanced at Germain. You're completely planning to make us a whetstone for this kid, aren't you? Ah, was it exposed so quickly? Netero stuck out his tongue, made a funny face, and playfully tapped his forehead, tilting his head. The more Germain looked, the more familiar it became, and he soon saw Bisky's shadow in Netero's expression. Bisky is truly everywhere. He just didn't know if Bisky learned this expression from Netero first, or if Netero learned it from Bisky. Netero lowered his hands, then looked at Zeno and Silva with a smile. However, starting now, it's really uncertain who will be whose whetstone, isn't it? There was a moment of silence. Zeno glanced at Germain again, pondered for a moment, then looked up. It's truly uncertain. Although it's my first time seeing him, I've confirmed he's a monster, and I can't fathom his true strength. If it were a death match, I should only have a definite advantage in experience. Zeno shook his head again. However, Netero, this is a separate matter. Being his whetstone, or him being our whetstone, is outside the original mission. This is extra pay. How cold, Zeno, I thought our long-standing family friendship would earn me some special treatment. Then a 10% discount. Deal. Zeno didn't expect Netero to agree so quickly and soon realized he had been tricked again, so he shook his head helplessly. Netero had no intention of asking Germain or Silva for their opinions, he walked over to Zeno. Let's go, we'll go have tea and rest first, and let those two decide a winner. All right. They had only walked a few steps when Netero turned back, as if he had suddenly remembered something, pointing to the basin he had created with his nin. Oh, right, I almost forgot to set the rules. You all see this area, right? That's the boundary, whoever goes out of bounds loses. Other than that, you can only surrender automatically. And one more thing. Absolutely no fatalities or permanent injuries. Otherwise, it won't be a problem that money can solve. Netero waved at Germain and Silva, a wide smile on his face. So, the venue is left to you young people. Feel free to do your best, all right. This time, Netero and Zeno walked away without looking back. They boarded the airship directly and truly went for afternoon tea. Germain, who was around 20 years old, and Silva, who was around 40, a age difference sufficient for them to be father and son, were both called young people by Netero. Yet, when this centenarian said these words, there was genuinely no sense of incongruity. It seemed a fight was truly about to happen, and it couldn't be refused. Silva looked at Germain, extended his hand, and made a please gesture. Since Chairman Netero values you so much, and the price has been agreed upon, let's begin. Germain recalled Netero's demeanor just now and gradually understood Netero's intention. The more he understood, the more he frowned. However, fighting an expert like Silva was a rare opportunity, so Germain didn't hesitate for long before agreeing. Maintaining a distance between them, they both walked into the basin, slowly descending along the earthen wall. As Germain walked, he observed the entire basin. In fact, Netero defining the boundaries of the arena was disadvantageous to Germain, it meant that as a materialization type, he had to fight Silva, an emission type, within a limited space. In such a scenario, the advantage lay with the emission type. If he truly wanted to win in a head-on confrontation, he would need to use power of the level of Ominous Wraith or Chaos Roar. However, the rules didn't allow for casualties, which further increased the difficulty. There were many similarities to the rules Netero set in the final stage of the Hunter exam in the original timeline, except that no boundaries were drawn there. Germain and Silva both simply stretched their limbs, each making crackling sounds, like two killing machines starting to turn their gears. Are you ready, Germain? Ready. Before Germain could even finish his sentence, he noticed Silva suddenly accelerating like a leopard, rushing towards him. To avoid alerting his opponent, Silva only released his killing intent at this instant, and his nin only gathered in his hands at this moment. This was actually very dangerous. Silva charged directly at Germain's face without nin manipulation. If he were injured, it would be a severe blow without nin defense. To conceal this flaw, the flow of nin had to be completed from activation to before Germain could react, and such an inflow speed was astonishing. In other words, if achieved, it could produce an unexpected outcome. Silva achieved it. This was his honed killing technique, his instinctive mode of action for every surprise attack. However, even after achieving it, Germain still reacted. A flamethrower materialized in an instant, spitting a fire dragon towards Silva. The fire dragon hissed and shot forward, enough to engulf Silva. Silva instantly folded back, appearing elsewhere as if teleporting, then dispersed into over a dozen almost identical figures, surging from all directions. Shadow step. Body bend. Among the dozen or so figures, some clenched their fists, some had arms coiling like snakes, some kicked mid-air, and others threw huge nin bullets with both hands, each one deceptively real. Germain moved quickly while calmly assessing. The fire dragon twisted, sweeping counterclockwise, while Germain himself rushed in the opposite direction towards one side. A spiral cane whipped up a whirlwind, thrusting directly at one of the figures. In fact, every figure was the real Silva. He had simply executed attacks from different directions almost simultaneously, making it look like shadow clones. However, the only true threats were the currently moving Silva and the nin bullets he threw, the other punches and kicks were merely poses. Silva's pupils contracted because Germain had found his current position. Bang! Two nin bullets collided and exploded, sending up clouds of smoke. Silva shot out of the swirling dust, then stood almost vertically against the earthen wall, glancing down at the stab wound on his left shoulder. Only a little blood flowed from the wound before it was quickly stopped by Silva's physique. Such injuries, for the Zaldik family, were merely daily occurrences. So, what was truly important was that Germain had actually seen through all the afterimages and directly located him. Silva's shadow step and body bend were far more sophisticated than Illumi's and Killua's, with exceptional concealment and deceptive qualities. Even so, Germain had seen through them in an extremely short amount of time. Is he really the Germain who was on PAR with my foolish son, Illumi, just a few months ago? Illumi hasn't made such great progress in these past few months. Not only that, Silva also noticed a detail. Under normal circumstances, nin users who fight with materialized objects have the objects appear where they make contact with the nin user, mostly in their hands. However, whether it was the initial flamethrower or the later spiral cane, Silva only saw Germain raise his hand, and they floated in front of him. In other words, Germain, when fighting with materialized weapons, had already freed his hands and didn't need to hold them constantly. How was this achieved? Silva quickly figured out the key. The current Germain's strength had increased considerably, an explosive leap, allowing him to do more. The first object he materialized had already made contact with his body, likely the nin that condensed on his chest. Judging by its shape, it looked like a fragment. As long as that fragment was in contact with his body, he could free his hands, and the materialized tools would appear around him at any time, with virtually no contact, for him to command. In reality, it wasn't zero contact, it was just visually almost imperceptible, but it was indeed connected by nin. That is, Germain used numerous extended nin threads to replace his hands. The current younger generation is truly terrifying, and Germain is undoubtedly the cream of the crop among them. Whoosh! The strong wind from the meat cleaver swept away the dust, revealing Germain in his black hunter's robe. Germain slowly took off his tricorn hat and put it in my arms to prevent it from falling. Then, he naturally let his black gloved hands hang down. There was nothing on them, only the reflection of the leather. At the same time, the meat cleaver, shotgun, flamethrower, reincarnation cannon, spiral cane, and katana thousand shadows all hovered around Germain, like stars surrounding the moon. Silva watched this scene, his eyes widening slightly. This is a terrifying aura capacity and precise control. His aura capacity is probably above all of ours. It is also because of this that he can achieve this fusion of materialization type, transmutation type, and manipulation type. However, it seems they still cannot stray too far from Germain. It should be that beyond a certain distance, this materialization state cannot be maintained. So, as long as the distance is maintained, the effectiveness of his ability can be limited to the greatest extent. Wait, there's something else not right. Silva's eyes narrowed, and he noticed another anomaly. Among the many weapons hovering around Germain, a long, strip-like object appeared, divided into 5 segments, with only one segment accumulating a faint blue light. Is it some kind of progress bar? It doesn't seem to be time, because it's not continuously growing. Then it can only be combat accumulation. The most significant difference between then and now is that we too have disengaged from combat. If we disengage from combat, that thing won't accumulate. If we enter combat, it's probably after a localized nin clash. The difference is added to that progress bar. In other words, as long as my nin at a single point is more than his nin, that's enough. It sounds easy, but it's hard to do. Accumulation is definitely unstoppable. I can only slow down the rate of accumulation. If the battle goes on for a long time, situations extremely unfavorable to me should occur. However, if I want to end it quickly, it's easy to fall into his trap. which in turn accelerates the accumulation of the progress bar. Silva then remembered the rules Netero had set beforehand. Besides actively admitting defeat, is going out of bounds considered a loss? Perhaps, I can use this point. Silva's gaze sharpened, and he made a decision. He raised his hands, palms facing Germain, condensing 2 head-sized nin bullets. Then, Silva pushed them, firing them at Germain. Puff puff. Germain's body remained still, but the spiral cane hovering above his head suddenly extended, curving like a long snake in the air, piercing through the 2 nin bullets with a hiss. Bang, bang. Consecutive explosions roared like thunder. However, the fully focused Germain quickly noticed that the 2 nin bullets were just an appetizer, and what appeared next was a rain of nin bullets filling the sky. Dense and numerous. Silva, like a sumo wrestler, continuously pushed his palms forward. And with each push, a head-sized nin bullet shot out, striking Germain. More than 20 nin bullets densely covered the entire area where Germain was located. Bang 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 bang. Another series of explosions, continuous and relentless, bombing the entire area beyond recognition. Whoosh. Germain flashed out of that area, circled halfway, and then actively approached Silva. The meat cleaver, shotgun, and other equipment always followed him in all directions, forming a formation that integrated offense and defense. Although materialization type and emission type close combat are considered disadvantageous in textbooks, this is, after all, a practical combat exercise. Based on his own situation, Germain engaging in close combat with Silva would actually be more conducive to accumulating an advantage. However, Silva immediately ran in the direction away from Germain, and while maintaining a certain distance, continued to fire a rain of nin bullets in Germain's direction. A strange scene appeared. Germain chased Silva, occasionally using his hovering materialized weapons to shatter the incoming nin bullets, or simply flashing to dodge them. And Silva consistently avoided close-range combat, continuously maintaining distance and using nin bullets to retaliate. What does Silva want to do? Germain quickly noticed Silva's intention. He was being forced little by little to the boundary line drawn by Netero by Silva's dense nin bullets. As long as he crossed the boundary, he would lose. Using rules to achieve victory? That's also a good method. So, Germain no longer deliberately attacked Silva, instead, he sprinted towards the center of the basin. Silva continued to pressure him with nin bullets, but Germain moved around the center of the basin, making it impossible to force him out of this area, let alone push him out of bounds. He secretly sighed. He saw through my intentions so quickly, it's going to be a stalemate. No, that's not right. I should say, this is as far as it goes. Silva noticed that Germain's floating 5-segment aura slot had already accumulated 2 blue bars. Not just attacks, but also if the localized aura capacity of defense exceeds my localized aura capacity of offense, will the difference also count towards the aura slot accumulation? It's like watching a noose tighten around your neck, yet having no sharp tool in your hand to cut it. Indeed, this is as far as it goes. Silva suddenly stopped, lowered his hands, and dispersed his nin. Stop, Germain. There's no point in fighting any further. I surrender. Germain was slightly surprised, but he also stopped. He slowly dispersed his nin. When the hunter badge hanging around his neck disappeared, all the materialized equipment also vanished, including the aura slot. However, from now on, the progress of his aura slot will be saved. When he materializes the hunter badge next time, the aura slot will still maintain the progress of 2 accumulated segments, though it will slightly decrease by a small portion. Germain became puzzled. He hadn't even used his decisive moves yet, so why did Silva actively surrender? Why not continue? Germain asked. Silva closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. I just simulated various methods in my mind for a moment and realized that besides fighting you to the death, there's no other way to break the deadlock. And that goes against the rules of this battle. Moreover, even if I fought to the death, I wouldn't gain an advantage. So I surrendered. I imagine that when your progress bars are full, that's your strong period. Am I supposed to stand here and watch, waiting to be taken out by you in one wave? Silva even showed a slight smile towards the end of his statement. It was hard to imagine this usually stern man showing such a smile to anyone other than Killua. Germain thought about it and agreed, it wasn't a life or death struggle, so why insist on fighting until he was utterly defeated? This did not align with Silva's style of action. However, if news of Silva's active surrender got out, it would certainly cause a huge stir. But Germain and Silva both didn't care about such empty fame. Sometimes, others underestimating them made things easier. Thus, the first martial arts battle ended, with Silva surrendering and Germain winning. The originally relatively flat basin had been bombed by nin bullets, resembling the moon's surface after being gnawed by a celestial dog. The two calmly climbed up the earthen wall and walked together towards the airship. Illumi caused you trouble some time ago. Silva was taller than Germain. He walked straight ahead, saying this, but not looking down at Germain. He was referring to the incident in August when Illumi collaborated with the Phantom Troop, intending to gather everyone's strength to deal with Germain on the train. Unexpectedly, Germain turned the tables later, and the situation reversed. Yuvajin, Nobunaga, and the newly joined member number 8, Silva didn't remember the name of this guy who died as soon as he appeared, of the Phantom Troop were all killed. Kurora, the leader, was hunted by Hisoka, and to this day, both are nowhere to be found. All of this was told to Silva by Illumi over the phone after he withdrew from the operation. Silva paused, then added another sentence. I've already told him not to accept any assassination missions related to you. I should say, none of our family will accept them. I'll remind him again after we return. The last time Silva reminded Illumi like this was the time before. At that time, he had just killed the Phantom Troop's old member number 8, and then warned Illumi and others not to touch the Phantom Troop. It wasn't worth it. Now, Germain, as an individual, also received such treatment, which represents Silva's complete recognition of Germain's combat power. Before him, only Netero and a few others had received such treatment. Germain didn't think too much when Silva said this, he was already used to being assassinated, it's just that in the past 6 months, fewer and fewer people have tried to assassinate him. November and December of last year were the times with the most people, but also the lowest intensity. Later, the number of people became sparse, but the combat power of those who came to assassinate increased, especially the Shadow Beasts and the Phantom Troop. He didn't mind adding in Illumi. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit strange. Last year, and at the beginning of this year, he was still worried about what to do if he encountered assassinations from the Phantom Troop or the Zaldik family, whether he should use his last escape method, the teleportation lantern. Now, what he thought was, let them come, once they come, they shouldn't go back. This was a completely different attitude, and it was the result of his continuous progress throughout this year. Since Illumi was mentioned, Germain recalled what he said on the train at that time. Silva, I heard from Illumi that Killua ran away from home. Silva was not surprised that Germain would care about Killua. When Killua ran away from home again, the Zaldik family conducted an internal investigation, and then saw the interaction between Germain and Killua from the surveillance at the main gate. At that time, Canary, the apprentice butler, was also nearby, so after a series of interrogations and coercions, part of the truth of that day was uncovered. After all, Canary was later sent away by Killua, so she didn't know much. However, because she didn't report the situation in time, she was still punished. After the punishment ended, she was not driven away, her apprenticeship was just extended. Because Silva believed that her loyalty to Killua was the only thing commendable, there was no need to drive her away. As for what exactly Germain and Killua said, Silva could probably guess with his toes. Although Germain was the culprit behind Killua's running away from home, Silva currently didn't have much intention of blaming Germain. After all, what was done, and there was no need to dwell too much on the past. He shook off the butler who was following him, and then there was no news. However, not long ago, Illumi said that a friend of his had accidentally run into a child who was suspected to be Killua. So, Illumi gave up on continuing to cooperate with the Phantom Troop and went to look for Killua instead, but he still hasn't found Killua. Truly, they were all Killua obsessed. Illumi abandoned his mission just for a rumored sighting of Killua, and Silva Zaldik and others from the Zaldik family expressed no objection, as if it were only natural. Germain looked at Silva. Are you very worried about Killua? Afraid that he might be in danger alone outside? Hearing this, Silva's mouth curved into a sneer, and he laughed contemptuously. Ordinary people can't hurt Killua. If it's an unuser, Killua would wisely avoid them before even making direct contact. I'm not worried about his safety. This was a fact. Judging by Killua's reaction when he encountered Germain releasing Nin, Killua had most likely already had a Nin needle implanted in his head by Illumi. The Nin needle would prevent the current Killua from attacking enemies he absolutely couldn't defeat. Silva was very certain of this. It doesn't matter if he can't be found now, he's sure to take the hunter exam early next year anyway. Right, Germain? That must have been your advice to him. Silva's last sentence was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Germain admitted it, there was nothing to hide, really. Yes. I just think that a genius like Killua should be put out there to have better room for growth. Silva nodded and walked up the airship's gangway. That logic is indeed correct. I also don't like keeping him confined, like raising a house dog, that would only make him become more and more like Mike, the Zaldik family's guard dog. His top-tier talent always needs to be realized, and realization requires tempering. This is unavoidable. However, once he awakens his Nin ability, the opponents he faces will be different, and he will eventually brave enough to attack enemies stronger than him. If no one guides him properly, Killua will suffer greatly. This is our real concern. As Silva spoke, he meaningfully glanced at Germain, then his tall figure entered the airship. Subsequently, Netero's loud laughter predictably followed. Did Silva actually lose? I really didn't expect it. Zeno, I won. What about the bet? Chairman Netero, I didn't bet with you, did I? Zeno's tone was helpless. Then it's settled. The bet will offset part of my outstanding debt. Ha 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 ha. No second martial arts match was held that day, everyone rested on the airship. The airship belonged to the Zaldik family, and it only had one servant, a tall female butler named Sabone. Sabone had two thick, large braids and wore a monocle over her right eye. She was a senior butler of the Zaldik family, taking direct orders from Silva. This was why Silva hadn't expelled Canary, he could see that Canary had the potential to become Killua's future personal butler. For example, Sabone obeying Zeno's orders was good, but if Sabone disobeyed Zeno's orders for Silva, that would be even better. Of course, Sabone would definitely be punished afterwards for doing so, but she would gain deeper trust from Silva. This was the difference between a general butler and a personal butler. General butlers couldn't even keep up. Canary would be willing to die for Killua, and this was what Silva wanted. After Sabone served dinner to everyone, she left the airship's dining room. Unless someone rang the bell, she would not appear on her own initiative. At the dinner table, only Netero, Zeno, and Silva were conversing. Germain focused on enjoying his dinner, rarely speaking. After a while, Netaro's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He put down his knife and fork, took out his phone, and answered. Netaro listened quietly for a moment, asked a few questions with a serious expression, then expressed agreement before hanging up the phone. Zeno and Silva both tacitly looked at him, only Germain was still cutting his steak with his head down. It was Morel's call, Netaro said proactively. Although I don't need it, he reports the latest situation to me every so often. Netaro raised his fork, put a piece of steak that still looked bloody into his mouth, surrounded by his white beard, and began to chew. Delicious. If I meet Subone later, I must compliment her. Her cooking is excellent, I really like all the dishes on this table. Zeno gave two dry, hoarse laughs. I imagine she would be honored to receive praise from the chairman of the Hunter Association. But let's get back to Morel's call, shall we? How are things over there? Netaro looked down at the remaining steak on his plate, pursed his lips. How should I put it? Morel and Knuckle are in one group and Knuckle and Shoot are in another. They are operating separately within the East Gordo Republic, achieving victories against the Chimera Ants daily. Additionally, 2 more Chimera Ants have defected to our side. They are currently in contact with Knuckle and Shoot and have decided to help humanity resolve the Ant King and Royal Guards. Zeno raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. If, before, Chimera Ants defected to the human camp because their loyal queen died, and the Ant King killed the queen and some of their companions, they couldn't be loyal to such an Ant King. One faction sided with humans, while another established its own. Those Chimera Ants that established their own factions should have already left this area and spread their activities to the nearby European continent. Those still remaining in the East Gordo Republic should all be the faction subservient to the Ant King. How do they also have a surrender faction? Netaro pouted. It's simple. They were born from the queen's feeding and mating, and most of them are mixed with human genes. Humans, you know. Even if some members were initially loyal to the queen and the Ant King, this emotion would start to change later. They would recall memories from their human period, remembering their relatives and friends. Most of these relatives and friends died at the hands of the Ant King and Royal Guards, and the desire for revenge would prompt them to make a choice, even overriding their fear of the Ant King and Royal Guards. Zeno nodded. I see. Then Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot are doing well. At least they haven't disgraced the name of the Chimera Ant Extermination Team. In fact, those who played a role in the Chimera Ant Extermination War were not only those on the Chimera Ant Extermination Team list, such as Morel. Currently, numerous pro-hunters are secretly active within the East Gordo Republic, acting as Netaro's ears and relaying all the latest intelligence. Sometimes, even if Morel and Knuckle didn't report their location or what they did, Netaro could quickly get accurate information through his ears. In addition, to prevent the Chimera Ant disaster from spreading further, pro-hunters like Lucky, recommended by Morel, are carrying out extermination operations in areas where Chimera Ants are present. It was the excellent performance of these pro-hunters that forced most of the Chimera Ants, who had originally left the NGL and the East Gordo Republic, to return. After the Queen's death, they intended to rule themselves and establish their own kingdoms. It wasn't until they encountered setbacks in the human world that the Chimera Ants realized it wasn't that easy. Not all humans in the outside world were pushovers. So, they found the Ant King and pledged allegiance to him. Whether it was genuine or not was another matter, but why not, if simply expressing loyalty could lead to the evolution of an ability from the Royal Guards. Chimera Ants have an extremely short growth period and extremely high talent. Mastering an ability is as simple for them as a newborn foal learning to stand. At the same time, this is also the instinct and talent of beasts that humans gradually abandoned after developing civilization. And those unknown hunters, those who didn't make it onto the Chimera Ant Extermination Team list, are the unsung heroes who forcibly brought the arrogant Chimera Ants back to reality. However, they are destined not to shine as brightly as the Chimera Ant Extermination Team. The reason is not that Morel and Knuckle bear the title of Chimera Ant Extermination Team members. It's that they dare to confront the most terrifying and top-tier Chimera Ants. This courage determines the difference between them. Netaro put down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin, and casually wiped the corners of his mouth. To be honest, Morel, Knuckle, Shoot, and Lucky, whatever they do is fine. Hearing this, Germain couldn't help but look up. Then he noticed that Netaro's eyes held an indescribable gloom, appearing extremely cold. How many Chimera Ants they exterminated, and which Chimera Ants they cooperated with, are not the most important things. The most important thing is how much help they can provide in the final decisive battle by doing so. The dinner party ended quickly. When Netaro met Subone again, he had surprisingly reverted to the smiling old man. He kindly praised Subone, with an expression as if his demeanor at the dinner party had never existed. Subone responded humbly, then glanced at Germain, who walked past her. On the airship, she had noticed the result of that unofficial match. Even with the rules limiting him, Master Silva hadn't used his full strength, but the same was true for Germain. A win was a win. This man named Germain had truly defeated Master Silva. Subone remained silent. This personal butler of Silva did not show any hostility towards Germain. On the contrary, she maintained respect when serving Germain. She, a senior butler, would never do anything unprofessional like that. Only if Master Silva needed her to resent Germain, needed her to express anger, would she resent and be angry. Similarly, as long as it was Master Silva's wish, she would maintain her duty as a Zaldiq family butler in front of Germain and complete her mission for this outing. The next day, the second martial arts match began. Thank you to Shiba for the reward. Thank you to my readers for your subscriptions, monthly passes, and recommendation tickets. Germain and Zeno were stretching in the pockmarked basin, a distance separating them. Netero still hadn't come to watch the fight, but this time it was because he had taken a call and later said he had urgent business, so he left alone. Subone, on the other hand, was cleaning and tidying up on the airship. So, the only one watching from the sidelines was Silva. He leaned against a large tree, his strong hands clasped across his chest, his sharp gaze fixed on the two figures in the basin. I wonder if father's move can break the deadlock? He shouldn't be as embarrassed as I was. Soon, both Germain and Zeno had finished warming up. The battle began. The hunched Zeno suddenly put his right hand behind his back, raising only his left hand, his nun converging like a blade. Although I wasn't there yesterday, Silva told me the entire process of his fight with you, so I have your intelligence. That's not fair. How about this, I'll let you have one hand, what do you say? Zeno said as much as he did, and without waiting for Germain's response, he raised only his left hand to his chest. He approached Germain with a smile. Germain, on the other hand, immediately adopted the formation of numerous materialized weapons that had appeared yesterday. Bang! At this moment, Zeno suddenly accelerated, his legs springing up from the ground, his entire body transforming into an afterimage, flying towards Germain. However, at the last moment, he revealed a ferocious smile towards Germain in midair, and his right hand, which had been behind his back, suddenly shot out. Emission-type dragon head play fang thrust. The nun, like a purple long dragon, suddenly blasted towards Germain at close range. At the same time, Zeno's offensive was accompanied by a fierce roar. This was his personal habit during combat, using a roar to maintain his own combat rhythm and then disrupt his opponents. It was like two drummers competing, using their own rapid drum beats to disrupt the others. Sometimes, it had unexpected effects. Sure enough, this father and son were exactly alike, both liked to surprise. No, it should be said that Zeno was much more cunning than Silva. If one really naively believed Zeno's words, they would suffer a loss at the very beginning. However, speaking of which, who would so carelessly and unconditionally trust him? In his impression, only Gon and Leorio might fall for it. Germain, who had anticipated this, saw the spiral cane floating in midair shoot out with a clang. It coiled around the purple dragon's body like a python, attempting to bind the purple dragon like a noose. A segment of the aura slot disappeared, and the meat cleaver suddenly shot up, transforming into a tall guillotine, which fell with a HxH sound, the blade striking towards the dragon's head. Zeno chuckled, his right leg whipping up like a lash, stomping on the spiral cane, and using the momentum, his right hand's purple dragon broke free from its restraints at the critical moment. He flung himself sideways, and then dodged the guillotine's blade. However, before he had flown even a meter, Zeno suddenly lowered both hands. Then echoed, and he actually paused in midair for a moment, then sharply turned back and charged towards Germain. At this moment, both his hands transformed into purple dragon heads, his nun like arrows. Ha. Zeno's mouth was slightly agape, his eyes fierce, completely devoid of his usual benevolent appearance, he was clearly a greedy evil wolf. In an instant, a short flintlock flashed before his eyes, its muzzle a black hole. Bang, the buckshot splattered like sparks, shooting towards Zeno's face. Zeno made a judgment in an instant, realizing the peculiarity of these bullets. So he rotated and joined his purple dragons in his palms, completely enveloping the buckshot, and then sent them out to the side without hesitation. Whoosh! The purple dragon that swallowed the bullets flew away and exploded not far away. At the same time, Zeno surged into the array of weapons swirling around Germain, which resembled a sword formation. He tore through their encirclement with extreme destructive power and speed. At a distance almost pressed against Germain, Zeno's eyes widened, and his nun exploded like a bomb, forcefully pushing away and shattering all the materialized implements. Now there was no longer any barrier between the two. Fight me in close combat. Although Zeno didn't speak, Germain could hear the wild voice in his heart. Germain first blocked the exploding nun coming at him, then, as he retreated, noticed Zeno pressing in again, and was forced to retaliate. Hiss! He threw a punch at Zeno, the force of the punch so strong it was almost materialized like a spiral cane, stabbing towards Zeno. Zeno showed no fear, his dragon head play almost twisting the local wind direction, his fang thrust biting towards Germain. Boom! Fists and palms met, then exploded, but both men were momentarily stunned. Germain was dazed because he only now realized that, unconsciously, his enhanced physique had actually given him the foundation to go head-to-head with an emission type, especially Zeno's emission type. He hadn't fallen into a disadvantage as he had imagined, instead, he was contending with Zeno's dragon head play and wasn't forced to retreat. Zeno also realized this at the same time, and his heart sank. So that's how it is. I actually tore off one of the chains binding him with my own hands. The next instant, a storm of attacks from both sides arrived, dazzling the eyes. Germain, who had re-evaluated his own combat power, and Zeno, who refused to back down, engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle in midair. Fists and feet clashed, looking like two dragons fighting various weapons and magical artifacts. Silva finally couldn't help but move away from the big tree and walk to the edge of the basin, watching the intense battle below with unwavering eyes. I thought yesterday's Germain was already incredible enough, but I didn't expect him to still have such a trick hidden, capable of making fathers so serious. Even more terrifying, father is already serious, yet there's still no sign of Germain showing any tendency to lose. Yesterday's Germain was the real Germain, today's Germain is also the real Germain. Is this guy gradually adapting to our combat power and making equivalent counterattacks? How could such a thing be possible? But if this is the truth, then, Silva felt a chill in his heart. He's looking for a combat power that won't kill us or cripple us, but can genuinely defeat us. Zeno, who was fighting Germain head-on, also thought of this point, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a hint of coldness in his smile. Brat! Zeno suddenly kicked Germain's arm, using the force to fly backwards, then performed a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. Immediately after, he roared loudly, raising both arms high. A giant purple dragon soared into the sky, transforming into a golden dragon in midair, and finally roared as it dispersed into countless golden dragon arrows, falling like rain. Dragon Head Play Dragon Star Cluster. The dense golden dragon arrows not only covered the entire basin but also affected the surrounding forest. Such a dense strike was truly terrifying and despair-inducing. Except for Zeno's location, there was absolutely no possibility of evasion. You little brat, fly out of bounds. Zeno was forcing Germain to make a choice, and then, the next moment, his eyes widened. Whoosh! A vortex powerful enough to distort the entire battlefield suddenly appeared. The golden dragon arrows, which were originally only a full-scale dense strike, were all forced to change direction, attracted by the vortex. After a brief pause, all the golden dragon arrows pierced in the same direction, all targeting Germain at the center of the vortex. Even Zeno had to plant his feet firmly and gather his nen to avoid being sucked into the violent vortex. What is he doing? Suicide? No, that's not right. If the dragon star cluster is all locked onto one direction, then there's a large space in front of him where he can move. Sure enough, the next moment, Germain disengaged from the vortex and rushed towards Zeno. And those dragon star clusters, following gravity and inertia, all converged and collided behind Germain, exploding with a roar. Bang 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 bang. Against the backdrop of golden light scattering from the explosions, Germain charged furiously towards Zeno. Whoosh! At the same time, a massive figure tore through the dazzling golden light, revealing itself. This was a beast skeleton, covered with a bit of black fur, yet it held a giant flamethrower, unleashing a raging sea of fire. Whoosh whoosh! In just an instant, Zeno's entire field of vision was filled with flames, as if he himself was in purgatory. Roasted by the high temperature as if being tortured, he, however, burst into laughter at this moment. That's right, you little brat, if you want to win against me, use all your strength. There's no reason to hold back. Heh. The purple fang-thrust giant dragon tore through the flames, proudly raised its head, and with its maw wide open, was about to bite the close by Germain. Crack! Germain didn't even look, his left hand swung diagonally, and his nen transformed into a gigantic meat cleaver, severing the head of the fang-thrust giant dragon, causing it to completely dissipate. Zeno pressed his lips tightly, wanting to rush forward and attack again, when he suddenly felt a murderous aura approaching, and wanting to dodge, he realized it was too late. Two bone claws swung from both sides, carrying a terrifying pressure, like two heavy hammers striking together, aiming to pound Zeno, this piece of iron. Boom! Zeno had nowhere to hide, his palms pushed horizontally to the left and right, and the purple dragon, with its overwhelming momentum, forcefully resisted the two bone claws. Damn it! However, the bone claws exerted force, and were about to close. Zeno trembled, then let out a fierce roar, gritting his teeth. Amidst the scattering golden light, he pushed the two bone claws out a little further, but unfortunately, he could never completely push them away or destroy them. At this moment, Germain had surged forward, right before his eyes. His eyes were fixed intently on Zeno. A wave-like killing intent rushed towards him, instantly engulfing Zeno and making him feel a sense of suffocation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Zeno's guard was completely open, with no means of evasion or defense left. He chuckled, but it was a look of calmly accepting death. The desire for slaughter surged, and Germain almost lost control of his impulse to kill Zeno. However, he ultimately maintained his rationality at the last moment, and his eyes cleared. Boom! His nen was suddenly withdrawn, shaking into the air like a giant cloak, finally turning into a loud explosion. The owner of the bone claws, that beast skeleton, vanished without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. The battle ended in an instant, the world was silent for a moment, and the entire basin was unrecognizable. Zeno lowered his arms, which trembled involuntarily from soreness, and his smile faded, suddenly feeling a sense of loss, then he closed his eyes. I lost. Zeno declared his surrender, then opened his eyes, his hands clasped behind his back. It was hard to imagine such a hunched, frail, 60-something body had just unleashed such immense power. Are you satisfied? Zeno's question clearly caught Germain off guard. Ha ha ha. So that's your reaction. I'll take that as a yes. Let's go, we're heading up. Zeno twirled a tuft of white beard, almost at a right angle like a shrimp claw, then chuckled as he turned and walked steadily towards the top of the basin. He walked on the sloped earth wall as if on level ground, showing no signs of slipping or losing his balance. Germain, cloaked in black, followed like a shadow. The two silently climbed out of the basin, the boundary Netero had originally marked long since blurred and destroyed by their intense combat. Silva walked over with a calm expression, very quickly accepting the fact that his father had also surrendered to Germain. Perhaps for others who were arrogant and thought highly of themselves, surrendering was a humiliation, but the father and son did not have such a psychological burden. A great battle. That was Silva's assessment. Germain's reply was a concise thank you. he was still immersed in the rhythm of the rapid combat just now, unable to fully disengage. The blood-boiling and murderous desires during that time made Germain wonder if it was the influence of the trait of bloodlust, or his inherent nature. It was a good while before he truly calmed down. Zeno glanced at him, thought of something, and then slowly turned to face him again. Germain, what Netero said at the banquet last night was very interesting, and it made me think of a question. What question? Germain looked at Zeno, a little curious. A playful smile appeared on Zeno's wrinkled face. Many of the chimera ants that appeared this time have memories from their human lives, their bodies are mixed with human genes, they can converse with humans, and they can make the same judgments and actions as humans. Like humans, they have diverse personalities, cunning, greedy, curious, kind, intelligent, foolish, pedantic, brilliant. Furthermore, they have now occupied the East Gordo Republic, launched a massacre of humans, and are attempting to transform inferior races into their own noble kind. One could say that, apart from their appearance, they are no different from the members of dictatorial governments that impose bloody rule elsewhere on the 6 continents. So, why do we go to such great lengths to fight them, yet turn a blind eye to other tyrannical governments in the world? Is there any difference between them? A good question. Germain took out his tricorn hat from his embrace and put it on, the shadow covering half of his face. He really wanted to answer that he came to prevent Netero from going down the path of mutual destruction with the Ant King. But he knew that wasn't the answer Zeno wanted. Because they only resemble humans, but are not human, they won't commit suicide or sign surrender agreements if they lose a battle. They eat humans, humans are on their menu, and in fact, humans are the most delicious food to them. As long as they live, they will continue to eat, and for that, their hunting will never cease. Humans don't eat certain meats purely because they are unpalatable, poisonous, or have better alternatives, not because they are dangerous. The chimera ants are the same. They are chimera ants, an alien invasive species that evolves very quickly. If we don't eliminate them in time, it will be the end for us humans. Germain was not exaggerating. In the timeline only he knew, Netero ultimately used the explosion of the poor man's rose to eliminate the Ant King Mirlem. However, after the explosion, the Ant King Mirlem actually resurrected once. The resurrected Ant King gained a terrifying teleportation ability, as long as it was within the range its end could cover, it could arrive in the blink of an eye. And the range of its end after resurrection far exceeded the entire palace of the East Gordo Republic, far exceeded Neferpitus, reaching an extremely terrifying level. In other words, if it were the resurrected Ant King, even if the poor man's rose exploded right in front of it, it could instantly teleport to a safe place, completely unharmed. In front of such an Ant King, all human thermal weapons would be meaningless. Furthermore, the Ant King's intelligence was constantly improving, and it would be extremely difficult to trick it into a trap again. One could even say that if it weren't for Komugi, the Ant King might not have voluntarily left with Netero for a one-on-one decisive battle. The reason Netero, the V5, and the Hunter Association chose to use the poor man's rose was the hope that its toxins would eliminate all subsequent possibilities. Facts proved this choice was incredibly correct. Zeno chuckled a few times. Germain, don't you feel any pity for the species that possesses intelligence similar to ours? Germain shook his head. I feel pity for stray cats and dogs because, as far as I can see, they pose no threat to me. I pity them because it fulfills my spiritual needs, gives me the pleasure of dominating them, and allows me to enjoy a social and family status that I can't experience elsewhere. Chimera ants cannot be pitied, they have dignity, and their species' innate abilities are far superior to ours. Our advantages are evolved, mature human social system. Individually, most humans are no match for them. They could completely replace humans, become the new rulers of the 6 continents, and stand at the top of the food chain. In other words, humans are not special, other species can also evolve and rule the world. This is what humans fear most. As a stray cat or stray dog, I will not pity humans. Even if the Ant King is a benevolent monarch and doesn't wish for humanity's extinction after victory, this emotion is only temporary, because he and the other chimera ants will soon feel the same fear. They will worry that one day, just as they dominate humans, after a new evolution, will in turn dominate them. From the very beginning, there was no other option, only the path of cutting the grass by the roots. To know that they, once grown, are enough to destroy human society, eat humans to extinction, and take humanity's place, yet still worry about their future, is either foolishness or arrogance. Zeno listened, couldn't help but chuckle a few more times. He had heard an answer that satisfied him. It seems Chairman Netero specifically requested your presence not just for your combat power, but also for your clear thinking. Alright, our playtime is over. Let's wait for Chairman Netero to return on the airship. I already have a premonition that once he knows the result, he'll mock me relentlessly. However, that night, Netero did not return, nor did he leave them any message. Everyone waited calmly, without impatience. It wasn't until November 13th that Netero suddenly returned to the airship, looking as self-satisfied as if he had never left. As Zeno had expected, upon learning the results of the mock battle, he unreservedly teased Zeno. And Zeno couldn't even get angry, because Chairman Netero was much older and senior to him. Subsequently, Netero informed Germain, Zeno, and Silva of 3 things. First, the royal guards had begun a large-scale selection and transformation of the populace within the East Gordo Republic. These people would serve as the Chimera Ant Army, living a second life. Humans, especially non-users, once transformed into Chimera Ants, would have their inherent abilities amplified. An ordinary non-user could very likely see a sudden surge in combat power. Such concentrated selection and transformation was dangerous. Second, the final battle time for the Chimera Ant Extermination War had been set, November 23 at midnight. Netero had already communicated this to Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot. At that time, no matter what happened, everyone would launch an attack on the palace where the Ant King and royal guards were located. Third, Netero informed everyone that if he was unable to defeat the Ant King during the decisive battle, he would use the ultimate measure, the poor man's rose bomb, to perish with the Ant King. This was a decision made at a strategy meeting far from the East Gordo Republic, in the deep rear. Zeno's mission was updated. In addition to preventing the royal guards from interfering with Netero's decisive battle with the Ant King, he also had to use his inability to transport Netero and the Ant King to the wilderness above an underground military weapons testing ground, some distance from the palace. This wilderness had open terrain with only a few mountains and no nearby civilian residences, making it an ideal place for battle. Netero had been away for several days to undergo surgery, embedding the poor man's rose into his body and setting the detonator to be linked to his heartbeat. If his heart stopped beating for more than 2 seconds, the detonator would ignite the poor man's rose hidden within him. This extremely small bomb, however, could unleash terrifying power in an instant, enough to cover the entire underground military weapons testing ground, consuming both him and the Ant King. The reason for not directly detonating the poor man's rose in the palace was the numerous humans still alive inside. Those at the strategy meeting were unwilling to bear the responsibility afterward. Furthermore, since Netero wanted to fight the Ant King, it was convenient to let Netero alone bear the responsibility. This way, it should be foolproof. Zeno remained silent for a moment, then agreed. Netero stopped Germain's potential words with a look. I know why Lin wanted you to come, but if you don't have a better method, there's no need to say anything more. Simply raising a problem without offering a solution is meaningless. And I have a definite task to entrust to you. Theoretically, the explosion and toxins of the poor man's rose should be enough to kill the Ant King. However, given that this Ant King is the most special one among all those that have appeared before, he needs to be treated differently. Netero stroked his short beard on his chin, looking out at the night view from the airship's porthole. According to intelligence, Nefertiti, one of the royal guards, has awakened an ability that has the effect of repairing and modifying limbs. Although the possibility is very low, it might be able to repair the Ant King's shattered body and eliminate the poor man's rose's toxins, allowing the Ant King to survive. Even if that possibility is extremely low, it must be completely eradicated. Netero's tone became grim and unyielding. Germain, your target is Nefertiti. You must either prevent it from reaching the Ant King before the Ant King is confirmed dead, or kill it to end everything. If you cannot accomplish this, then there is no need to think about anything else. Germain was not an emotional person, he didn't hesitate for long before agreeing. Because Netero's words were not baseless speculation. The Ant King gained such abnormal abilities after resurrection by consuming 2 of the royal guards, what if he had consumed all 3? The next day, Netero proactively suggested a mock battle with Germain. Zeno and Silva came to watch the battle. Netero stretched his limbs, then looked up, deep in thought. That's true, but I have a detonator installed in my heart. Even in a martial arts competition, a single mistake could render everyone's efforts useless. I still need to be careful, and you have to look after an old man like me. Since that's the case, let's modify the rules, shall we? Although Netero spoke in an inquiring tone, he wasn't actually asking for Germain's opinion. He had already given his final, pre-prepared plan, a characteristic of his usual style. Seemingly democratic, yet in reality, overbearing. Not only that, he also pretended to have just thought of the plan. Germain calmly waited for Netero to continue. How about this? The new rule is, you cannot launch any form of attack against me. You can only dodge, defend, or destroy my attacks. As long as you continuously dodge my attacks 10 or more times, you win. As for how I win, the decisive battle with the Ant King and the royal guards is set for November 23 at midnight. So, if you haven't won by November 22 at midnight, then I win. The venue is no longer limited to the basin, but expanded to the entire primeval forest. Netero smiled. How about it, Germain, have you understood the rules? Are there any parts you don't understand? Are you ready? Indeed, Netero had no intention of asking for Germain's opinion, he had already decided everything. In fact, Germain could refuse such extremely unfavorable conditions. Because even the Ant King from before his rebirth couldn't continuously dodge Netero's attacks 10 or more times. Netero's attacks were almost impossible for the Ant King to defend against, but hitting the Ant King was still achievable. However, Germain did not refuse. This was actually a good opportunity. To persuade the stubborn Netero, one must gain his true recognition, just like Grandma Lin. Even if not for that, practicing and adapting to how to dodge attacks of Netero's caliber would be immensely beneficial for Germain. Since you have no objections, then. Netero kicked off his wooden clogs, revealing his legs clad in short white socks, his thigh muscles suddenly bulging. Let's begin. He showed a sinister smile. Bang. The next moment, Netero shot up into the air. As fast as lightning, as fleeting as a shadow. But once in midair, he seemed to completely defy gravity, hovering effortlessly and calmly crossing his legs, forming a Buddhist hand gesture. Come. The terrifying pressure and aura shone like the sun, but in Germain's eyes, it transformed into a giant golden Buddha statue. Numerous golden, glowing arms bloomed like lotuses behind the Buddha statue, resplendent and ethereal. HxH Canon. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to see the golden Buddha statue at all, because this wasn't a conjuration, but an emission. Germain isn't an user, his seeing was actually feeling that overwhelming aura, enough to delineate the outline of Netero's Nin emission. Just like Xeno's Dragon Head play releasing purple dragons, Netero's HxH Key Cannon, when performed at its peak, could also release an unparalleled, terrifying Nin. Netero, hovering in the air, deeply imprinted the image of the golden Buddha statue into Germain's perception of aura, making it impossible to easily erase. Netero's hand movement seemed so slow, yet in an instant, he had completed the entire process of preparing, gathering Nin, and striking. It was as if several seconds in between had been cut out. Bang! The moment the Buddha statue of HxH Key Cannon materialized, Germain completed his Nin defense and focused on discerning the direction of the attack. However, before he could even react, the golden palm formed by Nin had already blasted him away. Bang! He crashed through numerous trees, and before he could stop, a giant hand blade descending from the air chopped him to the ground, embedding him deep into the soil and rock layers. Bang! HxH Key Cannon, first form. The Nin convergence of Germain, Xeno, Silva, and others was already extremely fast, ranking among the top Nin users on the 6 continents. However, Netero was the one who perfected this, and no one on the 6 continents could surpass him. Enemies often couldn't perceive the flow of Nin before being hit by an attack, making it impossible to predict the landing point of HxH Key Cannon's palm techniques. Most Nin users could only feel the result, but not see the process. Those who could see the process were the cream of the crop among Nin users. Germain initially fell into a similar situation, but gradually caught up with HxH Key Cannon's preparation, striking, and retraction. What he lacked now was reaction time. Germain extricated himself from the crater, only for the giant palm of HxH Key Cannon to appear in his vision again, and this time it was a pincer attack of 2 palms. Bang! HxH Key Cannon, third form. Netero, with his long earlobes and a face like a Buddha, let out a mocking laugh at this moment. Germain, my rule is that you win if you continuously dodge 10 or more of my attacks. At this rate, you won't win, you know. Thud. A dull thud sounded. A gigantic spear suddenly appeared, forcefully prying open a sliver of a gap between the 2 palms of the cannon, which were formed by Nin pressure. Germain flew out. The spear then shrank back into the form of a spiral cane, which was crushed into scattered Nin by the cannon's 2 palms. Ho, you've still got some tricks. Netero revealed a playful smile and then increased the difficulty. HxH Key Cannon, fourth form. This time, Germain had to dodge the cannon's palms attacking from 3 different directions. Enveloped by the giant palm winds, he flitted about like a tiny mosquito. Xeno and Silva watched this unique chase from afar. No, that's not right, it should be a one-sided game. The entire primeval forest trembled as powerful destructive power reverberated everywhere. Silva pressed his lips together. Father, do you think Germain could possibly continuously dodge Chairman Netero's attacks 10 or more times before November 22nd at midnight? Xeno clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. How could I know such a thing? I can't predict the future. No one can say what the future holds, but what's before our eyes is certain. Have you noticed? Yes, I have noticed. Even under such a suffocating barrage of attacks, Germain still shows no obvious injuries. Xeno narrowed his eyes. Among the new generation, I thought Jing was the most outstanding, but I didn't expect there to be a Germain, truly terrifying. Xeno's new generation actually encompassed everyone under 50 years old. At over 70, he was qualified to make such an assessment based on his lifelong experience, and no one could refute him. Germain didn't just start showing this physique now. When he successively challenged the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle and the disease spreader, he had already avoided severe injuries from their attacks. At the same time, Netero finally descended from his suspended state to the ground. But from beginning to end, he never stopped his assault on Germain, who was not far away, and was even increasing its intensity. HxH Key Cannon had already reached the 15th form. Whenever Germain tried to dodge, Netero would stick close. As soon as he saw any sign of Germain adapting to the current speed and power of his palm winds, he would immediately unleash a stronger form. Amidst the shaking earth, a clearing was blasted into the forest, as if some giant beast had dug through it. Suddenly, Germain's Nin erupted, black and white interwoven and scattering. A white skeleton with only sparse black fur suddenly burst forth, wielding a gigantic meat cleaver and a spiral cane, to contend with Netero's HxH Key Cannon. At this moment, HxH Key Cannon had already reached the 27th form. Netero couldn't help but let out a cold snort and a laugh. This kid is not only starting to adapt to the intensity and speed of my HxH Key Cannon, but he also faintly has the ability to counterattack. If I hadn't set the rules beforehand, he would probably have pounced by now, wouldn't he? He's simply a monster. HxH Key Cannon, 35th form. HxH Key Cannon, 43rd form. HxH Key Cannon, 51st form. With frequent increases in intensity and rhythm, Netero finally suppressed Germain and his skeletal undead once again. All of Germain's possible movements were almost completely covered by HxH Key Cannon, leaving no blind spots. Netero's usual preparation, striking, and retraction were all performed in one fluid motion. You have nowhere to run. You have nowhere to run. Germain gritted his teeth, unwilling to let go of any possibility of escaping the Five-Finger Mountain. Netero mocked him again. Germain, you wouldn't just have these few tricks, would you? Have you reached your limit? I can use HxH Key Cannon, and we're only just past halfway. HxH Key Cannon, 64th form. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying destructive power, coupled with almost non-stop attacks, plus full coverage, increased intensity and speed, and no counter-attacks allowed. Germain was trapped in an absolute predicament, like a beast caged in iron. It seemed there was truly no other way. To not lose, he had to push himself to the limit. A dark crown suddenly appeared, hovering above Germain's head like the sword of Damocles. The thorns of torment had mercilessly pierced into Germain's physique. Roar! Flesh and blood filled the bones, and a terrifying giant beast roared at Netero in the sky. Netero's dense palm wines were torn apart by Chaos Roar's claws. Again. Crimson and bloodthirsty. HxH Cannon, 72nd form. Netero calmly struck, but missed twice in a row. That colossal figure actually possessed speed sufficient to dodge HxH Cannon's current palm wines, which was incredible. Netero's expression became a bit more serious, no longer intentionally scoffing. This guy really did have a final trump card hidden away, but it looks like the burden on him must be heavy. This should be fun. In the distance, Germain's Chaos Roar and Netero's HxH Cannon were still locked in fierce combat, with deafening explosions echoing endlessly. Zeno and Silva exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's expressions. Due to the limitations of the rules and the venue, they hadn't been able to use their full strength in their sparring matches with Germain in the past few days. By the same token, they also figured that Germain hadn't used his full strength either, surely holding something back. However, they never expected that when Germain brought out his trump card, it would unleash such power, enough to contend with Netero's HxH Cannon. This scene was truly magnificent. Germain's Chaos Roar only defended and didn't attack, yet it managed to block every single strike from Netero's HxH Cannon. His performance was already outstanding enough. Unfortunately, his condition for victory was to continuously evade Netero's attacks more than 10 times. Simply blocking the attacks wasn't enough. Netero had no time for idle chatter, he now needed to focus intently. Having missed 2 consecutive attacks on Germain earlier, he decided he had to increase the intensity. HxH Cannon, 85th form. Chaos Roar retaliated. As Netero unleashed golden palm strikes, his breathing also became rapid. He realized he had already used the 85th form, and Germain was still adapting. Most importantly, Germain began to change his strategy, no longer moving as much, but instead using the body of the Chaos Roar to withstand the bombardment of the HxH Cannon. The Chaos Roar either blocked the HxH Cannon's bombardment or took the hits head-on with its body. As a result, Netero's attacks had failed to hit Germain 4 consecutive times. If, in human form, the formation of those materialization-type weapons was the ultimate expression of materialization type, transmutation type, and manipulation type, then his materialization type Beast had an enhancement type performance capable of rivaling my HxH Cannon. Perhaps the abilities of emission type and transmutation type haven't been shown yet, it's hard to say. Netero's lips curled into a smile. HxH Cannon, 99th form. Boom 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 boom. Dazzling golden bombardments suppressed the Chaos Roar, which was swinging its claws wildly in the air. The fluctuations of Nen made the forest and mountains seem to be caught in a hurricane. Falling leaves, branches, and dust swirled chaotically in midair, and even the sky grew a little darker. Roar. The Chaos Roar once again tore through the HxH Cannon's offensive, creating a void in the originally impenetrable golden world. Germain shot out from it like an arrow towards Netero. Netero's eyes narrowed as he felt the murderous intent rushing towards him. Directly attacking me is against the rules, has his reason been consumed by bloodthirsty desire? Then I'll make him sober up. Netero was about to clap his hands together to trap the charging Germain, but then he suddenly noticed that Germain's aura weakened, like a kerosene lamp gradually dimming. Bang! The next moment, Germain plunged to the ground. The Nen around him suddenly dissipated, and the Chaos Roar also paused for a moment before vanishing into thin air. Only the dark crown above his head and Netero's HxH Cannon remained. What happened? Netero narrowed his eyes and withdrew the HxH Cannon's palm strike. Is it that he still can't control this ability, unable to withstand its cost for a long time? It seems that the rule preventing Germain from attacking has hit a fatal flaw in this ability of his. He can only contend with me using the HxH Cannon if he employs that Nen Beast. And once he uses the power of that Nen Beast, the burden he bears every moment demands that he finish the fight quickly. Netero withdrew his palms, and the HxH Cannon disappeared. He walked in front of Germain and saw that Germain had already gotten up, the dark crown still suspended high above his head. What is the cost of using this ability of yours? Germain rubbed his throbbing temples, stood up, his eyes bloodshot. It's stress, damage to my mind and spirit. The dark crown you see is the materialization type of the torment of stress. As long as he used the Chaos Roar, the dark crown of torment would definitely appear, only without the characteristics of fear, paranoia, selfishness, masochist, and so on. Netero understood. Then, if this torment of stress continues to accumulate, what will happen? If it keeps accumulating, I'll go insane and eventually die from mental exhaustion. How did you solve this problem before? You couldn't have just let the torment of stress go unchecked, could you? The torment of the dark crown will disappear on its own after half an hour. As for stress, there are currently only 4 ways to reduce it. Germain extended 4 fingers, retracting one with each method he stated, until his hand was a fist. Bisky's magical aesthetician cookie, Gourmet Hunter's gourmet food, Greed Island's cards, and critical strike. Germain's champion aura was a way to reduce some stress when it arose, not a way to reduce stress after it had already arisen, so it wasn't included. Netero stroked the white beard on his chin. Bisky and the Gourmet Hunter aren't here, so the methods you can rely on are only Greed Island's cards and Critical Strike. I generally know about cards, but what is Critical Strike? Germain briefly explained the definition. Netero pondered for a moment, then smiled. If that's the case, then things are simple. Simple? Germain was a bit confused. Netero smiled and said. You just need to continuously land critical strikes to keep the stress below a certain limit, avoiding the outcome of mental exhaustion, isn't that right? Continuously land critical strikes? Germain's lips were tightly pursed. Such a thing is not that easy. The number of critical strikes he had landed in various battles over the past year combined was less than 100. The number of critical strikes in crucial battles was even less than 10. Although Germain possessed traits such as Human Bane, Beast Bane, and Evil Bane, which could increase the critical strike probability, it couldn't make critical strikes continuous or normal. Netero's words were truly asking the impossible, just like the game rules he set. He couldn't help but recall Bisky's evaluation of Netero. That's just how he is, he often gives me or my subordinates tasks that should take a year or a year and a half to complete, but then demands they be finished within 1 or 2 months. Netero's current demand was based on the same principle. Germain, I don't care what method you use to trigger critical strikes and reduce stress. I will be here, and the final deadline will not change. You can evade, you can concede, during this time, it's up to you, and I will honor our agreement, waiting until midnight on the 22nd. After that, I will declare my victory. Germain, cherish your time, and make your judgment. One misstep, and you might not even be able to participate in the Chimera Ant's decisive battle, either dying from mental exhaustion or slinking away. This is my reminder to you. So, let's stop here for today. Netero turned and left. He picked up his discarded wooden clogs. After putting them on, he chatted with Zeno and Silva for a while, then pointed in Germain's direction and said something, before returning to the airship. Zeno and Silva walked towards Germain. We've already heard about the situation from Chairman Netero. How do you plan to deal with the stress torment? Germain already had a plan in mind. He reached inside his dark robe, unzipped it, and pulled out a box. Opening it, he revealed a stack of hard cards, marked with the English inscription of Greed Island. Before coming here, my companions prepared some things for me. He drew out the cards one by one. These cards, when used, can materialize certain objects or achieve specific effects. They include food from gourmet hunters and abilities that directly reduce stress. I will use them. Zeno chuckled twice. It seems you won't give up this fight easily. Very well, we wish you good luck. Half an hour later, the Dark Crown in Torment status indeed disappeared, but that wasn't the main point. That evening, Germain used a Greed Island card to unseal the dishes Menchi and Buera had prepared earlier, serving them at the dining table, though only for his personal consumption. Afterward, he used another card to summon the Fragrant Hair Maiden, who continuously provided a scent that eliminated stress. Later, he also tried out the experimental cards created by Duen and List, which were based on Bisky's magical beautician cookie. As they were prototypes, their effects were far less useful than the real magical beautician cookie, but better than nothing. Due to his resilience trait, all of Germain's stress-reducing treatments were amplified. This allowed him to keep his stress below the 100-point torment threshold before the battle began on the second day. That day, he first tried not using Chaos Roar, but Netero's HxH key cannon completely overwhelmed him to the point of suffocation. Thus, he could only unleash Chaos Roar again. As soon as Chaos Roar appeared, the situation changed significantly. Netero's HxH key cannon could no longer suppress Germain, and Germain's evasion count increased steadily. However, the burden brought by Chaos Roar forcibly reaching the torment threshold still prevented him from sustaining it for too long. Netero could secure victory simply by engaging Germain in a prolonged battle. That day, he triggered a critical strike once, but only once, and the amount of stress reduced was not significant. The torment made him quite uncomfortable, especially as his stress levels approached the 200-point threshold of exhaustion. However, he was not without a solution for exhaustion. He had brought the Breath of the Archangel card. As Breath of the Archangel cards were quite difficult to replenish, Germain currently only had 3. One of them he had held for a long time, and the other 2 were recently replenished. But for him, it was enough, as each person could only use one anyway. By using Breath of the Archangel before reaching exhaustion, Germain could restore himself to an excellent state, clearing his stress levels entirely. If it became truly unavoidable, Germain would have no choice but to use one of the 3 Breath of the Archangel cards he possessed. That evening, Germain heard about new developments from Morel and Knuckle from Netero. Knuckle used his Nen ability, 4-dimensional mansion, to set up entry and exit points near and within the palace occupied by the Chimera Ants, facilitating the infiltration at midnight on the 23 RD. During this time, Knuckle was almost discovered by the royal guards, but luckily he escaped in time. Furthermore, his disciple, Palm, in order to utilize her monitoring type Nen ability, Lonely Deep Sea Fish, had to personally see the Ant King and the royal guards. For this, she infiltrated the palace, but her whereabouts are now unknown. It's highly probable she was captured by the royal guards, either becoming food for the Ant King or an object of modification for the royal guards. Netero's tone was cold. Having personally experienced the viciousness of the royal guards and being powerless regarding his disciple's disappearance, Knuckle suffered a mental breakdown, turning his hair white overnight. He is highly unlikely to participate in the decisive battle anymore, at most he can provide a certain degree of support. Chimera ants particularly enjoyed consuming humans, especially non-users. They were the most delicious among humans, once tasted, that flavor would never be forgotten. If Palm was captured and eaten, she would most likely be sent to the Ant King's dining table. If she was being modified, it would certainly have begun by now. Germain had met Knuckle and Palm, the master and disciple, once before. He still remembered the bespectacled, refined Knuckle, and the disheveled, resentful Palm. Since they had participated in the Chimera Ant's extermination, they needed to play a role, otherwise, it would be better to withdraw immediately. Their abilities were precisely the kind that could serve as scouts. And scouts, during wartime, undoubtedly had a very high casualty rate. Therefore, Germain did not mock or belittle Knuckle for breaking down because of this. Knuckle had a mental breakdown only after completing all his work. He did not delay the decisive battle, and instead still played a very important role. Not just any non-user, placed in his situation, could calmly achieve their mission objectives. This was like throwing an ordinary person into the asylum from Outlast and expecting them to escape on their own helpless and despairing. After Netero finished speaking, he added a sentence. Regardless of what Knuckle ultimately decides to do, the time for the decisive battle will not change, everything continues. As if inspired by the events concerning Knuckle and Palm, Germain decided to change his approach. He would still try to lower his stress below the 100-point torment threshold, and then he would actively engage in some stress-increasing actions. Killing penalty, bad gambling trait penalty, bloodlust trait penalty. Germain would actively allow his stress to cross 100 points, and then refresh his status through this. Under extreme stress control, it was a choice of two, torment or virtue. If it was torment, Germain's use of Chaos Roar at this time would not stack the torment. This would come at a higher cost than using Chaos Roar normally, as he would have to bear the specific torment. Besides that, the order of Chaos Roar materialization and torment would be swapped. If it was virtue, Germain's stress would be forcibly cleared by a large margin. When using Chaos Roar at this time, due to the presence of virtue, torment would not form, meaning stress could not be forcibly raised to 100 points. At the same time, virtue would also increase Germain's critical strike probability, thereby increasing the chances of critical strike stress reduction. Although the probability of virtue was lower than that of torment, it was worth a try. Germain decided to use this approach to gradually master Chaos Roar, and then, he would continue to contend with Netero's HxH Key Cannon. Thus, for the next few days, he cycled between the purgatory of torment and the paradise of virtue, and he showed no signs of stopping from beginning to end. In these frequent attempts, Germain experienced virtue only a mere 4 times, all others were torment. However, Germain still had to continue. Even seasoned individuals like Netero, Zeno, and Silva watched Germain torment himself in this way, trying to find a glimmer of hope amidst the madness, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. His body endured the bombardment of HxH Key Cannon, but he had the protection of physique and the giant lake rune. Mentally, he only had the barrier of rationality. Even though he knew it was a nightmare, even though the pain kept him from sleeping, he persisted in doing so, and cleverly thought of using the Sleeping Maiden card to substitute his sleep, thereby avoiding another side effect. Germain's resilience deeply impressed Netero, Zeno, and Silva. Boom, boom, boom. Raising his hands, praying, striking, retracting in the seamless HxH Key Cannon offensive, Netero would have a fleeting moment of clarity, recalling the distant past. It was indeed a very distant past. That year, he was in his 50s, roughly Bisky's current age, and his HxH Key Cannon had reached its peak. Immediately after descending the mountain, he engaged in a duel with a martial arts master, betting the reputation of their respective schools, to test his own mettle. However, Netero only threw one punch, and the opponent merely glanced at it. His sonic boom-like punch moved the master so much that he voluntarily knelt down, admitted defeat, and requested to become Netero's disciple. Netero had, in fact, taken many disciples, teaching them the profound principles of Shinjin-ryu, which he had created and comprehended, including that martial arts master. It was a pity that the man had passed away, and the memories had become much fainter. Now, among the Shinjin-ryu disciples who are still alive and have achieved something, only Bisky and Wing remain. I heard Wing recently took on a disciple named Zushi. Wing is very steady, so the disciple he chose shouldn't be lacking in talent. It's just that he is too upright and righteous, not as cunning or adaptable as his master, Bisky. In the future. Boom. Netero's eyes suddenly widened. Under the brilliant moonlight, that giant savage beast once again escaped from his 5-finger mountain, dashing through the mountains and forests. This isn't good, this isn't good. I'm actually having fleeting illusions, like a revolving lantern. It seems Germain's Chaos Roar has caused me to accumulate a lot of stress. Netero pursed his chapped lips, and the 99th form of HxH Key Cannon transformed into countless golden lights, catching up to Germain. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the dazzling palm, fist, finger, and blade techniques of HxH Key Cannon, Chaos Roar tore through more than half of them, looking ferocious and striking. However, Netero still landed a palm strike on Germain, sending him, who was at the heart of Chaos Roar, flying out. Germain, wrapped in a black robe, streaked across the sky like a meteor, falling into the flattened, once forested dark shadows. Bang! Chaos Roar pursued him. Netero looked at the rising dust in that direction and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That was Germain's latest record just now. He has now dodged my HxH Key Cannon attack 8 times in a row. Just a little more, just a little more. I really can't relax for a moment. Right now, only my accumulated combat experience far surpasses his. I cannot be careless in the slightest. Who knows, if I'm not careful, he might win. The tense Netero sprinted a few steps, jumped into the air, and shot like an arrow towards Germain's landing spot. In the distance, on the peak of the mountain range, Zeno stood with his hands behind his back, and Silva stood behind him. They stood like two tall and short trees. They came to watch the battle every day, especially in the past few days, they often watched for an entire day without feeling tired. Germain was tormented and troubled again and again, yet in the intervals, he found the solace of virtue. That he could persist until now without rest was truly astonishing willpower. Now, Netero, even using the 99th form of HxH cannon, could barely suppress him completely. A one-sided offensive was already struggling to suppress Germain. It's unimaginable what the situation would become if he retaliated. The father and son's surprise gradually subsided in silence. Silva's eagle-like eyes retracted, looking at Zeno, and he still couldn't help but speak. Father, Chairman Netero's deadline is approaching. Do you think Germain can continuously dodge Chairman Netero's attacks 10 or more times under such unfavorable circumstances? Zeno didn't answer immediately, but just stared straight ahead. The 4 large characters lifetime active on his chest fluttered in the night wind. After a long while, he turned around, his hands still behind his back. I've said it before, I cannot predict the future. Germain might be able to do it, or he might not. That's not something I can determine, the decision rests with those two. Watching their battle, for me, they put me in an awkward position. I can neither admit to being old, nor can I say that my time has not yet come, because Chairman Netero is older than me, and Germain is younger than me. Ha ha ha, these two really blocked all my paths. He walked towards the airship landing site. Silva hesitated for a moment, then followed. If Germain were given more time, I believe there's a high chance he could meet the victory conditions. It's just a pity that time is too short. Zeno snorted twice. These are the rules set from the beginning, agreed upon by both sides. What more is there to say? Silva nodded. That's true. The two figures disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, Germain climbed out of the deep pit where he had been struck down by HxH cannon, the dark torment crown hovering above his head. The injured chaos roar, like a small mountain of shadow, enveloped Germain, its terrifying aura constantly asserting its presence. Then, it pressed its huge forelimbs down, its crimson eyes fixed on the sky, and a threatening growl rumbled in its throat. Ugh, 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 ugh. Netero shot up into the air, and in mid-air, he crossed his legs, once again assuming the HxH cannon starting stance he had taken countless times. However, only Chaos Roar's attention was focused on Netero. Germain, however, held his head high, gazing at the crescent moon in the dark night, as if in a daze. Netero's eyelids drooped. Has he given up? Has he finally reached his limit? To be honest, his ability to persist until tonight has greatly exceeded my expectations. I originally thought he would have suffered a complete physical and mental collapse the day before yesterday, but he stubbornly endured until now. Let me praise you in my heart, Germain. The future is yours, but tonight, it still belongs to me. Netero raised his hands, prayed, and struck, completing the 99th form of HxH cannon in an instant, launching an all-encompassing, airtight, devastating attack on Germain and Chaos Roar. This was Netero's confident final blow. Before that 99th form of HxH cannon descended, Germain, for the first time in a long while, fell into deep thought. At this very moment, he was thinking about things completely unrelated to this battle. What day is it today? What time is it now? It seems to be the evening of November 21st. My concept of time is a bit blurry. Recalling it, the night I awoke in this world was November 21st of last year. So, it's been 1 year since I came to this world. Many things have happened this year. Many things I worried about back then are no longer problems, and many things I hoped for back then are now within reach. But there are still many things I haven't pursued yet, for example, the depths of the Dark Continent. Speaking of which, why am I going to the Dark Continent? Ah, right, it's because I want to know all the secrets of the Dark Continent, and I want to surpass Dawn Freaks, to become a hunter unlike any before or after. It's for such a reason, just for this, to bet my own life and the lives of my companions. Incredible. I really can't understand it, I really can't understand it. In the eyes of most people, my choice must be quite absurd. Clearly, the 6 continents have everything I need. Given time, I might even be able to rule the 6 continents. I've already been to the Dark Continent and obtained 2 kinds of hope. Such achievements are enough to go down in history. Isn't that enough? Should I choose a different path afterward? Becoming the strongest non-user in the 6 continents like Netero, creating my own school, and taking on the role of chairman of the Hunter Association, this is a good path. Like Zeno and Silva, building their family into the world's #1 assassin family is also a good path. Like the Ant King, Miriam, controlling a country as a starting point, expanding to the entire 6 continents, and ruling the world according to his own ideas, is still a good path. Indeed, all of them are very good. However, Germain did not choose any of these paths. Yes, the reason has long been clear. Pleasure. I am like a cat pouncing on a ball of yarn, a dog chasing a car's taillights, rushing headlong towards ultimate pleasure without looking back. The shivers of fear, the wails of despair, the pinnacle achieved by transcending all of this is in the Dark Continent. I cannot escape this temptation. Yes. I absolutely cannot stop here, and I absolutely will not stop here. I've made up my mind once again. Netero, suspended in the air, distinctly felt the change in Germain in that instant. He paused, but couldn't help but curl his lips into a greedy, ferocious smile. Is that so? Netero retracted his palm in an instant, then extended his right hand, straightening his middle finger, curling his ring and pinky fingers, and joining his index finger and thumb. Then let me see your resolve. Behind Germain, HxH cannon appeared silently. Golden light flashed, and a pair of large palms gently approached Germain as if in a dream, then closed, trapping Germain tightly within their grasp. Bang! The nearby chaos roar only reacted at this moment, wanting to turn back to save him, but it was too late. 9 bullets condensed in HxH cannon's mouth, containing terrifying destructive power, then all shot towards Germain, who was trapped between the palms. Zero hand, roar of mercy. Boom! The destructive golden light poured out, striking Germain in the palms of HxH cannon, then piercing through the flat ground and cutting through the thick rock layers. Rumble! After the earth-shattering tremor, HxH cannon finally dissipated. Netero descended from the sky, letting out a long, turbid breath. His physical body involuntarily showed signs of aging fatigue, but it wasn't severe. Netero did not use the full power of Zero Hand, because to use its full power would mean to unleash all his nin as cannon fire, with the goal of completely destroying the target. He certainly didn't want to put Germain to death like the Ant King. However, even so, this close-range Zero-Hand strike of his possessed astonishing power. So, what will happen? He slowly calmed his breathing, then looked in Germain's direction. There, dust billowed, and Germain was not visible. As for Chaos Roar, it had also disappeared. Did he still fail? Did Chaos Roar also disperse after Germain was defeated by me? Netero recalled Germain explaining the function of Greed Island cards to everyone on the airship not long ago, mentioning the SS rank card, Breath of the Archangel. He held 3 Breath of the Archangel cards in total, then gave 2 of them to Netero and Zeno, along with custom Greed Island card cases for storage. How to use them was up to Netero and Zeno to decide. Netero remembered that card and couldn't help but smile. It seems one of the Breath of the Archangel cards would have to be used on Germain now. As he thought this, the dust and smoke largely dissipated due to a strange gust of wind, revealing a figure. Netero was startled, because he saw Germain, his clothes tattered, but still standing perfectly straight. He's fine? This was completely unexpected by Netero. In that instant, Germain was brimming with pure whitenin. The next moment, it surged outwards in a radial pattern, like a breached dam. Buzz. A stable, holy halo replaced the trembling dark crown, his eyes were bright and unwavering. Not only Netero, but even Zeno and Silva, who were far away and planning to return to the airship, couldn't help but stop, looking in astonishment at the direction from which the nin was surging. What on earth is this? This nin was so profound that they had never seen anything like it in their lives. The resolve, fearlessness, focus, courage, and exhilaration it contained seemed to transmit directly into their minds. At this moment, they empathized with Germain, and were involuntarily infected and inspired by his mental fortitude, captivated by his tenacious will. Subone in the airship also couldn't help but come to the porthole, gazing from afar at the brilliant light. It rushed into the endless night, as if to turn it into day. The first to break free from this state was Netero. He calmly raised his hands, prayed, and struck, meticulously, and even at this stage, there were no mistakes. This was the result of his tempered body and mind. HxH cannon, 99th hand. Again. HxH cannon's 1,000 hands, blasted through the pure white holy light, striking mercilessly at Germain. But it missed. Germain suddenly appeared in another place, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Once, twice, thrice. Boom boom boom. The dense barrage of attacks repeatedly plowed the already ravaged ground, changing the terrain here permanently. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. Netero's heart sank. He had to predict his landing spot and curb his momentum. 10 times. Prediction failed. 11 times. Prediction failed again. HxH cannon's offensive could no longer hit Germain, and that holy light was getting closer, reaching Netero's eyes in an instant. Netero's eyes narrowed, then he calmly withdrew his hands, took a breath, and lowered them. I didn't expect you to actually do it. The holy light on Germain gradually dissipated like fireflies. Yet his condition was surprisingly good, he felt every part of his body was under control. He spoke slowly. Chairman Netero, for the decisive battle after midnight on the 23rd, I will eliminate 2 of the royal guards as quickly as possible, then rush to your side. Eliminate 2 of the royal guards meant that even if Ant King Miriam were to be reborn, he wouldn't reach the abnormal level of the original timeline. The last royal guard, with the combined strength of the other Chimera Ant extermination team members, would be enough to handle it. It had always been Netero who spoke with unquestionable authority to others, but this time, it was reversed, it was Germain's turn to speak to him. And the current Germain was indeed qualified to say such words. Chairman Netero showed a complex smile. Heh, Germain, I don't need you to care for me to this extent. Humph. Do whatever you want. Netero relented. November 22, 1998, 11:26 p.m. Only half an hour remained until the agreed midnight decisive battle time. Inside the simple and unadorned 4-dimensional mansion, its owner, Knuckle, stood leaning against a boundary wall. His once shiny black hair had all turned faded grey, and his eyes behind his glasses seemed to have lost their luster. I'm sorry. Knuckles' voice trembled. I really can't do it. He ultimately refused to participate in the upcoming palace infiltration battle. All he could do was escort everyone in the four-dimensional mansion to the designated exit. It was hard to imagine that the current Knuckle and the Knuckle from half a year ago were the same person. Also, about Palm, I'm entrusting her to you. Find her. Knuckle felt ashamed of his powerlessness, but whenever he tried to summon courage, he recalled the din of the royal guards he felt that day. Their ferocity and terror had crushed his mind. At that time, Knuckle had suffered stress and torment, and even now had not fully overcome his fear. It was as if he had been branded with a mental imprint of fear. He could no longer fight. Barring any accidents, his future career as a pro hunter would be limited because of this. It was basically impossible for him to become a 3-star hunter. Knuckle hung his head, not making eye contact with anyone inside the four-dimensional mansion. No one blamed him either. Morel, sitting cross-legged on the ground, pushed his large pipe aside and sighed softly. All right, I promise you, I will do everything I can to find Palm, alive or dead. After he finished speaking, he looked at the others in the four-dimensional mansion. Besides the original Chimera Ant extermination team members, 2 new reinforcements from the Chimera Ant side had joined. Knuckle of Heaven's Reckless Loss. Shoot of Dark Hotel. The Chimera Ant squad leader, Melioron. The Chimera Ant brigade leader, Icalgo. Melioron had voluntarily joined the Chimera Ant extermination team, wanting to avenge his deceased Chimera Ant companions against the Ant King and royal guards. Icalgo, on the other hand, had become friends with Knuckle after a fight. He greatly admired and respected Knuckle's loyalty, and so he joined the Chimera Ant extermination team. In fact, there were many other Chimera Ants who sided with humans, but for various reasons, they did not participate in this decisive battle. For example, Brigade Leader Colt, a Chimera Ant resembling Legenzi. He recalled his memories as a human and found his biological sister, who had also reincarnated as a Chimera Ant. Colt took his sister, who had transformed into an ant, to the rear. The siblings planned to return to the NGL after this decisive battle to see if they could reunite with their mother. The Octopus Doctor, the Polar Bear Squad leader, the Koala Brigade leader, and other Chimera Ants were afraid to confront the terrifying Ant King and royal guards, and also retreated to the rear, accepting surveillance from the human side. Therefore, only Melioron and Icalgo, 2 Chimera Ants, joined this decisive battle. Having lost Knuckle, a major fighting force, and possibly receiving little support from him, everyone felt nervous and uneasy. Originally, Knuckle's four-dimensional mansion would have helped them maneuver more flexibly in combat against the royal guards. But Knuckle was now terrified and in very poor condition, forcing him to join might lead to low-level mistakes in the extreme battle, so it was better not to have him go. Since things had turned out this way, they had no choice but to accept the fact. In the upcoming decisive battle, only the 5 of them would infiltrate the palace. Oh, no, that's not right, there was also Chairman Netero. Chairman Netero was the core of this decisive battle. However, since he was only one person, he would definitely be in a one-on-one fight with the Ant King, leaving the remaining royal guards to be dealt with by others. Thinking of this, everyone's mood grew even gloomier. Although they had not directly fought the royal guards, various circumstantial evidence indicated that the royal guards' strength surpassed all of theirs. The current 5-person Chimera Ant extermination team had to hold off the royal guards to buy Chairman Netero time to deal with the Ant King. But how easy was such a thing? Not to mention, there was also a terrifying possibility. What if Chairman Netero lost to the Ant King? Who would deal with the Ant King then? Are we supposed to deal with the Ant King? A suffocating atmosphere spread, and morale plummeted. Morel wanted to say some encouraging and inspiring words, but he didn't know where to start. Ding ding ding. Just then, as if knowing the situation here, Morel received a text message from Chairman Netero. He read it for a moment, then couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone listen, Chairman Netero has secretly found 2 helpers, and they will support our operation. Secretly found 2 helpers? Everyone couldn't help but look up, curiously gazing at Morel. At a time like this, where would Chairman Netero find helpers? And what kind of helpers would they be? Could it be the Zodiacs? But hadn't Chairman Netero and the Hunter Association Investigation Division and assisting examiners forbidden the Zodiacs from participating in the extermination? Morel's face was now full of joy. One is Mr. Zeno of the Zaldik family, and the other is Germain. Zeno Zaldik was famous, Knuckle and Shoot had all heard of him and immediately recognized the name. But Germain? Which Germain? It couldn't be that Germain, could it? Morel looked at everyone. It is that Germain, the fastest single-star hunter Germain, the Germain who eliminated several Phantom Troop members and annihilated the Shadow Beasts. Knuckle and Shoot, you should be more than familiar with him. It seems Chairman Netero personally requested him to come to the East Gordo Republic as well. Knuckle and Shoot couldn't help but show expressions of both surprise and joy. It really was him. They hadn't expected Chairman Netero to actually find Germain, who was always elusive. This way, Knuckles' combat power gap would be filled, and the hope of winning the decisive battle would increase by another point. What a turn of events. Melioron and Icalgo, however, were very confused. Who were Zeno and Germain? Why did everyone become so excited upon hearing their names? Were they exceptional in some way? Among them, the octopus-like Icalgo, emerging from a Chimera Ant corpse, curiously observed the group, who seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline. He wore a knitted hat, looking like a cute octopus plushie. Icalgo's ability is children playing with corpses, he can parasitize and manipulate fresh corpses. Besides that, he can also remotely shoot enemies with an air gun. Relatively speaking, he was the strongest at long range and weakest at close quarters among those present. If he had a partner to cover him, he would dare to use his air gun from a distance to shoot chimera ants inside the palace, excluding the king and royal guards. Unfortunately, the chimera ant extermination team was severely understaffed, Knuckle had withdrawn from the decisive battle, and the remaining people were barely enough to deal with the royal guards. His opportunities to be effective were extremely limited. Without a partner, he could only use children playing with corpses to parasitize a chimera ant corpse, infiltrate the enemy camp, and search for Pom's whereabouts. This was a last resort. However, things seemed to be taking a turn for the better now. Hearing Morel speak of new helpers, Ikalgo was pleasantly surprised, thinking that these two might become his partners. So, Ikalgo asked, "Who are Zeno? Who is Germain?" Knuckle, bare-chested, excitedly puffed out his chest, his pompadour hairstyle shaking with him. Zeno Zaldik is one of the top assassins in the human world and knows Chairman Netero. Germain is someone we're familiar with, like us, he's a highly trained pro hunter. Ha ha ha, with them here, our operation is sure to succeed. As Knuckle said the last sentence, he looked at Melioron, his tactical partner in this decisive battle. His confidence wasn't entirely baseless, he believed in his own and his companion's abilities. Melioron's ability is God's accomplice, as long as he holds his breath, even N cannot perceive him. At the same time, he also possesses the chameleon-like ability to blend with his surroundings, camouflage, and turn invisible. He can share these two abilities by touching Knuckle's body. In other words, Knuckle, who becomes God's accomplice, can, in cooperation with Melioron, approach the royal guards, or even the Ant King, without anyone knowing, and launch an attack. And Knuckle's Hakaware can then be activated, causing the enemy to unknowingly go and bankrupt and then forcibly enter a state of Zetsu, unable to use an ability. In this way, even if only one royal guard loses their ability and can only fight with their chimera ant physical capabilities, it would be a huge weakening of the enemy. At that point, the chimera ant extermination team would gain an advantage. From this perspective, Melioron is a versatile support. However, Melioron's effectiveness when paired with Morel, Shoot, or Ikalgo was not as good as with Knuckle. For example, Shoot's Hotel Refleisure requires a corresponding level of damage to take away parts of an enemy or trap the entire enemy in a cage. In the original timeline, he trapped Kite, who had been turned into a puppet, in a cage, but only after severely injuring Kite to meet the conditions. To trap a royal guard in a cage, he would have to inflict even more terrifying damage, which is extremely difficult to achieve. His attacks might not even be able to break through the royal guard's defenses. In comparison, the pairing of Knuckle and Melioron was the most perfect. Upon hearing Knuckle's explanation, Ikalgo immediately chose to believe him and raised his octopus tentacles. If that's the case, could one or both of them partner with me? That way, I could also play a certain role. Knuckle paused for a moment, then shook his head. No. They came with Chairman Netero and will likely have their own missions. Even if we meet them, they won't act with us. Ikalgo showed a regretful expression, his octopus tentacles drooping in disappointment. Is that so? If that's the case, I'll continue with the original plan, infiltrate the castle's underground by stirring up trouble to search for Pom's whereabouts. There were members of the Chimera Ants who sided with humans, and also members of humans who sided with the Chimera Ants. The former President Diego of the East Gordo Republic was a human defector, he served the Chimera Ants and gained benefits from it. In the castle's underground, he built a world of debauchery for himself, placing the selected human females there and achieving his desires through coercion and inducement. Either become food for the Chimera Ants, or become my woman. The helpless women had no choice but to comply. The Chimera Ant extermination team speculated that Pom might be there, or had left clues there. Knuckle nodded. That's the only way. Ikalgo, be careful when the time comes. Ikalgo raised his octopus tentacles, indicating that it was no problem. Germain, hey? Nob, who had been silent for a long time, adjusted his glasses, his thoughts returning to 6 months ago. He and his disciple, Pom, first met Germain in a hospital, where he was ordered to help Germain and others relocate. At that time, Germain had just dealt with 2 Phantom Troop members, and the remaining members were searching everywhere for him. At that time, he was still at a disadvantage in his struggle with the Phantom Troop. However, a few months later, 2 more Phantom Troop members died at Germain's hands. Since then, the remaining Phantom Troop members vanished without a trace. The Phantom Troop had been defeated by Germain, forced into hiding, everyone clearly understood this. And now, that Germain had changed his role, becoming the one to reinforce them, personally named by Chairman Netero. Among so many non-users who wanted to help Chairman Netero chose only Zeno and Germain for a reason. Germain might have already gained Chairman Netero's approval. Nob's eyes were downcast, his glasses reflecting the lantern light, obscuring his expression at the moment. He raised his hand and covered his chest, as if it was faintly aching. My companions are about to fight a bloody battle, my disciple's life hangs in the balance, the person I admire has no blame for me, the person I helped is now helping me in return. Nob, do you really intend to hide here and do nothing? He stood there quietly, as if his time had come to a standstill. Morel glanced at the time, grabbed his large pipe, and stood up. Only 10 minutes left until the operation begins. Everyone, get ready. In the East Gordo Republic, President Diego's palace appeared unusually quiet under the night sky. Neferpitu, one of the royal guards, crouched like a gargoyle on top of a palace castle. It was guarding here, preparing for a possible attack. This was indeed a possibility. Although they had never directly engaged, it knew that several experts had arrived from the human side and were constantly inflicting casualties on the Chimera Ants' active forces. It always felt that the humans would make a big move sooner or later. Most humans were weak, but there were also strong ones among them, and Neferpitou would never underestimate them. The other two royal guards were doing the same. Yupi, another of the royal guards, guarded the essential staircase leading to the palace where the king resided. It proved correct to guard here. Some time ago, they discovered and captured a woman attempting to break in. After dissecting and manipulating the woman's brain, Neferpitou learned that her name was Palm, and she was part of the group of pro-hunters opposing them. Her goal was to infiltrate and see the Ant King or the royal guards, after which she could use her Nen ability, Lonely Deep Sea Fish, to remotely spy on the internal situation of the palace. Unfortunately, Palm always acted alone, and her memory contained no information about other hunters' combat plans. Perhaps considering the possibility of Palm being captured, the pro-hunters did not tell her the plan's details, and it seemed to have worked. Neferpitou couldn't get more information from Palm, so it subjected her to Chimera Ant transformation and then threw the egg encasing her deep inside the palace. Eggs, just like the one encasing Palm, now hung all over the canopies of trees throughout the palace, densely packed, like white, ripe fruits, awaiting their metamorphosis. The king needed a companion, a queen. The reincarnated Palm might catch the king's eye, or perhaps not. Regardless, it was just a casual move. In any case, the queen could not be human. Shiapoof, the last of the royal guards, had always complained about this, constantly chattering to the other two royal guards. It believed that the king was too focused on a human named Komuji. Ever since repeatedly losing to Komuji in Gunji, the king had become obsessed. Gunji should have been a pastime, but the king took it very seriously, and out of love for the game, also showed great care for Komuji. Komuji should have been their meal long ago. Although Shiapoof's thoughts were absurd and incredible, the royal guards didn't mind easily crushing such a minuscule possibility. However, they then realized that the king was still in high spirits, even choosing to self-harm to defeat Komuji. Neferpitou healed the king. Nevertheless, all three royal guards realized that they couldn't kill Komuji now, otherwise, Komuji would become an insurmountable figure in the king's mind. Shiapoof was displeased about this but chose to endure for the king's sake. The citizens of the East Gordo Republic, by order of President Diego, the corpse puppet manipulated by Neferpitou, gathered outside the palace and were subsequently put into a mass hypnosis by Shiapoof. This group of humans would be selected, some would be transformed and reincarnated as Chimera Ants, becoming the king's army, while the rest would be stored as provisions for future expansion and advance. Everything was ready. Only those hunters, they were the variable. What would they do? Suddenly, Neferpitou sensed something and involuntarily looked up. High above the clouds, unseen by it, a monstrous bird trained by the Zaldik family flew past, and three figures descended from the sky. There were actually 4 people on the Zaldik family's domesticated super-large monster bird: Germain, Netero, Zeno, and Silva. However, only Germain, Netero, and Zeno jumped off the super-large monster bird. Silva controlled the super-large monster bird, circling high in the sky, and would descend to the ground to rendezvous with Zeno after receiving his signal. Other than that, he had no other tasks. This way, their father and son's work would be completely finished, and they could leave and return to the Zaldik family. Whatever Germain and Netero encountered, and whatever the final outcome, it was none of their concern. Only if Germain and Netero survived would they and the Zaldik family father and son have a chance to interact again. Germain, Netero, and Zeno plummeted from high in the sky, the strong winds whipped at their clothes, but they enveloped their entire bodies in Nen, forcefully pressing them down. In doing so, the three were as solid and unyielding as 3 meteorites, tearing through the air towards the palace on the ground. Their expressions were devoid of sorrow or joy, like stone statues. The next moment, Zeno manipulated his hands as if to grasp the wind's pressure points, and a long purple dragon burst forth between his palms. Dragon head play. The massive purple dragon, with its imposing aura, circled once in the air before descending below the three. The three rode the descent, standing on the dragon's body, slightly bowed, gazing indifferently downwards. This way, their descent speed was slightly reduced, but it was more composed and stable, allowing them to better cope with threats from below. Soon, Zeno sensed an incredibly evil Nen from below, forming an irregular N that enveloped them and the purple dragon like a shockwave. Without much thought, everyone knew it must be the Nen of one of the royal guards. Zeno didn't even make eye contact with the others, he immediately acted, shaking his hands, and the purple dragon, amidst violent tremors, instantly transformed into a barrage of arrows shooting out. Dragon head play, dragon starfall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden dragon turned starfall arrow barrage instantly covered the entire East Gordo Republic palace. At the same time, Netero, Germain, and Zeno all tacitly entered the state of Zetsu. They blended into the dragon starfall, their figures swallowed by the night, coldly awaiting the royal guard's reaction. The initiative was now in their hands, they had made their move, now they waited for the opponent's response. Neferpitou, with white curly hair and a pair of cat ears, was the first of the royal guards to detect the enemy's aerial surprise attack and responded independently, timely adjusting its end towards the sky. It believed that by doing so, the other 2 royal guards would soon realize the anomaly. However, Neferpitou was not asking them for help, but reminding them to fulfill their duties. Everything they did was for the king, beyond that, everything else was meaningless. However, when the purple giant dragon descending from the sky suddenly transformed into a golden dragon arrow rain covering the entire palace, Neferpitou was caught off guard. What should be done in this situation? But Neferpitou quickly calmed down, even gradually becoming excited. Nothing needs to be done. This was a feint to mask the main attack direction. If it were to truly deal with each golden dragon arrow, it would fall into the enemy's trap. Calmness, excitement, anger, worry, joy, and various other emotions surged in its heart, further stimulating Neferpitou's potential. Its cat-like vertical pupils stared intently at the night sky, and soon, it sensitively noticed the three human figures maintaining the Zetsu state. Then, its expression changed again. These three humans were, without a doubt, the strongest three among the human experts it had encountered. 3 against 3, the royal guards against the three humans, the quantity happened to match, but there was no guarantee whether there were other humans invading the palace. If there was a fourth such powerful individual, it would be disastrous. Moreover, 2 of these 3 humans were quite troublesome. It was likely that once they engaged, the battle would not end quickly, and there was even a possibility of defeat. Before Shiapuf and Yupi arrived, it had to make a choice between 2 options. No matter what, it had to let one enemy escape. The choice was very important. If it chose incorrectly, and the human it let go bypassed Shiapuf and Yupi, threatening the king, then it would be solely responsible. Troubled and annoyed emotions made it frown deeply. Which one to choose? That old man with the braid? Or that young man in the black robe? This hesitation actually lasted less than a second before Neferpitou made a decision. Bang! It leaped from the pillar, agile as lightning, dodging numerous golden dragon arrows, and lunged directly at Netero, who was wearing a Shinjinryu combat uniform. When I performed craniotomy on Palm, she said under my control that the chairman of their hunter association was the strongest among the humans, and he had also come. According to Palm's description, this elder was very likely that Chairman Netero. Deal with him first. Unlike most chimera ants, the Ant King and Royal Guard's inability awakened shortly after birth. This was their innate talent. As for chimera ants other than them, they generally needed to undergo the baptism of ability attacks to awaken their ability. This was the difference between them. Therefore, Neferpitou had actually mastered ability for a long time and had evolved in this aspect. As it lunged in front of Netero, it utilized its evolved ability to push its physical functions to the extreme. Terpsichore. The Scarlet Nin, imbued with malice, made Neferpitou bare its fangs like a demon. Netero, descending from the sky, looked at it indifferently and disdainfully, a smirk playing on his lips. Little kitty, you were wrong from the very beginning, terribly wrong. In reality, you have no choice. Neferpitou's eyes widened, not understanding Netero's meaning, but feeling the danger contained within it. Then, with its extreme observational skills, it noticed Netero's hand movements. Raise hand, pray, strike. HxH Cannon, second form. So fast. This was Neferpitou's only remaining thought. Boom. The golden and surging from the side, with the force of a thunderbolt, blasted Neferpitou away, sending its entire body flying out of the palace. Even under the Ant King's tail swipe, Neferpitou only suffered a minor scratch, so the impact of HxH Cannon resulted in the same outcome. However, under the impact of HxH Cannon, it could barely maintain its balance and was continuously sent flying out of the palace, unable to stop the force of the impact. As it was about to be blasted to a very distant place, about to be out of combat for at least a few minutes, its eyes darted, and it saw Shiapuf appearing not far away. Neferpitou called out to Shiapuf, but Shiapuf ignored it. He spread his beautiful butterfly wings, crying and rushing towards the palace where the king was located. Neferpitou couldn't help but frown again. Once Shiapuf calmed down, he would surely realize that mere golden dragon arrows couldn't harm the king. There was no need to be so panicked. But Shiapuf was the most emotional of the royal guards and the most willing to sacrifice everything for the king. He didn't think much and flew towards the king. Whether the golden dragon arrows could harm the king or not, Shiapuf would not allow them to offend the king, even by a tiny bit. Actually, Shiapuf's correct choice should have been to directly engage one of the 3 humans in the sky. But now, since he had already flown towards the king, let him go. Yes, Neferpitou had no intention of letting Shiapuf help it stop. It had its own method. In midair, Neferpitou used Scarlet Nin to materialize a giant humanoid doll, its lips sewn shut with stitches, and its fingers covered in threads, looking quite eerie. Dr. Blythe. This was its Nin ability, which it could use to heal wounds or modify bodies. As a specialization type, it could possess specialization type Nin abilities for healing and modification, as well as materialization type and manipulation type Nin abilities. This was the advantage of the main and subsystem. Dr. Blythe, like other Nin abilities, possessed restriction and vow. Its condition was that once Dr. Blythe was materialized, it could only remain fixed in place, and Neferpitou's tail was connected to it, with the two unable to separate by more than 20 meters. Neferpitou, in turn, utilized this restriction and vow. Dr. Blythe remained suspended in midair, while Neferpitou was still being blasted away by the shockwave of HxH Cannon, not stopping. However, the next moment, their connected tails pulled Neferpitou back with a loud creaking sound. Neferpitou stopped because of this. It blinked its eyes, about to spread its end towards the palace to assess the current situation, and then suddenly felt a needle-like premonition of danger. When Neferpitou looked up, it saw the young man in the black robe descending towards it. Little kitty, you were wrong from the very beginning, terribly wrong. In reality, you have no choice. It couldn't help but recall what the old man had said. Neferpitou knew from Palm's memory that the old man was very likely the strongest among this group of humans, named Netero, which was why it chose Netero as its target. As for the black-robed man in front of it, Neferpitou could not identify him. Palm and Germain knew each other, but her memories were complex, and most of them selectively focused on her teacher, Knuckle. For Neferpitou to obtain effective information, it had to analyze Palm's confession bit by bit. This would be a considerable amount of work, and Neferpitou couldn't possibly find everyone in Palm's memory and match them one by one. It could only look for people Palm had met recently. Those were most likely members of the Chimera Ant extermination team. However, now there were two exceptions. One was the old man who released the golden dragon arrows, and the other was the black-robed man in front of it, whose threat was no less than that of Netero. Among the people Palm had met recently, there seemed to be no one matching their appearance, which indicated that they were individually sought out by Netero. Neferpitou's thoughts completed in an instant. It understood that it had to fight and finish quickly with the black-robed man here, otherwise, there would be no possibility of returning to the palace. A moment later, it realized that this was the most absurd idea. Neferpitou felt it was absurd because it saw the black-robed young man raise his hand, but had no time to react, and was blasted away in the next instant. Bang! In fact, Dr. Blythe was blasted first, and then it forcefully crashed into Neferpitou. They were both knocked down by this impact, rapidly plummeting towards the ground. Neferpitou and Dr. Blythe were like a mother and child connected by an umbilical cord, or like entangled headphone wires. First blasted away by Netero's 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva, then knocked down by the black-robed man's attack, it was also furious. To counterattack, it first needed a clear view. Neferpitou had no choice but to dispel its manifestation, which cleared its vision. When its vision was clear, the black-robed man had already vanished into the night. Where did he go again? Neferpitou's N expanded in all directions like an amoeba. Its eyes also searched up, down, left, and right, and during this time, it was still falling involuntarily. The next moment, it felt a life form rush into its N, but it still didn't have time to react before it was kicked in the waist. Bang! As if receiving a second acceleration, Neferpitou felt intense pain, and this time it changed direction, shooting sideways. It knew clearly that it had been kicked away, and it hadn't even seen the opponent's movements clearly. How could such a thing happen? Until now, only the Ant King, Netero, and this man in front of it could give it such a sense of oppression. Neferpitou realized that such an enemy was not an opponent that could be easily dealt with while simultaneously extending its N. So, it immediately changed its strategy, contracting its N to its immediate surroundings. Abandoning long to medium range sensing ability to enhance its short range reaction time. Seeing the ground getting closer and closer, it didn't even manifest Dr. Blythe for a second deceleration. With a powerful enemy at its side, if it manifested Dr. Blythe, it would be no different from presenting its own weakness. At that time, the restriction and vow that forcibly fixed Dr. Blythe in place would truly make it suffer. Bang! Its back finally slammed heavily onto the ground, sending gravel flying several meters high, and its entire body was deeply embedded in the earth. Germain landed on the edge of the deep pit. A strong wind blew, revealing his hands and feet, which he had used to strike Neferpitou, from under his black robe, looking quite eerie. His hands looked as if they were wearing gloves made of dark metal. His fingers were sharp like a demon beast's claws, but above his wrists, they were covered with spirally twisted white bones. In addition, a holy halo floated above his head. This was his new form, acquired after he gained control of the Chaos Roar's power the day before yesterday. Abandoning the stability of the 5 aura slots, he gained the ability to evolve, like Yuppie. To use this Chaos Fusion form, Germain still had to forcibly fall into torment, wearing the Dark Crown. However, once he entered battle, the Dark Crown would switch to a holy halo, acquiring virtue. In other words, as long as he didn't stay out of combat for too long, he would be blessed by virtual holy light, gaining the power of the non-beast Chaos Roar and virtue bonuses. Once he left combat for a period, the virtual holy light would switch back to the torment crown, harming his body and mind. At this time, he would still have the power of Chaos Roar, but it would be weakened by torment. He wanted to completely end the cycle of virtue and torment. He needed to wait for half an hour in the state of torment. If he fought again within half an hour, the cycle would restart, and he would need to stop and wait another half an hour. Now, the cycle of heaven and purgatory for Germain and Neferpitou had begun. Germain aimed his palm at the inside of the deep pit, and his sharp beast claws instantly twisted and transformed into a huge nozzle. Chaos, flame jet. Hiss. Flames spewed out like a fire dragon, rushing into the earthen walls of the deep pit, immediately filling the pit with fire. Sparks scattered in the night sky, like dazzling starlight. Germain, however, no longer looked inside the deep pit, but shifted his gaze along the ground, looking into the distance before stopping his gaze. Pfft! A figure burst out of the earth from there, revealing its disheveled and ferocious appearance. Neferpitou's clothes were almost completely burned away, and its white curly hair was charred black. After escaping, its golden slit pupils shifted towards Germain. If it hadn't manifested Dr. Blythe to shield itself from the flames, then watched it burn to ashes, taking the brunt of the disaster. If it hadn't been for Terpsichore allowing it to exert its physical abilities to the extreme in a life or death moment, quickly digging a tunnel, it would have been roasted alive by now. However, what made it even more uneasy and fearful was that even after doing all this, it could only flee desperately to this point under Germain's hands, unable to counterattack. How was it supposed to fight? Neferpitou was not afraid of dying, because one thing was more important than its life, and that was the Ant King's safety. This person could threaten the Ant King. Neferpitou clearly realized this point. If he were to rendezvous with the two people from before and attack the Ant King together, the consequences would be unimaginable. He must be killed here. Neferpitu's body tensed, ignoring the burning stench and severe pain all over its body, and with dark eyes, it rushed straight at Germain. He must be killed to protect the Ant King, just like an ordinary Gunji piece. The firm belief born from protecting the Ant King caused its Terpsichore to perform exceptionally, reaching an incredible speed. It reached Germain in the blink of an eye. However, Neferpitu remained calm. It didn't attack recklessly, but instead, with the flexible footwork under Super Terpsichore, it rapidly flickered left and right. So fast that even it wasn't sure of its own position. Even Zeno and Sylva's shadow step and body bend couldn't compare to Neferpitu's current level. It should be said that they couldn't be compared. Germain just stood there, watching it dart around, not reacting at all. At a certain moment, Neferpitu believed it had caught a weakness exposed by Germain. Its claws, swift as wind, grabbed at the back of Germain's head, intending to tear off his skull and dig out his brain. Germain, however, didn't even glance, turning sideways, and his left palm swiftly and fiercely struck Neferpitu's face. The roaring claws immediately plunged into Neferpitu's face with a hiss, blood gushing out. Neferpitu's slit pupils widened, and its entire movement was abruptly halted. It wanted to retreat in terror, but it was too late. Germain's left claw pulled and tugged, and Neferpitu involuntarily lunged towards Germain. And Germain's right arm suddenly transformed into a metal blade, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Chaos, sawing butcher knife. The serrated right arm machete chopped down, cutting Neferpitu from its left shoulder to its right waist as easily as slicing tofu, flesh, and blood flying everywhere. Neferpitu was split in two, its upper body falling to the ground with blank eyes, dying an unnatural death. I am unwilling. Its eyes were wide open, but after life departed, its obsession with protecting the Ant King caused its corpse to violently spring up, pouncing on Germain like a demon. The crimson then transformed into an even more terrifying dark resentment. This resentment could make non-users do incredible things after death. For example, sealing others in enhancement, resurrecting from the dead, or like this, erupting to deliver a final blow capable of mutual destruction. However, Germain was one of the people on the 6 continents least afraid of resentment. He threw his right fist, hitting Neferpitu squarely in the face, smashing it inwards. At the same time, his hunter badge on his chest emitted a dark vortex, greedily devouring Neferpitu's resentment. Whoosh! Neferpitu's final resentment thus vanished in an instant, becoming sustenance for Germain's hunter badge. Its erupting upper body fell to the ground, finally becoming limp and lifeless. In a sense, Germain's Nen ability and the Ant King Miruem's shared many similarities. The Ant King Miruem enhanced his Nen by devouring flesh and blood. Germain, on the other hand, enhanced his physique and aura capacity by absorbing resentment. It's just that the Ant King Miruem benefited from his species, his abilities were more abnormal, and he was born with the combat power of a king. All that remained for him was to continuously raise the king's upper limit through his own devouring Nen ability. Because he absorbed Neferpitu's resentment, Germain's chest, in addition to the original blood intoxication and giant lake, now had an additional rune pattern. Giant Deep Sea, a rune shaped like a cluster amaryllis, was branded on Germain's chest, enhancing his resistances in all aspects. All abnormal factors applied to Germain, including mental influence, toxins, disease, dizziness, etc., would be mitigated by this resistance. It was equivalent to the physique that Zaldiq family members cultivated and forged from a young age, superimposed on Germain. Germain, however, had no time to look down and check what rune he had gained, in fact, he didn't care at the moment. He turned around and headed straight for the palace. From the beginning of the battle with Neferpitu to its end, Germain and Neferpitu had no verbal communication, and the victor was quickly decided. He and the royal guards also didn't need to communicate, everyone had their own reasons for having to fight. As Germain sprinted towards the palace, he saw a purple dragon circling in the sky, with 2 figures above it. One was Netero, and the other was the Ant King Miruem. Their battle was also about to begin. Zeno's dragon head play would send them above a distant weapon testing ground, making it a new battlefield. Germain only glanced at it before refocusing his attention on the palace. He had a second target. However, before Germain reached the palace wall, he saw a figure leap over the wall and land in front of him. Zeno, hunched over, landed steadily with a serious expression, holding a young girl in tattered clothes in his arms. He saw Germain, paused, then gave a bitter smile. My dragon dive accidentally injured this human girl, leaving her critically ill. When Chairman Netero and I found the Ant King, we saw him holding the girl. The Ant King said he knew our intentions and asked to make a deal with us. He could leave with us and go to a different place as a battlefield, but we had to heal this girl. He said the girl's name was Komuji. The Ant King had always been considered a symbol of cruelty and terror. He had caused so many human casualties that Netero and Zeno were both stunned when they saw the scene and heard his request. Was this really the Ant King Miruem from the intelligence reports, who ate large amounts of fresh human flesh and blood every day? It was truly incredible. Due to being out of combat for a period, the pure white halo above Germain's head switched to a dark crown. His expression also subtly changed, but he skillfully suppressed the various irritable and chaotic thoughts surging in his mind and heart. Zeno also noticed the change in Germain's pure white halo and dark crown, but he said nothing about it. Germain looked at the young girl in Zeno's arms. She had thick white hair tied in 2 large braids, thick eyebrows, tightly closed eyes, and snot flowing from her nostrils down to her mouth. He knew about Komuji, and he knew why the Ant King Mirlem would be entangled with her. It seemed that no matter how much the timeline was advanced or changed, many things would return to a similar yet different state from the original. The fate of those within it had changed, but not completely. Zeno also looked down at Komuji, not noticing Germain's expression at this moment. The Ant King's actions were beyond our expectations. He clearly had the ability to instantly heavily injure me, yet for Komuji, he didn't attack. This is because our battle would involve Komuji. We ultimately chose to agree to his request. In front of him, I used Breath of the Archangel to heal Komuji's injuries. What Zeno didn't know was that Komuji was actually blind. He used Breath of the Archangel on Komuji, which not only healed her injuries but also restored her eyesight, allowing her to see the world clearly. Of course, whether this would be good or bad for Komuji in the future, no one could say for sure. Zeno continued. After that, the Ant King completely relaxed, allowing me to take him and Chairman Netero away. However, Komuji's body was originally weak, and her near-death state caused her immense mental shock, so she hasn't woken up yet. I'm worried about what to do with her. Zeno's active career wasn't for nothing. As a top active assassin, he had killed countless people, good people, bad people, important people, and completely innocent people. He would not feel guilty for accidentally injuring or killing a young girl he didn't know. The reason Zeno carried Komuji away from the unpredictable battle in the palace was actually out of respect for the Ant King Mirlem. The Ant King Mirlem's powerful demeanor made him choose to do so. But once he actually carried Komuji out, he didn't know where to take her. Should he take her back to the Zaldik family? How could that be? Such a weak girl would be useless in the Zaldik family, and the Zaldik family couldn't possibly support her for life for free. There had to be an arrangement. At this moment, both Germain and Zeno felt a stir in their hearts and turned to look to one side. Not far away, the ground rippled, revealing a black hole, and then a figure in a black suit emerged. Knuckles stood there with white hair and a haggard expression, adjusting his glasses. His four-dimensional mansion had more than one entrance and exit, both inside and outside the palace, and this was one of them. Knuckles still dared not step into the palace, but he could come here and silently watch the battle. However, as soon as he showed his face, he saw Germain and Zeno, and he couldn't help but be startled. You? How are you here? Knuckle quickly recognized their identities, and his eyes couldn't help but dart away, feeling somewhat ashamed. Zeno's eyes, however, lit up. He recognized Knuckle. Chairman Netero had mentioned the members of the Chimera Ant extermination team, including Knuckle, in their conversations these past few days. Knuckle and Morel were originally supposed to be the secondary core, second only to Netero, Germain, and Zeno, in this decisive battle. Unexpectedly, Knuckles' mind collapsed before the battle, and he withdrew early, leaving Morel to shoulder the burden alone. Netero had no intention of blaming Knuckle, merely stating the facts calmly. Zeno still had an impression of Knuckle. Coupled with an ability like the four-dimensional mansion, which was like Knuckle's calling card, Zeno instantly confirmed the other party's identity. So he walked over, holding Komuji. I was just wondering what to do with this human girl. I think I'll leave her to you. Zeno handed the Komuji in his arms to the still bewildered Knuckle, then withdrew his hands and put them behind his back. This is an innocent girl I rescued from inside the palace. Take her away, take her to a safe place. Zeno omitted the scene in the palace where the Ant King asked them to rescue Komuji, and also omitted his and Chairman Netero's attitude. He hoped this matter could be simpler and purer. Germain also tacitly did not mention the relationship between the Ant King and Komuji. He didn't even care much about Komuji. Whether her future involved facing reality or having this memory erased was not something Germain needed to deal with. To put it bluntly, Komuji was useless to him. Besides, Germain would not think there was still room for maneuver just because of the Ant King's attitude towards Komuji. It was he who ate people, and it was he who asked to save people. If it were just a matter between the Ant King and a few of them, it would be another story. Now it had already escalated into a war between Chimera Ants and humans, determining the hierarchy of the food chain, with both sides on the brink. Where was there room for maneuver? Is it possible for the king of the Chimera Ants to bow down to humans? Because it was impossible, Germain never had such unrealistic thoughts from the beginning. Zeno glanced at Germain, smiled, and turned to leave. In this way, my mission is completely over. I should say, whatever happens here next has nothing to do with me. However, for the sake of Chairman Netero and you, Silva and I will watch the end of this decisive battle from the sky. Zeno walked away from the palace without any hesitation. Germain also had no intention of keeping him and instead prepared to climb over the wall into the palace. At this moment, Knuckle, holding Komuji, finally reacted. He couldn't help but call out to Germain. Germain. Germain stopped and looked back at him. Knuckle swallowed, frowned tightly, stammered for a moment, and then spoke cautiously. Are you going in? The palace is a devil's nest. Let alone the Ant King, even the royal guards are terrifying monsters. Knuckle still didn't know that the Ant King had left the palace, and Neferpitu wasn't there either. He didn't even dare to release his end to investigate the situation. Moreover, his impression of Germain's combat power still lingered from the hospital half a year ago and the scattered information on the Pro Hunter website. In these aspects, Germain's combat power should be stronger than his and Morel's, probably at the level of the Zodiacs. Beyond that, Knuckle dared not think too much. Germain looked at Knuckle, their eyes met, and he saw the panic and confusion in his eyes. He decided to tell Knuckle the truth. I just killed Neferpitu. Now I'm going in to deal with the second royal guard, and then I'll go support Chairman Netero. This is my plan. Killed Neferpitou? Deal with the second royal guard? Support Chairman Netero? Knuckle understood every word. But when they combined to form a sentence, Knuckle found that he couldn't grasp its meaning. His mind was shaking. Germain had no intention of explaining in detail, he just pointed first in the direction of the palace, and then in the direction Zeno had left. Knuckle, after you've settled this girl using your four-dimensional mansion, you actually have two choices. The first is to enter the palace and support your comrades. If they are injured, take them to the rear for treatment. The second is to, like Zeno, stay away from the battlefield and silently await the final outcome. Neither is the correct choice, it's only a matter of whether you are willing and whether you'll have regrets. Make up your mind, don't hesitate for too long. After saying this, Germain turned and left. He sped like the wind, flying towards the high wall of the palace. Knuckle was in utter confusion. Holding Komugi, he looked at Germain's back, unsure how to react. Then, the next moment, he almost cried out in surprise. The moment Germain leaped onto the high wall, a figure also flew out from inside the palace. It was covered in spots, looking like a leopard, but it was actually Cheeto, a squad leader of the Chimera Ants. Cheeto had previously fought with Morel and Knuckle, but they hadn't determined a winner or loser, nor had they fought to the death, and then they separated. Now, Cheeto's ability had been further enhanced. He couldn't resist looking for a new opponent to challenge, and then he set his sights on Zeno. However, as he followed behind Zeno, he noticed Zeno's meeting with Germain and Knuckle. Since there were 3 non-users present, he chose to wait and see. When Zeno left and Germain intended to climb over the high wall, Cheeto believed his opportunity had come. He immediately flew out from the shadows, intending to use his proud speed to instantly kill Germain with a surprise attack. Then, he would play with the white-haired glasses man like a cat playing with a mouse. However, Cheeto hadn't anticipated one thing. Zeno knew that Cheeto was following him, and Germain also knew, but both kept it to themselves. Cheeto rushed towards Germain like an arrow. Germain, however, acted as if he hadn't seen him, suddenly thrusting his left hand forward. Chaos, Spiral Cane. The spiral cane, formed by his twisted left arm, shattered Cheeto's head with a bang, without mercy. The battle ended before it even began. Cheeto's previously aggressive body, now headless, immediately plunged to the ground like a kite with a broken string, burying itself in the dust with a thud. Knuckle was startled by what he saw and quickly recognized Cheeto. He, of course, knew Cheeto. Morel and Knuckle had mentioned Cheeto many times in their operational meetings, both stating that Cheeto was a very difficult enemy to deal with. However, that Cheeto died in front of Germain in a single encounter. Germain was so clean and decisive, as if dealing with an ordinary non-user. Knuckle looked at Germain again, but Germain had already crossed the high wall and was out of sight. He had a faint feeling that everything Germain had just told him might be true. Neferpitou was dead. Germain was going to kill another royal guard. He was going to support Chairman Netero and deal with the Ant King. And the choice Germain left him made him clench his fists, feeling somewhat at a loss. Then, he looked down at the unconscious Komugi and decided to first take Komugi to a safe rear area. For this decisive battle, a group of emergency doctors from the Hunter Association were on standby in the rear. For example, Dr. Lee from Varn Medical University, who tried to save the Ant Queen's life. Knuckle could use his four-dimensional mansion to quickly transport Komugi to the rear, where the doctors would take good care of her, and then he could quickly return. Of course, whether he would return or not was his personal choice. Germain landed inside the palace, and the next moment, he unreservedly released his N and covered the entire palace with it. He didn't need to use N to scout for enemies, at least not entirely, he did this to announce his arrival to all non-users within the palace. N is an outward manifestation of N, and most non-users can sense it. For the Chimera Ant Extermination Team, this sudden N, which wasn't mixed with the evil stench of a sewer, could not possibly belong to one of the royal guards. The Ant King and Chairman Netero had left together, all members of the Chimera Ant Extermination Team were aware of this. So, after continuously eliminating candidates, the Chimera Ant Extermination Team would gradually come to a startling conclusion: this N was released by someone on their side. It wasn't Chairman Netero, nor was it Zeno, who had just left, which left only one possibility: the Chimera Ants would realize this was their enemy, a powerful enemy. The defense lines throughout the palace were completely breached within a few minutes, but as long as the royal guards were still present, the advantage remained with the Chimera Ants. Now, with an additional enemy stirring up trouble, the trend would become even more uncertain. Germain didn't know if his actions would boost the morale of the Chimera Ant Extermination Team members or weaken the Chimera Ants' resolve, but he did it anyway. Act first, then think. He wouldn't hesitate on such minor matters. His experiences over the past year, especially in the labyrinth and the wilderness, had made him increasingly decisive. However, and did ultimately detect some situations for him. In the underground world beneath his feet, several Chimera Ants were active, but none were very strong. The strongest were only squad leader level, the same level as Cheeto, whom he had instantly killed. Besides that, the underground world and various parts of the palace were filled with a mixture of Chimera Ant and human auras, but most of them were insignificant. Rescuing the surviving humans was not Germain's mission. For example, the women locked in the rooms below, coerced and enticed by the human surrender faction Bezef, or the living humans stored as fresh ingredients. Not far away, in the palace hall, a royal guards level monster was fighting a human. Barring any accidents, it should be Yuppie and Shoot. In fact, Knuckle and Melioron were also in the hall. However, Melioron's god's accomplice completely concealed their auras, making it impossible to detect their presence for the time being. On the third floor above the palace, thick smoke billowed. There was also the aura of one of the royal guards, as well as Morel's aura. HxH could release hypnotic pollen and read minds. And Morel, with his immense lung capacity and steady mind, was the perfect candidate among the Chimera Ant extermination team members to deal with HxH. In other words, Morel had temporarily trapped HxH, one of the royal guards, but this wouldn't last much longer. Which one? The closest one. Germain's steps did not falter. In a flash, he headed straight for the palace hall, and from afar, he heard roars and the sound of crumbling bricks. Boom, boom, boom. The entire palace seemed to tremble, with dust rolling everywhere. Germain pulled up his mask to cover his mouth and nose, then burst in. The scene he saw was blood everywhere. A crimson monster, stretching its thick 6 arms and staring with numerous compound eyes, stood menacingly in the hall. HxH lay on the ground, his 3 originally floating arms all fallen. He was covered in blood, prostrate on the ground, but still struggling to crawl. He crawled in the direction of the crimson monster, Yuppie. In such a state, HxH still wanted to continue fighting. Yuppie was about to deliver the final blow to HxH, but Germain's and his surging aura as he burst into the palace made it pause its actions. It paused its actions, which in turn, like a domino effect, made the other 2 present also pause, though they remained hidden under God's accomplice. Knuckle and Melioron had exposed themselves once earlier because Melioron had to breathe, and once he breathed, Yuppie would detect the anomaly. Nothing in the world is perfect. If Melioron, who possessed God's accomplice, also had Morel's lung capacity, they could have lasted much longer. They might even have achieved their tactical objective directly. Unfortunately, such a what-if didn't exist. However, before Yuppie found them, Melioron had finished breathing, so God's accomplice and God's accomplice were activated together, and their auras disappeared again. Germain's entry into the battlefield surprised Knuckle, HxH, and Melioron. Yuppie's many compound eyes turned towards Germain, and it couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile, baring its fangs. Are you alone? You should be chasing Neferpitou and restricting its movements, right? Is it all right for you to be here? What happened to Neferpitou? Was it trapped by some method, like HxH above the palace? It still hasn't returned to the palace even now. Germain flashed towards Yuppie, then suddenly pointed at HxH on the ground. His gesture wasn't for Yuppie, but for HxH, Knuckle and Melioron. You guys, quickly take HxH out of here to a safe place. Germain conveyed his intentions to his companions through gestures, then informed Yuppie of the truth with words. It's dead. I killed it. Germain finished this concise statement, then instantly appeared before Yuppie with a flash step. Yuppie was greatly astonished, for 2 reasons. First, Germain's speed was astonishingly fast, even faster than Neferpitou, who had previously displayed Terpsichore. Neferpitou had the physique of a chimera ant, was one of the top royal guards among the chimera ants, and with Terpsichore, achieved that speed. Why could a mere human? Second, Germain's statement I killed it, where it of course referred to Neferpitou, now seemed potentially not to be a bluff. But no matter the truth, Yuppie, in its current transformed state, could not possibly surrender to Germain. To live, is for the Ant King, to die, is also for the Ant King. If Neferpitou died for the Ant King, then it was worth it. Yuppie's compound eyes rotated continuously, tracking Germain's movements with all its might, then its 6 arms instantly transformed into countless phantom long whips. These whip shadows were infinitely more terrifying than the Zaldik family's Snake Awakens. It was with such an assault that it had beaten HxH into his current flesh and blood mess. HxH had, during the battle, further advanced his use of an ability. He stood on 3 arms that could float in the air, thus gaining the ability to fly. This was an ability tactic he had suddenly conceived and successfully put into practice. Yet, even with such flexibility and agility, capable of flying back and forth within the vast palace, he still could not escape the impact of Yuppie's attacks. If HxH had merely wanted to escape, he could have done so. Yuppie also had little interest in him. The problem was that his mission was to actively attack Yuppie and tie it down. The cruel reality was that he failed to complete the planned frontal feint, which would have allowed Knuckle and Melioron to continuously attack Yuppie in secret. HxH had originally intended to fight to the death, but unexpectedly, Germain burst in at this moment. He was both surprised and worried. But once he relaxed, the fatigue and pain in HxH's body rushed over him, causing him to involuntarily collapse to the ground. This time, he truly couldn't move. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as Germain charged head-on into Yuppie's impenetrable assault. The next instant, a sight that astonished HxH appeared. Germain leaped into the air, and in that moment of suspension, his hands were so fast that only after images remained, and he clashed with Yuppie's 6 arms with a series of thuds, not falling behind at all. How could he be so fast? Even if he had such speed, why could he contend with Yuppie's arms? I expended so much effort just to snatch one of Yuppie's compound eyes. Other than that, I dared not clash head-on with it, because I knew very well that if I were hit, I would end up in my current state, or even worse. However, Germain not only kept up with Yuppie's attack rhythm but also reacted further. Could it be that, after not seeing him for several months, he already possessed the strength to contend with a monster like the royal guards? And what he said about killing Neferpitou, was that also true? Whoosh! An arm flew off and landed with a thud, but it was one of Yuppie's 6 arms. Yuppie didn't even glance at it, continuing its assault on Germain. Its expression became much more serious, intending to forcefully suppress Germain. However, the next moment, there was another whoosh. Another one of Yuppie's arms was severed and flew off. At this point, Yuppie became even more serious. During a brief retreat, it violently surged its crimson flesh and blood, and the two severed arms instantly regrew with squelching sounds, allowing it to still face the enemy with 6 arms. While clashing with Yuppie, Germain obliquely noticed the small doll pot clean appearing behind Yuppie. At the same time, the auras of Knuckle and an unfamiliar chimera ant also appeared. It seems Melioron couldn't hold his breath any longer. Melioron indeed couldn't hold his breath and had to release God's accomplice. However, this was also them seizing the opportunity, as Knuckle and Melioron had quietly moved next to the heavily wounded Shoot. They shouldn't have revealed themselves, but Germain's arrival, his gestures and his combat power, which was sufficient to handle Yuppie's attacks, made them change their minds. Knuckle helped Shoot up, his hands covered in Shoot's blood. He had been forced to watch Shoot being battered and bruised by Yuppie, just to find the next opportunity to attack Yuppie. But Shoot was too badly beaten, Knuckle almost couldn't resist revealing himself. At this moment, Germain's end spread, making him immediately stop his movements. Then, Germain burst into the battlefield, took over the fight, declared that Neferpitou, one of the royal guards, had died at his hands, and instantly cut off 2 of Yuppie's arms. Regardless of whether Neferpitou's death was a fact or Germain's psychological warfare, his ability to clash with Yuppie was something Knuckle had witnessed firsthand. Given this, seeing is believing. Shoot, I'll take you to a safe place. No. Shoot, however, clutched Knuckle's arm tightly, his bloodshot eyes wide, refusing Knuckle's suggestion. Did you see? Germain has the strength to contend with Yuppie. You and Melioron must stay. Combining the abilities of the 3 of you, you can definitely defeat Yuppie. At this moment, he was seeing red, gritting his teeth, very unwilling. Because he could feel that Yuppie had never considered him an opponent from beginning to end, but rather used attacking him to probe the details of their plan. And now Yuppie was fully focused on fighting Germain, which meant that in Yuppie's eyes, Germain was an opponent it would immediately lose to if it became careless or complacent. This shift in the situation changed Shoot's previously near desperate mindset. What surged in Shoot's heart now was the desire to defeat Yuppie, which even reinvigorated him. However, Yuppie let out a loud roar, making Knuckle, Shoot, and Melioron's eardrums ache. It certainly hadn't discovered Knuckle and Melioron's trick, but rather, after realizing that its current form couldn't deal with Germain, it actively made a change. A moment ago, Shoot was still unwilling to accept Yuppie's contempt, unwilling to admit defeat, and unwilling to retreat as he had when reinforcing Germain earlier. Knuckle quickly understood Shoot's thoughts, he didn't want to see Shoot humiliated and thus leaned towards supporting him. Melioron witnessed for the first time a human who could rival the royal guards, and even had a crazy thought because of it. With my God's accomplice, combined with this man's combat power, can I heavily injure or even kill Yuppie and Shiapoof, or even the Ant King? Can he and I together deal with the Ant King and the royal guards? Overthrow the superior. Overthrow the superior. This thought made Melioron both excited and terrified, almost unable to control his trembling body. However, the next moment, after Yuppie's form changed and a large amount of Nin, foul-smelling and evil, rushed towards them, all their thoughts turned to horror. This foul-smelling Nin was like the most terrifying nightmare, making them feel as if they were naked in a world of ice and snow. So terrifying. No. I can't take it anymore. All 3 of them couldn't help but want to retreat, away from Yuppie. Yuppie could further change its form according to its combat needs. Its crimson flesh and blood began to swell, with faces squeezing out from it, as if a dozen people wanted to burst from its body, further expanding its physique. What followed was its body becoming a vessel for Nin, sucking all the surrounding Nin into it. This made its flesh and blood flicker, appearing in an extremely unstable state. Germain was the only one present who knew what Yuppie wanted to do. He calmly lowered his center of gravity, placing his palms at his sides. The cold metal dark crown gloves gathered, their sharp fingertips looking like the fangs of a fierce beast. Having entered combat, the dark crown once again switched to a pure white halo, now providing Germain with an amplification. Numerous silver white and dark Nin ribbons appeared around Germain, and like being in a whirlpool, they all poured into the fangs formed by his black gloves. His Nin gathering in this instant was incredibly fast, almost as soon as he made the movement, a black and white Nin bullet had already condensed in his palm. Knuckle was the first to react after Germain. He swallowed, immediately bent down, picked up Shoot and Melioron, turned around, and ran desperately out of the palace. Shoot and Melioron were stunned, and only understood after being carried for a while. Knuckle didn't have time to explain. This scene reminded him of the day Phaeton Portor of the Phantom Troop self-destructed, and Morel also forcibly took him away from the scene in the same way. Unexpectedly, after several months, such a scene reappeared. He had already switched from being the one reinforcing Germain to being the one reinforced by Germain. With complex emotions, Knuckle, carrying Shoot and Melioron, rushed out of the main entrance. Before Yuppie, this unstable bomb, could explode, Germain was the first to fire a huge Nin bullet at it. Chaos Roar. This was the attack method of his manifested Nin beast, Chaos Roar, containing the power of both enhancement type and emission type. Germain's current form integrated the abilities of Chaos Roar, allowing him to fire Chaos Roar's blast wave in the form of an Nin bullet. Boom. The extremely destructive Nin energy instantly struck the swollen, giant-like Yuppie, sending it crashing through the wall. Yuppie couldn't resist. However, just as it was about to fly out of the palace, it exploded. As if simply venting its anger and destructive urges, Yuppie released Nin energy outwards. Yuppie and Germain followed similar evolutionary paths, it achieved a blast effect similar to an emission type through form changes. Boom! Germain's chaos roar and Yuppie's rage release exploded simultaneously. Their shockwaves spread directly to the first and second floors of the entire palace, and flames engulfed everything. The blast wave swept through everything, destroying everything. Knuckle, carrying Shoot and Melioron, barely jumped out of the palace gate in the nick of time. However, they were still affected by the spreading shockwave of the explosion and lost their balance. They flew out and fell haphazardly in the open courtyard. The ringing in their ears continued, but the three of them urgently got up and looked back. They saw that the original palace had been completely blown up, leaving a huge crater in its place, with smoke still lingering. The structures above the third floor of the palace collapsed sideways, crashing onto another palace. However, due to Morel's inability prison lock extending, the structures above the third floor maintained their integrity, merely collapsing without being completely destroyed or disintegrated. Knuckle, Shoot, and Melioron stared in shock at the huge crater. All their previous lofty ambitions and crazy thoughts vanished in that instant. If they had been even half a beat slower, or if Germain's Nin bullet hadn't pushed Yuppie a certain distance, they might have died directly in that explosion. What then of retaliating against Yuppie, or teaming up with Germain to kill the enemy? Just thinking about this possibility made the hair on their necks stand on end. They never expected Yuppie to have such a trump card. No, perhaps this wasn't Yuppie's trump card, but just one of its abilities. The more this was the case, the more terrifying it became. The next moment, they thought of Germain's safety, searching with their gaze, sweeping back and forth through the smoke, and finally saw Germain. Germain stood there, a silver-white halo suspended above his head, wearing a strange and eerie greedy antler helmet. His hunter's black robe was once again largely burned away, revealing his strong muscles and the glowing rune patterns on his chest. Germain's hands were covered with black-fanged gloves, and his arms were wrapped in bone arm guards. These parts were also completely intact. As for the antler helmet on his head, it was naturally the greedy antler helmet. Germain completely consumed revolving cannon, creating defenses all over his body, absorbing most of the power of Yuppie's rage release. The remaining small portion, given Germain's current physique and the runes he possessed, was negligible. Only Germain's clothes and a lock of black hair were still scorched. The more this happened, the more he understood why the Ant King Miriam rarely wore clothes. That was the advantage. Germain removed the greedy antler helmet and stood on the high ground of the crater, looking down at Yuppie in the center of the crater. Yuppie, after rage release, regained its sanity, no longer letting anger dominate its actions. It looked at Germain coldly, realizing that this was a formidable enemy that could not be defeated without going all out and surpassing its current limits. Since its birth, Yuppie had never encountered such a human before. This situation made it somewhat unaccustomed in the early stages of the battle, but now it completely understood everything. It realized that Neferpitou had also encountered the same situation, but Neferpitou no longer had the chance to correct its perception, while it still did. In this instant, Yuppie admitted that Neferpitou had died at the hands of this human, and at the same time admitted that it, too, could die at the hands of this human. However, neither Neferpitou nor Yuppie would ever yield to such a situation. To protect the Ant King, they could overcome their fear of death and do things completely out of character for their usual selves. This was their knightly dignity. The rational and curious Neferpitou, at the last moment, threw herself into danger, trying to burn out her life to stop Germain, but she failed. And Yuppie, the least analytical of the royal guards, also learned to think at this moment. It controlled its anger and realized that ordinary deceptive tricks were meaningless against Germain, so it once again changed its form. Gurgle gurgle. Puff puff. Yuppie's limbs and appearance once again began to twist and change violently. Knuckle, Shoot, and Melioron, the moment they saw the scene, felt their scalps tingle as they realized that the Chimera Ant had actually evolved again. This Yuppie, this royal guards, had actually undergone multiple evolutions during the battle, changing its form to achieve the goal of defeating the enemy before it. Yuppie seemed to have no upper limit to its evolution. It was a royal guards born for battle. Finally, it transformed into a centaur-like figure. Its upper body was its face, its right arm was like the sharp claw of a giant beast, and its left arm was a swollen human face with an elephant trunk, the end of which was a lamp-post-like weapon. Yuppie completed its evolution, revealing a satisfied smile, and unreservedly released its killing intent. Undoubtedly, the current Yuppie was stronger, and its Nin was even more evil. Melioron could no longer stand and sat down on the ground. Knuckle also squatted beside Shoot, breathing heavily. He nervously observed the battle, ready to take the heavily injured Shoot away at any moment. At this point, he realized that he hadn't checked on the heavily injured Shoot's condition for about 5 seconds, his attention completely drawn by Yuppie's terrifying evolution. He quickly looked down, only to see Shoot's eyes tightly closed, having fainted at some point due to excessive blood loss. Damn it! Shoot's injuries are very serious and need to be treated quickly, otherwise he will. But, given the current situation, where can I find a doctor? More importantly, if I leave with Shoot, what about Melioron? What about Germain? What about Morel? Should I take Shoot and flee this battlefield without looking back? Knuckles' various questions and hesitations all turned into anxiety and dread as Yuppie moved its 4 hooves, raised its claw-like spear, and charged towards Germain. Germain! Knuckle couldn't help but shout. At this moment, only Yuppie, who had charged in front of Germain, noticed the changes in Germain's body. Germain's black and white armor, originally only covering his arms, had, like flesh and blood, imperceptibly enveloped his torso and legs, revealing its hard texture. Yuppie's eyes widened slightly. This human, too, actually. Germain not only didn't retreat but charged towards the centaur like Yuppie. In an instant, only a step separated the two. As Germain stepped within a single pace of Yuppie, his nun burst outwards, instantly materializing numerous weapons that spun around him. Meat cleaver, shotgun, flamethrower, spiral cane, katana thousand shadows. The 5 types of weapons spun, clashing with Yuppie's left and right hand weapons in an instant. Boom 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 boom. Under the dazzling offense and defense, the balance lasted less than a second. Yuppie was thrown backward as if overturned, but fortunately, he regained his balance at the last moment and re-entered the fight. Something incomprehensible happened again. He had already controlled his anger, gaining an enhancement in physical abilities. He should have been suppressing Germain, but something went wrong. He failed to suppress Germain and, instead, gradually felt a sense of powerlessness. Whoosh. The same situation as when he first fought Germain occurred. Yuppie's right arm was cleanly severed at the elbow. This time, the weapon was that ancient-looking katana. He widened his eyes, trying to comprehend everything. After being soaked in blood, the blade of katana thousand shadows became even more vibrant. Before Yuppie's severed arm could hit the ground, and before his attention could detach from that brief, shocking blow, the other weapons attacked together. The meat cleaver struck his left shoulder, the spiral cane poked his waist, and the fiery serpent of the flamethrower incinerated his 4 legs. For a moment, his shell, renowned for its solid defense, was breached from all directions like a castle under siege. The shotgun suddenly appeared before his eyes, its scattered bullets filling his entire field of vision. Bang! Although Yuppie retreated in time, the bullets still shattered half of his face, including his right eye. He swiftly retreated to a relatively safe distance. With a hollow, bleeding right eye, a bloody and battered body, and weapons impaled all over him, Yuppie realized a fact for the first time. His current appearance was increasingly resembling that long-haired man he had defeated just 2 minutes ago. Yes, this offensive and defensive battle had lasted just over 2 minutes. Yuppie involuntarily looked in Shoot's direction, where there were only 2 figures. Shoot, unconscious from excessive blood loss, was currently being held by Knuckle. Knuckle had already been watching the battle, and seeing Yuppie look over, he instinctively tensed and protected Shoot. There was a hint of bewilderment in Yuppie's eyes. Me? Am I actually like this fragile human? Me? What a joke. Then, his expression twisted. Anger surged through his body and mind again, refilling his strength, and amidst a roar, he unleashed his nun, forcing out all the weapons impaled on him. There's no way I could be that human, no way I could be like him, dealing with an unbeatable enemy in such a pathetic state. I am the king's guard, the impenetrable copper wall before the king. His severed left arm and the wounds on various parts of his body regenerated at super speed amidst a wriggling motion. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, his back suddenly bulged, and then, with 2 squelching sounds, he spat out a pair of wings, splattering mucus. As these wings spread, he moved his 4 hooves, pushed off with force, and despite his massive size, he actually flew into the air. Knuckle watched Yuppie in astonishment, never expecting that at this point, he could still continue to evolve. Chimera ants, as a life form, are truly unexpected in every aspect. Yuppie roared at Germain on the ground. You don't have the ability to fly, do you? Watch this, this is the direction of my evolution, the way I will defeat you and protect the king. However, after saying these words, he incredibly realized that he had made a similar tactical choice to Shoot just a short while ago. They both tried to gain an advantage in air superiority to defeat an enemy that was originally impossible to defeat. No, I am not that fragile human. I am different from him, and the outcome will also be different. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes again. Yuppie saw a chameleon-like chimera ant standing beside Germain. It seemed to be the squad leader traitor named Melioron, whom Yuppie had never really paid much attention to because he was too weak. He remembered that Melioron's ability was camouflage and invisibility, an insignificant character, nothing more. However, when he saw Melioron whispering to Germain and then jumping onto Germain's back, he realized that something was wrong. Subsequently, Germain and Melioron completely disappeared. Yuppie shuddered. The anomalies he had vaguely sensed before now all became clues, connecting to reveal the truth. So it was him causing trouble. He could not only camouflage himself invisibly but also conceal his aura. This traitor had hidden his most important ability, he had long wanted to betray the king. Yuppie was both furious and terrified. The current situation was like Shoot, in the midst of a bitter battle, snatching one of Yuppie's compound eyes and finding a glimmer of victory. Yet, at this moment, he would discover that Yuppie had completely vanished under Melioron's ability, without even a trace of his aura. Was the last hope also extinguished like this? At the same time, Knuckles' pot clean, tirelessly reporting meaningless numbers in Yuppie's ear, made him even more agitated. He had attacked and tried to drive away pot clean several times without success, realizing that this doll was a product of some ability and would not disappear until certain conditions were met. No, what am I thinking? At a time like this, I should focus on where that guy is. But where is he? Yuppie realized that he was deliberately avoiding thinking about this question. Because he realized he couldn't find Germain's presence at all. So, he made the optimal decision in this situation. Yes, this is the only way. Yuppie, from his centaur form, once again transformed into a grotesquely bloated, ghoulish appearance, and then directly exploded in midair. Boom. Watching the expanding shockwave and flames, Knuckle immediately hugged Shoot and rolled to the side. This time, they were not affected much. He suddenly looked up at the sky, his heart filled with worry. Knuckle already understood Yuppie's reason for doing this. Just now, it was he who, upon seeing Yuppie's new form, decisively told Melioran to help Germain. Therefore, when the two disappeared simultaneously due to God's accomplice and God's accomplice, Knuckle was also unsure what choices they had made in that fleeting moment. Were they engulfed by Yuppie's explosion while approaching him, or Yuppie's body contracted from its bloated state, returning to its muscular centaur form, and continued to fly with outstretched wings. He used his sharp claws to disperse the smoke and dust, eagerly wanting to know the outcome. However, he found that he still couldn't see Germain and Melioran, nor could he sense their aura. Of course, there was a possibility that Melioran was killed by the explosion. In that case, it's possible that the resentment from his death enhanced this strange ability, allowing Germain to remain hidden as long as he held the corpse. Indeed, this was a possibility, and Yuppie couldn't make a judgment. Of course, the best outcome would be for the explosion just now to have severely injured or killed Germain. Could he achieve this best outcome? Just then, he felt an odd sensation. Crack. When his head was split in two, this odd sensation became even stronger. Yuppie realized he seemed to be torn apart by an unknown force. His entire body was first split in half from top to bottom, and then, starting from the centaur's waist, he was horizontally cut into 4 pieces again. In the chaos of his consciousness, Yuppie understood that he had been attacked by Germain. He's still alive. Yuppie's heart sank to rock bottom. Germain had anticipated Yuppie's explosion, so he didn't act rashly at first. His physique was enough to survive the explosion, but Melioran on his back was not. Therefore, instead of attacking, he retreated with Melioran on his back. Melioran, who had been holding his breath, was initially confused, but upon seeing the explosion from Yuppie, he suddenly remembered Yuppie's ability. He had almost become an explosion casualty just now. The next instant, Germain, with Melioran on his back, rushed towards Yuppie in midair, and in Yuppie's moment of bewilderment, he swung the meat cleaver. Critical strike. The amplification from the silver virtual halo made Germain's next 2 strikes critical strikes, quickly slicing the centaur-formed Yuppie into 4 pieces. They splattered onto the ground with thuds. Knuckle, still shaken, looked at the 4 large chunks of crimson flesh and blood on the ground, not yet realizing that they had won. However, this delay saved him. The 4 large pieces of Yuppie suddenly emitted a dark resentment, connecting him into a hole, still unwilling to die, and lunged towards Knuckle and shoot. Because both Germain and Melioran were hidden by God's accomplice, Yuppie, like Neferpitou, possessed a posthumous obsession, which is why he attacked Knuckle and shoot. The resentful Yuppie was almost upon Knuckle and shoot. Just then, Knuckle suddenly felt the ground beneath him disappear. After a sensation of weightlessness, he and shoot fell downwards. Knuckle gasped in alarm. Bang! At the same time, the resentful Yuppie was slammed onto the ground. The resentment clinging to him flew out in a vortex and then vanished into thin air. It wasn't until the resentful Yuppie could no longer move, becoming a true corpse, that Melioran deactivated God's accomplice and began to breathe heavily. He was both surprised and delighted. I really, with this man, defeated one of the royal guards. I did it. And the one holding down the resentful Yuppie was, of course, Germain. He stomped the resentful Yuppie onto the ground and absorbed its resentment with his hunter badge. This battle finally came to a complete end. Another rune pattern appeared on Germain's chest hunter. It looked like a straight line piercing a square from outside to inside, and it allowed Germain's stamina and aura capacity to recover faster. This would undoubtedly enhance his sustained combat ability. He told Melioran to get off his back, then looked up at the nearby black hole and the white-haired man squatting on it. Knuckle glanced at Germain, adjusted his glasses, and pursed his lips. He had, after all, made his choice and come. It turned out that it was Knuckle earlier, who, through the 4-dimensional mansion entrance he had set up in advance, pulled Knuckle and shoot into the space. His expression was solemn, but his body still trembled uncontrollably. I will send Shoot to a doctor for treatment, and Knuckle will follow his personal wishes. Go support Chairman Netero. Here. This place is ours. Germain had no intention of stopping to talk to Knuckle. He nodded at Knuckle, then sprinted out of the palace. His objective here had been achieved. With 2 of the royal guards confirmed dead, the Ant King could no longer be reborn as an even more terrifying monster. He had eliminated the potential future threat in advance, all that remained were the current difficulties. Now, there was only one thing he needed to prevent. If possible, he didn't want Netero to activate the poor man's rose, didn't want the chairman of the Hunter Association, the ultimate pursuer of martial arts, to choose mutual destruction with the Ant King. Germain leaped over the high courtyard wall, keeping his presence in a state of zetsu. He ran towards the abandoned weapons testing ground, waiting for the rune patterns on his chest to take effect. The hunter rune patterns glowed brightly, and Germain's stamina and aura capacity rapidly recovered. The night owl trait glowed brightly, and his speed as he moved through the night also increased. Soon, formations of people appeared before his eyes. Germain looked closely and saw that the formations were all composed of humans with vacant eyes. They had been standing there for a long time, yet showed no signs of fatigue. These humans were residents of the East Gordo Republic. They had gathered here in batches, answering the call of President Diego, who had been turned into a puppet by Neferpitou, and then subjected to Shipuff's pollen hypnosis. Now, Neferpitou was dead, and President Diego and other puppets had naturally lost control, all collapsing and becoming true corpses. However, Shipuff was still alive, therefore, these residents of the East Gordo Republic had not yet been released from the hypnosis. There was even an extreme possibility that even if HxH died, the hypnosis would remain unbroken, and might even be strengthened and reinforced by his evil resentment. In such an extreme situation, these residents would be permanently trapped in a hypnotic state until other solutions could be found. Of course, this was the most extreme possibility, and the probability of it happening was relatively low. Germain didn't bother with these residents, nor did he intend to go back and eliminate HxH. His tactical objective had been achieved, and he had already spent a long time here. Germain had to rush to the abandoned weapons testing ground immediately, otherwise, he was worried he wouldn't make it in time. It was possible that Netero wouldn't wait for him, or didn't want to wait for him, and would directly activate the poor man's rose. To be honest, the lives of the people in the East Gordo Republic and surrounding countries and regions were not within his scope of concern. He wasn't even primarily here to eliminate the Chimera ants, that was secondary. Only Netero's death would signify Germain's mission failure tonight, rendering everything he had done meaningless. This was also his attitude towards Kurapika. He didn't want to teach an ability to those destined to die, nor did he want to help those destined to die fulfill their last wishes. As for the last of the royal guards, HxH, he would leave him to the Chimera ant extermination team. As he thought, he burst out of the encirclement of formations and arrived at an open, desolate area. At this moment, he sensed something and looked up. Under the bright night sky, a huge dark shadow pierced down from the clouds, first circling several times, then flying towards Germain's direction. In Germain's vision, it grew larger and larger, revealing its unique appearance. It resembled both a dragon and a bird, but it wasn't a traditional Eastern giant dragon, it looked more like some kind of strange, mixed creature, similar to a chimera ant. This was the strange bird tamed by the Zaldik family. Standing on the long, strip-like back of the strange bird were indeed Zeno and Silva, who looked over with interest. The banner in front of Zeno, proclaiming active for life, fluttered in the strong wind. He raised his hand and twirled the long mustache beneath his nose. It seems you've also completed the task Netero assigned you. A splendid battle. Come on up. We'll give you a ride. We can get you to that battlefield right away. He clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled a few times. The main event of tonight is yet to come. Right, Germain? Less than a minute after Germain left the palace, Knuckle felt a pang of regret. His once relatively thick white hair began to fall out, scattering on the ground. Knuckle bit his nails, trembling all over, indicating the immense mental stress he was under at the moment. What was I thinking? Why did I say such things to Germain? What was I trying to prove? I've done well enough. I saved that girl. I saved Knuckle and Shoot. No one can fault what I've accomplished. No one can say I didn't contribute tonight. If it were them, they might not have done as well as I did. At least, I did very well. Chairman Netero won't blame me either. Knuckle trembled as he tried to reassure himself. He hoped to convince himself to quickly leave this place through the four-dimensional mansion, to leave this hellhole forever. However, for some reason, he had been unable to convince himself. Knuckle had already emerged from the four-dimensional mansion. He thanked Knuckle, but Knuckle was so engrossed in his own world that he didn't hear him. He could only turn to Melioron, who was slightly excited. Is the battle over? Has Yuppie completely died? Yes, with my cooperation and that man's just now, we completely killed Yuppie. Melioron's pride was justified. He indeed played a role similar to I and Kobe combined for 81 points. Of course, he didn't forget to care about his comrades. Knuckle, how is Shoot? Don't worry, I handed Shoot over to the doctor. He needs emergency surgery, but I think he'll be fine. By the way, where's Germain? Germain? Oh, you mean the man who took down Yuppie with me? He went in that direction. Melioron pointed in the direction outside the palace. Knuckle looked, raised an eyebrow, and understood. Germain must have gone to reinforce Chairman Netero. As expected of him. He has really changed a lot. Shoot, Melioron, and I, even working together, could only struggle against Yuppie. He not only killed Yuppie and Neferpitou but also had enough energy to support Chairman Netero. By now, no one would question Germain's earlier claim that he had taken down Neferpitou. Was that still the same Germain from half a year ago? When did such a huge gap open up between him and me? What do I need to do to catch up to him? Knuckle thought of Shoot, and how he had just held Shoot's gruesome, blood-soaked body, hearing Shoot's semi-conscious, semi-awake murmurs. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. Even in that state, Shoot was still thinking about fighting Yuppie. But Yuppie had disdained Shoot. And Knuckle, with his friend suffering such contempt, couldn't mount any effective counterattack. He never wanted to experience something like that again. Shoot, just rest assured and receive treatment. Yuppie has been defeated by Germain, he has reclaimed our dignity. I'm going to help Morel, my teacher, defeat the last of the royal guards. When you wake up, this war will be completely over. In the end, it will be our victory. We can high-five and celebrate, with no regrets. Knuckle raised his head, about to look towards the collapsed palace, which still retained some structure after the smoky jail, when he noticed a figure appearing in the shadows. His body tensed abruptly, and he reached out, pulling Melioron, who was still immersed in the joy of victory, behind him. Then, he pointed in that direction and shouted. Who's there? Come out. Stop hiding. This shout not only made Melioron rein in his excessive excitement and become tense again, but it also pulled Knuckle out of his self-absorbed world. Knuckle looked at Knuckle, then at the direction Knuckles' finger was pointing. In that direction, a slender figure slowly emerged. It was clearly a woman. She had long hair, a huge gem embedded in her forehead, fish scales covering her arms, and exuded the aura of a chimera ant. Even in this state, her face still retained some of her original features, allowing both Knuckle and Knuckle, who were quite familiar with her, to recognize her identity. Knuckle and Knuckle's pupils contracted slightly. Palm. At the same time, the smoky jail of the collapsed palace not far away was also lifted. Then, a rustling sound of wings flapping began. A dense swarm of creatures, like mosquitoes and flies, flew into the air, letting out mocking laughter. Morel, clutching his large pipe, chased after them. He anxiously exhaled smoke, trying to capture them, but despaired at the agility of the tiny creatures in the air. These were all Shiapoof. Shiapoof's mockery was that Morel had trapped him for so long, only to release him at this moment due to a misjudgment. Morel's smoky jail was indeed very troublesome for Shiapoof. Shiapoof, like Morel, belonged to the manipulation type, so he quickly understood the power of Morel's inability. Morel used his manipulation type to create the smoky jail. Then, because his adjacent type was emission type, he was able to achieve an effect similar to Knuckles' emission type, creating space. The interior of the smoky jail was an almost unbreakable space. However, Shiapoof, relying on his own abilities, created a trap. He first created the illusion of pupation in front of Morel, then atomized his entire body, passing through the smoky jail little by little. In this way, most of Shiapoof appeared silently outside the smoky jail. But Shiapoof's main body could not be atomized. He had to maintain the size of a fly, which was the origin of his ability name, Fly King. It was almost impossible to transfer his main body without Morel noticing. And once his main body was discovered, it would be quite dangerous, as it had already given most of its power to its clones. Shiapoof's attack method Scales Love Spring was coincidentally useless against Morel, who had enormous lung capacity and was constantly holding his breath, which gave him a headache. Then, the cunning Shiapoof thought of an idea. Morel had been holding his breath, and in the absence of sufficient oxygen, his judgment would gradually decrease, which could be exploited. Shiapoof, having already atomized most of himself to escape the smoky jail, formed a seemingly complete version of himself. He stood outside the smoky jail, making sounds, creating the illusion that he had escaped. Morel was an experienced hunter. However, he was already somewhat anxious after sensing Germain's Nen and Yuppie's Nen. He could tell it was Germain, but he didn't know if Germain could handle Yuppie. Afterward, Germain's and Yuppie's Nen disappeared one after another. Morel, unaware of what was happening inside the smoky jail, remained unshaken, sticking to his tactic of keeping Shiapoof sealed. However, when Shiapoof made sounds outside the smoky jail, announcing that he was going to rendezvous with the other royal guards and kill members of the Chimera Ant extermination team, Morel fell for it. Prolonged breath holding and insufficient breathing led to insufficient thinking. He thought Shiapoof had truly left the smoky jail, so he voluntarily lifted the seal, intending to pursue him. At this moment, Shiapoof's true form, Fly King, successfully escaped and let out a mocking laugh. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, and noticing that the situation below the palace was somewhat strange, Morel didn't dwell on whether he had done right or wrong, he immediately flew down to rendezvous with the others. Just as he was about to call out to everyone, he noticed they were all looking in the same direction, and turning his head, he saw Palm. This. Palm gazed at them with dark eyes, as if looking at strangers. They had encountered an unexpected enemy, and the one that gave them the most headaches. Fly King Shiapoof flew in midair, flapping his small wings. Countless smaller, atomized clones circled various parts of the palace, investigating the situation. He was about to mock Morel for a while longer, but stopped short when he saw Yuppie's corpse. When Yuppie's Nen disappeared, he had his suspicions, but he was busy in a battle of wits with Morel at the time, so he couldn't spare a thought for it. He hadn't expected Yuppie to actually die. By whose hand did he die? These people below? No, at that time, a powerful Nen surged, and the owner of that Nen wasn't here. Was it him who did it? And the Ant King and Neferpitou, their presence wasn't in the palace either. What was going on? What exactly happened outside while I was trapped in that bastard seal? Why has it turned out like this? Shiapoof had to figure out the truth and find the whereabouts of the Ant King and Neferpitou. Then, he noticed the figure below the woman named Palm. He. After Palm was captured, she became Shiapoof and Neferpitou's #1 test subject, a test subject for the plan to convert humans into chimera ants, thereby eradicating humanity. Theoretically, Neferpitou had already modified Palm's brain, making her completely side with the chimera ants. And most of the people confronting Palm below were Palm's companions. Given their human nature, it would probably be very difficult for them to attack their own companions. Shiapoof immediately decided to use his Nen ability and Palm's uniqueness to gather the information he wanted here. The abandoned weapon testing ground was underground, and moonlight streamed through the pierced rock layers, illuminating the area. Netero lost one arm and one leg in his fierce battle with the Ant King. And the Ant King only had scratches on his body. So, Netero used almost all of his Nen to unleash his final attack, HxH Key Cannon 0. This was equivalent to using himself as a projectile for HxH Key Cannon 0 style, merciless roar, blasting towards the Ant King. However, the Ant King still did not die, he wasn't even severely wounded by it. Netero, however, was completely spent, gaunt and withered, his breathing rattling like a bellows. His vision blurred, but he could vaguely see the Ant King's figure not far away. Even after going to such lengths, he couldn't inflict serious damage on him? It seems, as a challenger, I have lost completely. Netero was unwilling to think if his peak self, in his 50s, could have defeated Mirulem. That was meaningless, boring. The important thing was now. It was indeed like this originally, but, no, there is no but. Since as a challenger of martial arts, I have already lost. Then as the chairman of the Hunter Association and the representative of humanity, I must not lose. He raised his intact hand, index and middle fingers aligned like a blade, about to stab his chest. However, at that moment, Germain's figure flashed before his eyes. Germain. Netero recalled Lin's conversation with him some time ago. Lin told him that Germain would surpass him, surpass his peak self, and stand at the apex of all non-users on the 6 continents. The Ant King was not the strongest opponent he, the solitary seeker of defeat, had pursued his entire life. Germain was. Was he? In fact, the battle with the Ant King had already satisfied Netero. He had already planned to let go of his obsession and face death calmly. It was just the time he had spent in actual contact with Germain that sparked a certain desire within him. He wanted to see the future, to see hope. Netero coughed a few times, then suddenly burst into laughter. The Ant King stared at him, unable to comprehend why this dying old man would laugh like that. Just as he had previously been unable to understand why the old man wouldn't accept his surrender. Because of Netero's existence, the Ant King was willing to grant humanity preferential treatment after he ruled the world in the future. This was a sign of respect for Netero, something Netero had strived for. But Netero refused. Incomprehensible. This was clearly the best outcome for humanity, what else was he dissatisfied with? And what was he laughing about now? So, the Ant King asked. What are you laughing at? Netero laughed for a while longer, then raised his hand to wipe away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, and then his expression returned to calm as he looked at the Ant King. Your name is Mirulem, this is the name your mother gave you in her dying moments. The Ant King was stunned for a moment. No matter how much he pressed earlier, Netero had been unwilling to reveal the Ant King's true name. Now Netero was willing to say it. Why? Mirulem didn't understand. Netero met Mirulem's gaze, completely unswayed. You were indeed born with the strongest individual combat power on the 6 continents, but your understanding of humanity's malice and the extent of humanity's danger is still too little. It is precisely because humans are unwilling to be Chimera Ants' pets, or Chimera Ants' livestock, that things are so complicated, and that I have gone to such lengths. No matter what, you must die. Humanity doesn't need your pity, nor does it need your rule, because that is your fleeting whim, and you will soon understand that only by completely eradicating humanity can the continuation of the Chimera Ants be ensured. Mirulem, for you, there is only one outcome today, no other possibility. Mirulem's eyes narrowed slightly. He began to realize that he probably truly couldn't persuade the old man in front of him to switch sides. As for what Netero had just said, he didn't take it to heart. Komuji had taught him a lot, and he believed he already knew how to rule humanity. Perhaps one day, humans could even become second-class citizens below the Chimera Ants in his kingdom. He would put such things into practice, rather than listening to Netero's one-sided words. Mirulem swung his tail and took a step forward, intending to approach Netero and take another one of his arms. That way, he would truly be powerless to resist. In the future, as long as Netero was willing to surrender, he would have Neferpa to heal Netero's injuries, and even grant Netero the greatest preferential treatment reincarnating Netero as a Chimera Ant. In fact, he didn't particularly like Chimera Ants who had been reincarnated from humans. These types of Chimera Ants had too much self, which would harm and disrupt the organizational structure of the Chimera Ants, hindering his rule. However, for Netero, he was willing to make an exception. This was a sign of respect for the strong. At this moment, Mirulem sensed something and slowly raised his head. In Mirulem's vision, he saw a dragon-like, bird-like monster flying across the clear night sky, and then a figure descending from above. He whistled, and then with a bang, landed in the abandoned weapon testing ground underground, in front of Mirulem and Netero. Mirulem stopped in his tracks. Netero, however, had his head bowed, his breath faint. Have you arrived? Germain glanced at Mirulem, then walked towards Netero, stopping beside him. His upper body clothing had been incinerated from his battle with Yuppie, now revealing a hard, black-boned armor, fitting as tightly as if it were grown into his flesh and blood. The dark crown floated above his head. As long as he stopped fighting, the silver-white halo would be replaced by the dark crown. But as long as he continued to fight, he would merge further with an unbeast chaos roar, forming his current armored appearance. At that point, it would take longer to dispel the dark crown. Chairman, where is your breath of the Archangel? Netero chuckled softly, slowly raising his hand and pointing in a direction. During the underground battle, he had taken the opportunity to bury the card case containing the breath of the Archangel underground in that direction. If his current self had no hope of defeating Mirulem, then healing his injuries with the breath of the Archangel and starting over wouldn't make much sense. Now, perhaps there was a chance. Germain took out his card case, drew the breath of the Archangel, and used it on Netero. Instantly, the Archangel revealed its sacred form and blew a healing breath towards Netero on the ground. Mirulem stood with his arms crossed, taking no action. He knew what it was because Netero and Zeno had used the same card's ability on the injured Komuji. However, Mirulem felt there was no need to stop it. Netero's condition was worse than he had imagined, he might die at any moment. He had somewhat taken Netero's injuries for granted, viewing them from a Chimera Ant's perspective. Humans were still too fragile. It was fine if this man saved Netero. Miriam had read many human books during this time and learned 100 ways human monarchs subdued enemy generals, one of which was the 7 captures and 7 releases strategy. He didn't mind defeating Netero 6 more times until Netero was willing to kneel at his feet. Let that old man heal his injuries. Miriam's gaze naturally shifted from Netero to the suddenly appearing Germain. Is this young man the helper the old man found? His nin is abundant, his steps are steady, his breathing is even, and he has never relaxed his vigilance against me. It seems his strength is not weak, at least stronger than the other old man, Zeno, who brought me here earlier. Why did he only come to help now? Was it a last-minute decision? Or perhaps... Miriam still didn't know Netero's name, and he didn't need to know Netero's name. Similarly, he didn't need to know the name of this young man in front of him. Only if they were willing to surrender and become his royal guards would he deliberately remember their names. He was just curious, if the old man had such a helper, why did he only appear now? You know, he had never resisted a one-against-many situation from beginning to end. At the same time, Germain was also observing Miriam. Miriam's crown resembled a round cap, and his strong hands were clasped across his chest. His upper body was covered by a small jacket, which was now emitting burning black smoke. Smoke also enveloped his lower body, revealing 2 muscular thighs with perfect curves. His tail was warp, as flexible as his 5th limb. HxH Cannon 0 type, merciless roar only caused scrapes and burns all over Miriam's body. Even his small jacket was perfectly preserved. This proved Miriam's ease when fighting Netero. Even when suddenly bombarded by powerful nin, he still had the presence of mind to cover his clothes with nin, preserving them. From another perspective, it could also be said that chimera ants, like humans, have a sense of shame, they are unwilling to expose important parts directly. Germain stood in front of Netero, who was receiving treatment from Breath of the Archangel, and constantly monitored Miriam's movements. Even if Miriam temporarily showed no hostility, he had to be prepared for anything. Miriam seemed to have seen through Germain's thoughts, chuckled softly, and then sat down on the spot. That sitting posture, with one thigh bent and the other crossed, and his hands resting on his knees, was his favorite sitting posture. Miriam had shown this sitting posture to many people to express his relaxation and composure. He believed this was a display of kingly demeanor. Go ahead and heal. If you still want to fight after the treatment is over, feel free to do so. However, you must also consider the price, you will be severely injured. Miriam pointed at Netero, who was being treated for his injuries. The reason I didn't directly throw you to my subordinates for modification is because you earned my respect. I hope you don't disappoint me. This was the composure of a king, and also the arrogance of a king. Germain said nothing, but Netero behind him let out a knowing laugh. Breath of the Archangel completed her healing in an instant. Netero's hands and feet were restored to their original state, and his originally withered body once again became strong, filled with nin. He stood up, stretched his limbs twice, making cracking sounds. Breath of the Archangel, amidst the howling night wind, gently gave Germain and Netero one last look, then transformed into starlight in the darkness, scattering and dancing away. Netero cracked his neck, making a popping sound, then flashed a sinister grin that shouldn't belong to a righteous person, and then walked to Germain's side. Germain, I have 3 things to tell you. What is it? Germain glanced sideways at Netero. First, from now on, we will use every means possible, fighting only for victory. Germain hummed in acknowledgement. I was already planning to do that. Speaking of which, you're the only one who wanted to take the risk, fight one-on-one, and defeat Miriam, right? Netero chuckled as he stroked the short beard on his chin, then he tapped his chest with his hand. Second, the poor man's rose bomb connected to my heart has not been removed. It seems Breath of the Archangel doesn't consider it an injury. Once my heart stops beating, this poor man's rose will blow us all to kingdom come, and even if we miraculously survive, the diffused toxins will be fatal. Breath of the Archangel can only be effective on the same person once, which means, the next time I am severely injured and die, you will all be forced to go to hell with me. Germain already knew these things, he was the one who told Netero about the restriction and vow of Breath of the Archangel. Therefore, Netero's words were not for him, but for Miriam. In fact, what he called the first thing and the second thing were the same thing. That is, from now on, we will use every means possible, fighting only for victory. Whether Miriam believed there was such a bomb in Netero's body, or whether he believed this bomb would pose a threat to him, these words, once spoken, would eventually have an effect. Next, it was a battle between the despicable humans and the noble and proud Chimera Ant King, which also included a troublesome psychological war. Germain said nothing, he had already made up his mind before coming here. This resolve was to defeat the king and royal guards no matter what happened. Not adhering to any form, not acting emotionally. In fact, whether in this current timeline or the original timeline, those with such resolve were the ones who achieved tangible results in the decisive battle against the Chimera Ants. For example, the current Germain, who took out 2 royal guards, has a record of 2/0/0. Squad leader Cheeto is an artilleryman and is ignored here. Another example is Netero in the original timeline, who died with Miriam and indirectly poisoned Shiapoof and Yuppie, with a record of 3/1/0. Gon in the original timeline sacrificed his future, and literally hammered Neferpitu to death. If it weren't for Killua's younger sister Aluka and Nanika giving Gon a boost, he would have truly died. In the end, his record was 1/0/0. As for the other members of the Chimera Ant extermination team, besides Palm's record of 0/1/0, all others had a record of 0/0/0. You can't say that Morel, Knuckle, Shoot, and others were completely useless. They played their respective roles, even gaining an advantage at one point, but due to various reasons, they all failed at the last hurdle. Knuckle even empathized with Yuppie, trying to solve the problem through communication with Shiapoof. Their actions cannot be said to be wrong. It's just that due to a gap in their resolve, they could only become noble warriors willing to sacrifice themselves, unable to become people who could turn the tide in desperate situations. If the poor man's rose had not been effective, Mirlem, who would have been reborn by eating the flesh and blood of Yuppie and Shiapoof, would probably have caused even greater casualties outside the East Gordo Republic. To deal with the reborn Mirlem, the price would not have been as simple as Netero's life alone. At crucial moments, only Netero and Gon, regardless of everything, achieved their goals, and only they truly eliminated the threat of the king and royal guards. This is the gap in resolve. At this moment, Netero extended his third finger. Third, Mirlem can grow stronger by consuming the flesh and blood of others, especially the flesh and blood of non-users, which means his evolution is limitless. We must not let him leave here, and we must not let him leave here after eating our flesh and blood. If we cannot defeat him, I will still activate the poor man's rose. Germain nodded. Indeed, these three things were, in fact, all one thing. Silence fell over the abandoned weapon testing ground for a while. Mirlem pressed his hands on the cold floor and slowly stood up. He thoughtfully moved his gaze back and forth between Germain and Netero. Finally, he looked at the location of Netero's heart. I finally understand why, with such a helper, you didn't team up against me immediately. It's because you have disagreements. Mirlem pointed at Netero. I assume that if that bomb truly exists, you intend to die with me, which is why you chose this battlefield, far from your other human companions. Mirlem then pointed at Germain. However, you reject this plan, you don't want this old man to die. You have disagreements, so you didn't team up immediately. Netero's lips were tightly pursed, and his graying eyebrows drooped, revealing his aged side. He was right. Mirlem's judgment was astonishing. After a brief observation, he reached a conclusion very close to the truth. Mirlem looked at Germain and Netero. If I ruled you, you would never have such disagreements, because I would fully listen to your opinions, make the most correct decisions, and execute them to the end. You lack a true king to lead you. Netero gritted his teeth. What arrogance! Germain, however, shook his head. We do have disagreements, but that's not the entire reason for my delay. Before coming here, I had something else to accomplish, which was to deal with the royal guards. Mirlem's calm eyes changed for the first time, those eyes stared at Germain, as if locking onto him. Germain stated the facts in a tone devoid of any provocation. Outside the palace, I dealt with Neferpitou. Inside the palace, I took out Yuppie. Now only Shiapoof is still alive. They held on to their obsession with guarding their king until their death. With my final blow, I crushed their obsession. You may be their true king, but it is precisely because of your existence that they did not choose a more flexible way of handling things. Mirlem, they died by my hand, but they died because of you. When Netero saw Germain arrive, he knew the mission he had given Germain was complete. He just hadn't expected Germain to exceed expectations and eliminate 2 of the royal guards. Excellent. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. 2 of the royal guards had died at Germain's hands, unable to influence the outcome of the current battle. But it still invigorated and delighted Netero. He had actually prepared for the possibility that the Chimera Ant extermination team might not be able to defeat the royal guards. Netero's mission for them was simply to hold off the royal guards. Now, with 2 of the royal guards eliminated and 1 restrained, they would have more time and space for their decisive battle with Mirlem. Mirlem showed no anger or resentment, he simply pondered for a moment before accepting this possibility. Perhaps it is possible. I have never believed that Chimera Ants are invincible. Even the strongest of them can still be defeated by you. So, I can assume that this is yet another refusal of my offer of surrender, correct? Germain's silence and Netero's continuous laughter expressed their attitudes. Mirlem's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, and his nun was instantly ready, as if it were a natural extension of himself. Bang! He leaped forward, shooting out like an electric current, his figure moving so fast in the air that it seemed to disappear. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was not in front of Germain, but in front of Netero. Even upon hearing that Neferpitou and Yuppie had died at Germain's hands, Mirlem maintained his calm thinking. That old man specifically mentioned the poor man's rose to keep me on edge, making me fight with restraint. That young man mentioned the deaths of Neferpitou and Yuppie to draw fire. Therefore, in this situation, attacking that old man is the optimal solution. If I attack that old man, he will need to ensure his survival, unless absolutely necessary, to prevent the poor man's rose from detonating and affecting that young man. At the same time, that young man, to protect the old man, will also need to divert some attention to him. If I truly attack that young man, I will be the one constrained. What I need to do is simple, disarm that old man of all his means of resistance as much as possible, ensure he doesn't die, and then I can calmly fight that young man. By ensuring this sequence, the battle rhythm will still be under my control. Mirlem had already clarified his thoughts. Netero saw Mirlem appear a few meters in front of him in the blink of an eye and instantly understood. His expression darkened. Heh, I never thought that one day I would become a burden. Starting posture, prayer, palm strike. Boom boom boom. The palm winds of HxH Cannon's 99th style rushed at him, and the golden light of the thousand-armed cannon was dazzling like a phantom, all pouring onto Mirlem. However, Mirlem had already thoroughly understood all the moves of HxH cannon during their previous skirmish. He could even deduce how Netero would strike just from Netero's breathing rhythm. Mirlem dodged and weaved, almost perfectly avoiding most of the attacks, and blasted away the last few moves. In an instant, he broke through all the offensives and arrived in front of Netero. First, disarm this old man's hands and feet. It's a pity, though, without Neferpitou, there will be no one to reattach his limbs later. But with Shiapoof around, converting him into a chimera ant should allow for limb regeneration. Just as Mirlem was about to do this, he suddenly felt a chill approaching his back. Germain appeared behind him with incredible speed. Mirlem narrowed his eyes. The next moment, his tail instinctively whipped backward, and with a clang, it collided with a metal weapon. Mirlem turned his head and first saw the meat cleaver, sparking against his tail, and then saw several other strange weapons attacking him. He spun in the air, his left hand deflecting incoming shotgun pellets, and his right hand, like a blade, chopped down the spiral cane and katana thousand shadows. Whoosh! However, he was still engulfed and enveloped by raging flames. But Mirlem, entangled in the fiery serpent, swung his limbs wide, and his Nen forced the flames away. Immediately after, he pressed forward, his fists like wind, striking Germain with explosive force. Germain, whose dark crown had already switched to a silver halo, clad in hard black and white bone armor, met Mirlem's fists head-on without backing down. Bang bang bang! Nen exploded and overflowed. The ground continuously caved in from the vibrations, revealing craters like those caused by continuous meteor impacts. Mirlem couldn't help but widen his eyes during the intense battle. He can actually withstand my punches and kicks at close range? Something that old man couldn't do, he did. Mirlem possessed a stronger physique than Netero, the innate physical body of the Chimera Ant King. This meant he could make countless mistakes, while Netero would lose a leg with one mistake, and an arm with another. Now, there was a human who could fight him hand-to-hand like this. Is it because of the armor he's wearing? Mirlem vaguely guessed the key. Initially, he was only half believing the deaths of Neferpitou and Yuppie, but now he believed it 80%. Among the royal guards, Mirlem had personally attacked both Neferpitou and Yuppie once, so he clearly knew what kind of attacks their physical strength could withstand. This man could indeed kill them. He was stronger than that old man, much stronger. However, I am stronger than him. Mirlem had learned a lot from playing Gunji with Komuji. One of those things was to predict the opponent's moves and find weaknesses like threading a needle. Before, Netero, besides having an inferior physique to Mirlem, stumbled in this area. Such prediction required first understanding all of Netero's attack patterns, knowing them by heart. Then, Mirlem would judge Netero's preferred and non-preferred ways of striking based on Netero's breathing. After that, Mirlem could predict Netero's next offensive and intercept it in advance, similar to the combat philosophy of Jeet Kune Do. Therefore, Mirlem wanted to counter Germain in the same way. However, he was surprised to discover three oversights during the fierce struggle. First, he hadn't had enough time to understand Germain's fighting style. This could be resolved, it wasn't a major issue. Second, his understanding of all Netero's moves was based on Netero barely being able to keep up with his speed, and Netero's attacks being unable to penetrate his shell or cause substantial damage. However, Germain not only kept up with his speed with ease, but from their fist-to-fist exchanges, he could sense that Germain's attacks could penetrate his defense. In other words, Germain's attacks were a threat to him. Third, he was skilled at sensing an opponent's breathing and judging their thoughts based on it. To counter such a method, his opponent either had to be able to hold their breath for a long time like Morel, or maintain steady breathing under high-intensity play like Komuji. In other words, possess a big heart. He had tried to disturb Komuji's breathing with intimidation. As a result, Komuji's dedication to Gunji far exceeded expectations, and she maintained her mental focus on the game. Only in Gunji was she unwilling to lose to anyone. Germain was the latter, like Komuji. Mirlem fought Germain while sensing the rhythm of Germain's breathing, trying to find a weakness, but he never found one. Even with that old man, Mirlem found weaknesses. Why couldn't he find any with this young man? Could he be the same type of person as Komuji? Besides, Mirlem's strategy of attacking Netero to force Germain to constantly come to his aid also largely failed. Because the premise of this strategy's success was that Mirlem had the composure to simultaneously deal with attacks from both Germain and Netero. Only then could he feint and strike, strike and feint. However, Germain's demonstrated combat power exceeded Mirlem's expectations. Germain, like Komuji, was not an opponent Mirlem could easily defeat by diverting his attention to other things. Watching the dazzling life and death struggle before him, Netero clasped his hands together and withdrew them, not interfering. In fact, he couldn't interfere anymore. At this point, it was hard to say who a HxH cannon palm strike would hit. Now, he felt an increasing joy of living longer and seeing more. Currently, among all the 6 continents, the only human truly capable of engaging Mirlem in close combat was probably Germain. Bang! Then clashed, causing powerful vibrations that instantly separated Germain and Mirlem. They stood a distance apart, adjusting their breathing. Boom! Netero seized the opportunity to unleash a palm strike at Mirlem, but Mirlem dodged it and flew further away. He hadn't expected it to be effective, he just wanted to disrupt Mirlem's rhythm. After Mirlem stabilized again, he temporarily ceased his offensive. After pondering for a moment, he pointed at Germain. Tell me, your name. Komuji and this man were the only opponents who could maintain an equal footing with him. He wanted to know the name of this man before him, just as he wanted to know Komuji's name, and from that, wanted to know his own name. Calling out a true name was a sign of acknowledging this man as an equal opponent. Germain, Germain replied calmly. Mirulem paused, then pointed at Netero. And your name? Netero snorted coldly, slowly withdrew his palm, and did not answer. He already understood why Mirulem wanted to know Germain's name, and his own name was just an afterthought. Germain, however, answered for Netero, his name is Netero. Mirulem nodded. Listen, Germain. Before this, I thought Netero was the strongest among humans, but after fighting you, I realize that's not the case. I must thank you too for letting me know in advance that there might be even stronger people among humans. I will be more cautious from now on. But this is as far as you go. Whether it's Germain or Netero, I have already memorized all your attack methods. Next, I will decide the outcome with Germain within 5 seconds, then disarm Netero's hands and feet within 2 seconds, so you cannot activate the poor man's rose. This is my declaration for the future. I will not hold back against you, and I might even accidentally kill Germain. If that happens, then this will be your end. Netero heard Mirulem's declaration of victory and wanted to retort, but then he remembered that his HxH key cannon had been figured out and countered by Mirulem. He held back his words and couldn't help but look at Germain with a gloomy expression. If it was Mirulem, he might have already memorized all of Germain's attack patterns and methods, and found a way to inflict a critical blow. However, things have come to this point, I can only help Germain to the end and try to use HxH key cannon to block all his vulnerabilities. Thinking of this, Netero clasped his hands together, stood on one leg, and raised the other, crossing it at his hip. The aura of HxH key cannon burst forth, and golden thousand hands clearly manifested like lotus petals. Next, he had to concentrate and push himself to the limit. Germain glanced and then focused on Mirulem, observing the subtle changes in Mirulem's nin and limbs. Mirulem's words sounded arrogant and presumptuous, but he indeed possessed such talent and capital. At this moment, Mirulem was immature in both body and mind. If he could make this terrifying talent and capital blossom, there would indeed be no human on the 6 continents who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Germain was absolutely unwilling to let his guard down. Mirulem had read many books and experienced many things, but his mind still retained a certain innocence in some aspects. One could also say it was self-righteousness. For example, he would announce his next move to his opponent. Germain, I'm coming. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than Mirulem shot out, instantly appearing before Germain. Netero was startled. Because he noticed that in that instant, Mirulem's continuous movements of gathering nin, lifting his leg, and flying had surpassed the speed of his HxH key cannon. Too late. My HxH key cannon is too late to check for and fill Germain's gaps, or to intercept Mirulem's movements. The moment feelings of frustration, tension, and worry arose, Netero hadn't even clearly seen what happened when he heard a piercing bang. Boom. The figure Netero couldn't see clearly, Germain did. His arm, clad in hard armor, suddenly lifted, and in the nick of time, he blocked the punch Mirulem aimed at his chest, solidly enduring the blow. At the same time, the meat cleaver, shotgun, flamethrower, spiral cane, and katana thousand shadows, like 6 extra arms of Germain, launched a barrage of attacks on Mirulem, who was at arm's length. Bang 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 bang. Mirulem's response proved that his previous words were not an exaggeration. His fists and feet struck out swiftly, like the impenetrable surface of an umbrella, blocking all the raindrops from Germain's downpour. Such dazzling offense and defense lasted only 2 seconds. Netero took a deep breath, HxH key cannon stood ready, yet he found no space to intervene. Unless Germain and Mirulem separated, Netero could not find a gap to attack. This was truly terrifying. In the 3rd and 4th seconds, Mirulem still seemed to be only defending against Germain's attacks, with no superfluous movements. However, Mirulem was a king who meant what he said. If he said he would decide the outcome within 5 seconds, he would decide it within 5 seconds. He would never easily go back on his word or repeat himself once he had spoken. Mirulem had offered Netero a chance to surrender once, and he repeated it to Germain when he entered the battlefield. Next, he would no longer persuade with words but would turn to powerful force. In his perception, only strength could command everything, determining the future direction of the species and the life and death of all. He found it incomprehensible, like humans, to worship a group of weak and powerless people as kings or leaders. Even Komuji could only be called a Gunji genius, his dear friend, but not a king. Reaching the pinnacle of Gunji could not rule the world. These were fundamentally different matters. Mirulem wanted to teach Germain this truth, to make him submit like the royal guards, even if it meant forcefully instilling it with martial might. It was time. In the 5th second, Mirulem's tail, which had been curled behind him, suddenly lashed out, delivering a thunderous strike towards Germain. Whoosh! The explosive roar of wind burst forth like a venomous snake's tongue flicking out and its fangs piercing. Germain's offense-defense integration was not perfect, it always had loopholes, which Germain could only compensate for with speed. This meant that, theoretically, by surpassing that speed and precisely predicting the location of all Germain's attacks, one could find the path that directly pierced through the weakest point of Germain's current defense. Netero couldn't even do this. His previous attacks on Germain mostly involved increasing the strike area, forcing HxH key cannon's attacks to hit. In other words, Netero used a relatively crude, straightforward offensive. However, his attacks caused almost no substantial damage to monsters like Mirulem and Germain, who possessed terrifying defensive physiques. Miriam, on the other hand, employed a more refined, focused, and perfectly lethal offensive. If he could execute it, it would catch the opponent off guard, achieve significant results, and be quite spectacular. This required extremely high talent and strength, as well as exceptionally strong logical thinking and memory. Like Netero's Shinjin-ryu, it was a different branch on the same tree, a manifestation of the unity of body and mind. Amidst countless offensive and defensive combinations, Miriam seized the timing. He cut in at the most perfect moment, stabbed into the weakest position, and his tail struck Germain's abdomen directly. However, in that instant, Miriam noticed a change in Germain's breathing. It was an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible change. Was it panic? Panic from being pushed to the brink? No. Miriam felt it again, that unknown emotion that made his hair stand on end. Not long ago, when he tried to attack Netero and Germain suddenly appeared behind him, he had felt the same emotion. So, it wasn't an illusion after all? And even further back, during his Gunji matches with Komuji, he had experienced the same sensation. The next moment, Miriam's tail was grabbed. Germain's fingers gripped it tightly, and almost all his weapons attacked Miriam in that instant. Swish 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 swish. But Germain's eyes were only on Miriam's tail. His fanged claws, like hooks, gripped the tail joint and emitted a terrifying white light. Critical strike. Hiss. A large section of Miriam's tail was torn off, and dark red blood rained down like droplets on the grey floor. The Chimera Ant King's expression darkened. He rolled several times like lightning, retreating to a safe distance, but still maintained a wary, crouched posture. Then he quickly glanced at his severed tail, which was still gushing blood. Was he instantly reacted to encountered by Germain? No, that's not right, it was a trap. It was a prearranged trap, that flaw was intentionally exposed by him, a feint. Besides that, the unexpected silver-white light was also not within Miriam's calculations. It seemed to have allowed Germain to deal damage beyond his normal state in that instant. However, no matter what, 5 seconds had passed, and as the king, he had failed to fulfill his declaration of victory. On the contrary, he had lost his tail. This defeat was undoubtedly a humiliation for him. Miriam looked up, once again at Germain. At this moment, Germain threw the torn-off tail aside and stood there silently, as if merged with the night. Miriam realized something. He lowered his center of gravity further, completely like a loaded bullet, poised to strike. Netero witnessed the astonishing scene that had just unfolded. Although he had a premonition, he was still very surprised when it actually happened. Miriam was injured. Germain, as a human, had injured the Chimera Ant King, causing him to lose his tail. Ho ho! Netero stroked his short, grizzled beard, his long earlobes hanging down, a smile like a benevolent demon or a living Buddha on his face. He already knew what had just happened. Everything stemmed from Germain himself. He had a bad habit. Zeno and Netero had mentioned it, and Netero himself had experienced it firsthand. Every opponent of Germain had, more or less, gone through similar experiences. He always judged his enemies based on first impressions, holding back power before launching an attack. Germain's judgments were usually precise, almost his first strike could eliminate an enemy with minimal cost. However, there were always exceptions. At such times, Germain would subtly increase his combat power, like adding weights, until he found a level that could contend with his opponent, and then he would stop. He would wait for his opponent to adapt for a period, then break the balance at a certain moment, often dealing heavy damage or even killing the enemy in an unexpected way. This was how Germain fought Silva, how he fought Zeno, and how he fought Netero. This was a bad habit. It was a fighting style that balanced risk and opportunity. If Germain failed to maintain balance and control the rhythm, he might not get the chance to unleash his full power. Especially if the opponent's combat power far exceeded his, this tactic would be meaningless and would instead expose him to great vulnerabilities, putting him in a very dangerous situation. Netero had asked Germain why he had such a habit. Germain told him it was because he often had to face attacks from different times, different places, and different people. These attacks were often unexpected and relentless. The reason he always controlled his combat power and held back was because he believed that even if he finished one battle, starting a second one the next second was commonplace. Germain sought to defeat his opponents with minimal cost because he always imagined his situation to be very bad, keeping his mind tense and always ready for continuous combat. The past year's events also proved that he was indeed constantly under attack. Over time, Germain developed this bad habit. Yet, it was precisely this bad habit that caused Miriam to misjudge, fall into the trap Germain had woven, and consequently lose a tail. Miriam's predictions were precise, considering all factors like a game of chess, contemplating countless moves. Once a judgment was made, it was meant to be absolute. For such a judgment to be wrong, some of the initial measurements of the factors involved must have been incorrect. Only based on a false premise could a false judgment be made. The more confident a person is in their own judgment, the more susceptible they are to Germain's tactics. Netero found it amusing. Miriam, oh, if you always show your back to Germain, don't blame him for suddenly pouncing and taking a bite. Germain moved his feet coldly. Suddenly, his flesh and blood tightened, and the armor on his body sank in, connecting tightly to his torso like tree roots. The pain returned. Yes, it returned. This armor on Germain reminded him of another game he used to play, Contempt. It was like Germain's alter ego, but without the alter ego's consciousness. While this armor provided Germain with an enhancement type-like boost in combat power, it also continuously inflicted physical and mental torment upon him. This manifested as pain. And to alleviate this pain, Germain needed to fight, and constantly fight. Once he stopped, the pain would return. This was consistent with the switching frequency of the silver-white halo above his head and the dark crown. For this, Germain also called this armor, which increasingly merged him with his Beast Chaos Roar, the Contempt armor. The torment of physical and mental pain did not force Germain to act immediately. On the contrary, he waited with even more patience, even beginning to adapt to the pain, treating it as part of his instincts like hunger or fatigue. Was this numbness to pain, or a distortion of the perception of pain itself? Germain was unsure. But Mirlem, in this brief truce, figured out a few things. He sighed softly. Because from that last strike, he finally understood that Germain was a character he could not persuade to surrender. Germain's combat power was already a threat to him, the king. Mirlem had tried to persuade Netero to surrender because there was a clear power gap between them. He believed he could subdue Netero and win his loyalty. This was the arrogance stemming from the royal guards bowing to him and having no rivals since his birth. However, Germain tore off his tail, and with it, this curtain of arrogance, revealing his true self on the throne. If he was the king of the Chimera Ants, then Germain should be the king of humans. If Germain were the monarch of the 6 continents, Mirlem would not have so many questions about human society. In Mirlem's understanding, one king could not kneel and surrender to another king. The only outcomes of failure were death or lurking in the shadows. One who would surrender and submit to the rule of another king could never be called a king, that would merely be a monkey wearing a crown. Immediately, Mirlem, just as Netero had done earlier, forcibly stopped the blood from his tail, like a tightly clamped hose. And his eyes remained fixed on Germain. After correcting his perception of Germain, Mirlem's attitude towards him also changed. Anyone who could truly threaten him must be eliminated. Netero was astonished to notice that the aura emanating from Mirlem had changed. It was a killing intent he had not even displayed during their own struggle. His feelings were complex. On one hand, he resented Mirlem's disdain for him, and on the other, he felt nervous about the killing intent Mirlem harbored for Germain. Mirlem's next offensive would be aimed at killing Germain, and its intensity would be a significant leap from before. Netero's premonition was not wrong. Mirlem's crimson killing intent, like a tangible force, instantly filled the entire underground abandoned testing ground, making Netero frown deeply. When Mirlem lunged at Germain again, Netero could no longer clearly see his figure. However, to Netero's surprise, Germain responded in kind. Netero couldn't see the actual scene of their instantaneous struggle, but he could feel the powerful collision of 2 immense nen, causing dust to fly in the underground. Explosions echoed one after another, sounding like a series of simultaneous blasts. However, Netero knew that the explosions actually had a sequence, it was just that the intervals were compressed to the extreme, making them sound as if they happened at the same time. That was a world that only Netero, in his prime at over 50 years old, could glimpse. Now, he could only stand outside this world and observe. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, the floor cracked, stone pillars trembled, and the life and death struggle seemed to make breathing itself halt. In this world, only Germain could see the greedy smile on Mirlem's face at this very moment. This was Mirlem's true nature. Faster. Even faster. He can go even faster. Ha! In the suffocating offense and defense, Mirlem felt the same sensation as when he played Gunji with Komuji, as if time had slowed down. In this sensation, Mirlem could think thoroughly and put his thoughts into action. He could even, in this interval, think about things completely unrelated to the battle. For example, his name, Mirlem, is said to mean the light that illuminates all. The Chimera Ant Queen's expectations for him, giving him such a name, were obvious. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Mirlem no longer needed to hold back. Komuji was a genius even stronger than Mirlem at Gunji, but besides that, she was too fragile. Especially since, even for a human, her physique was among the weakest, almost crumbling with a slight squeeze. Among the royal guards, Neferpitu and Yupi had both survived one of Mirlem's blows. But it was only one blow. If they were to truly fight, they would not be Mirlem's opponents, and death would be the ultimate outcome. Moreover, as royal guards, they would never do anything to offend Mirlem, let alone launch an attack against their king, which would be like blasphemy. This was determined by the structure of the Chimera Ants, their hierarchy of status and combat power was quite clear, never as ambiguous as humans. Netero's strength earned Mirlem's admiration, and he even conceived the idea of recruiting this alien as his subordinate. His resolute fighting will was also commendable. But, ultimately, Netero's HxH key cannon had never posed a significant threat to Mirlem from beginning to end. This was also one of the reasons Mirlem was willing to recruit Netero. Netero was much stronger than the royal guards, but much weaker than himself. As long as he wanted to, he could suppress Netero. For him, he could hardly imagine how someone whose combat power was inferior to his subordinates could rule them. Only Germain, before him, almost met all the conditions to play a game with Mirlem. Comparable combat power, enough to threaten Mirlem. A firm fighting will. Germain had also cut off his own retreat, killing Neferpitu and Yupi, 2 of the royal guards. By now, no one present would believe Germain was bluffing. All these reasons were enough for Mirlem reasons to kill Germain. This allowed Mirlem to unleash himself even more. The lost tail did not cause his combat power to plummet, instead, it was like breaking the chains on his body, making him even more flexible. With his blood surging, Mirlem was astonished to find that his and Germain's breathing rhythms were surprisingly consistent, as if they were dancing together. In their rapid dance steps, stone pillars cracked and collapsed one by one, and the ceiling and stone walls suffered along with them. Dark red blood splattered on the ground, or flew out, disappearing into the dark shadows of the abandoned testing ground. One of Miriam's forefingers was hammered out of shape by Germain, bent at a 90-degree angle towards the back of his hand. But he snapped it back into place with an indifferent crack. Germain's situation was no better. He gently wiped away the blood flowing from his nostril with his finger, but smeared a diagonal bloodstain across his face. Pfft! He spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the ground, moving between the dim shadows and the bright moonlight, engaging in a deadly struggle with Miriam that used the entire abandoned testing ground as its depth. As the fight intensified and time passed, Germain's fusion with the contempt armor became increasingly close. The silver-white halo constantly trembled and shone, like twinkling starlight. All of Germain's materialized weapons became his fists and feet, colliding with Miriam as violently as the process of metal forging and quenching. And this ferocity unleashed dazzling sparks. Critical strike! Critical strike! Critical strike! Following the blow that tore off Miriam's tail, Germain subsequently landed 3 more critical strikes in his head-on clashes with Miriam. The result was 3 visibly sunken wounds on Miriam's chest. A fist print, a slash, and a whip mark were strikingly obvious. However, Miriam showed no panic. Because he had already deduced during his exchanges with Germain that these sudden flashes of white light were probabilistic, and the probability was low. Both Miriam and Germain, in the white-hot battle, fell into a world of moments, clashing far more times than imagined. And in such a vast quantity, there were only 4 critical strikes, indicating that the probability was indeed not high. However, when low-probability accidental factors link up illogically, they become an even more terrifying threat. Critical strike! Critical strike! In that instant, both of Germain's attacks resulted in a critical strike. Miriam had long been prepared to be hit by critical strikes from time to time, because he knew he couldn't stop them. Suffering some injuries for this was within his acceptable range, and besides, he was also inflicting considerable injuries on Germain. Both sides were accumulating wounds, and it was a matter of who would give out first, lose their temper, and make a wrong judgment. However, the consecutive critical strikes broke the balance. Swish! Miriam instinctively tilted his head, narrowly dodging Germain's hand blade. But his left ear, with its long earlobe, was also sliced off. If he hadn't dodged that critical strike, he would probably have been hit between the eyebrows, his eyeballs shattered, and his skull caved in. Hat. However, Miriam laughed. It was a rather sinister laugh, making everyone who saw it realize that something had changed. In the subsequent struggle, he not only did not retreat but became even more ferocious. This unprecedented sense of crisis made Miriam transcend himself, break through his limits, and, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, he grew a little stronger. The scale pan that had originally tilted towards Germain's side suddenly tipped up again, subtly leaning towards Miriam's side. Pfft! In an instant, a red light shot into the sky. Germain's left wrist was brutally and swiftly severed, spewing blood like an arrow, splattering onto the still-standing stone pillars in the abandoned testing ground with successive thuds. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, gripped his left arm, and within swirling, the wound stopped bleeding and was forcibly covered by displaced flesh and blood. Severing the wrist and stopping the bleeding, the entire process was seamless, showing almost no pause, as if Germain and Miriam were performing a play together. Shortly after his left wrist detached from his body, the contempt armor's gauntlet receded from it, turning it into an ordinary severed hand. And Miriam, clutching it, raised it high into the night sky, as if displaying his capture to others. Then, his forefingers cracked as he squeezed, extracting the blood from the severed wrist. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped into Miriam's open mouth, staining his lips red, and flowing down the corner of his mouth, over his Adam's apple, past his shoulder blades, all the way to his open chest. Immediately after, Miriam shoved Germain's severed wrist into his mouth. His hard teeth tore into the flesh and blood, sucking on the finger bones and blood. Miriam crunched the bones with a cracking sound, slowly swallowed, and very quickly finished Germain's left wrist, leaving nothing behind. He let out a satisfied sigh. Miriam's cap-like crown plunged his face completely into darkness, showing no expression, only his crimson eyes glowing. Finally, it was only when he slightly raised his head that the moonlight illuminated his face. But what was revealed was a terrifyingly chilling smile. That wide smile, stretching to his ears, was filled with too many emotions: hunger, greed, arrogance. All desires were conveyed through this smile into Germain's body and mind. Without any reservation, Miriam pointed at Germain. Your flesh and blood is delicious, it's the most delicious I've ever tasted, a taste that, once experienced, cannot be forgotten. I will eat you, completely consume you, body and soul. Crimson then exploded, this time not only filling the entire underground testing ground but also surging through the opening above into the night sky, like a long-dormant volcano erupting. Miriam had grown stronger. By eating Germain's left wrist, he had become even more powerful. The scale pan tilted even more noticeably towards Miriam. This was his inherent talent. Germain was not intimidated by the sight before him. If his left wrist was eaten, then so be it, he would not surrender because of it. The silver-white halo, the shining rune patterns on his chest, the highlighted trait text, and the circling materialized weapons all indicated his steadfastness, fearlessness, focus, ferocity, and exhilaration. The battle would not end so simply, it would continue day and night. He had accepted this the night he first arrived in this world. No matter how harsh the environment, what kind of situation he was in, or how strong his opponent was, he would continue to fight until one side fell. Bang! The death match resumed. Two surging torrents of nin collided simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The vibrating gale destroyed one stone pillar after another, and shattered one wall after another. The unbearable underground testing ground finally began to collapse and fall with a tremendous rumbling sound. The moment Germain lost his left wrist and Mirlem ravenously devoured his flesh and blood, Netero did not interfere. Instead, he turned and rushed in the opposite direction. What I need to do is already very clear. The HxH cannon, like a shadow, plunged its hand-like palm into the earth, digging out the entire black card box that had been buried beneath the soil beforehand, and delivering it into Netero's hands. Netero, his lips tightly pressed, clutched the black card box tightly. When he turned around again, it was to witness the apocalyptic scene of the underground testing ground collapsing as if the sky and earth were rending. Dust billowed, rubble flew everywhere, chaos swallowed everything, and visibility was completely obscured. And those two figures were still locked in a death match within the gradually collapsing underground testing ground, so engrossed that they seemed to have forgotten the original reason for their duel. This was the evenly matched battle Netero sought. The HxH cannon effortlessly pushed away all the falling rocks. Seeing that staying here would mean being completely buried alive, Netero simply leaped into the air. Stepping on the falling debris in the air, he twisted and turned, bursting out of the opening and landing steadily on the surface. Netero looked down, his eyes fixed on the widening chasm, like an abyss. The surrounding ground was collapsing into the abyss, as if it would never end. A long, strange cry echoed through the night sky. Chairman Netero glanced over, seeing the Zaldik family's beast, neither fully dragon nor bird, descend from the clouds. Zeno and Silva stood on its back. Zeno nodded to Chairman Netero, then pointed at the monster beneath them, signaling Chairman Netero to join them. Chairman Netero understood, leaping again, and stepped onto the dragon bird monster's sharp claws, flying upwards. He landed on the dragon bird's thick, broad back, and HxH cannon dissipated. Chairman Netero looked at Zeno, paused, and then scoffed. Zeno, didn't you say you'd never meddle in anything outside of a mission? Why are you still here? Zeno chuckled, his hands clasped behind his back. Because it's a rare sight. The fall of the strongest man of yesteryear, and the birth of two monsters. Chairman Netero wasn't angry, he just laughed heartily. From the time he learned to speak until his current old age, Zeno had always regarded Chairman Netero as the strongest man on the 6 continents. His feelings for Chairman Netero could certainly be called reverence, there was no doubt about that. His previous words were merely a sigh of regret. The new waves pushed the old waves forward, not only him, but even Chairman Netero, the acknowledged evergreen of martial arts, had been caught up and surpassed by the younger generation. This was truly a very complex emotion. Zeno and Silva observed the battle from the sky. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could generally sense Germain and Mirlem's unyielding struggle from the clash of nin. Even Chairman Netero couldn't intervene. It was an incredibly intense offense and defense, with no room to breathe. If Chairman Netero insisted on having HxH cannon unleash its palm winds, whether it would hit, and who it would hit, would be a matter of luck. However, regarding Mirlem's subsequent aggression and ferocity, Zeno and Silva remained calm after their initial shock. This was because the Zaldik family had held a trump card all along. It was just difficult to say what price they would ultimately have to pay if they used that trump card against Mirlem. If possible, the father and son did not wish for things to reach that point. It would be best if Germain could win tonight. If he failed, a saturation bombardment of human poor man's rose from the 6 continents killing Mirlem would also be an acceptable outcome. Zeno glanced at Chairman Netero again. And what about you, Chairman Netero? Didn't you say before that if you couldn't defeat Mirlem in a one-on-one duel, you would win at all costs? You haven't detonated the poor man's rose yet. Is it because you don't want Germain to be buried with him? Chairman Netero stroked the beard on his chin and shook his head. It was at first, but not anymore. Zeno, because the situation at the time was not optimistic, I told Germain and Mirlem a lie. He raised his hand and tapped his chest, feeling the movement within. Zeno and Silva's eyes widened slightly. Chairman Netero's expression was serious. I was severely wounded at the time, so I accepted the healing of breath of the Archangel. She removed the poor man's rose, which was clearly not a part of my chest cavity. Shortly after I was fully healed, I noticed this, but I didn't say anything, attempting to use a lie to gain an advantage for Germain and me. However, the battle has evolved to this point, and there's no opportunity for me to intervene, nor do I need to conceal this matter anymore. Chairman Netero looked down from the dragon bird-like monster towards the abyss below. Now we only have one path, to win. Otherwise, if Mirlem devours Germain, the consequences would be unimaginable. The underground testing ground was in chaos, blocked everywhere by shattered walls and ruins, and the space was constantly being compressed. Germain and Mirlem's battlefield was restricted, but their battle grew even more ferocious. The two crashed through the underground, and the mere clash of their nin was enough to destroy everything around them. Mirlem felt he had gained an advantage where the overall direction of the game had opened the door to victory for him. However, he needed to truly corner Germain, to truly leave him with no moves left. Pfft. In the darkness, Mirlem suddenly bit Germain's shoulder, then swiftly tore off a piece of flesh and blood and swallowed it whole. Germain paid it no mind. After quickly staunching the blood, he rejoined the battle. Whenever he had a chance, Mirlem would bite off a piece of Germain's flesh and blood. Germain's flesh and blood could nourish Mirlem, replenishing the nen he expended. With one diminishing and the other growing, the balance no longer existed, the scales had completely tipped towards Mirulem, it should have been that way. However, in the extreme environment, under the collision of bodies, stimulated by the scent of blood and pain, Germain's spirit astonishingly held out until now, still unbroken. Incredible. Mirulem had gained an advantage, yet he could never completely overwhelm Germain, failing to land a decisive blow. Not only that, through their back and forth attacks, Germain's true thoughts and intentions were constantly transmitted into Mirulem's mind. It is said that when a swordsman from the land of Wano clashes blades, they can sense their opponent's will from the blade itself. This was a similar situation. The king wanted to crush Germain, to utterly defeat him. But Mirulem continuously felt an unyielding resilience from Germain, as if he truly intended to fight until the ends of the earth. For the first time, Mirulem had a strange thought. Perhaps he wasn't the ultimate life form, destined to stand at the peak of the entire world after the continuous evolution of all chimera ants. Perhaps he still understood too little about this world. If he truly was the born king at the top of the food chain, why was he trapped by the man before him in a place like the East Gordo Republic? Mirulem should have been invincible. In fact, Germain could feel the intense pain from all his wounds, yet he could no longer interpret this pain. The pain of wounds is usually a punishment for the disadvantaged side in a struggle. However, for Germain now, such punishment was utterly insignificant. What he wanted was to continue fighting and to win. An elite, undoubtedly, has been through countless battles and countless death matches. A master, undoubtedly, has forged his own path, needing no one's guidance. And a champion, undoubtedly, is king-like, with a who but I mentality. Germain was immersed in it, oblivious to external matters and the passage of time. He quietly delved into Mirulem's mind, sensing the changes in Mirulem's body and spirit. Their shared perception led to a strange shift in the battle at this moment. They began to miss each other. This was because they both sensed the other's will, anticipated the other's next attack, and then both missed. And the frequency of such misses was constantly increasing. Now, they looked like two clumsy boxers who couldn't even figure out how to land a punch on each other's heads. However, once one considers that even missed attacks, the nen waves they unleashed were powerful enough to shatter the ground, exploding like cannon fire, it would send chills down one's spine. It was also due to this shared perception that Mirulem irresistibly noticed the changes in Germain's body. Before this, despite such severe injuries, he had rallied, and his aura had grown stronger. Mirulem had accepted this. But at this very moment, Germain had grown stronger once again, as if he had destroyed a massive boulder he had been carrying on his shoulder. He was climbing towards the mountain peak. A nen vortex unconsciously formed, sweeping Germain and Mirulem into it. Both sides were battered and bloody, indistinguishable from each other. The pain Mirulem inflicted on Germain was even fed back to him through their shared perception, as if he were hitting himself. Their indistinguishable spirits were stretched taut together, constantly elongating like a rubber band. It stretched to its limit. Finally, snap, it broke. Mirulem's eyes widened. Germain was bathed in silver-white light, his attacks were raw and impactful, continuously erupting in brilliant silver light and deafening roars. Critical strike. Continuous critical strikes. When low-probability events chain together illogically and become the norm, the situation completely collapses. Boom, boom, boom. The tight fishing net woven from countless attacks finally tightened completely at this moment. Fists, feet, meat cleaver, shotgun, flamethrower, spiral cane, katana thousand shadows continuously landed critical strikes, shattering all of Mirulem's outer shell defenses. Even more terrifying, with the critical strikes came the visible regeneration of Germain's various injuries. Mirulem, now completely covered in blood, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then, with crimson eyes, lunged to bite Germain's right hand. But Germain's headbutt, also a critical strike, smashed Mirulem's face inwards, pushing his eyeballs to the sides. And his right hand, clenched, swung a wind-breaking punch that struck the temple of the now defenseless Mirulem. Pfft! It was the sound of shattering. Germain could still feel the ferocity in Mirulem's heart. Mirulem would never yield. So he continued his relentless assault, shattering Mirulem's limbs, shattering Mirulem's torso. With the final blow, Germain grabbed the meat cleaver midair and savagely chopped it into Mirulem's face, splitting Mirulem's head completely in half. Pfft! Mirulem, utterly unrecognizable, finally slumped onto the cracked and uneven ground. Germain gasped for breath, himself a bloody mess, blood already gushing uncontrollably. However, many of his own wounds had healed due to the consecutive critical strikes. He gazed down at the fallen Mirulem, finally feeling no thoughts or aura from him. Germain's mood at this moment was one that ancient human ancestors had experienced. They used sharpened spears and burning flames to strike down one ferocious beast after another that had driven them to despair, and finally stepped upon them, making them part of their diet. To give my all, to annihilate completely, this is my greatest respect for you. Mirulem, whose name means light that illuminates all, consequently bestowed upon Germain a grudge gift with similar characteristics. The sacred moonlight sword is a great sword that requires two hands to wield. When used, it emits a beautiful cyan holy light in the dark of night. Germain put away the sacred moonlight sword, took one last look at Mirulem's corpse, and then leaped into the air. Stepping on the crumbling ruins several times, he had already jumped out of the underground abandoned testing ground and landed on the surface. Looking back, the collapse of the abandoned testing ground gradually subsided, but most of the area had been buried by rocks and earth, becoming the Chimera Ant King's hasty grave. A strange cry came from the sky. Germain followed the sound source, looked up, and saw the Zaldik family's dragonbird magical beast, which had brought him to this battlefield, circling above his head. 3 dark figures flew down from the back of the dragonbird magical beast, landing steadily and lightly beside Germain. They were, of course, Netero, Zeno, and Silva. Netero walked over, patted Germain's shoulder, and smiled. You did it, and you did it well. Zeno and Silva also nodded at Germain. Germain's victory tonight was, in fact, the best possible outcome. However, when he truly managed to defeat Mirlem, who was so fierce that even they didn't dare to approach him, and Netero couldn't defeat him, the shock it brought was immeasurable. Germain did not respond. After some time out of combat, the silver-white halo had transformed into the dark crown, and with the erosion of the contempt armor, he was currently enduring extreme physical and mental pain. Because he had fought in this state for too long, the price for shedding the dark crown and contempt armor was no longer half an hour, but an entire hour. Germain wasn't sure if he could endure an hour of torment, he might truly die from exhaustion. Only combat could interrupt the torment, but Germain knew this was a method of drinking poison to quench thirst. It only delayed the arrival of the torment, it wouldn't make the torment disappear and would infinitely increase its duration. He didn't want that. Netero noticed that the bleeding from Germain's left wrist had stopped, and the wound even showed signs of healing, then he noticed Germain's silence and his physical and mental fatigue. He quickly understood that Germain was currently suffering immense torment damage. So, Netero took out his card box and showed Germain the last remaining breath of the Archangel. Only it can help you escape your current state. Netero unsealed the breath of the Archangel and used it on Germain. Amidst golden holy light, the Archangel materialized with graceful, soaring dance-like movements. She looked gently at Germain, extended her palm, and with slightly parted lips, exhaled a healing breath. The healing breath gently flowed in the direction parallel to her palm, fully infusing Germain's body. In an instant, Germain felt all the pain and soreness in his body receding, as if a heavy rain had washed away all the mud clinging to him. His left wrist regenerated at a visible, super-fast rate, the contempt armor on his body receded like a tide, and the dark crown trembled and shattered. After a few breaths, Germain was free of injuries, both physically and mentally. The Archangel also let out a soft laugh, danced a few circles in the dazzling light, and then dissipated. The healing power of the breath of the Archangel had been demonstrated more than once in front of everyone, and its effect was beyond doubt, but Netero still asked a question. Germain, how do you feel now? Germain looked down at his intact left wrist, then noticed that his dark crown and contempt armor had been forcibly stripped away, his body and mind felt light, and his Nen had returned to its abundant pre-battle state. The next moment, as if to test it, Germain released his Nen and spread it out. It first passed through Netero, Zeno, and Silva, all 3 instinctively used Nen for defense, but after realizing it was N, although they felt a bit uncomfortable, they said nothing. N expanded outwards, a radius of 100 meters, a radius of 200 meters, a radius of 300 meters, a radius of 320 meters. In just 1 year, Germain's N distance had already surpassed Zeno's 300-meter radius, which he had cultivated for decades. Netero, Zeno, and Silva were all surprised at first, then accepted this reality. Germain's rapid improvement in all aspects was the root cause of Mirlem's defeat tonight. The range of N does not represent strength, but most powerful Nen users have a long N radius. However, in this aspect, the Dark Continent species have an advantage, this is their racial talent. Neferpitu's irregular N reached several kilometers at its furthest point. And the N of the resurrected Mirlem was even further, far exceeding the limits of Neferpitu's N in every direction. Correction of the erroneous statement about Mirlem's N in chapter 251. In an instant, N retracted back to Germain. I'm fine now. Suddenly, Germain raised his hand, interrupting Netero, who was about to speak, and pointed in a direction in the night sky. I feel a life rapidly approaching. It should be Shiapuf, Shiapuf is coming. Netero, Zeno, and Silva were all stunned, then each spread their N out. Soon, a large group of N clusters, like flying particles, first entered Netero's N, then Zeno's N, and finally Silva's N. Netero stroked his white beard. This evil Nen, with mutual connections between them, must be the last of the royal guard's Shiapuf. I didn't expect him to have the ability to disperse into such tiny particles. Since he's the last of the royal guards, how should we deal with him? Netero was the highest in status and seniority here, but when he said this, he also looked at Germain, wanting to know his attitude. Germain's contributions tonight were immense, in every respect, he deserved respect. How should we deal with him? Germain looked at his hands, then raised his head. Mirlem is dead. As a royal guard, Shiapuf is undoubtedly loyal to Mirlem. He will not negotiate with us and harbors extreme resentment towards us. And he has a large group of hostages under his Nen abilities control. If he wants to go down fighting, many people could die. Before he can react, let's eradicate evil. Germain materialized the sacred moonlight sword, holding the excessively large cyan blade with both hands. Let me do it. Germain added. It wasn't that he was too bloodthirsty or wanted Shiapuf's grudge gift, rather, he wanted to use his ability to eliminate Shiapuf's resentment and achieve a perfect ending. Nen users, especially powerful Nen users, can potentially create terrifying effects like vengeful spirit curses from their resentment after death. Mirlem had resentment after his death, but he did not continue to cling, maintaining the last bit of his dignity as a king. Neferpitu and Yupi, on the other hand, were determined to protect the king to the death, even using their resentment after death to do something. Therefore, Shiapuf, also one of the royal guards, might also spread and strengthen his resentment after death, retaliating against humanity by shattering the minds of those he hypnotized. Germain's hunter badge is the bane of resentment, he wanted to prevent this possibility. Netero and Zeno exchanged glances. Zeno smiled and shook his head, taking a stance that if it was outside the mission, they had said they wouldn't interfere, and they wouldn't. Netero himself could intervene, dealing with Shiapuf was not a problem for him. But Germain had actively offered to continue fighting, and Netero thought of something else, so he agreed. Alright, Germain, go ahead. Let's rewind to after Germain left the palace. Inside the palace, Morel was misled and let Shiapuf escape. Everyone then confronted Palm, who had suddenly appeared and been transformed into a chimera ant. Shiapuf wanted to know the whereabouts of the king and Nefertiti, and also who was responsible for Yupi's death. The answers could only be pried from the mouths of the people before him. So, Shiapuf's many clones floated over to Palm, whispering soft commands for her to attack everyone. Palm, reborn as a chimera ant, was very loyal and responded to Shiapuf's command with action. She had become stronger, her black hair had grown even thicker, tightly coiling around her entire body to form armor. This greatly enhanced her physical abilities in all aspects. This was her current state, another ability besides lonely deep-sea fish, called Dark Ghost Wife God. Palm, whose physique and aura capacity had been strengthened by her rebirth as a chimera ant, was already a formidable opponent. Coupled with everyone's guilt towards her, they fought with restraint. That plan was extremely dangerous, and Palm's current appearance proved it. However, they couldn't ascertain her condition, let alone rescue her. After the decisive battle began, sending Ikalgo to find her was the best solution they came up with after weighing the pros and cons. Knuckle was even more ashamed when he saw his disciple. With his four-dimensional mansion, he was undoubtedly the best candidate to support, confirm, and rescue Palm, but he had faltered. If not for Germain's actions stirring his courage, he wouldn't even be in the palace now, he would have left long ago. Seeing Palm in this state, Knuckle already guessed what had happened. His mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. Countless Shiapuf clones, at this moment, secretly released scale powder of love from the side, severely interfering with everyone's defenses and allowing Palm to attack more smoothly. Shiapuf used this to pressure everyone, demanding they tell him the whereabouts of the king and Nefertiti, and the killer of Yupi. Otherwise, this infighting would continue indefinitely. Things might truly go as he wished. No matter how much everyone shouted, Palm seemed to be fully immersed in her role as a chimera ant, constantly attacking everyone with obedience to the king and royal guards. However, everyone was determined not to reveal the location to Shiapuf. The outcome of Chairman Netero's and Germain's battle with the king was unknown. If Shiapuf was allowed to pass, who knew what severe consequences it would lead to? Now they could only continue to stall and evade Palm's attacks. Fortunately, they had Melioran's God's Accomplice and God's Accomplice here. He and Knuckles' Aura Blast worked together, ultimately leading to Palm being entangled by Toritaten, putting her in a situation where she couldn't use her Nen ability for a month. After subduing Palm, Knuckle approached her. Knuckle, who had lost most of his hair, never gave up on waking Palm. Finally, with his efforts, Palm's human side awakened and she regained control of her body. Palm remembered that she was one of the Chimera Ant extermination team members, Knuckles' disciple, and had just gone through a terrifying experience. Now, the nightmare was over. Palm awoke, and everyone was overjoyed, then remembered the main task. So, everyone turned to deal with the sky full of Shiapuf, only to realize that these were all his clones, and his true body, Fly King, was long gone. At this moment, the clones began to mock everyone. It turned out that everyone's absolute determination not to expose the battlefield's location had, ironically, allowed Shiapuf, who was skilled at sensing emotions, to deduce a general direction. They don't want me to go in this direction, so the king and Nefertiti must be in this direction, there's no mistake. Fly King Shiapuf had already flown towards the battlefield when Palm was entangled with everyone and was now halfway there. Everyone was angry and annoyed, yet helpless. They could only hope that the final battlefield would be alright, while splitting up. Morel and Melioran tracked Shiapuf, attempting to intercept him before he reached the abandoned testing ground. Knuckle, Palm, and Knuckle remained in the palace to deal with any remaining enemies that might appear. Subsequently, they rendezvoused with another Chimera Ant companion, Ikalgo, to rescue the humans still alive there. Ikalgo, in search of Palm's whereabouts, was forced to fight Chimera Ants. Although he won, he was also injured. He hadn't expected Palm, whom he had been searching for so long, to be here. The matter at the palace came to an end. Let's move back to a little earlier. Fly King Shiapuf and his clones, while flying, plunged into 4 successive N. His previous mockery of the palace occupants had vanished without a trace. Shiapuf recognized one of the N as the one previously released in the palace. Its owner was very likely the killer of Yupi. He wasn't afraid of the owners of these N, but he realized a startling fact. None of the N initiators were the king or Nefertiti. Did they leave? Or, for some reason, did not release N? Or are they not in this direction? Shiapuf quickly saw a huge collapsed pit. From its dilapidated state, it was clear what an intense battle had just erupted there. 4 humans stood on the edge of the pit, looking up, seemingly observing Fly King Shiapuf and his clones. They must be the ones who released the N just now, the quantity matches. But, it's impossible, if the king and Nefertiti fought with these humans, how could they let them live and then just leave? This doesn't fit the style of the king and Nefertiti. Unless it's, no, absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. My king is invincible, and that guy Neferpitou is there. Neferpitou would protect the king to the end, even if it meant losing his life. What exactly happened here? Why, after coming out of that damnable smoky prison set up by that smoke-spewing man, has the whole world changed, becoming so unfamiliar to me now? No, I must know what happened. I must find a way to learn the truth from the mouths or emotions of those four people. But, at this instant, two things happened simultaneously. Fly King Shiapuf thought about this, his face contorted into a hideous grimace, no longer possessing his previous elegance and confidence. And a figure, without warning, appeared between the Fly King and his clones, with no prior indication. The Shiapufs looked closely, it was a muscular man, shirtless, holding an unusually large, glowing blue greatsword. This man, he must be the one who killed Yuppie, and the most crucial man who caused this world to fall into such chaos. Fly King Shiapuf made his judgment. However, this judgment was meaningless at this point. Germain released N, encompassing all of Shiapuf. After a brief assessment, his eyes fixed on Fly King Shiapuf, who was mixed among them. Shiapuf was already one of the royal guards with extremely strong emotional perception, and at this moment, he felt an even sharper, colder sensation. He has already discovered my true body. He actually already discovered my true body. This man in front of me won't be like the king, who likes to release Nen grandly, making the chimera ants submit to him after feeling his Nen. This habit is a normal practice displayed by beasts when patrolling their territory and encountering external enemies head-on. But Germain is a beast hunter, and hunters prefer to conceal their presence to achieve a fatal hunting result. Therefore, Shiapuf truly felt Germain's terror at this moment. Yuppie was not his opponent, Neferpitou was not his opponent, I am not his opponent either. Even the king would be threatened. Fly King Shiapuf spread his scaly wings and turned to leave. And all of his clones surged towards Germain, attempting to delay and obstruct him. In this instant, too many thoughts arose in his mind. He sincerely hoped that Neferpitou had taken the king away, or that Neferpitou had somehow persuaded the king to leave, and Neferpitou himself stayed behind to fight to the death. Yes, it must be so. It must be so. Well done, Neferpitou, well done. Your death will not be meaningless. Once I reunite with the king, we will make a comeback and avenge you and Yuppie. Shiapuf had successfully convinced himself, but in the next moment, he heard words that sent shivers down his spine. Don't worry. I will send you to meet Neferpitou and Yuppie, and your king Mirlem. Fly King Shiapuf's pupils contracted. He turned sharply and saw the man, entangled by countless of his clones, swinging the great sword in his hand almost unimpeded. The man held the great sword with both hands, bringing it close to his face, reflecting his incredibly cold expression, those black eyes icy to the extreme. A blue light suddenly radiated from the great sword, instantly destroying all of Shiapuf's clones, and rapidly pursuing Fly King Shiapuf's face. How could such a thing happen? Shiapuf felt his body withering. In this instant, a rapid succession of images flashed through his mind, finally settling on the king. King, my king, I'm coming to see you. Buzz. The blue light spread into a ring in the night sky, then gradually fell like starlight, as if blue stardust had been sprinkled. All returned to tranquility. The Chimera Ants King and royal guards, all perished at the hands of the same person. Germain lowered the sacred moonlight sword, letting it dissipate in his hand as gravity pulled him downwards. On his way back to the ground, he gained a new rune pattern from Shiapuf's grudge gift. Beast's Embrace, a rune pattern in the shape of an open beast claw, was branded on Germain's chest. It was arranged with the other 4 rune patterns, appearing quite messy, increasingly resembling a strange and eerie hieroglyph. This rune pattern allowed Germain to gain a certain amplification when he donned the contempt armor and used the power of Chaos Roar. Bang! When he landed on the ground, Netero, Zeno, and Silva walked towards him. Such speed, Chairman Netero commented with a smile, then took out his phone. Perfect, now is a good time to make a call. Make a call? Germain looked at Zeno and Silva in surprise. Both Zeno and Silva shook their heads, indicating that they also knew nothing. Netero pressed his phone and quickly dialed a number. Morel answered the call. Netero explained the situation on their end, and before Morel could excitedly say anything, he hung up. Then, he called Knuckle, repeating the same action, explaining the situation and then hanging up. Afterward, Netero thought seriously for a while before making another call. Germain had no intention of peeking, but he was taller than Netero, and his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Netero making a video call to a contact named Serious Dog Girl. He hadn't expected Netero to share his habit of using personal evaluations instead of real names for contacts. The video call connected in less than 3 seconds, and indeed, a dog nose appeared on the other end. Netero said with a smile, "Too close, Cheetle, you're too close to the camera." Okay, just a moment." Only then did the other party step back, revealing the true face of Cheetle Yorkshire, one of the Zodiacs, the dog. She wore a hat, had long teal hair, wore glasses and had a pair of perked-up beast ears and a dog nose, though it was unclear if they were real or fake. "Chairman. Is it really the chairman? I heard tonight was the decisive battle? How do you have time to call me? Has the decisive battle ended? How is the situation? Did we win? What about casualties?" After connecting the call, Cheetle bombarded him with questions. Although she was far away on another continent, in another country, she had been silently following the situation in the East Gordo Republic. If Netero hadn't repeatedly refused, she would have intervened in the Chimera Ant extermination war long ago. She believed that the other Zodiac's members had surely received the same treatment. Of course, except for Pariston and Jing, those two were special, truly very special. To be honest, it wasn't a question of Morel, Knuckle and their disciples' abilities, but rather that too many more suitable candidates had been rejected by the investigation division and the assisting examiners. They wanted Chairman Netero to give direct instructions, but the chairman actually refused. This was typical of Chairman Netero, but any clear-sighted person could see that this extermination war was full of anomalies. Why wouldn't the chairman let them get involved? Cheadle and the others were at a loss. Netero reverted to his usual old man persona, fond of teasing his juniors, completely unlike the person who had intended to perish with Miriam not long ago. Don't be so anxious, Cheadle. I'm calling you first to tell you the situation. Aren't you touched? Cheadle rolled her eyes, completely disbelieving Chairman Netero's nonsense. Chairman, what happened? Just tell me. Do we need to send support? You see, you're getting anxious again. Haha. Don't worry, the Chimera Ant extermination war concluded with a complete victory for humanity. The Ant King and Royal Guards were all taken down by Germain. We won? That's great, that's great. Cheadle patted her chest, showing her genuine concern for Netero's safety. Since the extermination war was a complete victory, then Netero must also be out of danger. Then, she suddenly reacted, her eyes widening. What did you just say? What Germain? The Ant King and Royal Guards were all taken down by Germain, what does that mean? It means exactly what it says, Cheadle. Your comprehension skills are declining. Hey? Chairman, this isn't a problem with my comprehension skills, is it? Germain? Why would a Germain suddenly appear? Wait, is it that Germain? But, why? It's him. Netero smiled, aimed his phone at Germain, captured Germain's profile and bare upper body, then pulled it back. All in all, Cheadle, there are numerous Chimera Ant corpses here, and many Chimera Ant cocoons. I need someone to immediately secure and preserve them. Netero's tone became serious. Before dawn, I want to see the airships you've arranged parked in front of me, the more the better. Also, you should head to the Hunter Association now and take control of the situation. Cheadle on the other end immediately became anxious. Airships? Where am I going to get airships now, and what about the procedures? Go to the Hunter Association and take control of the situation, what happened there? Chairman, you. Then I'll leave it to you, Cheadle. Netero hung up the phone, then turned around, looking at everyone with a cheerful smile. Cheadle is a very capable child. I believe she has her own methods. Besides, within an hour, she will have gathered all information about Germain. Being a Zodiac is really tough. This was the thought of Germain, Zeno and Silva after exchanging glances at that moment. Of course, people like Pariston and Jing were exceptions. Then, Netero made calls to the other Zodiac's members excluding Pariston, Sayu and Jing. He used the same method to inform them of the extermination war results, then assigned many tasks, and also showed Germain's face. After that, he called Bean Man, the Hunter Association secretary, the head of the Chimera Ant extermination team's intelligence unit, the head of the medical unit, and so on, assigning them tasks as well, though this time Germain did not show his face. Finally, Netero called Pariston. This time, the phone rang for 20 seconds without an answer. Netero hung up and then confidently said, he'll call back. Another 30 seconds passed, and sure enough, Pariston's call came through. Yo. Netero waved at Pariston on the video call. The Chimera Ant extermination war is over, and we won. You were the first person I thought of calling to tell you this good news. Pariston displayed a formal smile, but without much enthusiasm. That's truly wonderful, Chairman. I feel very happy. However, you weren't the first to call me, were you? I've already heard, many people have received news from your end. Netero feigned a puzzled look, then let out an "oh" as if suddenly understanding. Oh? That's not surprising. With so many of us here, they always have channels to get information. After all, they are all pro-hunters, truly resourceful. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then he continued speaking with a smile. That's true. Chairman, I heard that one-star fastest legend Germain made a huge contribution in this extermination war. You even know that? Yes, Germain took down the Ant King and Royal Guards. Haha, it seems my nickname Ears of the Wind should be given to you. You flatter me, Chairman. Germain is truly impressive. However, Germain wasn't on the predetermined extermination team roster, was he? His presence here wouldn't violate V5's will and the Hunter Association's procedures, would it? Such things, as long as we win, everything is fine. What they want is the most perfect outcome with the lowest cost, isn't it? Pariston smiled and then fell silent for a while, making one wonder if the network signal was bad and the screen had frozen, until he suddenly spoke again. That's true. Chairman, do you need me to do anything? You've given orders to most of the Zodiacs. After all, I am also the vice chairman of the association. Pariston had only become the vice chairman of the Hunter Association in the last year. As an anti-chairman faction member, though he himself denied it, he had gained the support of many who disliked Chairman Netero's eccentric style. Netero smiled upon hearing this. Yes, you're right. I happen to have one thing that only you can do. Is that so? Something only I can do? That's truly wonderful, I feel very happy. Chairman, what is it? Netero said with a smile, tell Beyond to prepare for a second negotiation. We'll discuss both old and new matters. Beyond. Pariston on the screen smiled while appearing to recall, who is Beyond? I don't know this person, Chairman, can you give me more information? Yes, Beyond is my son, and also your Ensai's direct superior. There are also your people among the cooperation specialist hunters. Do I need to name them one by one? Pariston's smile remained unchanged, but at this moment, it looked like the terrifying doll from Dead Silence. Netero already knew they were moles, both Beyond and Pariston were aware of this, but everyone had kept quiet. By naming these people now, he was indicating that he no longer intended to play along with Beyond and Pariston. And if Pariston wanted to continue playing, Netero would no longer abide by the rules as before, and the situation for these moles would become entirely different from before. No need. I will relay the message. That's good, that's good. Netero sounded as if he had sighed in relief. I was wondering how long you would keep playing. Haha. Pariston finally dropped his smile. Then, please allow me to pay my respects to you and Germain. Also, I will resign from my position as vice chairman of the Hunter Association and withdraw from the Zodiacs. Let's do that. You, Sayu, and those cooperation specialist hunters, remember to find some legitimate reasons. I will accept your resignations and process them at light speed. Netero made a few more calls before finally putting down his phone. This time, it was truly over. At this moment, Zeno and Silva bid farewell to Germain and Netero. They had no reason to stay any longer. Silva took out a horn and blew a few notes into the night sky. The horn's sound was long and drawn out, and the dragon bird beast responded with a cry, descending from the sky. Zeno and Silva flew onto its back, landing steadily. What a spectacular battle! It seems we didn't come here in vain this time. Zeno clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the two on the ground, and smiled peacefully. Oh, and Chairman Netero, if you have time, come visit Kukuru Mountain. My grandfather would be very happy. Netero put his hands on his hips and nodded with a smile. Mahazaldik was one of his few old friends still alive, so it would indeed be good to reminisce if he had the time. Zeno then turned to Germain. Germain, you are also welcome at Kukuru Mountain. This time will be different from the last, we will treat you well. When you come, stay in the Zaldik family's ancestral home, and I'll introduce you to my grandsons. Germain also nodded. With a strange cry, the dragon bird beast then carried Zeno and Silva, circling upward, flying into the clouds, and disappearing. Netero and Germain, meanwhile, walked towards the palace. They didn't walk fast, mainly because they had contacted Morel and Knuckle and knew that everything was safe on their side. Soon, halfway there, they met Morel and Melioron, who had originally intended to intercept Shiapoof. However, Shiapoof was flying and had left earlier. They were on foot, so by the time they arrived, the situation had already concluded. Upon meeting Germain and Netero, Morel and Melioron were overwhelmed with emotion. The fact that Germain had defeated the Ant King and Royal Guards was unbelievable. But part of it they had witnessed with their own eyes, and part of it Netero had personally confirmed, so it had to be true. Truly astonishing. For the two of them, the battle that night had been truly breathtaking. Without Germain and Chairman Netero, who knew what the outcome might have been. Perhaps it would have been a crushing defeat for humanity. Facing Germain, the greatest hero of the Chimera Ant Extermination War, Morel solemnly took off his sunglasses and gave Germain a big hug, reluctant to let go for a long time. Thank you, Germain. If it weren't for you, I, who let Shiapoof escape, and Knuckle and Shoot, who lost to Yupiwi, Master and Disciples, would be gravely at fault. He leaned in closer and whispered in Germain's ear. Thank you also for preventing Chairman Netero from having to perish with the Ant King, for allowing Knuckle to recover, and for awakening the human consciousness of Palm, who had become a Chimera Ant. Thank you. We will never forget this great kindness. I believe everyone who respects Chairman Netero will remember your name. Morel patted Germain's back twice heavily before finally letting go. Melioron, on the other hand, cried tears of joy, muttering things like, I finally succeeded in my revenge, and took a long while to compose himself. After walking back for a while, everyone returned near the palace and found that the human formation that had been arrayed outside the palace had disappeared. Only a group of people appeared before them. Knuckle, Palm, Knuckle, Ikalgo, and 3 other unfamiliar Chimera Ants. It turned out that after Shiapoof's death and his resentment being absorbed by Germain's hunter badge, the hypnosis on the residents of the East Gordo Republic completely ended, and they all awoke. They were bewildered, panicked, and at a loss, completely unable to understand why they were standing there or for how long, only feeling their legs turn to jelly. Knuckle and the others told some white lies. They pretended to be subordinates of President Diego and Minister Bezef, first persuading them to leave and not stay in that place. The Chimera Ant crisis was largely resolved, but it was still important to be cautious and prevent crowds from gathering. Although everyone was confused, they still obeyed orders as usual, left the area, returned to their homes, and dared not go out. Subsequently, Knuckle and the others waited until now, and upon seeing Germain and the others return, there was another joyous reunion and celebration. Only those who had actually participated truly understood the hardships and dangers of that night. Then, Knuckle introduced the 3 relatively unfamiliar Chimera Ants to Germain, Netero, and Morel. One Chimera Ant, shaped like a lobster, was named Blister, and another, shaped like a wolf, was named Welfin. They had both been defeated by the strong-willed Ikalgo in various ways and then withdrew from the final battle. After the king and royal guards were confirmed to have been completely killed, Blister and Welfin did not resist stubbornly but surrendered to Knuckle and the others. The last female chimera ant, wearing a rabbit plush hat, was named Hina. She had been slacking off throughout this final battle. During the battle, she had planned to escape, but unexpectedly, as soon as she drove her truck out of the underground and onto the surface, she ran head-on into Knuckle and Ikalgo, who caught her red-handed. Fortunately, Hina surrendered quickly enough and had a connection with the chimera ant extermination team, so she was not eliminated. This connection was because she had previously taken in a maid, and that maid happened to be the sister of Colt, who had surrendered to humans some time ago. Strictly speaking, they were biological siblings before reincarnating as chimera ants. Colt remembered his past life's memories and found his sister, who was Hina's maid. At that time, Colt had not yet surrendered to humans, so Hina treated him as one of her own and readily let the person go. That pair of siblings had been arranged to go to the rear, waiting for a future return to the NGL to reunite with their mother. Of course, whether their mother and the nearby residents could accept their current appearance and start a new life was another matter entirely. Because of this, and because Hina had not caused any obstruction or harm to the members of the chimera ant extermination team during the final battle, she also received lenient treatment. Back inside the palace, on the ravaged battlefield, there was still a group of living humans. Among them were Minister Bezef, who had surrendered to the chimera ants and was tied up, and the women he had imprisoned in the underground world. Those women, of course, gained their freedom, but they huddled together, still looking at Bezef with fear. Even though Bezef was tied up, they were still afraid of what he might do to them. Bezef had more than once pretended to accidentally faint or be restrained, and then tested these women's loyalty to him. If they resisted or tried to escape, they would be punished by Bezef. The most terrifying outcome, of course, was being dragged to the surface to serve as food for the chimera ants. Over time, no woman dared to resist him anymore. Even now, they wondered if this was another one of Bezef's tricks, and if he would rise up with a sinister grin the next moment. Palm had managed to enter the palace by blending in with this group of women. Although she was quickly killed and reincarnated as a chimera ant, she still had some understanding of the plight of these women. She really wanted to offer some comfort, but firstly, she wasn't that kind of person, and secondly, she was now in a chimera ant body, and these women were even more afraid of her than they were of Bezef. Bezef was tied up and thrown on the ground, his mouth stuffed with a ball gag he usually used. Seeing everyone return, he squirmed like a loach, making muffled sounds, trying to attract attention. Everyone did notice him, but no one bothered with him. Thus, in the quiet early morning, only Bezef's whimpering echoed. After a while, someone finally spoke, and it was Welfin, one of the surrendered chimera ants. Welfin, in his wolf form, sat cross-legged on the ground, occasionally glancing at Netero and Germain. He could tell that these two held the highest status here. However, Germain looked too young, so Welfin was inclined to believe Netero was the leader, and in fact, he wasn't wrong. Speaking of which, how will we be treated? Welfin looked at Netero, asking the question on the minds of the chimera ants present, including Palm, whose identity was now complex. Netero looked at Welfin, then scanned the other chimera ants. How do you wish to be treated? How could I possibly know that? Welfin scratched his fur in annoyance, then pointed at the eggs on the trees. These humans are beyond saving, they will also become chimera ants, it's just that they haven't fully hatched yet. He then pointed underground. Countless human meatballs are stored throughout the palace, especially in the largest freezer below. Most of us were once human, the chimera ants' invasion changed our lives. In our initial confusion, we did extremely brutal things to our human compatriots, and now quite a few have recalled their memories as humans. Are we humans or chimera ants? Are we righteous or evil? Honestly, I really don't know how we will be dealt with. The composition of the chimera ants present was truly too complex. There were heroes of the night, recently surrendered losers, and companions who were captured and transformed into chimera ants. How should they be handled? Everyone frowned deeply. Netero pursed his lips and turned to Germain. Germain, what do you think? Germain thought for a moment, then pointed at Bezef. Someone has to take responsibility for what happened tonight. Let him be the scapegoat, saying that he intended to launch a coup against President Diego, which led to everything that has happened. That way, most people in the world can be fooled. Upon hearing this, Bezef's eyes widened, looking at Germain in disbelief. Then, he twisted more violently, but the ball gag made him slobber all over, unable to utter a complete sentence. Germain ignored Bezef, then looked at the chimera ants. As for you, those who can start anew, those who can withdraw from the world, withdraw, those who can atone, atone. Consider it an explanation for those in the know. Knuckle opened his four-dimensional mansion, allowing the doctors and nurses who had been waiting inside to emerge and bandage everyone's wounds. However, what was surprising was that Germain and Netero, who should have been in the most intense and fiercest battle, had no injuries. The old doctor, familiar with Chairman Netero's body, even noticed that some of Chairman Netero's old, constantly recurring injuries were gone. Germain remained silent, and Netero cleverly changed the subject, so the matter was left unresolved. Later, they learned it was the effect of breath of the Archangel. For now, they could only proceed with treating others' wounds, their faces full of suspicion. At this moment, the chimera ants were all contemplating Germain's words. A fresh start, a fresh start? Living in seclusion, living in seclusion? Atonement, atonement? Why does it seem like we still have many futures to choose from? Welfin was a suspicious person. He was like that in his previous life, so of course, he didn't immediately believe Germain's words. Instead, he looked at Netero. Does what he said represent your intentions? Welfen always believed that Netero was the true leader here, and Germain at most had some influence on Netero's judgment. Only what came out of Netero's mouth was a more credible promise. Netero was stroking the beard on his chin with one hand and clasping the other across his chest, seemingly pondering some interesting question. Hearing Welfen's question, Netero seemed to come back to his senses, glanced at him, and then turned to Germain. Germain, didn't you say eliminate evil thoroughly before? Why have you changed your mind now and developed compassion for them? Unexpectedly, Germain nodded directly. Before, with the Ant King and royal guards present, we had no room for mercy or tolerance. Now that the victor has been decided, we must consider their complexity. The complexity of the Chimera ants lies in the fact that after their birth, they committed various atrocities against humans, and then their memories as humans awakened. If they had been cruel beasts from beginning to end, it would have been simple, the way to deal with them would, of course, be to annihilate them. The problem is that they are not. Having once been victims, they committed violence without memory, and then their memories awakened. Are such beings still those ruthless Chimera ants? Specifically, if Pom had not awakened her human consciousness in time, and had harmed or even killed humans before awakening, how should that be accounted for? No matter what is done, it feels like punishing victims. However, no matter what, the crimes have been committed. Their latter half of life can only be spent atoning in various forms. This also protects them and provides an explanation to those who know. Netero understood Germain's meaning. He chuckled a few times and then turned to Welfen. Isn't this also quite good? First, I'll tell you what happened to the Chimera ants who surrendered to humans first. First, there's HxH, Squad Leader Blister, Brigade Leader Colt, and others. After a period of monitoring, they will work for the Hunter Association. Welfen was a little surprised. Work for you? What do you want them to do? Netero put his hands on his hips, revealing the muscular curves he shouldn't have at his age. All sorts of things. The Hunter Association has no shortage of tasks and jobs. It will be very hard and difficult at first, but if they do well, it's possible for their status to rise one day and for them to become guides for the Hunter exam. Netero's words were not unfounded, there was a precedent. Among the guides for the Hunter exam, there was a fox beast skilled in transformation. Chimera ant beasts might also be able to do the same thing. Welfen was half convinced but still let Netero continue. Secondly, there are Chimera ants like Colt and his sister Reina. They want to return to their hometown, which is permissible, but they will be monitored by the Hunter Association. In fact, the NGL where Colt and Reina's siblings are located, having experienced the Chimera ant invasion, no longer has a complete political organization. The NGL will most likely be incorporated into the management of countries like V5 in the future, and eventually, the Hunter Association may take actual control. This way, the monitoring of Colt and Reina's siblings will be naturally achieved. Without special circumstances, they will not be allowed to leave there for the rest of their lives. The East Gordo Republic is the same. These two regions may become the Hunter Association's backyard. As long as the Chimera ants live here, it's impossible for them not to interact with the Hunter Association. On this point, Welfen and the other Chimera ants believed it. This feeling of layered surveillance was indeed something humans would do. They had once been human and were very clear about this. Finally, there's you. Netero said this, scanning the Chimera ants, and they all stiffened. Pom was originally our companion, and Melioron and HxH are the heroes of tonight. They will certainly receive rewards and preferential treatment from the Hunter Association. As for you three, Welfen, Blister, and Hina, since you have already surrendered, we will not exterminate you. However, complete freedom is impossible. You either work for the Hunter Association, or stay within the areas controlled by the Hunter Association, or... Netero raised his hand and pointed at Germain. You can follow him. He might have places where he needs you. Of course, this means you will be subject to his surveillance and management. Follow him? The Chimera ants all looked at Germain in surprise. Germain, in turn, looked at Netero with slight surprise, then immediately understood his intention. Netero intended to send this group of Chimera ants to Greed Island. What Welfen truly wanted was complete freedom. He believed Hina thought the same, otherwise she wouldn't have tried to escape tonight. His superior in his previous life was Gyro, the de facto ruler of the NGL. He heard that Gyro had also reincarnated as a Chimera ant but had left the Ant Queen immediately and was now missing. Welfen had intended to search for Gyro's whereabouts, but Netero's words completely shattered his hope. Yes, our group, being both victims and perpetrators, is too dangerous. The Hunter Association cannot allow us to act freely. But, follow Germain? What are the benefits of following him? It's better to work for the Hunter Association, at least this old man, referring to Netero, seems very strong, so following him wouldn't be a grievance. Whether it was his human personality from the time he followed Gyro, or his Chimera ant personality from the time he followed the Ant King, Welfen developed this natural admiration for strength. HxH, Blister, and Hina probably had similar thoughts and didn't want to just follow anyone. Only Melioron, who had actually fought alongside Germain, knew what his Chimera ant companions were thinking after seeing their expressions. So he no longer remained silent and stepped forward somewhat indignantly, speaking up for Germain. Don't underestimate Mr. Germain. He is the greatest hero tonight, the decisive factor in this battle. Without him, it's hard to say what the outcome tonight would have been. The Chimera ants all looked at him in surprise. The greatest hero tonight? The decisive factor in the battle? What's going on? Shouldn't the main force be that old man, referring to Netero, who looks so strong? How could it be Germain? Melioran saw everyone's gaze turn to him and couldn't help but get a little excited, his voice cracking as he recounted the previous battle. First to die at Mr. Germain's hands was Neferpitou, then Mr. Germain joined us, and Mr. Germain and I took down Yuppie together. He spoke animatedly about the battle between Germain and Yuppie that he had witnessed, fully demonstrating his role in the description. Ikalgo, Welfin, Blister, Hina, and others were all filled with doubt and surprise. As Chimera ants, they knew how powerful Yuppie and Neferpitou were as enemies, and yet they both died at the hands of the same person. Regarding the battle between Germain and Yuppie, Morel and Palm did not see the entire process. Knuckle only saw the final kill, and Knuckle did not see the end. At this moment, hearing Melioran's detailed account, they each filled in the blanks of the scene, and their hearts were filled with different emotions. However, something even more exaggerated happened. After Melioran, Netero slowly began to speak, recounting the battle between Germain and Miriam and Shiapoof. He didn't use as much rhetoric as Melioran, speaking concisely and clearly outlining the situation at the time. But the more he did, the more it shocked everyone. Shiapoof aside for now, if they accepted that Neferpitou and Yuppie died at Germain's hands, then they could also accept that Shiapoof died at Germain's hands. But, even the Ant King Miriam, such an arrogant monster, was defeated by Germain? The Ant King and Royal Guards, all died at the hands of the same person? The Chimera Ants had initially thought that the Ant King and Royal Guards had died in battle due to some trap, but they never expected that a single human would have directly eliminated them. This was truly incredible, completely beyond their expectations. Some had known about this beforehand, and some were just learning about it now, but their emotions were equally in a jumble. However, the former calmed down more quickly because they had already been numb once. Morel thought about how he had let Shiapoof go. Knuckle thought about how he had been intimidated by the evilmen of the Royal Guards. Palm thought about her terrible experience. Knuckle thought about how he had failed to avenge shoot against Yuppie. Each person's inner thoughts differed, but all were secretly shocked by this fact. Even Chairman Netero couldn't defeat the Ant King through force, yet Germain defeated him head-on. Does this mean Germain is already the strongest in the 6 continents? However, at this moment, everyone tacitly avoided discussing this topic. Netero concluded. In short, there are 3 paths before you. You can choose any one of them. This is what Germain meant by a fresh start, living in seclusion, atonement, atonement. The Hunter Association's airship arrived above the Royal Palace around 4 am and slowly descended into an open area. The personnel arranged by Cheadle disembarked from the airship and quickly approached Chairman Netero, requesting his latest instructions. Netero first had them settle Bisky and the newly freed woman, then instructed them to retrieve the Chimera Ant eggs and Chimera Ant remains. Among them, the Chimera Ant remains naturally included those of the Ant King and the Royal Guards, but they were no longer very complete, making collection quite troublesome. After emergency treatment, Shoot was out of critical danger but still unconscious. He was now transferred to the infirmary on the airship. Everyone then boarded the airship and rested in their assigned rooms. Until this moment, the Chimera Ants had not made a final decision regarding the 3 futures proposed by Netero and Germain. This was likely a choice that would determine the rest of their lives, so they couldn't be careless. They tossed and turned in bed, troubled, until exhaustion finally made them fall asleep. Several hours later, at noon, the airship carrying Germain and Netero took off first, leaving the area. The cleanup crew remained in the East Gordo Republic, working in the Royal Palace, the capital, and various major cities, fulfilling their duties. The airship was slowly progressing through the air, heading towards the Hunter Association headquarters. The celebration banquet for this Chimera Ant extermination war would be held at the Hunter Association headquarters. Germain originally didn't want to attend, only wishing to return to Greed Island quickly, but Morel and Knuckle insisted he go. He was a very goal-oriented person, since the main objective of this journey had been achieved, he was no longer interested in other matters. However, Morel, Knuckle, and others strongly urged him to attend. If the biggest hero wasn't there, and only they were, wouldn't the celebration banquet become a joke? Furthermore, Netero had something to say to him, which kept him there. That night, Shoot awoke from his coma, which made everyone very happy. The first thing he did after waking up was to ask about the outcome of the decisive Chimera Ant battle. However, from the gesticulating Knuckle, Melioran, and Ikalgo, he could guess that the extermination team had won. But what would be the cost? Shoot didn't dare to think, it must have been tragic. He only regretted his lack of strength, collapsing midway and unable to help much. However, the subsequent events recounted by everyone left him greatly astonished. Neferpitou was killed by Germain? Yuppie was killed by Germain? Shiapoof was killed by Germain? Miriam was also killed by Germain? Although Palm was transformed into a Chimera Ant, her human consciousness was recovered. In this decisive battle, no members of the Chimera Ant extermination team died. This was not just a victory, it was a complete triumph. They actually achieved a complete victory against monsters like the Chimera Ants. Shoot initially thought he had misheard, or was still dreaming, until Netero, Morel, and Knuckle successively confirmed it, and only then did he accept the fact. They couldn't possibly be joking together, could they? He then looked towards Germain, who had forged this miraculous night. Shoot stammered for a while, not knowing what to say. When he recalled his despair facing Yuppie and his unwillingness due to Yuppie's contempt, he couldn't help but shed tears. They were tears of joy. Germain. I don't know what to say. The doctor, both out of duty and to help shoot, spoke up. All right, everyone, please leave. Visiting hours are over. Let shoot rest well now. The doctor asked everyone to leave the ward, providing shoot with a quiet environment to recover. Even though shoot was an user, with physical abilities far superior to ordinary people, the injuries he sustained were, after all, caused by a monster like Yuppie, so a period of rest was naturally better. Everyone understood and successively bid farewell to shoot, one by one leaving the ward. Late at night, Netero proactively called Germain to the airship's deck. It was deserted and quiet, completely swallowed by the darkness of the night. Netero had changed into his usual long robe, its wide sleeves fluttering in the night wind. Germain also changed into simple clothes, finally no longer shirtless. Netero walked to the edge of the deck, his wooden clogs clacking, with rolling clouds directly above, as if he could touch them with an outstretched hand. Germain, do you know why I specifically asked you to stay, what I want to talk about? Germain had a pretty good guess. It should be about the Dark Continent, right? You've already mentioned everything else, only this hasn't been discussed. Netero smiled and nodded, stroking his beard. On the day the Hunter exam ended this year, we were also on an airship. At that time, I had a hunch that something was off about you. Afterwards, I began investigating you, Bisky, and Wing, and gradually gathered many clues. Piecing them together, I arrived at a startling conclusion. Because of this conclusion, I found myself in a dilemma. Prohibiting the exploration of the Dark Continent is a rule I set in the Hunter Association. As chairman, I should deal with you. However, the incredible fact that you can freely and safely travel to and from the Dark Continent made me hesitate. Could this be an opportunity for humanity to gain hope? Later, my son Beyond also became aware of your existence. I knew he wouldn't be able to rein you in and would resort to force, so I gave Jing a few clues. However, I inadvertently facilitated the gathering of you audacious individuals. Jing was the final piece of your puzzle. I can't quite explain whether I was unintentional at the time or hoping for something. The result, to my surprise, was Bisky coming to me at the end of September with the cure herb, seeking credit. Netero turned his back to Germain, looking up at the starry sky. You actually succeeded in this, something only Dawn Freaks had achieved. Of course, your team's strength and experience are one factor, and your ability is the second, indispensable factor. Bisky described your teleportation ability to me, it's truly incredible. The teleportation lantern greatly reduces the difficulty of obtaining hope. However, I quickly realized that while using this teleportation lantern ability requires a certain price, it's clearly not enough. So, either you've already paid a huge price, or something exists that pays it for you. Germain could tell that Netero seemed to have his own conjectures in this regard for a long time, perhaps this was also one of the reasons he hadn't challenged the Dark Continent again later. Netero didn't keep him in suspense. The Dark Continent is a vast and boundless continent. No one knows what lies deep within it. The only thing we know is that it does not belong to us. Humans were once part of the Dark Continent, but were eventually forced to migrate to the 6 continents in the center of Mobius Lake, only then able to multiply and thrive. However, the 6 continents are simply too small compared to the Dark Continent, pitifully small. This means that the vast majority of continents in the world are not areas where humans can set foot. But this is not the only limitation humans face. You must have noticed that Mobius Lake, or rather, the sea in our eyes, is also mostly not owned by humans. Beyond the 6 continents, after sailing for several months, one encounters a clear dividing line. Beyond that line is the Dark Sea. The oceans beyond that belong to the Dark Continent and are also not areas where humans can navigate. This is still not the end. Netero turned around, his eyes fixed on Germain, and raised his hand, pointing to the starry sky. In the sky, the vast majority of space is also not an area where we can fly. Germain pursed his lips, thinking about something. Netero lowered his hand and then pointed to the airship they were standing on. Most of humanity's aerial vehicles are airships. Even dropping bombs is done with airships. However, we actually already have the technology to develop faster, higher, and farther flying vehicles similar to airships. We even once had designs for something called satellites. But we didn't put all of them into practice, because someone had already done so, and it was ultimately proven that developing them was meaningless. They would be shot down, mercilessly shattered. Germain frowned. What shot it down and shattered it? Netero shook his head. I don't know. It's precisely because we don't know what it is that it's so terrifying. In the end, humanity abandoned aerial vehicles other than airships, and also abandoned satellites. Even the Zaldik family's dragon bird beasts don't dare to fly too high, too far, or too fast. They always descend quickly from the clouds. Have you noticed, Germain? The entire world is like a box, trapping the 6 continents and humanity within it, with walls on all sides, insurmountable and inviolable walls. If you try to cross the deep sea, you might be buried in its depths. If you go to the Dark Continent, you might contract calamities. If you go to the sky, or even higher, you will be shattered like a martyr, completely disappearing. So, Germain, what exactly gives you this power to travel to and from the Dark Continent, and what does it want you to do? Knowing these things, do you still want to continue? Germain was silent for a long time. I want to continue. Why? A hunch. Netero let out a wry laugh. A hunch? Can you guarantee that this hunch belongs to you? Germain gazed at the starry sky, and the starry sky gazed back at him. I'm not sure. But my hunch tells me I must continue, or it will be too late. The airship arrived at the Hunter Association headquarters helipad the next morning, and from the porthole, a crowd of people could be seen outside. As soon as the rotating propellers stopped, the airship's hatch opened, extending the gangway to the ground. A group of people who had been waiting for a long time immediately gathered, most of them members of the Hunter Association, with only a small number being other individuals. Some waited by the gangway, looking at the hatch, some were sending messages on their phones, and others were preparing a red carpet and flowers. When the Chimera Ant extermination team members, led by Chairman Netero, descended the gangway, the crowd immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause, whistles, and cheers. However, in reality, only Netero, Germain, Morel, Knuckle, and Knuckle appeared before everyone. Shoot still needed to stay in bed for a while. Palm, Melioron, Icalgo, Welfin, Blister, and Hina, due to their Chimera Ant appearances, were temporarily unsuitable for public exposure during this special period. They could only remain inside the airship, silently listening to the joyous sounds, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. After the crowd dispersed, those in the know would come to quietly lead them out of the airship and settle them into secluded apartments. The heroes among them would receive flowers and accolades, but these would be flowers and accolades in the shadows of the stage. It would be a long time before their achievements were made public. Even then, barring special circumstances, the spread of their stories would likely remain low. This was unavoidable, as no writer or cartoonist would specifically pen or illustrate a biography for them. Leading the crowd to welcome the Chimera Ant extermination team members were Bean Man, the association's secretary, and Cheetle and Myzystem of the Zodiacs. The dog Cheetle and the ox Myzystem had arrived at the Hunter Association quite early, even putting aside their current tasks to do so. Their tasks were not urgent to begin with, and Chairman Netero had personally ordered them to rush to the Hunter Association headquarters immediately. This made them arrive very quickly. Originally, one Zodiac, Rat Pariston, should have arrived at the Hunter Association headquarters before them. Pariston had only recently taken office as the vice-chairman of the Hunter Association within the last year and was usually present at the Hunter Association headquarters. Whenever a major event occurred at the Hunter Association, he would suddenly appear, asserting his presence as if he were the chairman. Yet, Chairman Netero had always indulged him. However, this time, Pariston, who normally displayed himself like a peacock, was surprisingly absent. Many people were puzzled by this, but the astute ones had mostly guessed what was happening and discreetly chose to remain silent. At the welcoming ceremony, the focus of the crowd was naturally Chairman Netero, then Germain, followed by Morel, Knuckle, and Knuckle. After exchanging a few words with Netero, Cheetle paused, then turned and walked towards Germain. She stopped in front of Germain, quickly assessed him, then the dog girl intellectually adjusted her glasses and extended her hand to Germain. Germain, I am Cheetle. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your performance this time was admirable. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Germain and Cheetle shook hands, then released. Immediately after, Myzystem also approached, wearing a hat and clothes with black and white cowhide patterns. The Zodiac's admiration for Chairman Netero was evident, to align with the titles of the dog and the ox bestowed by the chairman, both had gone to great lengths. Cheetle dressed as a dog girl, and Myzystem dressed like a cow, both intentionally adopting appearances that matched their titles. They took pride in this, and most pro-hunters saw nothing wrong with it. Only the anti-chairman faction or some neutral parties felt that the personal admiration for Chairman Netero was too strong. However, even for personal admiration, there needed to be a foundation, and not everyone could be like Netero. Chairman Netero's prestige had accumulated over decades. Myzystem also shook hands with Germain. Neither of the two Zodiacs showed excessive enthusiasm for Germain, it was just a brief interaction. Bean Man, on the other hand, with his white-gloved hands, tightly gripped Germain's hand, joyfully shaking it slightly. He already knew that Chairman Netero had a poor man's rose installed in his body and had come very close to self-detonating. If Germain had not arrived in time and defeated Ant King Miriam, Chairman Netero might truly have taken that step. At that point, Bean Man would have had to organize Chairman Netero's funeral. He was sincerely grateful to Germain. At such a time, no one would voluntarily mention that Netero's private request for Germain's assistance was a violation of association procedures. The outcome was good, so the procedures could be completed later. Morel, Knuckle, and Knuckle were not overlooked either, they received praise from everyone. However, they all knew who the central figure of this Chimera Ant extermination war was and thus voluntarily made way for Germain. After chatting for a few moments and allowing newspaper reporters to take some photos, the crowd in front of the airship finally began to move. Upon entering the first-floor lobby of the Hunter Association headquarters, the first to break away from the crowd were the newspaper reporters, they were not allowed to continue following. On the second floor, Netero sent most members back to their workstations, so the number of people dwindled further. By the time they reached the chairman's office, only Netero, Germain, Cheetle, Myzystem, Morel, Knuckle, and Bean Man remained. Bean Man was about to pour tea and water for everyone when Netero quietly tugged on the back of his suit and winked his right eye at him. "CH Chairman." "Bean Man," Netero whispered, "the 2 DVDs I gave you earlier, please return them to me later." Bean Man immediately remembered that before the decisive battle of the Chimera Ant extermination war, Chairman Netero had indeed given him 2 wool DVDs for safekeeping. Although Chairman Netero enjoyed playing tricks on Bean Man, he always trusted Bean Man with crucial matters. The information in the wool DVDs was undoubtedly very important. Netero directly entrusted them to Bean Man for safekeeping, and the future task of conveying them to others would also be carried out by Bean Man. His trust in Bean Man was unquestionable. Bean Man nodded, a smile on his face. Indeed, we no longer need them, right, Chairman? Not for now. Beanman was startled. For now? Why for now? Is there something else? Ha ha ha, I'm just joking with you, see, you're taking it seriously again. Go on, go pour the tea, and bring some pastries and biscuits too. A bewildered Beanman was dismissed by Netero in a few words. Netero turned around and saw everyone standing still, looking at him. Only Germain had walked to the display cabinet, looking at the rare treasures behind the glass. Sit, please sit. However, no one sat down until Netero casually sat in his swivel chair, then everyone took their seats one by one. Germain was still at the display cabinet, looking at the collections inside with great interest. At this point, Netero tapped the table, and after getting everyone's attention, he spoke. Cheadle, my Zystem, tell me, are there any new developments since you arrived at the Hunter Association? Cheadle and my Zystem exchanged glances, then glanced at the others, remaining silent. Netero waved his hand. Don't worry about this or that, they are, in fact, relevant parties, so there's no need to hide it from them. Just speak directly. Cheadle and my Zystem exchanged glances again. My Zystem made a first gesture. So Cheadle cleared her throat. After the decisive battle of the Chimera Ant Extermination War in the early morning of the 23rd, I first arranged for support airships, then rushed non-stop to the Hunter Association headquarters. I arrived at the Hunter Association headquarters that morning, and after meeting with Secretary Beanman, I prepared to handle the affairs of the Hunter Association. But then, Cheadle showed a strange expression. Pariston and Sayu separately submitted written resignation letters to Secretary Beanman and left the Hunter Association, their whereabouts unknown. Morel, Knuckle and Knuckle were all greatly surprised to hear this news, looking at each other in astonishment. Germain then sat on the sofa, gazing blankly at a potted plant nearby. Beanman happened to return at this moment, carrying tea and desserts. Upon sensing the strange atmosphere in the office, he couldn't help but ask. When he learned that Pariston and Sayu had resigned from the Zodiacs and other positions in the Hunter Association, Beanman immediately retrieved the 2 resignation letters. The 2 letters were placed on Netero's desk, and Netero merely glanced down at them before pushing them aside, stroking his beard. They're still very quick. In fact, my Zystem interjected, they weren't the only ones who resigned. I arrived at the Hunter Association headquarters on the afternoon of the 23rd, but along the way, I had already begun investigations into the Investigation Division and the Cooperation Specialist Hunters. There were quite a few suspicious points in this Chimera Ant extermination that were related to the Investigation Division and the Cooperation Specialist Hunters. However, when I wanted to investigate several of them, they had already left their posts. Their resignation letters were sent later via email. After that, this group of people completely disappeared. The Investigation Division consequently had many vacant positions and was almost paralyzed. Our people filled them very smoothly. My Zystem adjusted the brim of his hat. As is well known, the Investigation Division and the Cooperation Specialist Hunters are Pariston's faction, their mass resignation cannot be a coincidence. Besides that, I have always had suspicions about this vice-chairman's conduct. Since he took office, several pro-hunters have gone missing, a quantity that surpasses the total from the past few years combined. He gazed at Netero. Chairman, do you have any insight into the strange actions of Pariston, Sayu, the Investigation Division, and others? My Zystem's tone was not a question, but an affirmation. After talking with Cheadle, he felt that the Chimera Ant Extermination War was very complicated, and Chairman Netero must know something. Netero, however, happily took a sip of hot tea, not rushing to answer. Seeing that Chairman Netero intended to gloss over the matter again, Cheadle also stepped forward. Chairman? Shouldn't you explain the situation to us? We immediately rushed to the Hunter Association headquarters unconditionally after receiving your orders. Netero glanced at the 2 of them, then at Morel, Knuckle and Knuckle, who were deliberately keeping quiet, and finally fixed his gaze on Germain, who was daydreaming. He narrowed his eyes before replying to the 2 Zodiacs. How should I put it? You can just assume that Pariston failed in his power struggle, and his faction collectively resigned. Cheadle grew anxious. Chairman. What do you mean by assume that Pariston failed in his power struggle? These matters are definitely not that simple. Netero, however, dodged the question while picking his ear with his pinky finger. As soon as Cheadle and my Zystem saw Chairman Netero's posture, they knew he wasn't going to discuss it further. The 2 had no choice but to give up. Their reverence for Chairman Netero was genuine, but it was also true that he often exasperated them. Afterward, everyone briefly discussed the beginning and end of the Chimera Ant Extermination War and its aftermath, and the short meeting concluded. Germain, Morel, Knuckle and Knuckle were all accommodated to live with Palm, Melioron, and the others. The celebration banquet was not officially held until December 1st. One reason was to wait for Shoot's injuries to heal enough for him to participate in the celebration, and the other was to wait for the other Zodiacs. With Cheadle, a hunter skilled in healing, involved in the recovery plan, Shoot should be able to move around simply within a week. Among Morel, Knuckle and the others, Ikalgo's injuries were the most severe, followed by Welfin and Blister. This was because the 3 Chimera Ants had each fought a battle and were all severely wounded. However, they would not attend the celebration banquet, so there was no need to think too much about it. As for the other Zodiacs, Netero had specifically summoned them. Although he said do as you please and voluntary principle on the phone, not a single Zodiac believed their chairman's nonsense. They themselves also had the desire to attend the celebration banquet, so after completing the tasks Chairman Netero assigned, they arrived one after another. The third zodiac to arrive was Dragon Poto by Gigant. This tall man, with his face painted red and white, first went to see Chairman Netero, and then headed straight for Germain. He didn't say anything extra, just shook hands with Germain, just as Cheadle and Mizystem had done before. You did very well. Thank you. Such things did not stop, but continued. Tiger Kansi, Goat Jinta, Rooster Gugu, Rabbit Payu, Snake Gel, and Horse Sho also arrived one after another. They all showed the same behavior, meeting Germain, saying a few words, not overly enthusiastic, maintaining a certain decorum. However, such actions were enough to attract the attention of many. Especially after the news of Pariston and Sho's resignation broke, everyone was wondering what was going on and who would fill the vacant zodiac positions. The rest of the zodiacs, except for Jin, who was perennially missing, all came to meet Germain, which was very intriguing. Afterward, many pro-hunters outside of the zodiacs also came to visit, including even anti-chairman factions. Yes, the Pariston faction was not the only anti-chairman faction within the Hunter Association. Netero's prestige was too high, and opposing him had almost become a business, with everyone harboring ulterior motives. Germain became somewhat exasperated and eventually stopped seeing people. However, he still had to appear at the celebration banquet on December 1st. At the celebration banquet, as the main hero, he quickly became the center of attention, with a large crowd following him wherever he went. This was unavoidable. Fortunately, Morel and Knuckle, two talkative individuals, helped him fend off many social engagements. Most people still believed that the Chimera ants that appeared this time were no different from previous ones. Chimera ants of danger level B were dangerous, but not that dangerous, as humans had ample experience in eliminating Chimera ants. The eliminated Chimera ant squad leaders and brigade leaders all conformed to previous standards. Theoretically, the king and royal guards should not be very strong either. This was the view of the vast majority of people. Even Morel, Knuckle, and even Netero, before actually encountering the king and royal guards, underestimated this extermination war to varying degrees. This was also why, in the original timeline, Morel and Knuckle did not pay too much attention to Gon and Killua escaping from the Chimera ant territory by the skin of their teeth. Kite in the original timeline also thought this way before delving deep into Chimera ant territory, which is why he dared to take Gon and Killua with him. If he hadn't encountered the unreasonably powerful Neferpitu, Kite's strength would have been enough to control the situation and protect Gon and Killua. In the past, there had been cases where a queen produced sets of kings and royal guards through feeding and mating, and then dispersed them around the world. However, they were all eventually annihilated by humans one by one, without showing overwhelming strength. They never imagined that this time, the king and royal guards would be surprisingly powerful, with a huge difference compared to before. Especially King Mirlem, he was the crystallization of all the talents of Chimera Ant's evolution to date, the pinnacle of all abilities, the most special and powerful king. Therefore, many people who were unaware of the inside story didn't feel too much about Germain alone eliminating the king and royal guards. So what if they were eliminated? It wasn't as if no one had done similar things before. Only the Zodiacs, who had been communicating with Morel, Knuckle, and others these past few days, became more and more alarmed the more they replayed the beginning and end of this extermination war. Too few people knew what desperate straits the royal guards had pushed Morel, Knuckle, and the others into. Too few people knew that Chairman Netero was almost going to use the poor man's rose to deal with King Mirlem. And to what extent was Germain's strength, who had wiped out such terrifying enemies in one fell swoop. If Chairman Netero, Morel, and Knuckle had not personally stated these facts, the Zodiacs would simply not have been able to believe such a thing. At the celebration banquet, they all looked at Germain with complex eyes, but tacitly said nothing. What the invincible Chairman Netero in their eyes couldn't achieve with force, this young man did. They hadn't even adapted to this, let alone spread the word to the outside world. After the grand banquet, it was time for the true distribution of rewards. On December 2nd, Netero convened a meeting, attended by Bean Man, the secretary, and the current members of the Zodiacs. Of course, Borjin was not there. Everyone knew the purpose of the meeting, so they wasted no words and began directly. First, it concerned the defecting Chimera ants like Welfin, Blister, Hina, Colt, and Reyna. The meeting decided to grant them a certain degree of freedom, but they would be monitored by pro-hunters for life. If they made further achievements, they would be handled specially. Next were Melioran and Ikalgo, two heroes who played important roles in the Chimera ant extermination war. The meeting decided to grant them the greatest degree of freedom, along with many preferential terms, without the need for monitoring by pro-hunters. Then there were Knuckle, Shoot, and Palm, these outstanding heroes of the Chimera ant extermination team. Although their performance in some areas on the night of the Chimera ant extermination war was not satisfactory, the Chimera ant extermination war was not just about that one night's decisive battle. They played important roles in the elimination of the Chimera ants' combat forces before the decisive battle, and in the numerous deployments for the decisive battle, and so on. Knuckle and Palm received awards. Knuckle and Shoot became one-star hunters and received awards. Next was Morel. Before the decisive battle, Morel contained Neferpitu's reconnaissance, and during the decisive battle, he contained Shiapoof, playing a significant tactical role. Morel, originally a one-star hunter, was promoted to a two-star hunter due to his achievements in this Chimera ant extermination war and his disciple's star level. Originally, in the original timeline, Morel was directly promoted to a three-star hunter. However, due to Germain's presence in this timeline, Morel's performance was not as prominent, so he did not get a double promotion. The vacant monkey position after SHO left the Zodiacs would also be filled by Morel. Finally, there was Germain. His situation was relatively more complicated. Hunter's 10 Rules, Article 6, stipulates. A senior hunter who meets Article 5, i.e., the 1-star hunter evaluation criteria, and holds a high-level position shall be awarded 2 stars if their mentored junior hunter receives a star-level honor. Germain was a 1-star hunter. He also had a disciple Kurapika. However, Kurapika hadn't even participated in the Pro Hunter exam, let alone become a 1-star hunter. Just as Cheadle suggested whether to handle it specially, Netero made the final decision to temporarily replace it with other rewards. However, Kurapika could be given special attention, he had already registered for the Hunter exam early next year. Therefore, all the Zodiacs present remembered the name Kurapika. In addition, the vacant rat position after Periston withdrew from the Zodiacs would be filled by Germain. On this point, no one had any objections, as from the process of the Chimera Ant extermination war, Germain's combat power and wisdom were both sufficient to qualify for a Zodiac. Soon, the decisions of the meeting were compiled by Beanman and announced shortly thereafter, causing another stir and admiration. Morel, Knuckle, and others were familiar figures in the pro-hunter circle. Germain was relatively less known, but his name had appeared in discussions from time to time over the past year. Fastest 1-star legend, Phantom Troop Killer, Shadow Beast's Bane, etc. Now, greatest hero of the Chimera Ant extermination war and Zodiac Rat would be added. It was incredible for a young man to achieve such a level. December 5th, after the rain, the potholes were full of puddles, reflecting the fragmented sky, and the world seemed to be divided into pieces. After the Pro Hunter website publicized the list of meritorious officials and rewards for the Chimera Ant extermination war, more and more people wanted to get acquainted with Germain. But Germain didn't like it. A celebration with Morel, Knuckle, Shoot, Palm, and others was actually enough for him. Those outstretched hands, business cards, cameras pointed at him, and microphones held up were not what he wanted. Germain was already unwilling to stay at the Hunter Association headquarters for long, and being constantly pestered by people like Sticky Candy made him even more impatient. So, on the night he became Rat, he decided to leave on December 5th. Cheadle had been busy with affairs recently, but after learning of Germain's intention, she also helped arrange an airship to Greed Island. It is said that the next vice-chairman is very likely to be Cheadle, now it's just a matter of Chairman Netero's approval and an official announcement. But no matter what, Cheadle was already doing the work a vice-chairman should do, and even some of the chairman's work was thrown to her. Recently, she had been swamped with work, this was not an exaggeration but a true depiction. Even so, she could still find time to arrange an airship for Germain, which showed her strong time management skills. At the same time, the choice presented to the Chimera Ants on the 23rd of last month finally reached the point where a decision had to be made. For the past 10+ days, the Chimera Ants had actually been thinking about how to make this choice, with each individual having different concerns. Germain was about to leave, so they could no longer hesitate and had to make a choice. The result was that they split into 2 factions. Blister decided, like Colt and the siblings Reina, to return to his homeland during his human period the NGL even if it meant lifelong surveillance there. His wish was quickly granted, and he left a step ahead of Germain, arranged to return to the NGL. The remaining Chimera Ants Melioron the chameleon, Ikalgo the octopus, Welfin the werewolf, and Hina the rabbit girl decided to leave with Germain. This was the result of their careful consideration, mutual discussion, and weighing of pros and cons. According to Germain, their destination was named Greed Island. It was said that this island was quite large, so living there should not be a problem for them. Of course, they would not get a settlement for free, they would need to work there, working for Rat Germain. Among them, Melioron was relatively special, besides his future as a Chimera Ant, he also wanted to repay Germain's kindness. Without Germain, his revenge against the king and royal guards would likely have been difficult to succeed. However, this was not the end. Palm even proposed to go to Greed Island together. This surprised many people, especially her teacher Knuckle, as well as Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot. They all rushed over to ask for the reason. Palm's original identity was, after all, a pro-hunter, and she had become this way due to the Chimera Ant extermination war, so the Hunter Association would not treat her unfairly. To treat her unfairly would be as shameful as treating firefighters who rush into a raging inferno or anti-drug officers who go undercover with drug lords unfairly. However, Palm still decided to leave with Melioron, Ikalgo, Welfin, and Hina to follow Germain, and then settle on Greed Island. Palm's reason was actually very simple, like Melioron, she hoped to repay Germain's kindness and work for him. She became like this, and even on the list of meritorious officials, she couldn't directly appear before the world, this was all thanks to Nefertatu and Shiapoof. Palm hoped to repay this kindness by helping Germain. Besides that, she really couldn't think of any place more suitable than the upcoming Greed Island for her to start anew and find inner peace. After learning Palm's true thoughts, Morel, Knuckle, and the others remained silent for a long time, no longer trying to persuade her, but instead came together to see Germain, Palm, and the others off. Morel, Knuckle, and the others also felt grateful to Germain and had long decided to help him in the future wherever he needed it. Since Palm's thoughts were the same as theirs, there was naturally no reason for the others to continue persuading her. Besides Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot, Cheadle was also among those seeing them off. Netero did not come to see them off. It wasn't that he was putting on airs as chairman, but after December 3rd, he had thrown all Hunter Association affairs to Cheadle and Beanman, and then disappeared. This was also one of the reasons why Cheadle was so busy. The chairman always liked to do this, leaving without explaining the reason or destination. Cheadle was already used to it. The existence of the Zodiacs was originally set up as a team to temporarily manage affairs when Chairman Netero was not at the Hunter Association headquarters. As for the rest of the Zodiacs, after the meeting on December 2nd, they had successively left, as they all still had their own missions and work. As a result, only Cheadle remained at the Hunter Association headquarters. Cheadle came to see them off, and incidentally, she also brought a young girl. Komuji, the Gunji girl, boarded the airship somewhat timidly. During this time, seeing the strangely shaped chimera ants, she was so scared that she fell, but fortunately, she was not injured. Yes, she could see. Breath of the Archangel not only healed the damage caused by Xeno's dragon dive to her but also cured her blindness. However, when she woke up and saw this unfamiliar world clearly, she felt no joy, but rather some fear. It took her several days to adapt to being able to see the world. Komuji was lucky, she had extraordinary talent in Gunji, and Miruem wanted to defeat her, so he didn't kill her immediately. However, her family was not so lucky, they were killed by soldiers controlled by Neferpitu and casually buried in the mud. They neither had the qualifications to be chosen as reincarnated chimera ants nor the material to become food. This was also because Neferpitu didn't want the fact of selection to be exposed too early, which added the step of burying the bodies, otherwise, just throwing them away would have been enough. Komuji still didn't know the cruel truth of the chimera ants' invasion of the East Gordo Republic and had always regarded Miruem as the chairman of the East Gordo Republic. After her eyes could see, she even inquired about the whereabouts of that chairman chess friend. Everyone was initially puzzled as to why President Diego would have such a refined hobby as playing Gunji. But as Komuji described it, some chilling details quickly made everyone associate it with Miruem. Komuji remained completely unaware of this, so everyone simply told the girl a kind lie. A new round of coups had occurred in the East Gordo Republic, that chairman and his subordinates had been killed, and hundreds of thousands of people were caught in the coup, brutally massacred. Komuji's family also died in this sudden war. The entire country had fallen apart because of it. Minister Bezef, who wanted to seize power, had been arrested and was under investigation for committing horrific war crimes. This was also the almost unanimous description of the outside media. After learning that President Diego had died in the coup, Komuji was dejected for a long time. She seemed to have confirmed that in Gunji, there would never be another kindred spirit like President Diego, and she had become much thinner as a result. As for her family, she was somewhat sad, but she didn't have as strong feelings as she did for President Diego. This was because her family hadn't treated her very well, she had always been lonely until she met President Diego. Cheadle's suggestion for her subsequent recuperation plan was to give her something to do, but there probably weren't many suitable jobs for her at the Hunter Association. To put it bluntly, Komuji was clueless about everything except Gunji. Later, it was Germain who suggested that Komuji also go to Greed Island. Cheadle thought Germain felt pity, but he was actually thinking that Komuji could be an NPC on Greed Island. Greed Island was not entirely a large-scale live-action game focused on combat, it was very comprehensive, and adding the number 1 Gunji player now would not be out of place. Germain had already envisioned scenarios where people would encounter Komuji during quests in the future and be unable to pass despite much contemplation. So, Cheadle readily agreed, which is why she also sent Komuji. Thus, the team accompanying Germain to Greed Island gained another member. After Palm, Komuji, and the chimera ants had all boarded the airship, Cheadle, standing beside Germain, suddenly spoke. Chairman Netero must have done it on purpose, right? Germain looked at her. The dog girl pushed up her glasses, revealing a smile as if she saw through everything. The chimera ants couldn't openly participate in the celebration banquet anyway, having them come to the Hunter Association headquarters was completely redundant. But the chairman did just that. He wanted the chimera ants to personally experience this constant sense of estrangement. Even if they are meritorious officials, even if they are defectors, they can never fully integrate with human society. They must accept this reality and continue to live. If they want a better life and more freedom, they need status. And to gain status, they need achievements. However, to acquire achievements, they need to cooperate with pro-hunters. If they have to follow a pro-hunter to gain achievements, why not choose a familiar one, a hunter strong enough to protect them? If Chairman Netero hadn't taken this step, probably only Palm, Melioran, and Komuji would be willing to leave with you today. Cheadle let out a soft snort. She noticed Morel and the others saying goodbye to the people on the airship and walking towards them, so she quickly ended the conversation. When I have time, I will visit Greed Island. I know that place belongs to Jing, and somehow it ended up in your hands, and now even Chairman Netero is involved. There must be something strange about that island. Morel, Knuckle, and the others arrived just then, so she maintained a smile and said nothing more. Germain glanced at her and didn't explain anything. Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot came to see Germain and said a lot about hoping he would take good care of Palm, Melioran, Ikalgo, and others. Germain naturally agreed. Actually, Morel, Knuckle, and the others had also wanted to visit Greed Island, as that place was quite famous in pro-hunter circles. However, the Hunter Association needed to summarize and review the experience of this chimera ant extermination war, so they had to stay and help. After all, as long as the chimera ants were not completely eradicated, such invasions would continue to happen. The experience of the chimera ant extermination team was valuable, especially since no one could say for sure whether the next ant king would be more terrifying than Miruem. Whether the evolution of the chimera ants had truly reached its limit with Miruem was still an unknown. And since the two core members of the extermination team, Germain and Netero, had both abandoned their responsibilities, these complex tasks could only be left to Morel, Knuckle, and the others to complete. However, they all promised that after some time, once the experience summary was complete and Shoot's injuries were fully healed, they would set off to visit Greed Island. Subsequently, Germain bid farewell to everyone and boarded the airship. The airship slowly took off, and the people seeing them off grew smaller and smaller from the viewpoint of the porthole, like ants, until they were completely out of sight. On December 6th, an airship, shuttle-shaped and marked with double X and H, approached the airspace of Greed Island. Ida and Elena, the twins who had received the news in advance, relayed the message to the other administrators. Subsequently, the personnel on the airship were confirmed to be Germain and others, so air traffic control was lifted. The airship slowly descended onto the open field near Raimeru Castle. Grandma Lin, Shizuku, Duen, List, Riza, Sanbika, Boera, Abengain, and others all stood waiting. Half of the members on the airship were heroes of the Chimera Ant extermination war, and Germain was the de facto core figure of Greed Island, so such a grand reception was not surprising. As Palm stepped off the airship, she was surprised to find that, apart from Shizuku, Riza, and Abengain, almost all those welcoming them were familiar faces among pro-hunters. Grandma Lin was said to be retired and rehired to Greed Island, and Duen and List worked there, so their presence was normal. Why were Sanbika and Boera here too? A virus hunter and a gourmet hunter, what were they doing here? Also, Boera and Menchi were a very tacit team, rarely seen apart, so why was Boera here, and Menchi was nowhere to be seen? It was truly strange everywhere. Abengain was also a pro-hunter, but Palm had not had much contact with him, so she did not recognize him immediately. Palm realized that the waters of Greed Island were deeper than she had imagined, but she did not ask many questions, instead planning to observe quietly for a period. Komuji, with her vision restored, looked at the unfamiliar crowd, feeling the breeze of Greed Island on her face, somewhat dazed as she embraced her future. From now on, will this be the place where I make a living by playing Gunji? Melioran, Ikalgo, Welfin, and Hina curiously observed the island, finding the scenery here even better than they had imagined. Perhaps, life here in the future will not be too monotonous. They all, more or less, ignited hope and yearning. The Chimera Ant extermination war was a major event in the pro-hunter circle, especially for those who knew the inside story, who understood how dangerous that war was. Germain was appointed in a time of crisis, and his involvement was crucial, completely reversing the initial disadvantage on the night of the final battle. The king and royal guards all died by his hand. He was undoubtedly the most critical figure in this decisive battle, even more so than Chairman Netero. This was an extremely shocking fact. The fact that Chairman Netero, who had long been considered the number one, was not as effective as Germain in the Chimera Ant extermination war, would take many people a long time to digest. Everyone cheered and praised, giving Germain the illusion that he was still at the Hunter Association headquarters, surrounded by stars. However, the celebration here was different from before. That was, Palm, Melioran, and Ikalgo, the three heroes of the Chimera Ants, also got to receive flowers and applause in the spotlight. Their contributions were well deserved, but in the past 6 months, they still needed to be wary of the harmful effects of the Chimera Ant invasion, so they were forced into the shadows. In Greed Island, Germain, who was in power, had the final say, so there was no need to worry about so many problems, and there was no stress from the outside world. Palm, Melioran, and Ikalgo were all astonished to find that they received courtesies here that they did not even get at the Hunter Association headquarters. Especially Palm, everyone on Greed Island had learned of her experience from Germain in advance, and they certainly felt both pity and admiration for her. Defectors like Welfin and Hina also felt relatively more comfortable here, at least no one treated them as man-eating monsters with hostility or worry. Of course, this was probably also because not many people focused their attention on them, which allowed them to be so at ease. Grandma Lin, leaning on her cane, shook hands with everyone one by one, offering a few words of encouragement. Finally, it was Germain's turn. She held Germain's hand for a long time without letting go. Child, Grandma Lin's eyelids drooped, and she sighed softly, you did even better than I expected. I heard from Netero, it's a good thing you went. Truly, it's a good thing you went. She then shook Germain's hands again. I am already old, and there is not much I can do, but as long as it is within my power, I will help you. Rest assured, I am on your side. Grandma Lin gently patted the back of Germain's hand before letting go. Another celebration banquet was held in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Afterward, Germain faced the issue of personnel allocation. Greed Island currently had no game players, and the entire island had entered its initial renovation phase, so there was no shortage of manpower for now. However, after the updated version was completed, more personnel would definitely be needed to carry out daily tasks. The arrival of Palm and others could just fill this future personnel gap. Germain planned to have Duen, List, and others train them to become future Greed Island NPCs. Thus, Palm, Melioran, Ikalgo, and Komuji were assigned to Duen and List. Welfin was assigned to Riza. Hina was assigned to Abengain. Everyone had a bright future. Riza smiled helplessly at this. A few months ago, Germain had told him that he would probably bring some people to Greed Island in the future to manage it, and he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. That werewolf Welfin looked like a troublesome fellow at first glance. Germain assigning him to me was most likely to temper his personality. All right, my subordinates were already a bunch of difficult guys, one more wouldn't hurt, who told me this was my job. Welfin shivered due to some intuition. Duan and List were also very happy to have 4 more subordinates. Especially since the abilities of Palm, Melioran, Ikalgo, and Komuji were all quite distinctive, they would certainly be put to good use in the future. Yes, Komuji had also awakened her ability. She awakened her enhancement type ability during her ultimate Gunji match with Miriam, primarily focused on Gunji. Duan and List, upon learning of their abilities, already had numerous inspirations flooding their minds. They knew how to assign main and side quests to Palm and the others as game players. Abengain was even more surprised. He had an extra Hina under him, didn't this mean a further increase in his status on Greed Island? This was exactly what he wanted. As for Hina, she just seemed a bit lively, she should be easy to deal with, right? As a result, there was a clear hierarchy on Greed Island. The higher the level, the higher the authority, and this level was divided according to the rarity of the cards. SS level authority, Germain, Jin. In fact, Germain was actually the only SS level, because Jin was highly unlikely to return to Greed Island. S level authority, Grandma Lin. In Germain's absence, Grandma Lin would be the top person on Greed Island, deciding all matters, and she would also be the strongest backing for the Dark Continent team. The following rankings are in no particular order. A level authority, Bisky, Shizuku, Duan, List, Riza, Ida, Elena, Sanbika, Menchi, Buera, Abengain. B level authority, Palm, Melioran, Ikalgo, other members. C level authority, Welfin, Hina, Komuji, other members. As for D level authority and below, all members were NPCs distributed throughout Greed Island. For example, the group of death row inmates disguised as pirates under Riza. They were numerous and responsible for various matters, which will not be elaborated on here. Those with higher authority levels had management authority over the next level, and those with higher authority levels knew more about the inner workings of Greed Island. So far, only members of A level and above could obtain information about the Dark Continent, browse Dark Continent data, and even use Hope. After the personnel allocation was completed, Germain inquired Duan and List about the research progress of the alchemy plant, and then received good news. They could now utilize the power of the alchemy plant. Duan and List had already prepared a batch of alchemy plant cards, and after initial trials, they all performed well. With this, Germain's plan to return to the Dark Continent and rendezvous with Jin, Bisky, and Menchi was put on the agenda. Before that, Germain needed to carry out various preparatory tasks. One of the preparatory tasks was to eliminate negative traits. This time, Abengain used the forest spirit to remove bloodlust for him. Abengain himself was slightly disappointed by this, because last time he cleared 2 negative traits in one go, but this time there was only one. This was probably related to his state at the time, he needed to find this state and stabilize it. Abengain would not give up such attempts. However, now, he was not the only exorcist on Greed Island. Abengana's new subordinate Hina was an exorcist among the Chimera ants. Her materialization type ability Neverborn Devil's Child removed bullseye deviation for Germain. However, the cost was that Hina's belly would swell as if she were pregnant until then and within it completely dissipated, and her belly would return to normal. This process took about a month. Fortunately, Germain's negative trait came from himself, if it had come from someone else, Hina would have to wait for that person to die before she could return to normal. Such a burden would be too heavy. However, even so, rumors spread that someone had gotten Hina pregnant, which was a ridiculous later story. As a result, the negative traits on Germain were only bad gambling skills and perfectionism, and the negative impact was not significant. From now on, whether he used an ordinary teleportation lantern or a special teleportation lantern, he had a stable method for dealing with negative traits. Germain recalled his state at the beginning of the year, then thought about his current self. Stress, negative traits, and disease all had reliable solutions. Indeed, one must constantly move forward, only by moving forward can a path be found. After discussions among members with a rank and above authority on Greed Island, the list of personnel for the next expedition to the Dark Continent has been finalized. Germain, Shizuku, Buera, and Sanbika. This is a very fair list. In fact, there were no better candidates than them. Most members had to remain on Greed Island, responsible for version updates and new employee training. Moreover, not everyone was willing to risk going to the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent is, after all, a place full of dangers. Just hearing Germain and Shizuku's descriptions was enough to make one's scalp tingle. For example, Abengain preferred to stay on Greed Island. If he worked hard here, he could gain the power, status, and wealth he desired, and that was enough. If Germain forced him, he would still go, but Germain would not do that. Forcing someone to go to the Dark Continent is like placing an unexploded bomb next to oneself. No one knows when it will explode or what consequences it will bring. Although everyone witnessed Germain and others repeatedly traveling to and from the Dark Continent, this did not mean the journey would be easy. In the current team roster, Germain and Shizuku are experienced. Buera has been to the Dark Continent once with Germain, while Sanbika has never been. Buera and Sanbika both had their own reasons for being willing to go to the Dark Continent. It was these reasons that gave them courage and conviction. Buera was inspired by Menchi's decision and hoped to keep pace with his partner. Perhaps they could achieve new heights for gourmet hunters on the Dark Continent. And currently, the pinnacle of gourmet hunters is still held by Grandma Lin. To surpass the historical peak of gourmet hunters, they would need to make significant achievements in exploring the Dark Continent. Sanbika, after studying the cure herb, plant weapon parasitism, and the undying disease, had long wanted to go there herself. It was practically a treasure trove of various viruses. This does not mean she has a strange fetish for viruses, all her research on viruses ultimately serves the same purpose: curing diseases and saving lives. The cure herb can cure a multitude of diseases and is very comprehensive, but there are still difficult and complex illnesses it cannot cover. This is what hunters like Sandbika and Cheadle need to solve, ensuring that all diseases, pains, etc., in the human world have specific treatments available. They had already spent several months reviewing and researching Dark Continent-related materials, and they were intimately familiar with the details of Germain's previous journeys. At the same time, during the period when Germain departed to exterminate the Chimera ants, Boera and Sandbika humbly sought advice from seniors Grandmalin and Shizuku. Grandmalin could recall some details of that journey from decades ago, and would also add legends about the wrinkles on her face. As for Shizuku, who had been to the Dark Continent several times, she couldn't clearly explain many things. Her classic quotes included, "Night raid species are just night raid species, you know, I think the evil entities are okay," and Germain and Bisky both said so. The departure date was also set for December 10th. As everyone was eagerly preparing, Shizuku told Germain some news about Meteor City. Since the Phantom Troop members disappeared, Shizuku resumed her intermittent funding of the Meteor City Cathedral, though in a more discreet manner. This time, with the help of Duen, List, and others, the funding process would be cleaner. Shizuku, now, could be considered quite wealthy, a big rich lady. The reason she funded the Meteor City Cathedral was because she grew up there, and the old priest had always taken good care of Meteor City orphans like her. The original members of the Phantom Troop had also received help from the old priest. It could be said that the old priest was the most respected person in Meteor City, apart from the elder. Even in the eyes of Shizuku and others, the old priest's status was even higher, as he was a benefactor. She was willing to anonymously pay a large sum of money to the old priest so that his cathedral's charitable work could continue. However, not long ago, she received intelligence about Meteor City, which was bad news. The area where Meteor City is located is not too far from the NGL and the East Gordo Republic, so it also became a heavily affected area by the Chimera Ants invasion. A female Chimera Ant squad leader named Zazan, leading a group of Chimera Ants, occupied an area of Meteor City and began to build a nest. Zazan declared herself the new Ant Queen of Meteor City and, through her ability, transformed captured Meteor City residents into ferocious Chimera Ants. These Chimera Ants would follow their instincts, carrying out Zazan's commands, either protecting the nest or attacking and capturing Meteor City residents. War then began. The Meteor City elder led the residents in resistance, but they could not overcome the increasing number of Chimera Ant soldiers transformed by Zazan. This method of converting the enemy's living forces into one's own army, with one side gaining and the other losing, was truly terrifying. Furthermore, Meteor City, similar to the NGL, is an independent area where the outside world cannot intervene. Countries and organizations like V5 turned a blind eye to the Chimera Ant disaster in Meteor City. Or rather, they were happy to see the Chimera Ants further weaken Meteor City's power, as long as the calamity was contained and did not spread to the outside world. If the cesspit exploded, let it explode, just don't let it splash outside. Zazan's influence was gradually taking root in Meteor City, almost becoming a cancerous growth capable of devouring the entire Meteor City, when the situation suddenly changed. The Chimera Ant's stronghold was fiercely attacked and quickly fell. Most of the Chimera Ant soldiers were killed, only Zazan and her subordinate Pike escaped. Shizuku believed that although the intelligence did not explicitly mention it, it was highly likely that the Phantom Troop was responsible for capturing Zazan's stronghold. Only the Phantom Troop had the ability and the reason to do this. Subsequently, forces suspected to be the Phantom Troop began to hunt down Zazan and Pike, aiming to cut the grass and eliminate future troubles. However, a strange Chimera Ant appeared at this point, turning the tide once again and repelling the forces suspected to be the Phantom Troop. This mysterious Chimera Ant, whose name was not revealed, displayed combat power far exceeding Zazan's and, with Zazan and Pike, once again established a foothold in Meteor City. A new nest began to be constructed, and that Chimera Ant declared himself the new Ant King, gradually establishing a Chimera Ant kingdom in Meteor City with his new Ant Queen Zazan. Their power was expanding, and the number of Chimera Ants reincarnated from residents was growing. Now, this kingdom basically occupied almost half of Meteor City's territory. The Meteor City elder and the forces suspected to be the Phantom Troop were locked in a tense tug-of-war with the new Ant King's forces, with no clear outcome yet. When Shizuku learned of this intelligence regarding Meteor City, the new Ant King's kingdom had already been established, and the two forces were engaged in a bloody struggle in Meteor City. Countries and regions like V5 were watching from the sidelines, even fanning the flames by releasing Chimera Ants they had captured into Meteor City. This was their usual modus operandi: discarded races, despised trash, all thrown into Meteor City, pretending the problem was solved. Thus, another venomous creature was added to the Meteor City's goo pot, and it already showed a tendency to devour other venomous creatures. Germain speculated from this that the new Ant King was very likely Gyro. Gyro was the de facto ruler of the NGL, and the globally circulated DD narcotics originated from his forces. However, the Chimera Ant's invasion destroyed his empire. A Chimera Ant squad leader killed him and delivered him to the Ant Queen, who was in urgent need of a large amount of food at the time. Gyro was thus reincarnated as a Chimera Ant through the Ant Queen's feeding and mating. Not long after his birth, he awakened his human memories faster than all other Chimera Ants and immediately decided to leave the Ant Queen in the nest. Gyro was the first Chimera Ant capable of resisting the Chimera Ant's instincts and disobeying the Ant Queen's rule. He was unwilling to submit to the Ant Queen or the Ant King, so he left the NGL to seek new opportunities in the outside world. Gyro's combat power also allowed him to do this, his combat power was below the royal guards but above the squad leader, placing him in a unique category. Now, Meteor City, an area even more isolated and harsh than the NGL, might be his new opportunity. Germain did not tell Shizuku his speculation, but instead asked. Since something like this has happened in Meteor City, are you going back to help? Shizuku blinked her large eyes. It probably can't be done, right? Because we eliminated most of the Phantom Troop members, you and I are called traitors of Meteor City. Although outside gangsters didn't know that Phantom Troop members originated from Meteor City, from the end of the Your New City arc, many people in Meteor City certainly knew. Shizuku continued. I fund the cathedral anonymously, otherwise, even the old priest might not dare to accept my money. If you and I go back together, it's hard to say whether Meteor City and the Phantom Troops' focus will turn on us. Germain wanted to say, what do you mean if you and I go back together? He had no intention of getting involved. However, Germain had also considered Shizuku's concerns. He actually just wanted to remind Shizuku, which is why he asked that question. He didn't expect Shizuku to be more clear-headed than he imagined. Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses at this moment. Besides, the situation in Meteor City is very chaotic right now. 2 elders were captured by the new Ant King and new Ant Queen and reincarnated as Chimera Ants. The subordinates of the new Ant King and new Ant Queen were all transformed from Meteor City residents. The residents of Meteor City have actually been fighting their former leaders, benefactors, companions, and family. Now even Meteor City itself doesn't know how to deal with this matter. Shizuku also tilted her head, pondering for a while, and in the end, she indeed came to no conclusion, so her eyes turned to Germain. Germain, if you were the Meteor City Elder, what would you do? If I were the Meteor City Elder? Germain thought for a moment and said calmly. If I were the Meteor City Elder, Zezan's initial nest building would not have been possible. But if it did happen, and the situation turned into what it is now, then I would eliminate the leading new Ant King, new Ant Queen, and their guards. If Germain gained any experience from this Chimera Ant extermination war, the decapitation strategy to solve problems was one of them. Shizuku nodded, then said nothing more, and both of them focused on matters related to the Dark Continent. Much later, Germain learned that the old priest of the cathedral who gave Shizuku the inverted cross necklace had also been transformed into a Chimera Ant, becoming a member of the Chimera Ant Kingdom. At this point, Shizuku also didn't know which side to help. At 8 AM on December 10th, the teleportation lantern, targeting the ancient labyrinth city, began smoothly and without incident. The team members this time were Germain, Shizuku, Boera, and Sanbika, whose abilities covered combat, transport and storage, gourmet cooking, and medical care. Most of the A-rank authorized members of Greed Island gathered in the teleportation lantern hall on the second basement floor of Raimeru Castle, once again seeing off the team members. Palm, Melioran, Ikalgo, and others lacked the necessary authorization, so they naturally knew nothing of this matter. They had all been sent to various parts of Greed Island to familiarize themselves with the environment and were unaware that most of Greed Island's core figures were beneath Raimeru Castle. The 4, including Germain, would disappear for a period, and the explanation given to others was merely that they had gone out to perform a mission. Pro hunters already had a habit of forming teams to complete missions, so disappearing for a few months, or even a year and a half, was not unusual. Moreover, they went out to perform a mission was not really a deception to Palm, Melioran, Ikalgo, and others. At most, it was an omission. Out in this context referred to the Dark Continent outside the 6 continents, which was perfectly reasonable. After confirming that all supplies were ready, everyone took hold of a messenger imp's hand. Sanbika, surprisingly, was calmer than Boera, who had already experienced the messenger imp's cold, dry touch once before. She wasn't too scared to move, she was genuinely very calm. This was because the messenger imp's hand was very similar to the feel of the corpses she frequently handled and dissected. Grasping it was like returning to the dissection table. Sanbika always followed her professional habit of wearing rubber gloves, so in her current state, it was even more like a dissection. From this perspective, Sanbika was even more experienced than Boera. Buzz. Amidst the purple glimmer, the teleportation began. The world spun, everything twisted, then returned to normal in an instant. Everyone looked around and found themselves at the top of a tall tower, with platforms extending out on all sides and a circular dome above. The teleportation lantern had once again succeeded without incident. Boera and Sanbika both breathed a sigh of relief as they began to survey their surroundings, observing the situation. There was no one else at the top of the tower. Jing, Bisky, and Menchi were nowhere to be found. The ancient labyrinth city had little time difference with the 6 continents, so it should also be 8 AM here. However, the 4 discovered that the sky outside was so dim it looked as if night was about to fall. Germain first looked back at the teleportation lantern, confirming that the cooldown period was 40 days. In other words, he would not be able to return to the 6 continents or travel to other locations with ordinary lanterns until at least January 21st of next year. As for special lanterns, they were not subject to this cooldown restriction, but Germain himself would experience an increased frequency of exposure to negative trait and disease. Germain stood up and saw Shizuku turn her head on the extended platform of the tower, waving to the 3 of them. Come look, the sea of blood below. Everyone gathered around, especially Boera and Sanbika, who were visiting the ancient labyrinth city for the first time and were filled with curiosity. As they stood next to Shizuku and looked out at the sea of blood beyond the tower, they saw dark red waves churning in the sea of blood, surrounded by layers of reeds. Gradually, a massive, crimson vortex formed, drawing in all the surrounding blood and flesh, swallowing them into the center of the vortex. Germain looked up again. The grayness of the sky was caused by rolling dark clouds, which twisted into a tornado-like spiral, with its end pointing towards the vortex in the Sea of Blood. Germain noticed that the tornado in the sky and the vortex in the Sea of Blood fit together almost perfectly, one convex and one concave. This might indicate that this celestial and terrestrial anomaly was interconnected. Germain already had a grasp of the situation. Boera and Sandbika had never witnessed such an eerie and magnificent scene. They stared in astonishment for a while, then looked at Germain. Shizuku was unreliable, they hadn't expected anything from her. Germain could now be considered an expert on the Dark Continent. It was up to him to determine the cause of the scene and what to do next. Germain, dressed in a new set of hunter's black robes, quickly made his decision and put it into action. He released his N. In that instant, even before Shizuku, Boera, and Sandbika could react, the N had already enveloped them. Shizuku, however, was unfazed and naturally relaxed her body. Boera and Sandbika instinctively adopted defensive stances. And not only allowed Germain to gather a lot of information but also projected a certain aura. Aura is a rather vague concept, it doesn't entirely represent combat power, though there is some correlation. For example, between a captive tiger cub and a white goose, which has greater combat power. Clearly, the tiger cub's combat power on paper is stronger, even if it's captive and young, it's still a tiger, and its fangs are sharp enough to crush the delicate throat of a white goose. However, in an actual encounter, the opposite might occur. The white goose spreads its wings, stretches its neck, displaying its powerful appearance, and actively pecks at the tiger cub with its beak. In doing so, it overwhelms the tiger cub with its aura. The tiger cub, disoriented and driven by fear, flees in disarray, chased by the white goose. Aura is such an elusive thing. However, the N that Germain now emitted was much purer than the N of the Ant King and Royal Guards, it was not so evil as to shock the mind or destroy reason. He could achieve that level, simply by releasing killing intent, but there was clearly no need for it now. The N swallowed the tall tower in the blink of an eye, then the Sea of Blood and the reed beds, and the cubic stone pillars, stopping only at a radius of 350 meters. There were two reasons for his actions. The first, of course, was to search for Jing, Bisky, and Menchi, and to ascertain the current situation of the ancient labyrinth city. The second was to make his presence known to all living beings within the ancient labyrinth city who could perceive N. When a great white shark appears in a body of water, all the fish within its diet must consider which direction to swim. However, as Germain's N expanded and contracted, he noticed something strange and couldn't help but frown. First, he confirmed the locations of Bisky and Menchi, they were at the base of the tower, and their lives were not in danger. However, he did not find any trace of Jing. Perhaps Jing was outside the range of his N, or perhaps Jing used Zetsu to block detection as much as possible, in any case, the reason was unknown. In addition, Germain noticed that within the range of his N, there were no longer any plant weapon parasites. Perhaps the entire ancient labyrinth city no longer had plant weapon parasites roaming about. Instead, from the depths of the Blood Sea vortex, a powerful pulsation emanated, producing the thumping voice of life. Something was awakening. Boera and Sandbika finally lowered their guard and looked at Germain. Germain thought for a moment, then turned to the others. Bisky and Menchi are at the bottom of the tower. Let's go down and meet them first. Knowing the whereabouts of their companions, Shizuku, Boera, and Sandbika were all very happy, so they all nodded. They descended the spiral stone staircase. Since the staircase was hollow, they quickly saw the bottom of the tower and noticed a figure flash there. Boera's rotund body stood behind the others, but his height allowed him to be the first to see the figure, and he exclaimed in surprise. Bisky. Menchi. His voice echoed inside the tower, and he was sure the people at the bottom of the tower had heard him. After a while, from the part of the tower's base obscured by the stone staircase, two small heads poked out, none other than Bisky and Menchi. Then, Bisky's slightly hoarse voice came through. Boera. Germain. Shizuku. Sandbika. You've arrived. Subsequently, the two small heads disappeared, followed by the thumping of footsteps as Bisky and Menchi ran up. They met in the middle of the tower, all smiling with joy. Bisky and Menchi's smiles were clearly even more delighted. Although Germain had said they would return to the ancient labyrinth city before the end of the year, he hadn't specified an exact date. After Jing, Bisky, and Menchi parted ways with Germain and Shizuku on October 19th, they had spent nearly 2 months here at the tower. These 2 months weren't exactly boring, but as time passed, those staying in the ancient labyrinth city always felt greater psychological stress. Their supplies were plentiful, enough to last until February or March of next year without issue. However, they couldn't help but worry. What if Germain and Shizuku, for some reason, didn't come back? This was not impossible. The world is never short of accidents, and once an accident occurred, those on the Dark Continent side would find themselves in a very troublesome situation. Unaware, they would wait indefinitely until they completely despaired. They might even never know what accident prevented Germain and the others from coming to reinforce them. At such times, Bisky's magical aesthetician cookie, Menchi's gourmet cooking, and their unwavering will as veteran hunters all played an indelible role. If not for these, ordinary non-users, or even ordinary people, would have been sufficiently self-tormented in these 2 months to choose to make a desperate breakthrough from the ancient labyrinth city. However, after breaking through, an even more terrifying situation would await them. Fortunately, they finally received support from Germain and the others. Germain did not disappoint them. After nearly 2 months apart, Bisky and Menchi both showed slight changes in their appearance. They had brought changes of clothes, and not just 1 or 2 sets, but the clothes they were currently wearing still had many signs of damage. These marks were likely left over from their battles with the plant weapon parasites. They hadn't stopped eradicating the plant weapon parasites during these 2 months, and due to having the high tower as a safe house, their operations were relatively easier. Bisky had cut her hair short previously, but it had grown out quite a bit now, with the ends reaching past her earlobes, still looking very neat. Menchi, on the other hand, still wore her 5 braids. After living in the high tower for a while, she originally found it troublesome and didn't want to wear so many braids, even considering cutting her hair short like Bisky. However, Bisky volunteered to help her maintain her image and strongly advised her not to cut her hair, which is why the 5 braids were preserved. But, there was a price for doing so. She had to become Bisky's makeup doll during her idle and bored moments, or rather, her Barbie doll to be played with. Bisky's ability is magical aesthetician cookie, which is closely related to her personality. The beauty-loving Bisky not only wanted herself to be beautiful, but also wanted Menchi to become beautiful and cute, or at least be pleasing to the eye. Bisky used the makeup tools she carried with her, along with assistance from magical aesthetician Cookie, to insist on doing Menchi's makeup every day. Originally, magical aesthetician Cookie could achieve the makeup effect, but she insisted on doing Menchi's makeup herself to gain a sense of accomplishment. This could be considered Bisky's unique way of distressing. At this point, everyone could see that Menchi's lips were noticeably moist and shiny, and her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look like a beautiful woman. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on her face, Menchi couldn't help but lower her head shyly, gently rubbing off her lipstick with the back of her hand. Bisky apparently didn't notice Menchi's small movement behind her, otherwise she would have surely intervened to prevent Menchi from wasting her masterpiece, which took nearly half an hour. She was both surprised and delighted by the appearance of Germain, Shizuku, Boera, and Sanbika, but her expression quickly changed, becoming very serious. Germain, was that end just now released by you? Germain nodded. It was me. What's wrong? Bisky frowned, her wine-red eyes scanning Germain up and down, meticulously, like a printing machine. I just felt that this nun was very familiar, like it belonged to you, but it was much more powerful than 2 months ago, which made me less certain. She stared at Germain suspiciously. What exactly happened to you in these 2 months? Germain pursed his lips and didn't explain right away. My matters can be discussed in detail later. We need to understand the current situation. Where did Jin go? What's with the whirlpool outside? Bisky and Menchi really wanted to know what had happened to Germain in these 2 months, and also wanted to know about Shizuku, Boera, and Sanbika. However, Jin, who was not present, and the Blood Sea whirlpool outside the high tower, were indeed more important. So, the topic shifted. In 2 months, our exploration range grew larger and larger. Bisky explained. The plant weapon parasites within the ancient labyrinth city became fewer and fewer, and we successfully opened a passage from here to the outside world. So, we began to operate outside the ancient labyrinth city, and recorded more new creatures using various equipment. However, Jin's ambition clearly wouldn't let him stop here. A few days ago, he took the necessary supplies, said goodbye to us, and ventured deeper to the west, promising to return before December 15th. We wanted to stop his adventure, but he was determined and repeatedly stated that he wouldn't be forced, so in the end, we could only let him leave. So that was it. Jin was never one to obey organizational arrangements, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of reckless idiot among the Zodiacs. He was a maverick, even Netero and Germain couldn't keep him in check on some matters. Not to mention that his ancestor was Don Freaks, the inheritance of this bloodline destined him not to easily stop in a place like the ancient labyrinth city. The ancient labyrinth city is only located on the edge of the dark continent near Mobius Lake. There are at least 3 other major directions with more land yet to be fully explored. It's just that Jin chose the west. It seems he was still bothered by the last time he found a clue that seemed to be about Don Freaks, but ultimately found nothing. Bisky then pointed to the Blood Sea whirlpool outside the high tower and said to Germain. You probably guessed it, right? The reason why the plant weapon parasites in the ancient labyrinth city are becoming fewer and fewer is that they all selflessly sacrificed themselves. The Blood Sea whirlpool appeared today. We just noticed it and came to the bottom of the high tower to observe it up close, and then you all suddenly teleported here. As for why there's a Blood Sea whirlpool, I think the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment already has the answer. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle revives periodically, and now is its revival ritual. You all teleported here and just happened to catch it. As if to confirm Bisky's words, the previously dim sky outside was suddenly stained red with blood, becoming incredibly eerie. Looking out from the high tower's window, everyone could see the black cloud tornado above the sky twisting and rushing down, plunging into the Blood Sea whirlpool. Instantly, a red light shot up into the sky. The black cloud tornado dissipated with a bang, and thick, swaying tendrils stretched out from the Blood Sea whirlpool, lifting a sphere out of the sea. The surface of the sphere had a metallic luster, but in the next moment, cracks appeared, slowly opening like petals. A rich fragrance wafted over, instantly filling everyone's nostrils. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, like a jellyfish, gradually ascended into the air, twisting its tentacles. It really was reborn. Bisky, Shizuku, Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika, seeing the giant beast hovering in the air, all showed solemn expressions, knowing that a battle was about to begin. Especially Bisky, she was one of the 4 who faced the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle before, and she knew very well how ferocious this monster was. However, Germain's thoughts were different from theirs. Because everyone had a habit of documenting their Dark Continent journey, Germain clearly remembered that they last defeated the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle on September 26th. It was now December 10th, which meant that the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's rebirth would take at least 3 months. What Germain thought was that if controlled well, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle could bear fruit 3 times a year. This way, the yield of cure herb might become relatively stable. Bisky's height only allowed her to stand on her tiptoes, clinging to the high tower window with both hands, to look outside. It seems we have to fight again. We can't let it trap us inside the high tower. Germain, let's formulate a strategy. Although Jin isn't here, with so many more people, it should be enough to deal with it. Sanbika, don't participate in the battle, focus solely on treating the injured. The rest of you cooperate with each other and aim for its weaknesses. Germain suddenly raised his arm, interrupting Bisky's words. His movement, for some unknown reason, had an indescribable power that made Bisky and the others fall silent and look at him. I want to try fighting it one-on-one. Bisky thought she had misheard, showing an incredulous expression. Huh? What are you saying? 3 months ago, it took the 4 of us working together to defeat it. Now you want to go alone? Yes. Bisky was stunned for a moment, about to get angry, but when she saw the serious expression on Germain's face, she frowned and calmed down. Do you have any basis for that? Germain held up 3 fingers. First, this pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle is not as strong as last time. This is because it has just been reborn, and this is its weakest state. To recover its former combat strength, it will surely have to use its fragrance to lure more living creatures into the labyrinth, then let the plant weapon parasitize them, and then sacrifice their flesh and blood to it. Second, we are all very clear about the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's weaknesses. It has been defeated by us once before, and that experience is invaluable. Third, my combat strength has increased during this period. Fighting it one-on-one should not be a problem. Bisky rested her chin in her hand, thought for a while, then raised her head and gazed at Germain. I generally agree with the first and second points. Regarding the third point, do you have any significant evidence for your increased combat strength? The N just now doesn't count, you. At that very moment, Germain released his N once again. However, unlike the previous time, this time he imbued the N with killing intent. The dark killing intent radiating from the N made all the hunters present tense up involuntarily, and once again forced them into defensive stances. No matter how much they trusted Germain, it was hard not to react to such a sudden, all-encompassing killing intent. However, this time, it gave them a completely different feeling than before. They now felt as if they were trapped in Germain's palm, and Germain's hand was slowly clenching. Everyone's pupils contracted, revealing undisguised astonishment and tension. The latter half of what Bisky wanted to say was swallowed back directly. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, already floating in midair, also sensed the dark killing intent, and couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, the presence of the high tower still prevented it from making any effective response. In a blink of an eye, the N retracted into Germain, and the killing intent vanished without a trace, like a sudden downpour, coming and going quickly. Germain turned his head and looked down at Bisky. This is the evidence. Bisky looked at Germain with a solemn expression, then she was the first to look away, letting out a soft sigh. It seems that in these 2 months, I wasn't the only one cultivating diligently. Moreover, the gap between us has not only not narrowed but has actually widened. Since you insist, then go. After the battle, tell me in detail what exactly happened during this time. Germain nodded, then climbed onto the window. He leaped out of the window, jumping towards the blood sea below. Shizuku raised her hand slightly at this moment. Bisky, actually, I can also tell you what he went through. Bisky glanced at her and shook her head. You can't. I don't trust your description, Shizuku. It's all over the place, and some parts might even mislead me. That's true. Shizuku, with a good sense of self-awareness, closed her mouth and adjusted her glasses. Bisky added, Germain, as the person involved, surely knows the events most clearly. Even if I were to have someone other than Germain explain, I would choose Sanbika. She leaned her face towards Sanbika, who was as petite as she was, smiling. Right, Sanbika. Sanbika, who was fully covered, still habitually dared not meet anyone's gaze. Facing Bisky's question, she even took half a step back. Sanbika, that half step back really hurts my feelings. We haven't seen each other for a few months, are we that unfamiliar now? No, Sanbika stammered, waving her hands repeatedly, seemingly truly afraid that Bisky would misunderstand. Just as Bisky was teasing Sanbika, suddenly, Germain's N burst forth. A loud bang was heard from below, and in the blink of an eye, another explosion echoed in the air. Then, before everyone had fully reacted, the massive body of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, which was in mid-air, began to plummet. There were 2 strange, massive explosions, less than half a second apart. Germain first surged up from the sea of blood, stirring crimson waves, then suddenly appeared above the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's head, drawing his katana Thousand Shadows. Thousand Shadows III slash. Clang. The blood-red arc, like a curved hook, instantly severed several of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's thickest root-like stems, one by one. Puff, puff, puff. The thick stems fell into the sea of blood, writhing and swaying like dying eels, creating ripples. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle also let out a mournful cry, losing its ability to float, its mountain-like body plummeting. Boom. It was as if a terrifyingly powerful bomb had detonated within the sea of blood, sending dark red, murky waves surging dozens of meters high, splashing directly onto the tower. However, in the next instant, before the blood waves could touch the tower's bricks, they were blocked by an invisible barrier and repelled, falling back into the sea of blood. Everyone inside the tower was startled, watching this scene in amazement, both because of the tower and because of Germain. And no matter the reason, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle was the victim at this very moment. Only then, as if sensing the start of the battle, did the massive fog wall surrounding the sea of blood slowly rise. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, thrashing in the sea of blood, quickly lifted its head, revealing the dense, sharp teeth in its oral cavity, looking as hideous and striking as a lamprey. It had no true eyes, but it could see further and clearer, for it saw the essence of Nin. Furthermore, it was a creature of high intelligence and possessed memory. It quickly remembered who this man was. This human was one of the 4 who had killed it in its previous life. No, it should be said that he was the one who delivered the final, fatal blow. It would never forget that night. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle was enraged. It was not unfamiliar with being harvested periodically, on the contrary, this had been its norm for the past 200 years. The one who always accurately calculated its rebirth time and came to harvest it periodically was also a human. However, in the past year, that human had not reappeared, as if he had completely forgotten about it. As a result, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle slowly regained its supreme time as an overlord in the ancient labyrinth. Unexpectedly, the nightmare returned, and this time a new group of humans came, killed it, and then guarded its rebirth point, preparing to harvest it once again. Humans, again humans. Despite their average combat power being so weak, there were always a few monsters far beyond imagination appearing one day. This was the peculiar characteristic of this race. The pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's acceptance of 200 years of enslavement by that human did not mean anyone could enslave it and harvest it like wildflowers and weeds. Furious, it unleashed all its pent-up anger towards that human onto Germain, who was before it. Starting with you, first with you, and then I will seek revenge on that human. Whoosh. A destructive blood-red light beam shot out fiercely from deep within its oral cavity. Germain did not directly dodge, instead, he wanted to use this battle to try out some new things. He opened the card holder fixed to his waist, drew out 3 cards, and threw them out. Alchemical Earth Element, release. The 3 cards glowed, illuminating each other, and in an instant, 3 layers of earth walls appeared, stacked one upon another, appearing quite thick. It fell towards the sea of blood like a giant coffin lid, colliding precisely with the destructive blood-red light beam. Bang! The blood-red destructive light beam only paused for an instant at first, then penetrated the first layer of earth wall, followed by the second and third layers. The 3 layers of earth wall disintegrated, falling as scattered chunks of earth, rubble, and dust. Whoosh! At the same time, a vast surge of mist poured out, engulfing the scattered, disintegrating earth chunks like a whale swallowing, completely obscuring the view. That was the combination of the alchemical fire element and alchemical water element cards. With appropriate balancing, it would create this mist. Germain concealed himself within the mist, displaying a terrifyingly calm zetsu, as if he had completely vanished. However, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle knew he hadn't disappeared, he was nearby, and the danger had never lifted. Blood-red light beams continuously shot out from its oral cavity, firing at multiple points in the air, becoming erratic. It only sought to hit Germain, or to delay Germain's attack, or even to tear through the mist to find Germain's figure, which would also be acceptable. But it clearly failed to do so. Because when the sea surface below it was torn open and Germain flashed out from it, swinging his katana, which was saturated with blood, it only then noticed that the enemy had already arrived. Such close proximity. Clang. Thousand Shadows III slash. Alchemical Wind Element Enchantment. The crimson slash was more powerful than the last, and amidst an explosion like a sonic boom, all of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's writhing tendrils shattered. The blooming flower was once again split in 2. Hiss. Germain sheathed his katana, his feet imbued with Nin, landing on the still swaying waves, yet standing as steadily as if on flat ground. Bang! Not far in front of him, the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle fell diagonally, once again stirring up blood waves. And the fog wall, which had not yet reached its maximum height, paused for a moment after the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle fell, then slowly descended. Germain had actually defeated the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle within the short time before the fog wall had fully formed. This left everyone in the tower somewhat dumbfounded. Germain's gains, besides the cure herb that grew on the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's body after it died again, was a new grudge gift. A new teleportation lantern. Before this, all his teleportation lanterns were already placed at their respective locations. Rymera Castle, Dried River Valley, Muddy Land, Spider Valley Bottom, Ancient Labyrinth, Wilderness Graveyard. Now, he possessed a 7th teleportation lantern. Regardless of whether it was useful now, it would certainly be beneficial for expanding their range of activity. Only after the fog wall had fully descended did the sea of blood become less turbulent, gradually calming down. Biski, Shizuku, Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika, after confirming that the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle had truly been defeated by Germain alone, quickly descended the spiral stone staircase together. Soon, they arrived before the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's massive corpse and Germain, who had already sheathed his katana Thousand Shadows. Biski had been holding back for a long time, clearly having much to say. But because there was too much she wanted to say, she didn't know where to start, so in the end, she could only give Germain a thumbs up. Alright, this time I truly believe you. Germain, however, had no intention of boasting, he simply pointed to the giant corpse. Prepare to harvest the cure herb. Okay. Shizuku pulled out her vacuum cleaner, Menchi brandished her dual knives, Boera rubbed his fists together, and they all responded excitedly. Sanbika, however, suddenly moved between the group and the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, raising her hands in a blocking gesture and anxiously hopping on the sea surface like a rabbit. Let me first, please, you all, wait. Her incoherent words left everyone confused, but only Bisky reacted first. You want to extract something from the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's corpse while it's still fresh, right? Sanbika, wearing a hood and mask, nodded vigorously. Alright, you go first, call us when you're done. Sanbika nodded again. Then she took out a syringe with a thick needle and a transparent glass vial, her eyes wide, and went towards the giant corpse with excitement and happiness. The enormous carcass of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, soaked in the sea of blood, was swollen, and its previous fragrance had completely vanished. Then, like flesh and bones stewed until tender in a pot, it separated and slowly dissolved into the foul, bloody soup of the sea of blood. By this time, everyone had completed their tasks and gathered at the base of the tall tower. Sanbika asked Shizuko to use Blinky to preserve the fresh flesh and blood she had extracted in jars, for her to research and analyze later when she had the necessary equipment. Shizuko complied. Things stored in her Blinky had shown no signs of decay to date, the principle was unknown, but it could be entirely used as a portable storage room. Everyone tallied their gains from this expedition, and Bisky recorded them. 75 plants, 33 less than the previous 108 plants. Bisky tapped the open notebook with the tip of her pen, pouting. I speculate that the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle has a development cycle. Having just been born from the bloody vortex, it could only yield this many cure herbs. When it matures or approaches maturity, it should be able to harvest over 100 cure herbs, which is probably the limit of its yield. Everyone listened quietly, yet they all had a strange illusion of being in an orchard, a greenhouse, or a field. Had the core of the plant weapon calamity the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle really become like fruits and vegetables waiting to be harvested after ripening? They first placed the cure herbs into transparent jars, which Blinky then swallowed whole. Bisky snapped her notebook shut with a poof and then looked at Germain. Alright, it's time to talk about what happened on your side these past 2 months. Of course, what I'm most interested in is what happened to you. Okay. Germain had no intention of hiding anything and began from the beginning. First, the follow-up on the alchemy plants, he had entrusted Duan and List to research and process them. The cards just now were the result. Shizuku, distribute the alchemy plant series cards to Bisky and Menchi. Alright. Shizuku, like Doraemon, spat out many tools from Blinky, finally finding a briefcase and taking out the corresponding cards. Shizuku distributed the latest alchemy plant series cards to Bisky and Menchi, so they could also use them, making combat more convenient. Boera and Sanbika had already acquired the series of cards back at Rimaru Castle, so they just sat and watched. Then, Germain spoke about the Chimera Ant Extermination War. This was a war of great importance, and even Shizuku, Boera, and Sanbika, who already knew the inside story, listened intently. Germain began to tell the story. From the Chimera Ants spreading from the NGL to surrounding countries and regions, to Chairman Netero personally leading the team to shift the battlefield, targeting the king and royal guards, and all the way to their celebration banquet at the Hunter Association headquarters after the decisive battle. Some details were only noticed by Boera and Sanbika, who were hearing the full account for the second time. Bisky and Menchi, however, had their brains overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, barely managing to keep up with Germain's narrative. How could the king and royal guards be so strong? Why was Chairman Netero personally leading this Chimera Ant extermination? Where were the other Zodiacs besides Jing? Why did the Hunter Association's investigation division only give Chairman Netero so few team members? Why did they not listen to the advice of actual combatants like Morel and Knuckle, and choose the hunters they recommended to deal with the Chimera Ants that had spread to the surrounding areas? Why did Chairman Netero ultimately only seek help from Germain and the Zaldik family? Germain was able to defeat Miriam, whom even Chairman Netero could not defeat head-on. So much had happened in 2 months, giving Bisky and Menchi the illusion of having spent several years in the ancient labyrinth. Had things changed so quickly on the 6 continents? When they heard that Chairman Netero was on the verge of using the poor man's rose, and was luckily stopped by Germain, everyone's nerves tensed. Even Boera and Sanbika, who had known the general direction beforehand, were somewhat nervous, let alone Bisky and Menchi. They all broke out in a cold sweat. Bisky couldn't imagine that in just 2 months, she might never see that old man again. No matter how much she usually complained about Netero's reckless personality, he was still her teacher. While she was grateful to Germain, she also sensed that behind this Chimera Ant extermination war, someone must have been orchestrating things. After Bisky questioned Germain in detail, she arrived at a conjecture. The Beyond faction, those people were stirring up trouble behind the scenes. With Pariston and many assisting examiners voluntarily resigning, Bisky naturally confirmed that they were all part of the Beyond faction. Especially Pariston, that Thorn, played a crucial role. The obstruction from the investigation division must have been at Pariston's behest. Sayu, on the other hand, had already clearly sided with Beyond when they were in the Kaken Empire, so Bisky was not surprised by his voluntary resignation. Subsequently, Germain also confided in Bisky. That was the future direction Netero had explained to him on the airship that night. Netero would make a deal with Beyond. He would lift the non-restriction he had placed on Beyond, and the Beyond faction would remain silent about Germain's ability. After that, they would jointly promote a new journey of exploration to the Dark Continent by V5 and the Kaken Empire, removing the current restrictions of the Hunter Association. The advance to the Dark Continent would begin in the new millennium. These father and son finally intended to cooperate towards the same goal. Finally, on the Dark Continent, it would be up to each of them to use their own abilities, though, if necessary, they could also cooperate. The others listened quietly, exchanging glances, with a feeling that this was a conversation they should be involved in. Germain finally said to everyone. We actually hold an absolute advantage, the Beyond faction still doesn't know that we have obtained 2 hopes. And these 2 hopes cure herb and alchemy plant will greatly help us acquire the next hope. Netero and Beyond are now starting to promote a new journey to the Dark Continent, but the earliest they could possibly arrive at the Dark Continent would be late 2000 or early 2001. They still need to open up routes and maintain logistics supplies to establish a foothold on the Dark Continent. We already have the ancient labyrinth, this can be built as our base camp, radiating outwards to expedition into the depths of the Dark Continent. So, what we need to do is actually very simple, maintain our rhythm and continue to advance. This will be the greatest help to Netero. Everyone generally agreed with Germain's point of view. Now they could only go all the way, adding more leverage for whatever actions Netero might take in the future. Afterwards, they rested at the tower. Menchi and Boera decided to work together to prepare a delicious feast, celebrating their reunion after several months. The ingredients included those brought by Shizuko using Blinky, as well as those hunted by Jing, Bisky, and Menchi outside the ancient labyrinth during this period. Boera looked at the marinated meat chunks, tasted a small bite, and his non-ability, gluttonous stomach, told him that this was excellent meat suitable for human consumption. Menchi, what kind of meat is this? It tastes really good. Boera licked the grease from his thumb with his tongue. A type of beef. Menchi leaned against the tower wall with a smile, pointing downwards. In fact, it looks very much like a cow, but it's much larger and has many legs, so it's different from the cow we know. No wonder the taste and texture are different. Boera made his assessment. Then, Boera followed the direction of Menchi's finger, looked towards the back of the tower, and only then noticed that a stone house had been built there. Germain also saw it, walked over, and asked, "What is that?" Menchi smiled and explained, "That's a place we built specifically for marinating and storing fresh ingredients." The materials used to build the stone house were naturally the cubic stones from the ancient labyrinth, and for non-users, building a simple house was very easy. Although the people left behind in the ancient labyrinth hadn't run out of their cards, being prepared was always a good thing. The marinated meats and pickles in the stone house were one of their preparations, in case they ran out of supplies. On the other hand, the types of food cards they brought had become tiresome after 2 months. The stone house's storage often allowed the residents to vary their diet. This was also a way to relieve stress. Menchi wiped her nose, smiling at Boera. "In the past 2 months, I've added several entries to the Dark Continent cookbook. Boera, I've far surpassed you." Boera chuckled good-naturedly, not feeling anxious about it. He had never intended to compete with Menchi over who was the best gourmet hunter, he only hoped to leave his name in this great feat. "You've eaten quite a few cure herbs yourself, though." Bisky interjected from the side. Everyone looked at Bisky in confusion, wanting to know the meaning of her words. Bisky shook her head and said, "Menchi is just too adventurous, she always says something like willing to be the first woman to eat crabs and then goes to try new ingredients. No matter how much I persuade her, I can't stop her. That guy Jing is the same, he actually approved of Menchi's approach. The result was 2 votes against 1, so I could only let Menchi do whatever she wanted." Bisky's tone was full of complaints. Menchi couldn't help but blush. Bisky sighed and continued, "Every now and then, she would throw up and have diarrhea from eating something unsuitable. Luckily, there were cure herbs." Then, Bisky patted Boera's broad back and said, "With you here, things will be different. The task of tasting can be given to you. If something's wrong, you can still vomit it out in time." Boera thumped his big belly like a drum, proclaiming loudly, "Leave it to me from now on." Subsequently, Bisky pointed to Sanbika, who was sitting obediently in the corner, and said, "Even if there's something you can't handle, we can always give it to Sanbika." Sanbika, whose name was suddenly called, looked up at everyone blankly, as if she hadn't heard the previous conversation. In fact, quite the opposite, Sanbika had heard the entire conversation, she just tried to avoid communication in every possible way. It was a bit like when people at the dinner table discuss a topic related to you, but you feel awkward and just lower your head to eat your meal. But then the other person specifically calls your name and asks for your opinion, insisting on pulling you into the conversation, as if to show they haven't neglected you. However, compared to several months ago, everyone's interactions with Sanbika had become much more harmonious. Back then, Sanbika would only hold up signs and refuse to speak. Germain, however, did not participate in this conversation, but stared at the stone house below, deep in thought. After a while, everyone sat around a bubbling clay pot, which contained a stew, with the main dish being that marinated beef. To celebrate, Menchi and Boera were extravagant this time, adding a little cure herb. The cure herb not only cures diseases but also works wonderfully as a seasoning. Its aroma can fully stimulate appetite and mask some of the gamey smell. It was good for everyone to eat it occasionally, even as a form of dietary therapy to regulate their bodies. They spent a wonderful night of reunion. The next day, Germain told the others about his new plan. Jing said he would return on the 15th of this month, but considering it's Jing talking, we should set a more lenient deadline. Everyone smiled knowingly when they heard Germain's words. Indeed, if it were Jing, and he returned on time, everyone would truly be surprised, wondering if something major had happened. Only Shizuko looked left and right, missing the fleeting joke, looking a little confused. Germain continued, we should assume he might return at the end of the month, or early next year. This way, during this period, we can do other things. He did not want to rashly challenge the next calamity without Jing. Fortunately, they were already required to stay on the Dark Continent for 40 days before leaving, so challenging calamities shouldn't be their entire agenda here. Building the ancient labyrinth into their outpost for exploring the Dark Continent was the most important thing, a grand project for the future. Germain pointed to the stone house below the tower and said, the stone house that Jing, Bisky, and Menchi built gave me an idea. There are so many cubic stone pillars here, all suitable materials, and we have enough manpower. We can build a castle around this tower, which serves as a safe house, just like Raimeru Castle. The tower is the core of the castle, perhaps serving as a keep, while the main body of the castle is built alongside it, and walls surround it. Due to the presence of the tower, the plant weapon parasites of the ancient labyrinth will not approach, and external creatures approaching the ancient labyrinth are prone to being parasitized. This way, the ancient labyrinth and the tower become our double barriers. The only thing that can threaten us is the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle. Germain pointed to the spot where the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle had fallen. Its carcass had almost completely dissolved in the sea of blood overnight. However, its respawn point is only about 100 meters from the tower, which means its future rebirth will happen right under our noses. A newly reborn pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle is at its weakest. We can wait at the spawn point and continuously kill it after it respawns. This way, we both eliminate its threat and can continuously harvest cure herbs. After a moment of silence, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Bisky shook her head with a laugh, saying, Germain, you're really ruthless for catching the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle at its respawn point and slaughtering it. But you, who plans to build a castle stronghold and then, by seizing the respawn time, harvest the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle like leeks, are even more beastly. But I like this method. She raised her hand, making her stance clear first, I approve. Shizuko raised her hand second, followed by everyone else, all raising their arms. The vote passed unanimously, sealing the tragic fate of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle for the future. December 20th, Dark Continent, the Tower of the Ancient Labyrinth. The fishy smell of the sea of blood had been completely replaced by the peculiar fragrance emanating from the enormous corpse of the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle. Fragrance is always more dominant. They lingered around the tower, then drifted with the wind over the sea of blood, passed through the jungle like cubic stone pillars, and spread to the outside world. Germain stood on the west-facing platform at the top of the tower, brushing his teeth while gazing into the distance. He saw no figures. Jin had indeed broken his promise and hadn't returned on the agreed-upon 15th. It was now the 20th, how much longer would he be late? The soft bristles of the toothbrush gently rubbed against his teeth and gums, and the minty flavor of the toothpaste foam filled his mouth. Germain tasted a hint of sweetness with his tongue. He took a sip of water, swished it around his cheeks, making gurgling sounds, letting the water and foam clean his mouth. Finally, he lowered his head and spit the water from his mouth all at once towards the base of the tower, but it didn't land in the sea of blood. Instead, it landed on the stone slabs. The ground around the tower, paved with those stone slabs, was their masterpiece of the past few days. As for the fresh water, it came from carts from Greed Island and sources outside the ancient labyrinth. Germain heard a lazy hum, turned his head, and saw Shizuko approaching. Shizuko seemed not yet fully awake. Wearing her glasses, her eyes would squint for a while, then open for a while, as if switching between states of drowsiness and wakefulness. Ah, ha, she raised her hand to her mouth and let out a yawn. As if that wasn't enough to dispel her sleepiness, she straightened her upper body and stretched, like a cat, outlining the impressive curves of her upper physique. The inverted cross necklace hanging on her chest glittered in the sunlight. At this moment, her half-open eyes finally met Germain's, but she quickly closed them again. Germain. Good morning. Shizuko casually greeted him, half asleep, as she fumbled along the iron rack embedded in the wall of the platform. Good morning, Shizuko. Germain replied, turned his head, and continued to put his toothbrush into his mouth. He had just finished brushing the front of his teeth, now it was time for the top, bottom, and inner sides. With her swaying body, Germain genuinely worried that she would either fall to the ground the next moment or simply tumble from the top of the tower. Finally, she found her toothbrush and cup, picked them up, and then wobbled towards the edge of the platform. Thanks to Bisky, both the toothbrush and cup had cute cartoon reindeer stickers on them. These were Shizuko's exclusive marks, making it not difficult for her to find them. Shizuko walked slowly and stood beside Germain, squeezed a bit of toothpaste onto her toothbrush, and began brushing her teeth as well. But as she brushed, she started to squint her eyes again, her head nodding, like a student about to fall asleep during a boring lecture. Didn't you sleep well last night? Shizuko gave no clear answer, her voice was drawn out, like an echo almost fading in the valley. Slowly, her brushing motions became slower and slower, then even her body became unsteady. After a while, her head tilted and rested on Germain's arm. Having found a place to lean, Shizuko finally relaxed. Germain glanced sideways and saw Shizuko's head resting on his arm, her eyes still closed, almost all her weight shifted towards him. However, she continued to mechanically brush with the pink toothbrush in her mouth, moving it left and right. Germain remained silent, quietly finished brushing his teeth, and waited for Shizuku to finish hers before asking, "Are you done?" Shizuku dizzily straightened up, took a sip of water from her cup, then spit it out. This time, she finally opened her eyes completely. Her daily second sleep was complete. She always felt that only after taking a second sleep could she be more energetic for the day. Hee. Shizuku suddenly heard laughter from above and, in confusion, looked up to see half a face peeking down from above the tower's spherical dome. Bisky gripped the edge of the tower's spherical dome with both hands, hiding the lower half of her face. She looked down at Germain and Shizuku, her large wine-red eyes twinkling. "What are you doing up there?" Shizuku asked curiously, never having felt that there was anything amiss with herself. "It's my daily Shinjinryu morning lesson." Bisky made a gesture of gratitude, similar to one Netero often made, closed her eyes, then opened them again. "I'm very diligent, you know." "Oh." Shizuku responded, but said nothing more. Bisky had intended to say something else, but seeing Germain retrieving his and Shizuku's washcloths to wash their faces, she smiled and retracted her face. Everyone woke up one after another that morning. After a simple wash-up, each became busy with their own activities. Bisky abandoned Menchi, her somewhat disobedient doll, and instead extended her claws towards the easier-to-handle Shizuku and Sanbika. With a gentle press of her hands, she seated both Shizuku and Sanbika on the blanket spread on the floor, then laid out a series of makeup tools in front of them. Shizuku sat cross-legged as if accustomed to it, looking with interest at the eyeliners, powder puffs, lipsticks, and other items she rarely used. Women who spent time with Bisky always went through this. Shizuku had been dressed up like a doll before. Sanbika, however, sat on the carpet in a duck-like pose, like a startled fawn. Her eyes darted around uneasily, and when she saw the tools in the makeup box, it was as if she was looking at a full set of torture instruments. Her reflection in the mirror showed her face pale, her eyes terrified, as if she was about to face something dreadful. Bisky summoned Miss Cookie, and they partnered up. She and Hernan Beast always worked in perfect sync. She gently stroked Shizuku's short black hair, muttering something in distress, then glanced at Germain, and whispered a few words into Shizuku's ear. Shizuku blinked, looked at Germain, then shook her head. Bisky showed a rather helpless expression, so she took out a small comb and combed Shizuku's short black hair, tucking her strands behind her ears. Miss Cookie gently and carefully removed Sanbika's hat, then her mask, and gently lifted Sanbika's chin to reveal her face. Sanbika, however, acted as shy and helpless as if her clothes had been removed, her gaze drifting away, not daring to meet Miss Cookie's eyes at all. Miss Cookie couldn't help but show the same flirtatious, big sister-like smile that Bisky usually wore, enjoying Sanbika's shy blush during the makeup session. Speaking of which, this was one of the few times Germain had seen Sanbika's true face. Hidden beneath her pink, shoulder-length hair was a rather delicate face, now flushed red. No wonder she was so famous in the Hunter Association, surely many pro-hunters hoped to receive her treatment after being injured. However, when it came to beauty, according to Germain's aesthetic, the Shizuku beside her was still superior. It wasn't that Sanbika wasn't good, but this was his personal judgment. Menchi wielded a meat cleaver, rhythmically chopping vegetables on the cutting board. Buera, meanwhile, squatted in front of a stainless steel pot of soup, stirring the assorted porridge inside with a ladle, as if seasoning it. There were 6 people here, and everyone's tastes were different. Some preferred Eastern cuisine, some Western, and some had very niche preferences. Whenever such occasions arose, Menchi and Buera were able to handle them appropriately, with almost every meal being different. From this, one could see the skill of these 2 gourmet hunters. Germain was currently the most idle among them. He sat leaning against the wall, reading a novel brought from Greed Island. All right, breakfast is ready." After a while, Menchi, with a loud voice, called a halt to everyone's morning activities. Everyone gathered around Menchi and Buera, their mouths watering at the fragrant breakfast. Shizuku and Sanbika, after being preened by Bisky and Miss Cookie, had a bit of blush and lipstick, making them look much brighter overall. However, Shizuku would inadvertently wipe off her makeup during her various confusing actions throughout the day. Sanbika, on the other hand, was too well behaved, maintaining her porcelain doll appearance until the end. Bisky was quite satisfied with this. While eating her ham sandwich, her eyes scanned among the group, searching for her next target. Menchi and Buera, whose gazes had been swept over, felt a chill and instinctively raised their porcelain bowls to cover their faces. "Don't look at me, don't look at me." But while Menchi could hide, Buera's wide, basin-like face couldn't be hidden no matter how much he tried. Fortunately, Bisky wasn't interested in Buera either, trying to apply makeup to Buera and make him look good would be too difficult. Germain, however, met Bisky's gaze calmly. He was the only one present who wouldn't be threatened by Bisky. Indeed, Bisky only glanced at him before quickly sweeping past, though Sanbika, sitting next to her, could clearly hear a sigh. "Such good foundations, what a pity. Such a stubborn temper, what's wrong with letting me touch your face?" After breakfast, the satisfied group either sat or stood to walk around, waiting for their food to digest after being full. Once they felt they had digested enough, everyone came down to the base of the tower together. During this time, Germain and Bisky had toppled several nearby cubic stone pillars outside the Sea of Blood, using them as building materials. The task of transportation could be handled by Shizuku's Blinky. However, Sometimes Germain and Boera would also carry large stone fragments broken from the cubic pillars with both hands, directly moving them to the side of the tower. As for Bisky, who possessed similar superhuman strength, she refused to move stones, claiming, "I am a delicate lady, how can I do such rough work?" Although everyone here had seen her adamant true body, she still tried to avoid appearing in that form, maintaining her delicate appearance. The subsequent work was done either by Menchi or Germain. Menchi's twin knives and Germain's meat cleaver were used to cut the stone into suitable sizes. Everyone then laid them around the tower in a circle, serving as flooring and foundation stones. They were not in a hurry, working at a leisurely pace. By nearly noon, the area around the tower had taken on a rudimentary structure resembling a megalithic array, and only then did everyone stop. Menchi and Boera went to make lunch. They usually made breakfast and dinner at the top of the tower, but lunch was made at the base of the tower, following the principle of proximity. Bisky would, at this time, have Miss Cookie massage everyone, to relax their bodies and minds. Sanbika would also participate. Although medical massage wasn't her specialty, she was the kind of female doctor who knew a little bit about everything, so she could help out at this time too. During lunch, Germain casually mentioned while eating chicken cutlet rice. "This afternoon, I want to go for a walk outside the ancient labyrinth." Jin, Bisky, and Menchi cleared a path, didn't they? "I'll follow that path out." Hunting outside. Menchi's eyes lit up. She was about to put a sushi roll into her mouth but then put it down. "I'll go too. I haven't had any inspiration for new dishes lately." Boera saw his partner was going, so he naturally gave a simple-hearted smile and said, "Then I'll go too. My gluttonous stomach can be put to good use." Menchi slapped Boera's back hard, making a thwack sound, and said with wide eyes, "Of course you are going. We'll work together, and the Dark Continent cookbook will become even richer and more comprehensive." I'll go too." Even without turning to look, everyone only needed to hear that timid voice to know it was Sanbika speaking. "Outside, perhaps, we might encounter germs, rare germs." Shizuku adjusted her glasses, raised her hand like a well-behaved student, though those familiar with her knew she wasn't. "I'll go too," she said concisely, not even bothering to find an excuse like "my blinky can help you carry things." She simply wanted to go, so she went, and no one would stop her. Bisky paused, looked around, and then pointed at herself in confusion, saying, "You're not planning to leave an old lady like me, a young maiden like me alone in a place like this, are you?" If everyone went, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to go and return. The 50-something-year-old maiden Bisky wasn't afraid of any dangers here. At worst, she could hide inside the tower, and probably nothing would happen. It was just that she would be all alone, and that would be too lonely. So, everyone began to rediscuss, intending to let only 3 people leave this time to explore outside the ancient labyrinth, and then rotate with the other 3 next time. But before the list of group members could be decided, Menchi, who had been enjoying the cool breeze on the side, suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted loudly. "Jin, is that Jin? He's back." Everyone looked up in surprise, then followed Menchi's pointing direction and indeed saw a familiar figure. However, everyone quickly fell silent, not showing excessive joy, because it was indeed Jin, but Jin had not returned alone. "Yo!" Jing waved his right hand at everyone from a distance, his left hand still in his pocket, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I'm back." Jing's first words upon returning were surprisingly casual and relaxed. His old hat was long gone, replaced by a peculiar straw hat adorned with antler-like decorations. His clothes had also changed, they were no longer tattered but seemed to be made of some soft, smooth animal hide. This outfit was likely one of his gains from his recent travels. Everyone exchanged glances for a moment, but no one spoke. Their gaze shifted from Jing to a group of people not far behind him. Jing smiled, hands still in his pockets, then focused his gaze on Germain and said, "Germain, you're back too? What a coincidence. We only arrived a few days ago." Germain adjusted the brim of his tricorn hat, looked behind Jing, and asked, "Jing, who are they?" "Oh." Jing seemed to just realize, stepping aside. "Let me introduce you to some friends I met outside." "Friends?" Germain, Bisky, and the others all felt a strange ripple in their hearts. After Jing actively made way, the group of people slowly walked forward with a rhythmic thudding sound, their tall and imposing figures revealing themselves on the stone slab ground. There were 5 of them in total, all looking very similar, with muscular primate-like upper bodies grafted onto horse-like physiques supported by 4 black hooves. Despite resembling the mythical centaurs, their heads were huge moose centaur heads, held high with pride. In fact, Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku were quite familiar with such them, and Menchi and Boera also recognized them a beat later. But the one most familiar with them was undoubtedly Sanbika, who had spent day and night with one of them previously. Sanbika looked at them in surprise, unable to help but raise her head and cover her mouth, which was already concealed by a mask, as if afraid of letting out an impolite gasp. This physique, this appearance though slightly different was not much different from the decapitated antler knight corpse preserved in the container. The decapitated antler knight was a plant weapon parasitic species that Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, and Wing had killed outside the ancient labyrinth several months ago. However, the them in front of them had more abundant fur on their lower bodies, like an unkempt garden overgrown with weeds. 3 of them also had backpacks slung over their backs, made of the same material as Jing's clothes. Everyone could easily deduce that them and the decapitated antler knight were siblings, of the same race. But why did Jing know them? What was the purpose of them following Jing? However, Jing had already stated that they were friends, so at least the two sides were not hostile. This was a rather delicate moment. Jing chose this moment to interject with an introduction. They are the Moose Centaur tribe I met not long ago. They're all really good guys. He smiled, his back to the Moose Centaur tribe, and winked his right eye at everyone, as if saying, all of you, pretend this is the first time you've met them. Among the crowd, regardless of whether they understood Jing's hint, everyone secretly nodded. Oh, right. Jing pulled both hands from his pockets and said loudly, when meeting them, there's a set of etiquette to follow. Trust me, you'd best follow my lead. After speaking, he turned around, his back to the crowd, and faced the 5 moose centaurs, raising his right hand to the left side of his head. Then, his palm traced a crescent arc, following the order of his head, left shoulder, and right waist, finally slowly resting his right palm on his right thigh. Everyone exchanged glances again, then chose to trust Jing unconditionally at this moment, and they followed suit, performing the same gesture. As soon as they finished the gesture, the moose centaurs responded. The moose centaurs took a few steps closer, their forehooves moving, and performed the same gesture to everyone from a commanding but not arrogant position. Everyone could clearly feel that the expressions on the moose centaurs' faces softened a little, and the originally taut muscles also relaxed somewhat. Bisky, who was usually eloquent, found herself stumbling over her words when facing the moose centaurs. Jing, what should we do next? How do we communicate with them? Are we going to use sign language all the time? If they had to use sign language constantly, there would be too much for them to learn. Jing turned back, giving everyone a mysterious smile, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a deep, gruff voice. Humans, rest assured, we speak some of your language. Everyone showed surprised expressions, because the speaker was not one of them, nor was it Jing, but the leader of the 5 moose centaurs. The leading moose centaur appeared more robust, carrying a spear and a large shield on his back. His sentences were short and not very fluent, but he spoke with remarkable dignity. My name is Sarah, and I am the most valiant warrior of our tribe. This tall moose centaur did not hesitate to praise himself, and was proud of it, and the other 4 moose centaurs had no objections whatsoever. For their tribe, Sarah's strength was recognized, so no one would be displeased by it. Conversely, should a stronger moose centaur emerge in the future, Sarah would have to yield his position, and the other tribesmen would have to acknowledge it. However, none of this was the most important thing at the moment. You speak our language. Bisky showed an incredulous expression, asking the question on everyone's minds. But how is that possible? Chimera ants understood human language because they invaded the human world, and the queen's offspring, produced through feeding and mating, incorporated human genes and memories. Such offspring naturally mastered human language with ease, or at the very least, could learn it later. However, the situation of the moose centaurs was completely different from that of the chimera ants. The 6 continents and the dark continent were separated by vast oceans, and humans would have to pay an enormous price to venture deep into the vicinity of the ancient labyrinth through normal means. Thus, there was a natural barrier between humans and the various creatures of the dark continent. How could a race like the moose centaurs, almost completely unrelated to the human world, possibly speak human language? The next moment, Sarah revealed the truth. We, our ancestors, knew Dawn. It was Dawn who taught us your language, so we could communicate and trade for what we needed. Though halting, Sarah still conveyed the main points he wanted to express. Dawn? Dawn freaks? Everyone looked at Jing in surprise. Jing smiled and nodded. When I first met them, we almost got into a fight, but Sarah stopped it. Then, the fact that they could speak our language was already astonishing enough, but what surprised me even more was that they knew Dawn. They were willing to actively quell the conflict and communicate with me because I resembled Dawn. Of course, Jing's resemblance to Dawn here might not necessarily be a genetic similarity across generations. It's also possible that humans were so rare on the dark continent that every human the moose centaurs saw seemed to look similar. This was like how, when looking at the moose centaurs in front of them, if one didn't observe carefully, they might not be able to distinguish between them either. However, Jing then reached into his clothes, searched for a moment, and pulled out stacks of paper scrolls. What truly forged our friendship was these. As he flipped through the scrolls, Gon continued, as you know, the Travels in the New World, Eastern chapter that East left us is an Eastern volume fragment. Many chapters are missing, blurred, or damaged. The Ancient Labyrinth and Ash White Wilderness chapters are relatively complete, but the other chapters truly have many inconsistencies. This is our regret, and it is also humanity's regret. Everyone knew that Gon's words were true. For example, among the 5 great calamities, the mist creatures, Hell's Bell twin-tailed snake, and human breeding beast had many missing or omitted details. Even when the V5 later dispatched special forces, they still obtained very little useful information, and many items in the dangerous creature evaluation were marked with large question marks. This was because their survival there was already a question, let alone having the time and energy to investigate these calamities. Perhaps some members among them did so, but on the return journey, these members either died, or their investigation data was lost midway, or both situations occurred simultaneously, which was unavoidable. Gon paused, then solemnly handed the stack of papers in his hand to Germain. Therefore, the Eastern volume fragment must contain many contents that were originally recorded but have since disappeared due to 200 or 300 years of time. East's friendship with the Moose Centaur tribe is one of them. Perhaps there are even more, after all, there are so many demi-humans on the Dark Continent. Gon's words made sense. Germain and the others had encountered many demi-humans during their numerous Dark Continent journey, but they rarely interacted with them. East had been on the Dark Continent for 200 or 300 years, so it was a very reasonable inference that he had come into contact with many demi-humans. Germain took the papers, and after just one glance, he frowned and asked, "You think these are Eastern Volume Fragment?" "No, they are not." Gon's eyes sparkled brightly. "These are too different from the overall style of the Eastern Volume Fragment, they are not Eastern Volume Fragment." Germain looked up, meeting Gon's eyes, and understood everything from the other's gaze. "Germain, do you understand? I think, these are Western Volume Fragment. I believe we have found a few Western Volume Fragment." Everyone was astonished by Gon's words and then gathered around. Bisky was much shorter than Germain and unwilling to reveal her adamant true body in front of everyone, so she simply raised her hand and snatched the scrolls from Germain. The moment she and the others looked at them, they felt a wave of dizziness. On each page were tiny, illegible characters. Parts of them could vaguely be identified as 6 continents script, but the strokes were extremely bizarre, crisscrossing horizontally and vertically. It felt as if East had been in a drunken state when writing these pages, and quite heavily so. If the first few pages still looked like writing, the later pages were so scribbled that they resembled arbitrary doodles. Abstract, truly too abstract. On the last page, East completely abandoned text and instead drew a picture. The image was entirely occupied by a swollen, bloated, terrifying monster, with countless tentacle-like strokes almost leaping off the paper and onto everyone. What on earth was this? Everyone shivered at the sight, and also felt a strange sense of revulsion, with a slight urge to vomit from deep within their throats. Indeed, as Gon said, the content on these papers was completely out of character with the overall style of the Eastern Volume Fragment. No, it should be said that it was as if a completely different person had written them. Grim and eerie was their overall tone. Bisky pressed her lips together, clutching the stack of papers, but her gaze shifted away, unwilling to continue looking. This was not the psychological resistance of a poor student facing a difficult calculus problem, but a dual physiological and psychological aversion. It was like how, unless one had a particular fetish, no one would like feces. Germain reached out and took them all. He flipped through them for a while, carefully examining the last page, his eyes somewhat deep. Afterward, Germain returned all the papers to Gon. Gon held them as if they were priceless treasures. "Sarah told me that East passed through their tribe again about a year ago. The Moose Centaur were very welcoming of East's arrival, because he always brought new things to barter with them. However, East's visits became less frequent, and the time between them grew longer, so the Moose Centaur were very happy when East did come." At this point, Sarah spoke up and continued. "Yes. When I was a child, East visited many times, and we became acquainted. Later, when I became an adult and a warrior, I rarely saw him again. More than a year ago, he came, completely wrapped in a robe, only his face, hands, and feet showing. He seemed very afraid of the cold and very shy. He had changed, he wasn't as friendly as before, unwilling to have too much contact with us. I don't understand. We were clearly very familiar, so why was he like that? He only stayed one night, then left in a hurry. I went to his dwelling, but he was already gone. This was the first time he didn't say goodbye to us. I was very surprised. Afterward, I found these by his bed. I felt uncomfortable, but since they were East's, I kept them, always close by." Sarah described his last encounter with East using the most concise human language possible. This further deepened everyone's sense of doubt and unease, as the entire matter was filled with various oddities. "I know what you are worried about." Gon held up the stack of papers. "I can feel an presence on them, and I don't believe it's evil." Gon had left Gon a cubic, Lu-Ban lock-like device containing clues to guide Gon to Greed Island. The nun he left on that device had never faded. The same principle applied to the scrolls East left behind. To know if these are Western Volume Fragment, and to understand East's strange behavior, deciphering them is the best method. The puzzle and the answer are both on the same stack of scrolls. We are getting closer and closer to the truth. Don't you feel excited? Except for Germain, everyone else seemed rather unenthusiastic. Germain only said, deciphering it might be very difficult, because it might not be regular. But no matter what, at least there's progress. Gon smiled, "Yes, we've made progress." At this moment, Sarah, who was nearby, interrupted again. "I am very interested in you." Sarah pointed to himself, then to everyone, and then to the surroundings. "It's incredible." The 4 Moose Centaur behind him also nodded repeatedly. "The ancient labyrinth is very terrifying, it's a forbidden place," Sarah continued. "Only East isn't afraid, and he even brings back Cure Herb. He is very powerful." Upon hearing Cure Herb, everyone except Gon was slightly taken aback. "You are also very powerful." Sarah tapped his chest with his fist. "This place has become your territory. Very powerful. Those parasites are very terrifying. Some of my kin, wanting to prove themselves, would venture into the forbidden place, and afterward, there would be no news of them. You are all true warriors. I like you." The 4 Moose Centaur behind Sarah also shouted, "I like you." The sight of 5 tall Moose Centaurs shouting "I like you" seemed a bit strange. But in reality, it was Sarah and his kin's most direct and sincere expression of emotion. Everyone was also infected by this emotion and let down some of their guard. Gon then candidly said, "To be honest, besides recognizing them as friends, I brought them here with another idea in mind. East's bartering method of exchange with them gave me inspiration. We can actually emulate East and trade with the Moose Centaur, as well as other races. You all understand, don't you? We absolutely cannot fight alone on the Dark Continent. This was one of the reasons for the defeat of previous human forces. They disregarded everything else and headed straight for the ancient labyrinth, which was equivalent to cutting themselves off from the entire Dark Continent, losing more possibilities. If humanity truly wants to establish a foothold on the Dark Continent, if we truly want to continue living here, then we must interact with other races. How about it? Let's continue the friendship that East started. That day, Jin proposed a suggestion that would change the future fate of this Dark Continent exploration team. And the first to respond to this suggestion was, as expected, Germain, followed by Shizuku. Everyone was not surprised by such a result. Germain and Jin could always be seen as the radical faction within this team. Many of their decisions often challenged limits and bottom lines. However, so far, their decisions have never been wrong, which means their intuition is exceptionally sharp. Intuition is not nonsense or stubbornness. On the contrary, it is the manifestation of a person's past thoughts and accumulated experience in a very short moment. Germain and Jin have not made a mistake yet, so their decisions will have support, no matter how absurd they sound. Shizuku supported Germain unconditionally. Sometimes, everyone even had a feeling that Shizuku would prioritize agreeing with Germain's views rather than thinking for herself first. If Germain and Jin were the radical faction, then the relatively conservative faction consisted of the remaining non-users, led by Bisky. Bisky, Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika were not hostile towards Sarah and the Moose Centaur tribe, nor were they overly concerned about the scrolls and writings left behind by Dong. This was the caution they had to maintain. When two of the three core members of the team, Germain, Jin, Bisky, were radical, the remaining members would automatically become conservative. This wasn't for simple balance, but out of concern that Germain and Jin might also make mistakes, and they needed to ensure backup. This is human nature. However, after spending 2 days and 1 night with Sarah and the 5 Moose Centaurs at the ancient Labyrinth Tower outpost, their attitudes also changed. Moose Centaurs are a very straightforward race, rarely beating around the bush. Therefore, they might sometimes say things that offend people, but everyone understood that they meant no harm. Due to the cultural and emotional differences between humans and Moose Centaurs, they didn't even realize that what they said was offensive. So, when they praised everyone for something, everyone understood that he was speaking from the heart, not being hypocritical or sarcastic. Sarah always loudly praised the delicious food cooked by Menchi and Boera, praised everyone's tower outpost, and always loudly called out to his other companions to help everyone build the tower castle. It was hard for them not to earn everyone's respect. Thus, when everyone decided to initiate communication with the Moose Centaur tribe, all that remained was to follow Sarah and the Moose Centaurs back to their tribe to finalize the remaining matters. On the morning of December 22nd, a team of 12 departed from the nascent tower fortress. During this time, Germain also selectively recounted to Jin what had happened on the 6 continents. Jin pondered in silence for a while, but still had no intention of returning to the 6 continents because of it, even suggesting that Netero could completely revoke his title of Boar. No matter how Beyond, Paristan, and others stirred things up on the 6 continents, Jin didn't want to bother with it. Whether to decide a winner or to cooperate, let those people reach the Dark Continent first. Germain, Jin, and Sarah walked at the very front of the team, while Bisky, Shizuku, and others lagged a few steps behind but followed closely. Because almost all of the plant weapon parasitic species had been sacrificed to the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, the ancient labyrinth was currently in a period of calm. It was very stable, with lower danger. Jin was already quite familiar with the paths in and out of the ancient labyrinth, he had walked them countless times in these past few months. At this point, leading the way, he didn't even need to open a map to easily identify the paths. Germain noticed that Mobius strip markings were often visible on the cubic stone pillars by the roadside. These were likely new additions by Jin, Bisky, and Menchi. The Mobius strip became the unified landmark within the ancient labyrinth. Jin chose a very short path, so in less than half a day, the team emerged from among the dense cubic stone pillars and headed towards an archway. This archway was not the one Germain, Jin, Bisky, Shizuku, and others had passed through when they first entered the ancient labyrinth. Everyone knew that the ancient labyrinth had more than one entrance and exit. However, Germain and Shizuku were both arriving at this unfamiliar archway for the first time. Boera and Sanbika, on the other hand, were leaving the tower's vicinity for the first time, and also leaving the ancient labyrinth for the first time, and couldn't help but look around curiously. After leaving the ancient labyrinth, the person leading the way changed from Jin to Sarah. The indigenous people like Sarah were more familiar with the areas outside the ancient labyrinth. The other 4 Moose Centaurs were finally able to relax and gallop freely in the open terrain. They often suddenly ran to the left and right flanks, and then ran back after a while. This wasn't playing around, but necessary reconnaissance. The details of the reconnaissance mainly focused on nearby footprints, feces, and smells, to avoid dangerous creatures. The range of N is very large and flexible, but whether it's an indigenous person or an unuser, everyone understands that N cannot be fully trusted. Since N exists, so does Zetsu, or other abilities sufficient for disguise and concealment. Visual observation and brain judgment are sometimes more reliable than N. More than half a day passed, the sun gradually set in the west, and the afterglow stained the earth like blood. They entered a valley and rested there. Although everyone was either a strong Moose Centaur or an energetic non-user, the journey was relatively long after all, and there was no need to rush without stopping. Sarah chose a spot with dense tree shade, with intertwined tree canopies above like an umbrella, and a muddy ground covered with fallen leaves below. They would set up camp here for the night. After a while, everyone noticed that the place they had stopped was actually a giant tree vine, hanging down and submerged in the soil for years. Thump thump thump. The 4 moose centaurs who had scattered into the jungle returned. They carried back a creature that looked like a snail, but it was as big as a truck, and it was said that the pink flesh currently retracted in its shell was a rare delicacy. In addition, they also brought back many wild fruits, red, green, orange, all sorts of colors. Like humans, moose centaurs are omnivores, and their diet actually has reference value for humans. Menchi was quite excited about this. She couldn't wait for Sarah and the moose centaurs to cook dishes using their tribe's most authentic methods, so she could savor and learn from them. Of course, to satisfy the appetite of a team of 12, the giant pink snail and numerous wild fruits were not enough. Menchi and Buera still needed to cook more. A campfire and iron pot were quickly set up, and faint smoke slowly wafted up, but it was completely obscured by the tree canopy above. While Menchi, Buera, and 2 moose centaurs cooked dinner, the others were scattered around, doing their own things. Germain sat in the coiled nest of the giant tree vine buried underground, took out his phone, and typed on the lit screen. After a while, he heard approaching footsteps, looked up, and saw it was Shizuku, who was idle. Shizuku clasped her hands behind her back, leaned her upper body towards Germain's phone, and her big eyes, under her gleaming glasses, blinked as she looked at the content on the phone. "You're typing, what is this?" she asked, and then, without hesitation, sat down next to Germain, not at all worried that her black sweater or jeans would get dirty. Perhaps she didn't care, or perhaps she simply didn't think of it, only Shizuku herself knew her true thoughts. The content on Germain's phone was not a secret, nor was there anything to hide, so he naturally spoke it out. Dong's New World Travelogue left many valuable experiences for later generations, allowing them to avoid many detours. However, it is regrettable that the New World Travelogue currently only has the East chapter, and it is incomplete. As for whether the scrolls obtained by Jin are indeed the West chapter, further investigation is needed. All in all, the book New World Travelogue gave us inspiration, making us want to complete and expand this book in all aspects. Jin mainly focuses on ruins, for example, the inside and outside of the ancient labyrinth were first thoroughly explored by him. Menchi and Buera focus on gourmet food, they are currently adding various dark continent recipes. Sanbika focuses on viruses, whether it's the plant weapon gold silver ingot, the cure-all herb, or the undying disease, she is very interested. Bisky focuses on gems, but limited by area and scope, she has not yet seen any beautiful gems worth taking away. Shizuku's plump legs were pressed together, her arms wrapped around her calves, and she pursed her thin lips, nodding. Actually, she did find a gem. Oh? Did she? Germain was a little surprised. Oh, you mean the blue planet from Greed Island? For her, that was indeed a good harvest. Ah, that counts too. Shizuku shook her head, but the gem I'm referring to is actually you. Me? Germain, who had been typing and chatting with Shizuku, couldn't help but stop his movements. Yes. Shizuku nodded, she often tells us when you're not around, Germain is the most exquisite gem I've ever found, bar none. Germain could already imagine Bisky's smug, nose in the air expression when she praised herself using him. Shizuku continued, she has always been very happy and proud that she found you last November instead of just giving up. Germain then recalled what happened last year, but at that time, Bisky was clearly looking for him to get the Covenant Ruby. Since she said so, then so be it. She often says you are like an unpolished emerald. Her finding you and helping you is like gambling on a stone, betting that after cutting you open, you will be a high-quality jade. Shizuku tilted her head slightly, looking at Germain, she's so strange, you're clearly not a stone, shouldn't you be internal organs and bones if cut open? Hat. Germain chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Bisky was beside Sanbika, discussing medical massage techniques, one of the few common points in their professions. Just as she was speaking excitedly, she couldn't help but shiver. Not knowing that Germain and Shizuku were discussing her, she thought the night wind was making her a bit cold, so she took out a blanket and wrapped both her and Sanbika in it. Sanbika was already dressed warmly, and at this moment, she felt unbearably hot, but her personality prevented her from refusing Bisky, fearing that she would hurt Bisky's feelings. Thus, it was not until a while later that Bisky noticed Sanbika's face was so red that her mask couldn't even cover it. Shizuku, on this side, seemed to have forgotten her original purpose of sitting beside Germain, and just looked up at the floating sparks. Germain, however, actively explained, I plan to contribute to supplementing the New World Travelogue just like them. I mainly focus on the various creatures of the Dark Continent and have made 3 major classifications. They are beasts, evil filth, and demonic aberrations. Sarah told me that the name Moose Centaur was not chosen by them, their own tribal name is more obscure and difficult to understand, and very long. At that time, for convenience, Dong named them after their appearance, calling them Moose Centaur. After 100 or 200 years of contact, the Moose Centaur tribe also accepted his naming and took pride in it. I want to use this as a basis to make some simple subdivisions of the creatures encountered in the Dark Continent. For example, the Moose Centaur is a beast small species demi-human deer human species Moose Centaur tribe. The vengeful spirits seen in the ash-grey wasteland back then were evil filth vengeful spirits, with both small species and medium species. As for the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle and the disease spreader, they are demonic aberration large species. Germain actually had more to say, for example, the wall facer encountered under the True World tree would belong to demonic aberration giant species. Small, medium, large, and giant are the classifications he marked based on size. Shizuku turned her head to look at Germain, raised her hand, and pointed at herself with a finger. You should know that I don't really understand what you're saying, right? Germain smiled again. Shizuku pondered for a moment and said, I was just thinking if I should also write something like you guys, but then I thought it was too much trouble, so I gave up. After all, I'm not a hunter. If you were a hunter, Germain thought for a moment and replied, you'd probably be a bounty hunter or something. Different fields, no need to force yourself to write about things you're not good at. That's true, Shizuku looked at Germain, blinked, bounty hunter, hey. If I have a chance to take the hunter exam in the future, I'll try that direction. Yes. Germain nodded, then raised his phone again and started typing. At this moment, a hand reached over and blocked his phone screen. He couldn't help but look up and saw that it was Shizuku reaching out. Shizuku's eyes behind her glasses were very strange at this time, revealing a peculiar light. Her movements were even more confusing, her finger gently touching Germain's lips. She pinched them once, then her eyes widened, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Her expression was as if she had done something incredible. I actually always wanted to touch it. Shizuku didn't know what she was explaining, the expression on her face became unprecedentedly flustered and fearful. Actually, Shizuku touching Germain's lips wasn't a very strange thing, it was something Shizuku would do. However, the problem was that Shizuku actually realized the abnormality of her action, which was a bit unusual. Shouldn't she have been nonchalant, with little change in expression? This was the first time Germain had seen so many emotions on Shizuku's usually poker-faced expression, as if he realized for the first time that she was also human. He even saw an emotion on Shizuku's face that could probably be called shyness. Germain was about to say something when he felt a sense of unease in the air. Then, he heard a moose centaur on lookout not far away rush back. The night raid, the monsters, they have come. Hearing this, everyone stood up and became fully alert. Germain, Jin, and the others didn't need to ask what night raid monsters were, because they would soon witness them firsthand. Puff puff puff. Bang bang bang. Rustling sounds came from the dark depths of the secluded forest, then grew louder and more chaotic, mixed with many heavy or light footsteps. The scent of beasts assailed them from all directions, and those pairs of blood-red, eerie green glowing eyes lit up like countless ghostly flames. The first to break into the range of the bonfire's light was a monster with a pitch-black body, its outline so blurry it was like flowing water. It had 3 heads, and on each head, there was a pair of antler-shaped upper jaws. 3 tongues forked like snake tongues, occasionally flicking out and retracting. Germain recognized these features almost immediately, they belonged to an old acquaintance of theirs. Beast medium species night raid species. As a moose centaur warrior who frequently traveled, Sarah certainly wasn't encountering night raid species for the first time. Of course, in their tribe, night raid species had a unique pronunciation and unique compound words, but the meaning was similar, so there's no need to elaborate here. In short, Sarah would encounter night raid species approximately once every 1 or 2 months. This was normal. Having had many encounters with night raid species, Sarah deeply understood that the most troublesome aspect of these creatures was not their combat power. What was most troublesome and detestable about night raid species was their annoying ability to summon nearby beasts, forming an encirclement. Once the summoning began, there would be an endless stream of enemies, just like the night raid species in front of them. It first used a pair of huge pincers from its 3 vicious heads to send the reporting moose centaur companion flying. Ah! That companion crashed into the vines beneath a towering tree, fell to the ground, and tumbled several times before stopping. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up, but it seemed he had broken a leg and couldn't support his tall body for a moment. Oh no! Sarah and his 3 other companions wanted to rescue him, but the current situation made it impossible to attend to him. The night raid species lowered its upper body's center of gravity, its 3 heads either raised, staring at everyone, or lowered, all flicking their tongues and letting out a low growl. Roar. Although the roar was low, its penetrative power was extremely strong, like the dull sound of a drum, carrying far into the depths of the forest. Before long, those scarlet and emerald green beasts responded with terrifying roars. Roar. Hiss. A dense quantity, giant shadows that obscured the bonfire, rolled towards them like curtains, and the darkness seemed about to completely swallow the place. Monsters surged out from above the towering trees, between the vines, and from behind giant rocks, each drooling with hunger, pouncing on everyone like mad. And the instigator of it all, that night raid species, used its dozens of tiny legs to dig for a while behind it. After the dust settled, a cave appeared in the ground. The night raid species actually backed into the cave and began digging deeper underground. Germain saw this scene, slightly pulled down the brim of his tricorn hat, and exchanged glances with Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku. The meaning in their eyes was "I'll handle it." The others all nodded. The encirclement had already formed. Sarah, who hadn't opened the team voice chat, frowned deeply. When they encountered an invasion by night raid species, the solution was certainly not to confront them head-on. Just this quantity alone was overwhelming, not to mention the mixed bag of beasts, making it difficult to guarantee that some very tricky and troublesome monsters wouldn't appear. The best way, naturally, was to rely on the swift speed of their 4 hooves and escape before the encirclement was fully formed. Even if they were caught in a pincer attack midway, the powerful combat strength of the moose centaur was enough to tear open an opening. This way, they could completely escape the night raid with the smallest cost. However, the current situation was completely different from before. The encirclement had already formed, and they still had human companions here. They could not abandon their human companions and flee quickly themselves. If they did, even if they returned safely to the tribe, their group would be scorned and expelled by the tribe. Sarah would also have no face to call himself the bravest warrior of the tribe in the future, and if Dong passed through the tribe again, he would have no face to see him. After all, Jin said that he was a descendant of Dong, and if he left Dong's descendant here and fled himself, how would Dong view him in the future? Unimaginable. In fact, Dong might not necessarily care about a descendant he had never met, but Sarah could not convince himself otherwise. To abandon a warrior's dignity, abandon companions, abandon a friend's descendant, it would be better for a moose centaur warrior to just die. Sarah gritted his teeth, drew the spear and giant shield from his back, and then struck the giant shield with the spear. He decided to perform pre-battle inspiration. Thump thump thump. All the moose centaur warriors and human companions were attracted by the sound he made. Fellow tribesmen, he shouted loudly in moose centaur language, striding with his 4 hooves, our companions are hurt, our companions are surrounded, we must not stand idly by. The moose centaur language involved many tongue-flicking movements, and for a moment, saliva flew, but it added to Sarah's impassioned emotions. Face the enemy, repel these hateful foes. Let them know the heroic fearlessness of the moose centaur warriors. Sarah shouted in moose centaur language. The other 3 moose centaur also drew their weapons, either bows and arrows or long blades, pounding their chests with their fists, and loudly responded in moose centaur language. In an instant, Sarah's pre-battle inspiration was activated, and the mutually echoing valiant spirit caused white aura to surge from all the moose centaur warriors, enveloping their entire bodies. This was their armor of valiant charge. However, after performing pre-battle inspiration, Sarah realized that the companions they were supposed to protect had already launched a counterattack against this sudden night raid encirclement, even before them. Sanbika was as fast as white lightning, landing lightly next to the injured moose centaur warrior who had been sent flying. She skillfully held him down, telling him not to move. Activating her ability, she quickly checked the moose centaur warrior's condition, then took out a medical kit and began treatment. And throughout the entire process, she was completely defenseless against the outside world. This was because she trusted the others, that they would never let her fall into danger, nor would they let her interrupt her treatment. This others naturally referred to Bisky, who was closest to Sanbika and the injured moose centaur warrior. Bisky had already revealed her adamant true body, not only quickly catching up to the moose centaur in height, but her muscles also surprised the moose centaur. Was this still the petite and delicate girl from before? They had always thought this girl was the weakest among them, but now it seemed that judgment was completely wrong. A medium-sized species resembling a toad, its back covered with bulging lumps, each lump split open with a slit, revealing mouths filled with fine teeth. It leaped out of the darkness, pouncing towards Sanbika and the fallen moose centaur warrior. Seeing this, the fallen moose centaur warrior couldn't help but struggle, but Sanbika held him down firmly. Don't move. Her eyes were calm and composed as she continued the treatment, seemingly completely unconcerned about the enemy about to attack her from behind. This formed a sharp contrast with her usual timid and weak self. The injured moose centaur warrior was also calmed by her and obediently listened. And her calmness was justified. Adamant true body Bisky, like an accelerating locomotive, slammed into the medium-sized species toad with a heavy thud. Thump. The toad with its huge body was actually knocked flying directly, colliding with other fierce beasts in the dark shadows, sprawling in all directions. Then, her right arm tensed backward. The next moment, her fist, like a loaded bullet, exploded outwards, shattering the head of an approaching monster. And Bisky still didn't stop. Sarah watched with wide eyes as she sometimes stood in the bonfire's light, sometimes actively ventured into the darkness, and sometimes stood at the boundary of light and dark, bathed in flesh and blood like a female demon god. She just stood guard next to Sanbika and the injured moose centaur warrior. Beasts surrounded them, yet not a single one managed to rush to Sanbika's side, let alone interfere with Sanbika's treatment. What surprised Sarah were the other human companions as well. He had witnessed Jin's strength, so he wasn't surprised to see him gather golden blades in his hands and cut down beasts in the horde as if slicing melons and vegetables. However, the coordination displayed by the trio of Shizuku, Menchi, and Boera amazed Sarah endlessly. Boera, with his massive physique, acted like a battering ram, charging headlong through the swarming beasts, constantly breaking up their formations. Sarah often saw this type of charging among his own kind, and he hadn't expected this human to be able to do something similar. Menchi's twin blades danced in the air under the night sky, threading their way through the beast horde like hummingbirds under her control. Illuminated by the bonfire's light, her twin blades only momentarily revealed a cold gleam. The next moment, a continuous series of hissing sounds rang out, seemingly the sound of some gas or liquid leaking. But the experienced Sarah quickly discerned that it was the sound of blood gushing out like arrows as the flesh and blood of those beasts were cut open and their blood vessels severed. Menchi's cutting of the beasts was as effortless as if she were facing chunks of meat on a cutting board. And in the next instant, a truly chilling scene unfolded. Shizuku raised Blinky, and the blood of the beasts around them, whose flesh and blood had been cut open by Menchi's dual blades, gushed out like a broken dam, all surging towards Blinky. Under the glow of the bonfire, in the night sky, countless streams of blood converged like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, all pouring into Blinky's mouth. Blinky accepted everything, swallowing continuously, as if there was no end. The beasts whose blood was being siphoned off let out mournful cries, desperately trying to retreat, but were blocked by Gon and Boera. Especially Gon, he had completely vanished into the forest's night, his figure indiscernible. Only the continuous bursts of golden light and explosive sounds constantly announced his presence. And before long, these injured beasts would be completely drained of blood by Shizuko's Blinky, turning into shriveled carcasses. Sarah looked at his human companions, all so powerful and bravely charging forward, filled with both surprise and joy. I thought I already valued my eastern compatriots greatly, but I didn't expect I still underestimated them. Are humans all this powerful? Then why did their tribe leave the Dark Continent? They clearly could have carved out a place for themselves here. Sarah had no time for further thought. Letting out a roar, he slammed a nearby beast to the ground with his giant shield, then plunged his spear into the beast's vital spot with his squelch. His face splattered with hot blood, he once again let out a loud battle cry, and with the other 3 moose centaur warriors, launched a countercharge against the beast horde. What should have been a suffocating encirclement was shattered by everyone's combined efforts, instead being cut into segments. Sarah stomped his forehooves forcefully, causing his tall and robust centaur body to leap into the air, then, holding his giant shield aloft, he smashed the back of a beast's head. For a moment, with the splat, much gore splattered onto Sarah's face. His warrior's valor was further ignited. After his forehooves landed with a thud, he retreated a few steps, then, in a charging stance, he used his spear to fling a small type beast into the air. In the rapidly changing battlefield, Sarah suddenly realized a problem at this moment. Where is the other person? Where is Germain? Why haven't I seen him? The next moment, Sarah got his answer. A cloud of dust erupted from the ground, followed by a series of thudding digging sounds. Immediately after, Sarah saw the night raid species burst out of the ground. It actually came out from underground on its own? Sarah was a little surprised. It twisted its 3 heads and huge pincers, letting out another low growl, but not many beasts could respond to its call. The beast horde was completely blocked by the humans and moose centaur at this moment, even being slaughtered in return. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they care about the night raid species? The night raid species suddenly veered towards the depths of the dark forest, seemingly wanting to escape. Sarah immediately spread his forehooves and gave chase. That's right, the most annoying things about the night raid species, besides calling, are locating. They always appear in the night, protect themselves with various methods, maintain a certain distance from their prey, and then continuously send locations to other beasts. In this way, the prey will fall into a situation of being relentlessly pursued and entangled by many beasts. Only when the prey is completely exhausted and powerless to resist will the night raid species appear and reap the benefits. The night raid species must not be allowed to escape, otherwise, there will be endless troubles tonight. This was Sarah's thought at the moment. However, after chasing for a while, he noticed something strange. The night raid species seemed to be crawling very slowly, completely lacking its initial agility. The black smoke on the night raid species' body became less and less, its entire outline and figure became blurred, and then it plunged to the ground. Its 3 heads were all bowed to the ground, its snake-like tongue extended, its eyes gradually lost their luster, and the black mist on its body was continuously moving away from it. It fell? Sarah couldn't help but slowly stop his 4 hooves, standing in place, watching the night raid species slowly turn to dust. Dead? Is it already dead? Was the night raid species core destroyed? Sarah knew that to eliminate a night raid species, one must destroy its core, which is the most important part for maintaining the stability of its body structure. If the core is not destroyed, the night raid species is like this night, as long as there is no light, it is not daytime, it is the darkness of infinite regeneration. But who destroyed the core of this night raid species? Sarah couldn't help but turn his head, looking at the hole where the night raid species had burst out, and then he saw a figure appear. Looking at that triangular hat and that hunter's black robe, it was undoubtedly Germain. It turned out that Germain had disappeared to pursue the night raid species underground, and successfully killed the night raid species in the darkness within a short period. Sarah couldn't help but feel greatly encouraged. Without the night raid species coordination, this group of beasts was just a disorganized rabble, another round of impact should be enough to completely defeat them. However, something even more astonishing happened. Germain at this moment raised a great sword that could blend into the deep night. He raised the great sword high, and the next moment, a cyan light suddenly appeared, radiating in all directions. Buzz! That was not a dazzling light, it was a soft, moon-like light. Sarah and the other moose centaur recognized it almost instantly. The cyan, sacred moonlight that was one of the forms of the blood moon, their moose centaur faith, their god. The moose centaur watched with wide eyes as Germain, holding the sacred moonlight sword high, stepped into the dark forest. A medium-sized beast happened to crash in front of Germain, who then, wielding the sacred moonlight sword with both hands, lightly thrust forward. HxH. A cyan shockwave pierced through the beast's body, then burst out from the other side, the great sword so easily destroying a beast. The brilliant and beautiful cyan light, scattered like fireflies and dazzling like starlight, attracted many gazes and filled the beasts with immense fear. Every time Germain swung his great sword, a beast was inevitably cut in half with his squelch. And these scenes had become less bloody, instead appearing like some sacred religious ritual. The beasts, like expelled dark demons, let out fearful whimpers and continuously retreated. If they could, everyone truly wished to stop their actions and watch this man continuously wield the sacred moonlight sword, watching how he punished his enemies. Sarah involuntarily raised his arm, facing Germain's direction, and performed their clan's moon ritual. The other moose centaur warriors, including the one who could now move after Sanbika's bandaging, also performed the same action. They revere warriors, and even more so, they revere the moon they see every night. And that sacred moonlight sword was as if the moon from the sky had descended to the ground. This was the first time they were so close to their faith, and their hearts couldn't help but be excited. Under the radiance of the sacred moonlight, the Moose Centaur warriors fought even more bravely, even surpassing the momentum of Gon, Bisky, Shizuku, and others. They were like valiant knights gathered around Germain, their liege. This round of charge by the Moose Centaur warriors was extremely fierce, and it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The encirclement completely collapsed. Before long, the battle finally ended completely. Numerous beasts lay dead, their carcasses scattered like hills, and the remaining beasts retreated one after another, fleeing to unknown whereabouts. Germain, carrying the sacred moonlight sword, stood atop the pile of carcasses. In the darkness, that great sword was truly as bright and pure as moonlight. HxH always frowned. His fellow Moose Centaurs in the Moose Centaur tribe often asked him what he was worried about. But he just shook his head, took a sip of frothy wine, and remained silent. Some things were useless to tell them. Several days had passed since his brother, Sarah, and 4 other kinsmen left with a man named Jin, who claimed to be a descendant of Dong. HxH could not oppose the decision of the chief and his brother, Sarah. As long as these 2 most influential people in the tribe decided to make contact with the human tribe, the vast majority of Moose Centaurs in the tribe would not object. But he always held a strong wariness towards Jin and the humans who were about to arrive. Neither the chief nor Sarah were cautious enough of humans. Except for Dong, we know almost nothing about them. Except for Dong, we have never had prolonged contact with a single human. Not all humans are like Dong, just as not all Moose Centaurs are warriors, there are also cowards among them. This is inevitable. HxH took another sip of wine, silent and with his brows furrowed like tangled ropes, staring at the tribe's tall, grey-white gate. I must keep a close eye on that group of humans. HxH thought. As soon as they do anything detrimental to the tribe, I will expose them. This is my responsibility. As he was thinking this, he suddenly heard shouts from his kinsmen on the stone-fortified towers on both sides of the grey-white gate, mixed with excited tongue-clicking sounds. What's wrong? HxH looked up and saw his kinsmen, who were guarding the entrance and exit on the towers, shouting loudly downwards. Then, other kinsmen galloped on all fours towards the chief's house. What happened? He had been leaning back, letting his lower body lie on the floor so his upper body could sit upright to drink wine, but now he sprang to his feet from the floor. I need to go see. HxH put down his wooden wine cup, adorned with strange patterns, and left the room with its restricted view, his 4 hooves stepping onto the muddy street. Mud-filled streets were a tradition of the Moose Centaur tribe. They could have paved the roads with hard materials like stones or bricks, but they were unwilling to do so. Moose Centaurs believed that walking on mud every day made them feel comfortable. At this moment, many Moose Centaurs had gathered in front of the large, grey-white gate. The commotion just now had made them curious, and they gathered, asking each other what had happened. The Moose Centaur who went to report to the chief quickly galloped back and spoke to the guards. After a while, the grey-white gate rumbled as it lifted upwards. HxH watched this scene, his brow furrowing again. Generally, the Moose Centaur tribe's only entrance and exit rarely opened. Each time it opened, it was for Moose Centaur warriors entering or exiting, mostly for hunting or returning from hunting. And the only team that had recently left the Moose Centaur tribe and had not yet returned was the small team led by Sarah, though their purpose was not for hunting. So, Sarah and his group are back? Then, have the human tribe members they were going to contact, who recently established a foothold, come along with them? If so, I must go forward and take a good look. If I find anything amiss, I will absolutely do something to stop the chief and Sarah. HxH immediately stepped forward quickly, looking at the dense crowd blocking his way, he shouted loudly, "Move aside. Let me pass." The Moose Centaurs turned their heads and saw it was HxH. Although he was not as great as Sarah, he was also a brave warrior in the tribe, respected by all, so the Moose Centaurs all moved aside. HxH was able to reach the side of the grey-white gate, and besides seeing the Moose Centaur warriors responsible for guarding, he indeed saw familiar figures. Sarah walked in, carrying his spear and giant shield. His safe return was immediately met with cheers from a group of Moose Centaurs, and he enthusiastically waved back. The areas outside the tribe were, after all, full of dangers, even a valiant warrior like Sarah could not be guaranteed to return every time. Therefore, over time, the tribe maintained such a custom whenever a warrior returned, everyone would inevitably give a celebratory cheer. In this way, the tribe's cohesion was evident. And the cheers Sarah received each time were always the most enthusiastic. This is natural. HxH thought. After all, my brother is the strongest warrior in the entire tribe. His brow had just relaxed a little upon seeing Sarah's safe return, but then it furrowed again when he saw the unfamiliar figures beside Sarah. These people. Beside Sarah were Jin and a black-robed man wearing a triangular hat. And at this moment, their formation as they walked side by side into the tribe gate was with Sarah and Jin on either side, with the black-robed man at the center. Why is this stranger at the core? What is going on now? If it were Jin, that would be fine. He had once been misunderstood as disrespecting the tribe's faith because he did not understand the moon ritual, thereby angering the tribe's warriors, including Sarah. However, Jin subsequently challenged and defeated many brave warriors, including Sarah and HxH, with consecutive victories, forcing everyone to acknowledge him. Later, Jin realized that some of his previous actions had offended the tribe's faith, and he sincerely apologized, which earned him a lot of respect. Among them was Sarah, who, after their initial conflict, became good friends with Jin, chatting happily. Only then did Sarah make the decision to help the Moose Centaur tribe establish contact with the human tribe. Of course, even though HxH was defeated by Jin, he never fully accepted him. Being inferior in skill is one thing, completely trusting the other party based on that is another. However, even so, if it were Jin standing in the central position of the three at this moment, he could accept it. After all, their tribe revered strength above all. If Jin defeated Sarah, then he had the right to be surrounded, worshipped, and respected. So, if it were Jin, that would be fine, but why is it neither Sarah nor Jin standing in the middle now? HxH, who knew Sarah extremely well, could even observe Sarah pointing out various places in the tribe while chatting and laughing, all while showing respect for the black-robed man. This respect clearly surpassed his respect for Jin, as if the chief himself were beside him. How could that be? Who is that man? Why is Sarah so? Before he could guess the reason, HxH's eyes suddenly widened. Because he noticed that one of the two kinsmen who walked in next was injured. The injured kinsman was supported by the other, with obvious bandaging marks on his body, but it was not their tribe's method of treatment. HxH realized that it was very likely humans who had treated the injured kinsman's wounds. The next moment, a group of humans filed in, and finally, 2 Moose Centaur warriors followed. Among this group of humans, in HxH's view, most were abnormally short. Only the round, tall man caught his eye for a longer look. This group of humans just came in like that? Our kinsmen are injured, and they are so carelessly letting humans treat them? Sarah and his group know the tribe's healing methods, so why aren't they doing it themselves? All sorts of questions flooded his mind. For HxH, who was always cautious and highly wary, such a situation made him very unhappy. However, when Sarah noticed him and happily introduced him to the black-robed man beside him, he still tried his best to maintain patience and restraint. The black-robed man, whom Sarah called Germain, performed a not quite standard moon ritual towards HxH. HxH also responded, as faith cannot be desecrated. Because of Dong, HxH also understood some human languages, so it would be easy for him to talk to humans for a few words. However, he was unwilling to do so, maintaining his silence and a cold gaze. Sarah also knew his brother's attitude, so he did not force his brother to interact with Germain, Jin, and the other humans. Afterward, Sarah led Germain, Jin, and 2 female humans to see the chief. The rest of the humans, led by the Moose Centaur warriors they had become familiar with in recent days, wandered around the tribe. HxH, however, had no such leisure, nor would he proactively guide unfamiliar humans. His greatest concern now was the injured kinsman. To use human healing methods without permission, what if he gets infected and needs a limb amputated, becoming crippled? What then? Isn't that risking the rest of his life? It's far too careless. HxH had to see the wound of his fellow Moose Centaur with his own eyes. He rushed over and indeed saw the wound, as the tribe's doctor was examining the injury beneath the bandages. How is it? HxH asked, his brows tightly furrowed, in the Moose Centaur language. The old doctor replied in the same tongue, interspersed with tongue-clicking sounds. Very good, excellent medical skill. His wound is fine. With our herbs, it will heal even faster. Are you sure? No problems? No infection or anything. No need for amputation. Upon hearing amputation, the injured Moose Centaur couldn't help but shiver, looking at HxH in astonishment. For a warrior, amputation was a declaration of a bleak future. Of course not. The old doctor looked at HxH with confusion. I'm not entirely sure what methods the person who bandaged him used, but the current state of the wound is clearly good. The injured Moose Centaur warrior breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. HxH's brows relaxed slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "That's good," and then prepared to leave. At this moment, he noticed that one of the humans had already walked in. What was she doing here? She was the shortest among that group of humans, a female human with long pink hair, wearing a hat with a red cross symbol and a mask over her face. After Sarah brought the humans into the tribe, he had introduced each of them to the tribe members. HxH remembered that this unusually short woman was called Sanbika. What an awkward name. Pronouncing it with the Moose Centaur tribe's vocal habits made HxH's tongue very uncomfortable. He didn't intend to call out to Sanbika, but merely watched her approach with deep suspicion, not understanding why she was here. Sanbika nervously clasped her hands together, fingers intertwined, her large eyes flickering with curiosity as she watched the old doctor apply the unfamiliar herbs to her fellow Moose Centaur's wound. This, Sanbika seemed to have been building up to it for a long time, finally summoning her courage, but quickly deflated like a balloon. Ugh. However, the old doctor's intuition was sharp. He looked down at the herbs in his hand, and then the wrinkles on his Moose Centaur head smoothed out. You want to see these herbs, right? The old doctor said to Sanbika in broken human language and with as kind an expression as possible. Sanbika nodded vigorously, like a pounding garlic. The old doctor smiled. You treated this wound, right? Sanbika nodded again. The old doctor smiled even more happily. Then you come here. I'll show you these herbs, useful, very useful, yours, also very useful. Sanbika let out a long breath and then walked over. HxH watched her walk past him, a question forming in his mind. Could such a short, weak woman have treated the wound? He had always thought doctors should be tall and strong like their tribe's old doctor, covered in scars from battles, but he never imagined someone like Sanbika. Kirahai did not stay long. He walked out of the stone house. Not long after, he heard that the chief was going to host a moon ritual celebration tonight to entertain these humans. Speaking of the moon ritual, Sarah's timing in bringing these humans back was perfect, as it coincided with their monthly moon ritual. This ritual was the most sacred in their tribe, not easily open to outsiders. For many years, only Dong had been an exception. It seemed that the 4 humans Sarah took to meet the chief had left a very good impression on him. Most of the voices in the tribe also seemed to welcome them. However, I will never accept them so easily. They are not of our kind, and their hearts will not be with ours. Night fell, and as the sacred moon they gazed upon rose high into the sky, the moon ritual began. The moose centaurs gathered around the huge bonfire, singing and dancing, and what they sang were all rousing words, and their movements were war dances. Everyone sat on the ground, completely unconcerned about getting mud on themselves, and then enjoyed the food laid out on the long tables in front of them. Kirahai was drinking again. His favorite insect eggs were soaked in the liquor, still wriggling. He took a bite, and the burst of delicious juice exploded on his tongue. He unconsciously turned his gaze to the group of humans sitting opposite him. They, too, were adapting to local customs, sitting cross-legged in the mud. However, no matter how much they imitated, they were not moose centaurs after all, and they were bound to show some differences. Bisky, a 50-something girl who cared about her appearance, was actually quite reluctant to sit on the ground. But she eventually compromised, though her body remained stiff for a long time as she looked at her muddy hands. Kirahai noticed that his elder brother, Sarah, was personally entertaining the humans. Especially towards the one named Germain, he was excessively respectful. Why, Sarah, what about these humans makes you go to such lengths? Are you still the strongest warrior of our tribe? How can the strongest warrior show such a humble attitude towards foreign humans so easily? Kirahai's dissatisfaction was building, but he couldn't help but freeze when he saw a pair of figures among the humans. These two were Boera, the tall, stout man he had paid more attention to during the day, and Menchi, who had 5 braided pigtails. The long table in front of the humans was laden with various delicacies from the moose centaur tribe. However, most of these humans only picked cooked meat, fruits and vegetables to eat, not touching the true essence, the insects. But Menchi and Boera were exceptions. They specifically chose to eat the insects. The fatter and juicier they were, the more they picked them up and gnawed, then spoke to a stick. Actually, that stick was Menchi and Boera's voice recorder. They wanted to record their first impressions of these delicacies. He then saw Menchi cautiously glance left and right, then take out a small bottle, sprinkle something on the insect pupae, and continue to gnaw, nodding repeatedly. Was that seasoning? Kirahai watched, his brows tightly furrowed. It seemed that among humans, there were also many oddities, strangely abnormal. He sighed softly, yet still refused to accept these humans so easily. Kirahai then looked towards the chief. The chief sat at the very front of the moon ritual grounds, and the humans sat not far from him, allowing the chief to watch with a beaming smile. He had aged a lot, Kirahai thought. More than 10 years ago, he was no longer the strongest warrior in the tribe, but his wisdom and foresight were still needed by the tribe. Therefore, the chief had remained in his position in a tribe that valued strength above all else until now. However, Kirahai knew that the chief would soon abdicate. Either next year or the year after, the chief would step down and hand over his position to Sarah. And both the chief and Sarah, because of Dong, were overly friendly and trusting towards these humans. Would their decisions bring calamities to the tribe? Kirahai was unsure if such a future would come, but he wanted to judge it clearly in his own way. So, he stood up, shook off the mud from his body, and then walked menacingly towards Germain. Sarah noticed his younger brother approaching, initially thinking he had come to his senses and was coming to greet him, but then he saw a serious expression on his brother's face. Kirahai suddenly spoke to Germain in the moose centaur language. Our tribe has a custom of celebrating the moon ritual through duels. Oh, human warrior, if you are brave enough, stand up and quickly duel me. Kirahai did not use the human language, this was his insistence. He believed his brother would translate for him to Germain. Let him, in this battle, see through this human's true nature and judge what kind of person this human truly is. A few days ago, after killing the night raid species, Germain was not empty-handed. He obtained a new type of grudge gift called grudge memory of the stag beetle. So, the true form of the night raid species was a mutated version of the stag beetle insect? Germain pondered. Just as he was at the moon ritual dinner table, contemplating how much the grudge memory of the stag beetle could benefit his current self, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the side for a moment. At another long table beside him sat Shizuku, Bisky, and Sanbika. Bisky was unilaterally saying something to Shizuku and Sanbika, a forced smile on her face. Perhaps it was because her hands were covered in mud, she lacked her usual liveliness and sat there quietly. Sanbika lowered her head, shy and silent. There were too many people in this scene, and she would have preferred to be alone, studying the new herbs she had obtained from the moose centaur tribe, but Bisky had dragged her along. Shizuku sat upright, her gracefully curved upper body erect, her gaze fixed on the moose centaur's war dance in front of her, her large eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Ever since the night raid battle ended, Germain had noticed that Shizuku was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him. Their gazes wouldn't meet, and if they did, she would immediately look away, avoiding conversation as much as possible, and ending it quickly even if they did speak. Germain could sense this abnormality. Was she shy? Shizuku, shy? At this moment, Sarah, maintaining a half-reclining centaur posture, poured Germain a drink and invited Germain and Gon to have a few drinks with him. Germain and Gon had no choice but to raise their nearly overflowing glasses and drink with Sarah. After that night raid battle, Sarah also showed abnormalities. He displayed excessive respect for Germain and was endlessly curious about the sacred moonlight sword that Germain possessed. Along the way, Sarah and the other 4 moose centaur warriors were deferential to Germain, seemingly wanting to catch a few more glimpses of that great sword. Germain was not a collector who liked to show off, so he only occasionally satisfied their requests. And each time he materialized the sacred moonlight greatsword, it would draw exclamations of awe from Sarah and the other 4 moose centaur warriors. They always said that the power of the moon had merged into Germain's body, which was why he could materialize a weapon like the sacred moonlight sword. How wonderful, the moose centaur would exclaim involuntarily as he stroked the blade of the sacred moonlight greatsword. The moose centaur were not unfamiliar with an ability or the materialization type, they just didn't have such systematic terminology, but the principles and structure were similar. For example, the pre-battle inspiration that Sarah displayed in that night raid battle was, strictly speaking, what was known as a mission-type Nin ability on the 6 continents. Logically similar to the Nin ability of Melody, the music hunter, Sarah used stirring words to influence himself and the moose centaur warriors around him. However, Germain, Gon, Shizuku, Bisky, and others were unaffected, presumably because the trigger conditions also included long-term companionship and mutual trust. Additionally, through Germain's observation, he noticed that most Nin users in the entire moose centaur tribe were at the elite level. Even the aging chief had not dropped out of the elite level. It could be said that the entire tribe consisted of warriors with an ability. Such a group of brave warriors, holding a moon ritual that outsiders were usually not allowed to participate in, and even inviting everyone, Germain and the others naturally agreed. Subsequently, by discussing the moon ritual with the chief and Sarah, Germain, Gon, Shizuku, and Bisky learned many details. For instance, the calendar currently in use on the Dark Continent differed from that of the 6 continents. According to the Dark Continent calendar, it should now be November 6, 1998. Whereas the 6 continents calendar was December 25, 1998, more than a month faster. Germain, who was simultaneously dealing with Sarah's overflowing enthusiasm and recalling these facts in his mind, suddenly noticed a tall figure approaching him. Germain remembered that this moose centaur was Sarah's younger brother, HxH. On the way to the chief's residence with Germain and the others, Sarah had apologized on behalf of HxH for his cold impoliteness at the gate. He said that his younger brother had always been very wary of the outside world because their tribe had once been betrayed by an ally. Including the chief, Sarah, HxH, and other moose centaur, all suffered both physical and mental harm in that betrayal, but HxH went to extremes. After that, HxH could not accept betrayal and was extremely wary of outsiders, with the exception of the family friend, Don Freaks. Don Freaks and the moose centaur tribe had known each other for 100 or 200 years, generations of his ancestors knew and trusted him, and he had no reason to betray them. However, Sarah also said that given enough time together, HxH would treat everyone with courtesy, just as he treated Don. He believed that his younger brother was adaptable, just that his mindset hadn't fully turned around yet and he hadn't completely accepted everyone. It was precisely because Sarah had said such words that when HxH approached at this moment and declared his intention to duel Germain during the moon ritual, everyone was astonished. Sarah quickly stood up, his 4 hooves clattering as he walked towards his brother, his earlier smile completely gone, replaced by a frown similar to his brother's. He wanted to persuade HxH, but HxH stubbornly refused. At this moment, Germain had not yet said anything. Instead, Gon, who was beside him, leaned back, propped himself up with his hands, and burst out laughing. Germain looked at him. "Isn't this great?" Gon said with a laugh, "I've also accepted similar duels before, and now it's your turn, Germain. What's more, HxH said that the moon ritual has such a dueling tradition, so let's do it. It's a good thing to liven things up for us." Most of what Gon said was in human language, with only duel and moon ritual spoken in the moose centaur language he had just learned. He mimicked the tongue rolling perfectly, and Sarah, HxH, and the other moose centaur understood him. Hearing Gon say this, Sarah's eyes darted around, and he seemed to think of something, suddenly no longer opposing HxH's challenge. He also smiled, slightly excited, and said to Germain, "Is that all right, Germain?" "It's all right, Germain, when in Rome, did as the Romans did," and stood up. Then, Sarah pressed on, "Germain, can you use that?" "Which one?" Sarah quickly gestured the moon ritual and then made a slashing motion, replacing words more quickly. Germain understood at a glance and nodded, "Okay, I will use it." Sarah smiled even more happily, then turned around and vigorously patted HxH's shoulder, telling his brother to prepare well. Subsequently, he turned and rushed to the chief's side to explain the situation, and after a while, the chief also nodded in agreement. The 2 parties for the moon ritual duel were thus decided. HxH looked at his brother, who had just been strongly against it but was now eagerly sending him to the battlefield, and a hint of confusion arose in his heart. However, since his goal was achieved, that was enough. So, HxH went to retrieve his shield and a scimitar shaped like a crescent moon. This was the best blade in their tribe, and HxH had always been proud to own it, naming it Moon Blood Sacrifice. HxH didn't know how many enemies and prey's blood it had drunk, symbolizing the power of their faith. HxH, possessing the Moon Blood Sacrifice, had always been envied by the warriors in the tribe. However, this envy vanished when Germain materialized that great sword and then imbued it with Nin. Buzz. The sacred moonlight seemed to arrive beside everyone, and the power of faith made all the moose centaur hold their breath. The previously noisy scene immediately fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the beautiful, azure blade, feeling the power emanating from it, a power extremely kindred to the moose centaur tribe. The chief had seen the sacred moonlight greatsword before everyone else. At that time, Sarah brought Germain and others to speak with him, and it was Germain's display of that greatsword that made the chief decide to allow everyone to participate in the moon ritual and to promote friendship between the human tribe and the moose centaur tribe. Even so, seeing the sacred moonlight greatsword again, the chief still unconsciously immersed himself in its beauty. HxH also looked somewhat dumbfounded, then, he lowered his head to glance at the moon blood sacrifice in his hand, and then looked up at the sacred moonlight greatsword. Next, he looked towards Sarah in his seat. He saw his own brother excitedly standing up, pacing back and forth in the muddy ground, looking completely unable to sit still, eager to go forward and take a closer look. Hey? Hey? HxH once again lowered his head to look at his moon blood sacrifice, habitually frowned, and then quietly shielded it with his left-hand shield. It's nothing, I have to admit, that great sword is indeed very beautiful, and it possesses the power symbolizing the moon, but, it's nothing. Yes, it's nothing. What truly determines who is the more valiant party is always the person holding the weapon. As long as I prove that I am stronger than the opponent, then my moon blood sacrifice can also be a better weapon than that great sword. Yes, that's it. HxH successfully convinced himself. The traditional duel of the moon ritual began amidst everyone's anticipation. However, most people's gazes were indeed still focused on Germain's sacred moonlight greatsword. Despite his unwillingness, HxH himself couldn't help but be drawn to that sacred moonlight greatsword. He secretly resolved that in this duel, he would definitely reclaim the attention of everyone present. HxH scuffed his forehooves in the muddy ground, then accelerated, galloping towards Germain. He raised the moon blood sacrifice high, reinforcing the crescent scimitar with Nin, making it crimson. Thump thump thump. In an instant, HxH had already rushed in front of Germain, so fast that he believed it would be enough to make most of the people present unable to react. He intended to use this charging momentum, with the moon blood sacrifice, to knock down Germain and cut off that sacred moonlight greatsword. However, Germain was certainly not among those unable to react. The reason he stood still was because the ground beneath his feet was muddy. He didn't want to move too much and get covered in mud, so he quietly waited for HxH to come to him. HxH did indeed rush to his front as planned. The speed of this moose centaur was indeed very fast, but compared to Nefertiti, it was far too slow, not to mention Germain. Thus, in the corner of HxH's eye, he saw a sudden flash of blue light that almost completely stole his vision. Buzz. Clang. HxH felt a massive vibrating force from his left hand, and his tightly gripped giant shield was directly cut in half. The shattered shield flew out. He finally managed to open his eyes in the sacred moonlight, only to see the giant shield shattered, and in his shock, he instinctively swung the moon blood sacrifice forward. Ultimately, this duel was only called a duel, not a true fight to the death, and moreover, the opponent was Sarah's younger brother. Germain maintained his composure. He held the sacred moonlight greatsword with both hands, and with a light flick, he sent the moon blood sacrifice flying from HxH's hand, where it plopped into the mud not far away. Throughout this entire process, HxH was passive. The soreness and numbness in his arm made him utterly unable to hold onto that moon blood sacrifice. The difference in strength was simply too vast. HxH just charged over, and at the moment of impact, his giant shield shattered, his scimitar flew from his hand, and he ran past Germain in a daze. After a few steps, he stopped, standing there somewhat at a loss. I lost? Lost so easily? Perhaps, this man is even stronger than Gon, no wonder my brother and Gon both center around him, and the chief also looks at him with different eyes, sigh. Immediately after, everyone recognized the outcome of the duel and couldn't help but stand up, cheering loudly. Especially Sarah, who shouted the loudest. The Moose Centaur tribe's reaction to HxH's instant defeat was only initial astonishment, followed by the feeling that it was only natural. Germain, possessing the power of faith of the sacred moonlight, should win easily. This proved the might of their faith. Many Moose Centaur rushed onto the field, wanting to get a closer look at the sacred moonlight greatsword, but the chief spoke in time to control the situation. Germain pulled the moon blood sacrifice from the ground and then handed it back to HxH. HxH took his crescent scimitar and then looked at the sacred moonlight greatsword in Germain's hand. What a magnificent greatsword! Is it not natural for a man with such pure, beautiful moonlight power to defeat me? How could a man with such a strong affinity for our tribe's power of faith ever betray us? Perhaps, the chief and Sarah are right, forming a deep bond with these humans is the future path for our tribe. Thus, HxH, feeling a little more relieved, faced Germain and said in human language, I lost, you won, very strong. Although it was broken, Germain understood HxH's meaning, he was completely convinced. Indeed, Sarah was right, his younger brother was not the type to stubbornly cling to a single idea or be obstinate to the end. Being adaptable is good. Germain nodded gently to HxH. The climax of this moon ritual was this duel. Afterwards, no one challenged Germain again, because once the sacred moonlight greatsword appeared, all the Moose Centaur were utterly convinced. This greatly displeased Gon, as he had previously challenged more than a dozen Moose Centaur warriors to earn respect and recognition. Germain had only swung 2 swords, and the challenge ended just like that, earning more cheers than he did. Gon could only sigh helplessly in the end. accepting this outcome with a wry smile. The date of the moon ritual for the Moose Centaur tribe varies each month. The chief and his warriors always followed their intuition, often only setting the date a few days before the moon ritual, and this time was no exception. Germain defeated Kirahai in the moon ritual duel with the sacred moonlight greatsword, earning him the respect of almost the entire tribe. Among humans, before this, only Dawn Freaks had managed to achieve such status and acclaim within the Moose Centaur tribe. After the moon ritual concluded, the chief arranged suitable living quarters for Germain, Gon, Shizuku, Bisky, and the others. Their quarters were next to the house Dawn Freaks had previously resided in. Gon was given permission, accompanied by Sarah, to enter Dawn's house and inspect it. As Dawn was a generational friend of the Moose Centaur tribe, he was allowed to have his own private and unique residence here. Everything inside was prepared for Dawn, though the intervals between his uses of the house grew longer and longer. However, Gon quickly returned disappointed, having found almost nothing there. Aside from a stack of scrolls, suspected to be the New World Travelogue Western Volume fragment, Dawn Freaks left no other clues. Gon then questioned the chief, Sarah, and others who had close contact with Dawn Freaks, wanting to confirm Dawn's specific state during his last visit. Yet, he was disappointed once again, no one could provide precise information. All descriptions, without exception, focused on Dawn Freaks being entirely wrapped in a robe at the time, with only his face, hands, and feet exposed, and that his behavior was odd, unwilling to interact with too many people. Gon shared the information he had gathered with everyone, and they all merely frowned. Isn't that Sanbika? After hearing the description, Bisky, while drawing water from the canal to wash off the mud she'd gotten on herself during the moon ritual, pointed to Sanbika not far away. Everyone followed Bisky's finger and looked over. Sanbika, suddenly called out by Bisky and the focus of so many gazes, immediately showed an innocent expression that was amusing, and the atmosphere became less tense. So, the matter was temporarily set aside. The Moose Centaur did not understand why their human companions would wash off the mud from their bodies after participating in the moon ritual through bathing and wiping. But they respected their human companions because these human companions were brave warriors, deserving of all sorts of special treatment. For them, the Moose Centaur, mud felt comfortable on their bodies, but this did not mean it would have the same effect on their human companions. Germain also took a cold shower and finished quickly, walking out into the night. As he wiped the water droplets from his dark hair with a towel, he saw a familiar figure quietly walk through a small grove of trees nearby. The Moose Centaur tribe was surrounded by huge stone walls, and stone houses were everywhere within the tribe. But the Moose Centaur still tried to maintain some areas that blended with nature as much as possible. Such as the mud on the ground, and the trees planted between scattered houses, which connected to form dense groves. Germain hung the towel around his neck and walked over. He walked for a while, entering the shadows of the grove, and then saw Shizuku's back as she sat on a small mound. Germain did not deliberately hide his movements, so Shizuku quickly heard him and turned her head. Shizuku's glasses glinted in the moonlight, obscuring her eyes, but it was clear that her body stiffened when she noticed Germain approaching. Her reaction, in Germain's eyes, was quite an amusing sight. Germain actually wanted to look a few more times, but he knew what was important. Shizuku, after that day, have you been avoiding me? Because Germain had just showered, he had changed out of his hunter's triangular hat and robe, and was now wearing a light shirt he brought from Greed Island. He floated out of the shadows of the grove like a white ghost, standing under the moonlight and starlight. No. Shizuku replied, then turned her head and stood up from the small mound. She tried to leave, but Germain suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Wait, Germain said. Her eyes widened, staring at where Germain held her wrist, like a cat caught in the act from an internet meme, showing an incredulous expression. Are you that afraid of me? Germain gently pulled Shizuku closer to him. Or rather, are you afraid of something else? Constantly avoiding me like this isn't like your style, Shizuku, nor is it like mine. Come, let's sit down and talk this through clearly. I don't like going around in circles and agonizing over things, and I believe you don't either. Germain released Shizuku's wrist, then moved behind her and gently pushed her back onto the small mound. He then pressed slightly on Shizuku's shoulders, signaling her to sit on the mound. Shizuku complied, and then he also sat down, next to Shizuku. Since the night raid battle that night, Germain and Shizuku had not been this close again. Tell me, what are you afraid of? Germain looked ahead. He realized that from this position, he could just see the large bonfire still burning in the distance. It would burn all night, watched by the Moose Centaur, until it turned into grayish-white, inky black ashes. Germain's question did not receive an immediate answer, and he was not in a hurry. The night was long, and he happened to be a very patient person. The silence continued with the darkness. Only when the cold night wind made the trees rustle did Germain hear Shizuku's voice. Honestly. She tilted her head slightly, blinking her large eyes, her palm placed on her raised chest. It suddenly appeared. I don't know what it is. It shouldn't even be said that it suddenly appeared. It's like playing hide and seek in Meteor City and suddenly seeing someone who's been hiding right under your nose the whole time. This feeling, makes me feel very unfamiliar and very afraid. Once I saw it, I couldn't pretend I didn't see it anymore. Do you understand what I mean, Germain? Yes. Germain nodded. He truly understood. Shizuku grew up in Meteor City. Like Germain, she had no parents or siblings to care for her from a young age. Her family might have died, or perhaps they abandoned her in Meteor City. She no longer had any memory of this, and it didn't matter to her. Before leaving Meteor City, the kindest person to her was the old priest of the cathedral. So, in such an environment, it was very difficult for her to form concepts similar to or the same as normal people. Feelings like those for a grandfather, Shizuku could experience from the old priest. Feelings like those for a grandmother, Shizuku could experience from Bisky. But feelings like those for a lover were simply too unfamiliar to Shizuku. Shizuku had seen couples, but seeing did not equate to understanding their meaning. She even somewhat wondered, isn't it perfectly fine to be alone? Why find someone to tie yourself down? Until now, she met a man who might tie her down. Her somewhat slow nerves, after realizing this, filled her with fear. Hearing Germain's answer, Shizuku unexpectedly turned to look at Germain, then looked back towards the bonfire, where sparks still danced in the air. As expected, you would understand. A long time ago, I felt that you were special to me, but now, I feel you are even more special. I can't look at you the same way anymore. How do you see me now? Germain asked. Shizuku turned her head again, carefully gazing at Germain's messy black hair, deep eyes, slightly upturned nose, pressed lips, bulging Adam's apple. She couldn't help but swallow, then realized her swallowing sound was too loud, so loud that Germain might have heard it. This was unacceptable. But even in this situation, she couldn't help but continue to look down the slightly exposed collarbone, the chest covered by his shirt, the large calloused hands. Seeing Shizuku didn't answer, Germain spoke in a very serious tone. Shizuku, this feeling of yours is actually very normal, there's nothing strange about it. We are all humans, and having emotions is very normal. Germain recalled a video he had seen on YouTube, where a female celebrity expressed her views on love to the host. He recounted it to Shizuku. Because we need someone to witness our lives. Think about it, with billions of people on the 6 continents, how important is one person's life, really? But in a romantic relationship between a man and a woman, you promise to care about everything about the other person. The good, the bad, the terrible, the mundane, all of it, all the time, every day. You are promising, your life will not be ignored, because I will care. Your life will not go unwitnessed, because I will be your witness. Germain paused, then continued. When we can freely squander our youth, of course, we don't feel the weight of loneliness, thinking that being alone isn't a big deal. But as the familiar people around us grow old, die, and leave one by one, loneliness will become a noose gradually tightening around our necks until we suffocate. At this time, we will need someone who loves us until the end of our lives. It is this selfishness that gives life a special meaning. Love is rare and beautiful, which is why it will always be one of the eternal themes of film and television. Our true loneliness, our true death, is when there is no one left in the world who loves us. Shizuku, I'm not sure if you can understand all of this, these are my own thoughts. I have always respected your thoughts, and this time is no different. If possible, perhaps we should start from a man and a woman, Shizuku seemed to hear Germain mumbling something in her ear. But at that instant, all the emotions in her chest turned into lust, and lust turned into impulse. She rose slightly, using both hands and feet to crawl over, and like a wild beast, pounced on Germain, placing the entire weight of her body on him. Shizuku wasn't listening at all, she had already pounced, kissing Germain's lips, tasting the crimson as if a cheetah had bitten through a gazelle's neck. Germain first felt the weight of the embrace, then the burning body temperature and rapid breathing. While he was lightly discussing philosophy, all Shizuku wanted at this very moment was a lustful, instinctive response, and to let it burn and consume like a bonfire. Slightly spoiling the mood was Shizuku's glasses, which poked Germain's nose a little, making it ache. Rustle, rustle. Emerging from the curtain of shadows in the woods was Shizuku. She adjusted the slightly crooked black-rimmed glasses on her nose, pulled up her jeans, blinked with her head down, and then zipped up her fly. The whole series of actions was a bit ungraceful, but when she did it, it looked very cute. She glanced left and right, and just as she was about to leave, she made eye contact with Bisky, who was standing not far away, holding a wooden basin with the foot-washing water dumped out. Shizuku? What are you doing here? Shizuku tried to use all her knowledge to come up with a perfect reason, then her mind went blank, her eyes vacant. It seemed there was no suitable reason, and besides, why should I look for a reason? Shizuku blinked her large eyes, thinking quite righteously. Bisky, on the other hand, looked at Shizuku curiously. Actually, she had just run into her and asked casually, but Shizuku's subsequent reaction made her suspicious, and she couldn't help but size her up. You have a leaf on your head, and why is your cheek so red? Do you have a fever? Should I ask Sanbika to come and take a look? Shizuku looked up, saw nothing, then reached up and patted her short black hair, and sure enough, a withered, curled leaf fell off. Did it fall on her head when she was rolling around, or when she just came out of the woods? Shizuku didn't remember. I'm fine. She emphasized that she didn't have a fever, although her temperature not long ago was indeed alarmingly high, but it had certainly gone down now. Shizuku obediently put her hands behind her back, pursed her lips, and showed no intention of explaining further. She felt she was getting a bit corrupted, probably by Germain, and wasn't as honest as before. If it were before, she would have already described everything that just happened to Bisky in detail. At that time, she didn't know what shyness was, perhaps now was what they called growing up. Shizuku thought silently, and some images couldn't help but flash through her mind, including what she had seen, Germain's lips, earlobes, chest, fingers, arms. Did I come back too early? Bisky was still chattering and pressing her with questions. Really? I just saw you coming out of the woods, and you pulled up your pants and zipped up your fly. Ah. Bisky suddenly showed a look of realization. So that's it. No, Shizuku, no matter how urgent it is, the toilet isn't that far from here, you can't relieve yourself outside. You're a girl after all, what if someone sees you, especially Germain? What will you do? Shizuko listened, showing a bewildered expression, then a strange one. Never mind, Germain was right, explaining it might be too troublesome. Bisky, holding the wooden basin in one hand, pointed to the room she, Shizuku, Sanbika, and Menchi shared with the other hand. Let's go, we'll go back to the room first. Oh, did you wash your hands? You should have, right? Oh, as long as you did. Really, don't pee outside next time. On the other side, Germain also returned to his room. Tonight, he was staying in the same stone house as Jing and Buera. As soon as Germain entered the stone house, he saw Jing flipping through Greed Island cards in front of the fireplace, and Buera enjoying his late-night snack at the long table. You're back, Germain. Buera greeted him with a smile, stuffing a piece of what looked like bread into his mouth. At the moon ritual earlier, he was the one who ate the most, but he still wasn't full and had to have an extra meal after returning. Germain was used to Buera's appetite and simply replied to him with his usual expression. Yo, Germain, come over here. Jing called out with a hint of excitement, urging Germain to his side. I have good news. Germain casually pulled over a nearby wooden chair and sat down. The backrest of the wooden chair was carved into the shape of antlers, giving him a strange feeling of sitting on a throne. What good news? Look at these cards. Germain glanced at the cards in Jing's hand. They're all Alchemy Plant Series cards. What's wrong? Is there a problem? A big problem. Jing extended his right index finger and gently waved it, making a negative gesture. Recently, we have all used it to varying degrees, but, to be honest, compared to the cure-all herb, its performance is a bit too weak. I suspect that the missing part of the Eastern Volume fragment in the Alchemy Plant chapter must be the method of enchantment. Jing was right. When Germain defeated the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle of the ancient labyrinth again, he tried to use the Alchemy Plant Series cards. However, their effect was somewhat bland, a case of not worth eating, but a pity to discard, failing to achieve the alchemy enchantment effect mentioned by Dong in the Eastern Volume fragment. Jing, Shizuku, Bisky, Menchi, Buera, and Sanbika also used the Alchemy Plant Series cards successively. Their evaluations after use were similar, they felt okay, but didn't meet expectations. Jing said with a smile, just now, I was chatting with Sarah and Kiyohai, and then the alchemy plant came up. I thought at the time that Dong should have acquired alchemy plants like us, and should have used them, so he should have come to similar conclusions. That is, if alchemy plants are used directly, they are not as useful as imagined, and their dissipation and loss are greater than imagined. However, in our previous speculation, we believed that he had gone to the grayish-white desert again to pick alchemy plants. This means he didn't give up on alchemy plants. In other words, alchemy plants were very likely effective in his hands. Going to the grayish-white desert again and defeating the disease spreader was worth it for him. So, I asked Sarah and Kiyohai if Dong had used alchemy plants in front of them, and I got the answer I wanted. Germain, go to bed early tonight. We'll go find Sarah and Kiyohai first thing tomorrow morning. They promised to take us to find the techniques left behind by Dong. The next day, Sarah and Kiyohai brought Germain, Jing, and the others to an old craftsman in their tribe. My scimitar, Moon Blood Sacrifice, was forged by Mushiha, Kiyohai said, pointing at the slightly stout moose centaur in front of him. The old craftsman Mushiha was broad-shouldered and round-waisted, his whole body seemed to be oiled, his skin was bronze, and he was muscular and hairy. When he saw everyone approaching, he immediately spotted Germain among the crowd, and his eyes widened considerably. You are Mr. Germain, aren't you, the one who wielded the sacred moonlight greatsword and defeated Kiyohai at the moon ritual? Unexpectedly, Mushiha's human language was more proficient than anyone else who had appeared in the moose centaur tribe so far. After receiving Germain's affirmative reply, Mushiha showed a joyful expression. I've always wanted to engrave the power of the moon on weapons. Unfortunately, I've never been able to do it, and I didn't expect to see the sacred moonlight greatsword last night. That was truly amazing. If I could find a way to forge a sacred moonlight greatsword, I would have no regrets. Sarah followed Mushiha's words, saying, Dong has had a relationship with our tribe for 100 or 200 years. He taught us many things. He patted Mushiha's shoulder. Among them, he taught Mushiha's ancestors the method of enchanting weapons. Mushiha stroked his beard, which looked like a hemp rope, and smiled, pointing at Kiyohai. His Moon Blood Sacrifice, I enchanted it with the power of blood, it amplified the scimitar. It turned out that Mushiha's bloodline was particularly close to Dong, and his ancestors learned the correct way of enchantment from Dong. To better pass on this skill and to better communicate with Dong, Mushiha's ancestors and descendants had to learn human language, more actively than anyone else in the tribe. This was why Mushiha's human language was more fluent than Sarah and Kiyohai's. The Moon Blood Sacrifice scimitar that Mushiha forged for Kiyohai utilized enchantment, imbuing the blood element onto the scimitar. The power gap between Germain and Kiyohai was too great, causing the battle to end instantly. Kiyohai didn't have the opportunity to display the blood enchantment of the scimitar, and thus couldn't demonstrate its true power. When the Moon Blood Sacrifice scimitar truly takes effect, as long as the opponent is a flesh and blood body, the moon blood sacrifice scimitar can draw the opponent's flesh and blood to nourish the scimitar itself. What Sarah and Kiera Hai told Jing last night about the techniques left by Dong referred to the enchantment he taught Mashiha's lineage. Germain and Jing exchanged glances, then took out the alchemy plant cards, unsealing one of the alchemy fire element cards. Mashiha watched them conjure a flower bud that looked like it was cast from blood-red crystal, like a magic trick. He stared at it for a moment, then froze. This, isn't this? He half opened his mouth, no longer speaking human language, and a series of excited Moose Centaur words poured out. Then, Sarah, also speaking Moose Centaur language, soothed him for a while before he calmed down. Sorry. Mashiha excitedly wiggled the big beard under his nose, I haven't seen it in a long time. Only Dong possessed it. It is what we craftsmen desire most. He held the crystal flower bud in both hands, as if holding an extremely precious treasure. Germain turned his head and glanced. Then, Menchi proactively took out the twin blades from her leather pouch and handed them to Mashiha. Could I trouble you to enchant my twin blades with the alchemy fire element? We want to see the enchantment process. Clang. Mashiha raised his heavy hammer and struck Menchi's two sashimi knives forcefully, making Menchi wince and close her eyes in pain. Clang. The hammer fell, and though there was no interaction of fire and cold water, sparks of nin flew. My knives won't break from this hammering, will they? Menchi thought anxiously. Fortunately, Menchi's nin was on the sashimi knives, and Mashiha's skill was superb, so the situation Menchi feared would naturally not occur. Clang. Mashiha struck the sashimi knives again with the heavy hammer. He wasn't just dry hammering, whenever he raised the hammer, the strange enchantment texts covering the stone house's walls and floor glowed, as if some sort of formation had activated. They were like countless nin hands, continuously extracting elemental power from the alchemy plants and then sprinkling it onto the sashimi knives. This combination of hammering and nin hands was Mashiha's pinnacle of 1,000 refinements. And those enchantment texts, carved into the walls and floor like magic arrays, were the techniques left behind by the Eastern Volume fragment. The lineage of Mashiha had learned how to use these enchantment texts. The stout Moose Centaur lifted the hammer and hammered with concentration, completely ignoring everyone else's reactions. Jin crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his head, and whispered to Germain beside him, actually, it still hasn't left the scope of an ability. You noticed it too? Germain nodded, I've had similar thoughts before, thinking that the nin ability of the Eastern Volume fragment was likely related to enchantment texts and patterns. I think so too. Jin raised a hand to stroke his stubbled chin, the origin of enchanting has been found, but it's very difficult to replicate. These enchantment texts cannot be used in another place by simply copying or moving them. The Eastern Volume fragment's restriction and vow for his nin ability is probably that the enchantment texts and patterns can only take effect at the original site of their imprinting. This way, his first Eastern Volume fragment and Western Volume fragment, the ancient labyrinth's Mobius strip, and the enchanting array here can all play their respective roles. However, if we copy or move them exactly, they won't work. This is also why the Mashiha family has used this room to forge weapons for generations. Clang. Another heavy hammer strike, but this time Mashiha quickly put down the giant hammer, took the towel handed to him by a young apprentice, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's done. He announced loudly, his tone full of pride, as this was his highest grade masterpiece of enchanting. Menchi then slowly opened one eye, and upon seeing that her sashimi knives weren't broken, she opened the other eye, revealing a joyful and relieved expression. She was secretly scared. Why was I so foolish, listening to the crazy ideas of Germain, Jin, and Bisky, to enchant my dual knives? If it had failed, my two most handy weapons would be gone, and I'd have to forge two more and adapt from scratch. However, when Mashiha handed her the two sashimi knives enchanted with fire element enchanting, all her apprehension and dissatisfaction vanished. Not only were they intact, but the blades, the luster. Try them out. Mashiha shouted in a rough voice, as if afraid no one would hear him. Menchi simply swung the dual knives in the air, there was nothing special about them. However, when she injected nin, the sashimi knives suddenly changed. Strange patterns appeared on the sashimi knives, like fiercely burning flames. Whoosh! And the next moment, the blades of the sashimi knives were truly engulfed in raging fire. The dual knives were enveloped in two real balls of fire, and as long as Menchi continued to inject nin, they would not disappear. In other words, the fire element enchanting patterns on the blades were merely an intermediate conversion medium, transforming Menchi's nin into flames. She wielded the reforged dual knives with great delight, playing with them for a long time before stopping. This was only after Bisky teased her about not needing to light a fire to cook anymore, and Menchi got busy retorting to Bisky, which is why she didn't continue to waste her nin. Menchi is a manipulation type, and originally could not transform nin into elemental powers like fire or lightning, unlike a transmutation type. But through the fire element enchanting patterns, she achieved it, which is the value of the enchantment texts and alchemy plants. However, under the persistent questioning of Germain and Jin, they still learned two other restrictions and vows of the alchemy plants from Mashiha. First, generally, enchanted elemental patterns can only be carved onto real, inanimate tools. This means that human flesh, or tools conjured through nin, cannot be enchanted in this way. In other words, it seems that only Menchi's dual knives can currently enjoy the benefits of enchanting. Second, generally, only one elemental pattern can be carved onto the same tool. Menchi's dual knives have already been inscribed with fire elemental patterns, so they cannot be inscribed with any other elemental patterns. Germain, Jin, and the others were not too disappointed by this. Temporarily using the alchemy plants to enhance Menchi's weapon quality was also a good choice. After all, Menchi is one of them, and enhancing her combat power is equivalent to enhancing the entire team's combat power. At this moment, Germain's gaze met Shizuka's, then glanced at the inverted cross necklace on her neck. Ah, right, I almost forgot, isn't Shizuka wearing an inverted cross? Should we enchant it too? Shizuka noticed Germain's gaze, looked down at her chest, and couldn't help but misunderstand. At a time like this, so bold. Shizuka couldn't help but slightly raise her hand, clutching her chest, her body leaning to the side, and her gaze shifting to the ground. Such a slightly alluring movement was something the old Shizuka would never have made. She was like Eve, tempted by the serpent of greed, eating the forbidden fruit, understanding what shame was. However, what Germain said next made Shizuka realize she had misunderstood. Shizuka, if we were to enchant your inverted cross necklace, would you be willing? The black-haired Shizuka froze for a moment, then, without unnecessary words, directly took the inverted cross necklace off her neck. Sure. She handed the inverted cross necklace to Germain. What elemental pattern do you want to inscribe? Wind, fire, water, earth. Then wind, Shizuka blinked, saying it quite casually. Germain then handed the inverted cross necklace, along with a newly unsealed wind element alchemy plant, to Mushiha. Mushiha, I'll trouble you for another enchantment. No problem. Mushiha took it, laughing, this is what I want to do. He picked up the hammer, and again used the pinnacle of 1,000 refinements and the enchantment texts to inscribe wind elemental patterns onto the inverted cross necklace. The enchanting process quickly ended again. Shizuka took back the inverted cross necklace and tried it out simply, just like Menchi, and a gust of wind blew up Bisky's skirt nearby. Whoa Shizuka, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Fortunately, Bisky pressed down her skirt with both hands, making a classic Marilyn Monroe-like pose, which prevented any exposure, then she gave Shizuka an annoyed look. Shizuka, however, was like a child with a new toy, using the inverted cross necklace to blow wind at people everywhere. Only when Germain spoke did she slowly put away the inverted cross necklace. This scene made Sarah and Kirahai somewhat envious. Their weapons also lacked the elemental patterns of alchemy plants, but they could be enchanted. Kirahai's moon blood sacrifice used blood element enchanting, which was not within the scope of elemental patterns of alchemy plants, and thus could circumvent the restriction in vow. Blood element enchanting was also good, but its power was considerably inferior to the elemental patterns of alchemy plants. As the bravest warrior of the tribe, Sarah was certainly meticulous about his weapons. Jin was the first to interact with these two brothers and was the human who understood them best, so he quickly realized the reason for their burning gazes. Thus, after a brief discussion with Germain, Bisky, and the others, Jin proposed a trade to Sarah and Kirahai. We need to establish a castle stronghold in the ancient labyrinth to facilitate our future interactions, and building a castle requires manpower. We can give you 2 alchemy plants so that your weapons can also be enchanted. However, as you know, alchemy plants are very rare. We cannot give them to you unconditionally. So, the terms of the trade are that you also need to contribute to the construction of our castle in the ancient labyrinth. How about it, do we have a deal? When Jin finished speaking, he suddenly felt that perhaps 100 or 200 years ago, the Eastern Volume fragment had also used such a tone and expression to begin trading with the ancestors of the Moose Centaur tribe. The trade content, perhaps, was the cure-all herb and alchemy plants. Sarah and Kirahai exchanged glances. As warriors, they did not hesitate for too long before beating their chests and happily agreeing to the deal. 1999 arrived silently. If they hadn't recalled the matters on the 6 continents, no one would have realized that the new year had already begun. This was also because, during this period, they primarily used the Dark Continent calendar, or rather, the New World calendar, in the tribe, leading to a discrepancy in their sense of time. Nevertheless, the theoretical inaugural year of the HxH Hunter story had officially begun. A somewhat large group departed from the Moose Centaur tribe, heading in the direction of the ancient labyrinth. The Pro-Hunter exam is about to start, isn't it? On the way back to the ancient labyrinth, Menchi couldn't help but caress the fire element runes on her twin blades, a look of almost doting affection on her face. She casually mentioned it while playing with her newly enchanted blades. Boera rubbed his large belly, which jiggled as if he were carrying a heavy object. He responded to his partner. It should be starting. Around this time last year, we were still vying to be examiners for this year's Pro-Hunter exam, but now we're here. It's truly incredible. Menchi reluctantly sheathed her twin blades back into their leather scabbard, slung diagonally across her slender waist. Boera, this is what they call the unpredictability of life. Being an examiner for the Pro-Hunter exam is indeed worthwhile, but now, the Dark Continent is definitely more alluring. She seemed to recall something else, turning her head, with its 5 braided pigtails, to the side. Jin, Bisky, Sanbika, have any of you ever been an examiner for the Pro-Hunter exam? What was the experience like? Tell me about it. Jin, wearing a beast hide hat gifted by the Moose Centaur tribe, waved his hand. Chairman Netero did ask me to be an examiner, but I refused. I'd rather do other things than deal with those kids. Actually, the Pro-Hunter exam examiners also included those who taught an ability to the successful candidates, which was the final stage of the Pro-Hunter exam. However, Kite was a disciple Jin had discovered in the slums, and he had already mastered an ability before participating in the Pro-Hunter exam. Thus, Jin truly had never been an examiner for the Pro Hunter exam, and he personally disliked such troublesome matters. This was an expected answer, no one was surprised by Jin's reply. Bisky, whose blonde hair had grown a bit longer, snorted twice. That's where you're wrong, Jin. As a senior hunter, selecting suitable individuals to become future hunters is one of the Hunter Association's tenets. Becoming a Pro Hunter exam examiner is also one of the 100 things a Pro Hunter must do in their lifetime. I've already completed these 100 things, including becoming a Pro Hunter exam examiner. Speaking of which, I'm a bit nostalgic. I really want to do it again. Yes, yes, yes. Jin turned his head, digging his ear with his pinky finger. We all know you're old, experienced, and have been through everything. Bisky's face darkened, and she walked towards Jin, cracking her knuckles. Humph. Jin, is that your last will and testament? Jin noticed Bisky charging at him and quickly clutched his hat, taking off running. Whoa, 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 wait, you're at it again. I'm coming. Let you feel the punch of a woman who's old, experienced, and been through everything. Menchi and Boera watched Bisky chase the fleeing Jin, completely unfazed, then both looked at Sanbika. This was routine, everything would be fine in the end anyway. Sanbika, under their gaze, lowered her head like a quail, fiddling with her fingers, as if she hadn't heard their conversation. This was probably Sanbika, who suffered from social anxiety that even a cure-all herb couldn't fix, doing her best to avoid conversation. Even with Menchi, Boera, and others she knew well, she would still do this, saying fewer words made her much more comfortable. Menchi didn't press her, but seeing her like this, she knew it was highly likely Sanbika had never been an examiner. That made sense, with her personality, becoming an examiner would be incredibly difficult. An exam would probably last a very long time before ending. No, perhaps it would end in an instant, who knows. Afterward, Menchi's gaze passed over Shizuku, who wasn't a pro hunter at all, and settled on Germain. Germain had only become a pro hunter last year, so naturally, he couldn't have been an examiner. However, Menchi turned her gaze to him because she remembered something else. Oh, right, Germain, I remember you have a disciple named Karapika, don't you? Will he be participating in this year's pro hunter exam? Germain, wearing a tricorn hat and wrapped in a black robe, was watching the moose centaur troops running back and forth, scouting along both sides of the path in the distance. Hearing Menchi's question, he turned his head. Karapika? I recall him saying he would participate. He's probably already on his way to the exam site now. Menchi nodded with satisfaction. It's about time he took the exam. However, as the disciple of the famous Germain, he might have to endure a lot of stress. All the hunters at the Pro Hunter exam will be watching him, and having learned an ability, he should be able to sense those converging gazes. Under such intense scrutiny, I wonder how much of his normal performance he'll be able to display. Karapika's performance might suffer due to excessive stress. Germain, however, had no such worries. Months of interaction had made it clear to him that Karapika was one of those rare individuals with a strong heart in big situations. He'll be fine. Oh. Menchi looked at Germain in surprise, quite confident in your disciple, aren't you? That's really good, Boera, what do you say, should we also take on a disciple? Boera scratched the back of his head with a simple-minded expression. Menchi, you can try. I'll pass, though. I'd probably just take my disciple around to eat and drink, they wouldn't amount to anything. Then I'll pass too. I know my own temper, I get agitated so easily, so I can't patiently teach a disciple. But to become a 2-star hunter, it's best to have a disciple. What a hassle. Menchi, are you mocking Kansi, the tiger of the zodiacs? Every pro hunter knew Kansi was short-tempered, lacked common sense, and had no patience, and Menchi could never be as extreme as Kansi. No, how could I say such a thing? Menchi winked at Boera with a grin, revealing her true thoughts. While Menchi and Boera chatted, Sanbika played with her fingers, and Bisky chased Jin, Germain, and Shizuku's eyes met. Since that day, it had been difficult for them to find time alone together. This was unavoidable, there were simply too many people around. For now, they could only communicate as if by telepathy, maintaining the status quo. It was just that Shizuku always stared at him, and if she kept looking, Bisky would eventually notice. At this moment, Sarah trotted over from the outer perimeter of the group, his 4 hooves moving swiftly. He and Kirahai had agreed to Jin's trade that day, so their weapons had all received alchemy plant enchantment. Sarah's spear was engraved with wind element runes, upgrading it to the spiral spear of gale. Kirahai's scimitar was engraved with water element runes, upgrading it to the flowing water blood sacrifice blade of the waning moon. The brothers, highly satisfied, fulfilled their agreement and prepared a group of people for Germain, Jin, and the others, to go to the ancient labyrinth to help build the castle. However, one of the brothers always had to stay behind in the tribe to guard against external attacks, so Kirahai remained in the tribe and did not come along. Sarah brought 14 moose centaur warriors this time, all young and strong, making a total of 15 with him. This was more than enough for building the castle. Incidentally, with the chief's approval, their bartering with Germain and Jin's side could also begin. Currently, 5 of the 15 moose centaurs carried a batch of food and herbs as an initial trial. At the same time, they also needed to familiarize themselves with the current path, as ensuring the safety of the path was crucial for future bartering transactions. Sarah and the other moose centaurs were accustomed to this. Their tribe was not isolated, they would trade with other demi-human tribes when necessary, so they had done such things many times. Sarah ran to Germain's side, then slowed his pace. Mr. Germain, the fifth wave, outer reconnaissance, the result, is safe, we can proceed steadily. Good. Thank you all for your trouble. No problem, this is what we should do. After a while, Sarah showed hesitation again, but finally spoke. Mr. Germain, you possess sacred moonlight, do you really not want to believe? Believe? This wasn't the first time Sarah and the others had urged Germain to believe in their tribe's moon, sacred moon, blood moon, or red moon. In fact, they were all different representations of the same symbol. Germain had little interest in believing in deities, so he had repeatedly refused Sarah and the others proselytizing, and this time was no exception. Sarah couldn't help but show disappointment, but he didn't force Germain to believe in the moon god, and then dropped the subject. Such proselytizing had actually begun with Germain himself, asking about the Moose Centaur tribe's beliefs. He wanted to know, besides the red moon, what other beliefs existed on the Dark Continent. The chief's explanation was that the red moon was the only god, but there were indeed 4 hands of God beneath him, and numerous believers before God beneath the hands of God. However, compared to the red moon, all other hands of God and believers before God had false power, because the power of all life in the entire world came from him. It was said that the ancient labyrinth was the palace and dwelling of one of these believers before God. The chief was unaware of anything beyond this. This statement was the chief's one-sided account, and Germain didn't fully believe it, merely keeping it in mind. Sarah's caution was justified. The slow-moving team was suddenly attacked in the early morning mist the next day. However, their team's lineup was simply too strong. Germain, Jing, Bisky, Shizuku, Sarah, Menchi, Buera, Sanbika, and a host of Moose Centaur warriors were all present. The enemy only gained a certain advantage at the very beginning of the surprise attack, but once everyone reacted, the enemy was met with a bloody counterattack. When Germain raised his sacred moonlight greatsword in the hazy mist, it not only encouraged the Moose Centaur warriors but also deterred the bewildered enemy. The enemy fled in disarray, their scattered corpses littering the muddy road, while the team only suffered the minor cost of several injured Moose Centaur warriors. Sanbika, with a medical kit slung over her shoulder, silently busied herself among the wounded. Her petite yet dedicated figure earned the goodwill of the Moose Centaur warriors, who began to willingly follow the commands of this seemingly frail woman. After retracting his sacred moonlight greatsword, Germain slightly lifted the brim of his tricorn hat and looked down at an enemy corpse placed before him. He nudged the corpse with his toe, flipping it over so he could see its true appearance. The enemy had a cold-blooded face, covered in fine grey scales and thorny protrusions, with a long, curled tongue extending from its half-open mouth. The edges of its thick neck, between its fingers and toes, and along its waist, were all equipped with light, expandable webs, which had helped this group of enemies launch their attack from above. They are lizardmen. Sarah's hoof stopped beside Germain, his blood-stained spiral spear of gale pointing diagonally at the ground. Germain turned to Sarah. Are you familiar with them? Why did they attack us? Familiar. Sarah's long face showed a look of disgust, and he involuntarily snorted through his large nose. They are greedy traitors. Sarah still spoke in his broken human language. After all, before this, the only place where this language could be used was for communicating with the elusive Dong. He didn't speak it much, so he wasn't proficient. However, Sarah's explanation to Germain in human language, even if it was halting, was sufficient. Germain told him to pause, then waved to the others, signaling them to gather around so that Sarah wouldn't have to repeat himself. Sarah saw Jing, Bisky, Shizuku, and others approaching and understood Germain's intention, so he waited for a moment. When everyone had gathered, and many wore puzzled expressions, Sarah continued speaking. On the Dark Continent, among the demi-humans, the small species have always been threatened by the large species and medium species. So, 100 years ago, the small species demi-human groups formed the Demi-Human Watch Covenant, and the Moose Centaur also joined. The covenant stipulates, attacking one of the tribes is considered an attack on all allied tribes, and all allied tribes must retaliate. Initially, it was good, connecting the demi-humans, reducing casualties, stabilizing trade. But it slowly deteriorated, like a rotten fruit, growing maggots. The greedy lizardmen are one of them. They are insatiably greedy, wanting more, so they disregarded the covenant, attacked us, betrayed us. The chief, Kiyohai, were all very angry, and retaliated, and appealed to the Demi-Human Watch Covenant. But the Demi-Human Watch Covenant did not help us. Instead, they pretended nothing happened. It was truly abominable. They also betrayed us. At this, Germain, Jing, Bisky, Shizuku, and the others finally understood. The reason why Sarah's younger brother Kiyohai was so wary of them was that there was a precedent. Kiyohai was simply looking out for his tribe, not wanting the tribe to suffer a second setback. Suddenly, Germain had an idea. Since it was a Demi-Human Watch Covenant exclusively for small species, would there be? He asked, Sarah, among your allied tribes, are there chimera ants? Or called chimera ants? The size of chimera ants would certainly fall within the scope of small species demi-humans. Sarah initially didn't understand what Germain meant by chimera ants or chimera ants in human language. However, as Germain patiently described the Ant King, Ant Queen, Royal Guard, squad leaders and brigade leaders, and phylogenetic reproduction, he quickly matched them with a race from his memory. Immediately after, Sarah subtly showed an expression even more hateful than when he saw the lizardman. His expression now was like the portrayal in the photo of subway old man looking at phone. In fact, it wasn't just Sarah, the other 14 Moose Centaur warriors who came along also showed expressions of disgust and nausea. I know them, they are not part of the Demi-Human Watch Covenant, because we all strongly resist them. Phagogenetic reproduction is truly repulsive, they use the flesh of our kin, to form their new members, and then attack us. We will never accept them, unless they stop. Phagogenetic reproduction of demi-humans, otherwise, there will be no room for compromise. Sarah's tone became very agitated this time, even interspersed with a few Moose Centaur words, spitting out foam. If he had a human face, he would probably be red with anger by now. Germain thought carefully and understood the reason why demi-humans, including the Moose Centaur, disliked chimera ants so much. The key was phagogenetic reproduction. Firstly, phagogenesis. When Germain, Bisky, Menchi, and Boera first arrived on the Dark Continent, they decided never to eat demi-humans or other species that could communicate through words or actions. This was because demi-humans were too similar to humans in all aspects. Yet, chimera ants could eat similar humans and demi-humans without any psychological burden. If it were humans, they would also hate this species. Secondly, reproduction. The ant queen's method of phagogenetic reproduction reminded Germain of the goblins that were modified in Japanese fantasy manga or novels. Goblins would plunder human females, forcibly mate with them, and there would be no reproductive isolation, ultimately leading human females to bear their offspring. And these offspring, no matter how much human blood they had, would ultimately appear as goblins. Chimera ants, especially the ant queen, were like despicable and shameless goblins, making the demi-humans both hateful and fearful. After the matter was clarified, Germain's team continued their journey. The tall, upright cubic stone pillars of the ancient labyrinth had already appeared in their sight, and an enticing fragrance wafted into their noses. This meant that they would reach the ancient labyrinth after a short walk. Everyone was talking and laughing, completely forgetting about the previous lizardman attack and the chimera ants' phagogenetic reproduction. Jing possessed an outstanding language talent, he had learned most of the words used for daily conversation in the Moose Centaur language in just half a month. Now, he could communicate quite smoothly with Sarah and other Moose Centaur warriors in the Moose Centaur language, which greatly surprised the latter. Just as Jing and Sarah and the other Moose Centaur were chatting happily, Germain suddenly walked over. What's wrong? Jing noticed the unusual expression on Germain's face. Germain calmly said, I was thinking, what if we join the Demi-Human Watch Covenant in the future? Ho, Jing stroked his stubbled chin, an interesting idea. As for demi-humans, if there's a need, we can also be demi-humans. Early January 1999. Melody, a music hunter, and Kurapika, an amateur hunter, arrived together in Dalport, the town hosting this year's Pro Hunter exam. Melody was short and stout, with most of her long hair bald, revealing a smooth scalp, and two buck teeth like a hamster's fangs protruding from her lips. Such a person could certainly not be described as beautiful, yet she did possess a voice that could be called beautiful. If you closed your eyes and only listened to her voice, you would definitely think she was a mature, charming, and beautiful older sister. Kurapika, Melody pointed to a nearby hotel and said gently, I'll stay here and wait for you these few days while you take the exam. Kurapika was no longer wearing the traditional Kurta clan attire, but a simple white shirt, looking like a tourist visiting Dalport. He glanced at the hotel, then looked at Melody and nodded. I don't know how many days this Pro Hunter exam will last. Thank you for waiting for me here. Melody shook her head and smiled slightly. It's nothing. Besides, it might end quickly. After all, you are Mr. Germain's disciple. Germain had passed the Pro Hunter exam last year in just a few days, and he was the only candidate to pass that year. Melody's comment was teasing, as Germain's disciple, Kurapika might also pass the Pro Hunter exam very quickly. Previously, Germain had told Kurapika that he could invite Melody to Greed Island. Since his master said so, Kurapika revealed his relationship with his master to Melody and conveyed his master's wish. Honestly, Melody was surprised when she heard that Kurapika was actually the disciple of Germain, who had become famous in the past year. That Germain had now, due to his achievements in subduing the chimera ants, entered the power center of the Hunter Association, the Zodiacs. His high position, great authority, and astonishing strength, all made Melody sigh with admiration. And this golden-haired young man, who had been his partner for some time, was actually Mr. Germain's disciple. It was truly unbelievable. However, Melody eventually believed Kurapika because she could hear others' heart melodies and thus confirmed that Kurapika was not lying. Regarding Germain's invitation, Melody hesitated for a moment before agreeing. That Germain must have wanted to meet her and express goodwill, considering she had been taking care of Kurapika. This was actually a good thing for Melody. She also wanted to meet the rumored Germain and hear how his heart melody differed from that of ordinary hunters, allowing him to perform so exceptionally. So, she agreed. However, before that, Kurapika still had to participate in the Pro Hunter exam, and Melody accompanied him, which led to their current conversation. Because Melody was a pro hunter, through her channels, Kurapika learned many things that had recently happened to his master, Germain. So, hearing Melody's teasing, he was actually genuinely happy, but also vaguely worried. If I fail the Pro Hunter exam, will I disgrace Master Germain? Melody, whether she saw or heard Kurapika's thoughts, smiled and said, Kurapika, you are just too cautious. Don't worry. Perhaps spending a long time doing missions with me has given you the illusion that everyone around you is a terrifying non-user. But, in reality, the quantity of non-users in the world is not large, and even fewer have not yet participated in the Pro Hunter exam. When you go to participate in the Pro Hunter exam now, it's like a tiger from the mountains being thrown into a pen of sheep. Don't worry, you will definitely pass. Go take the exam, I'll wait here for your good news. Okay. Kurapika also felt this was true. Then I'm off. Go. Melody waved at him with a smile. Kurapika, with a slight apprehension, embarked on his journey to the Pro Hunter exam and successfully passed the guide's test. On the way to the first stage of the exam, the guide asked, as if unintentionally, "Your name is Kurapika, isn't it?" Kurapika looked at him suspiciously and replied, "You know me." "No." The guide smiled, then pressed a button, but stepped outside himself, beckoning to the confused Kurapika, "Now I do." Clang. After the guide pressed the room button, the entire room descended. Kurapika then realized the whole room was an elevator. Even after the elevator stopped, Kurapika couldn't figure out what the guide meant. Stepping out of the elevator, Kurapika was watched by many eyes for a moment, then they all shifted away. These eyes belonged to candidates who, like him, came to take the exam. Kurapika looked around, observing the diverse group of candidates for a while. Then, he slowly and uncontrollably let out a sigh of relief. If my judgment is not wrong, there seems to be only one powerful non-user, unless there are other powerful non-users who have been hiding very well all along. Melody is right, most of my competitors are not strong. No, I can't think that way, I must not let my guard down. My failure to pass the Pro Hunter exam is a small matter, but if it disgraces Master Germain, that would be a big deal. I must not make such a basic mistake. Just then, a green head suddenly appeared in front of him. I'm Bean Man, in charge of logistics for this exam. He looked like a pea in a suit, extending his hand to Kurapika. You must be Kurapika. Kurapika did not shake Bean Man's hand, but frowned and asked, how do you know me too? Ah. Bean Man realized he had let something slip, quickly covered his mouth with both hands, then hastily took out a number tag and handed it to Kurapika. This is your exam number, be sure to keep it safe. Bean Man gave a simple two-sentence reminder, then actually just ran off, slipping into the crowd of candidates. He just ran off like that? It's getting stranger and stranger. Afterwards, Kurapika met a spiky-haired young man named Gon, who was quite outgoing and struck up a conversation with him, and an uncle named Leorio, carrying a briefcase. Gon and Leorio were both enthusiastic and talkative people, and they quickly befriended Kurapika on their own. Besides them, there was also a suspicious person named Tonpa, who, like Gon and Leorio, actively approached them to get close. However, unlike Gon and Leorio, Tonpa wanted to give them a few cans of drinks. Kurapika refused on the spot. Gon took a sip, found the taste a bit strange, and spat it out. Leorio also spat it out. So, none of the three drank Tonpa's beverage. Tonpa mumbled a few words under his breath, then walked away dejectedly. Immediately after, Kurapika and the other two met a white-haired young man named Killua, and the group of four began the first stage of the exam, a long-distance tunnel run. During the long run, Kurapika chatted with Gon, Killua, and Leorio while carefully watching ahead. With his ability to multitask, his breathing remained steady as usual, which made Killua, next to him, look at Kurapika a few more times. Ahead of them, the tall man in green clothing, whom Kurapika had identified as a powerful non-user candidate and a dangerous person, had his face covered in needles and ran like an insufficiently lubricated mechanical doll. My biggest competitor should be him. Kurapika thought. The subsequent several stages indeed proved Kurapika's judgment was correct. This man with needles on his face was the most formidable opponent. However, fortunately, this was the Pro Hunter exam, and unless necessary, Kurapika did not have to confront this man. He continued to pass the stages smoothly, during which two unexpected things happened. The first thing was that Kurapika noticed that no matter where he was, there were occasional glances directed at him, but they were usually not malicious, more like curiosity. Ever since I started this exam, I've been receiving excessive attention from the Hunter exam officials. These people all seem to know me. Kurapika pondered for a while and slowly gained some insight. Given so many strange circumstances now, this is the only possibility. The second thing was that Gon, Killua, and Leorio, like him, all passed through the stages and arrived at the nominal final stage. He hadn't expected that these three people who initially struck up a conversation with him all possessed good aptitudes. As for the sneaky Tonpa, he had already failed and gone home in an earlier stage. Kurapika had a good impression of Gon and the others, and he sincerely hoped they would pass this year's Pro Hunter exam. However, before that, he had to ensure his own success. The 287th Hunter exam, ostensibly the final stage, was presided over by a man in strange attire but with a serious expression. His bowler hat and high-collared jacket were both black and white, like a cow's hide, and his hat even had a pair of bull horns as decoration. Everyone had the feeling, this was an eccentric person. However, none of the candidates who had made it through to the final stage dared to underestimate the man before them based on his appearance. Because the fools who judged by appearance had all been screened out in the previous stages. My name is Myzystem. The Ox held an open report folder, glanced down, and began his self-introduction. I am the vice chairman of the Hunter Association, and also the examiner for the final stage of the 287th Hunter exam. Only then did everyone realize his identity and position were so high. As Myzystem spoke, his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to a month ago. After the Chimera Ant Extermination War celebration banquet, Chairman Netero disappeared without a trace, then suddenly reappeared and used his chairman's authority to make appointments. Cheadle and HxH were appointed vice-chairman of the Hunter Association, jointly presiding over and handling its various affairs. Afterward, Chairman Netero disappeared again, this time taking Morel, Knuckle and other members of the Chimera Ant extermination team with him, no one knew where. However, it's not uncommon for a civilian organization to have a chairman and multiple vice-chairmen. Coupled with the fact that Cheadle and HxH were both highly respected and reliable individuals, their appointments did not face much resistance. The core figures of the clearly defined anti-chairman faction, Terradon Neutral, Bushidora Ambitious and Rupi Highland, did raise objections. They believed that ever since former vice-chairman Pariston resigned for his own reasons, Chairman Netero had monopolized power. Now, Chairman Netero was wantonly installing members loyal to him in important positions like vice-chairman, which they saw as transforming the Hunter Association into his private property. Cheadle and HxH were not as subservient to Chairman Netero as they claimed, but that was relative. From the perspective of the anti-chairman faction, the truth was that anyone who didn't try to escape Chairman Netero's influence to the greatest extent possible was part of the chairman's faction. This was clearly contrary to their anti-chairman faction purpose and their refusal of blind worship of Chairman Netero. However, appointing vice-chairman was one of the chairman's authorities. Chairman Netero had pushed through Pariston's appointment against all opposition in this very way. Now that he was doing this, others had nothing to say. The core trio of the anti-chairman faction could only protest verbally for a few moments. Without the ambivalent Pariston, they were helpless against Chairman Netero. The previously delicate balance within the Hunter Association had been completely broken. HxH noticed that Chairman Netero was now making every effort to assert his influence. Some of what the core trio of the anti-chairman faction said was indeed true. Chairman Netero was trying to gain greater control over the Hunter Association. The former Chairman Netero would not have done these things, or rather, not with such firm resolve and thoroughness. Although Chairman Netero now seemed to be uninvolved and had delegated power to Cheadle and HxH. But everyone knew that Cheadle and HxH would listen to him on many matters. The chairman would always suddenly appear in some affairs to express his opinion. For example, the content of the final stage of the Pro-Hunter exam before him was personally designed by Chairman Netero. He first had HxH inquire about the candidates' most desired opponents, their least desired opponents, and other information. After obtaining this information, Chairman Netero then formulated this plan, which he only sent to HxH's email last night. What else could HxH do? Chairman's authority also included devising the content of the Pro-Hunter exam. He could only silently tear up his original exam plan and use Chairman Netero's plan. Looking at this plan, HxH first frowned slightly, then understood Chairman Netero's intention, and finally chose to trust Chairman Netero. Given Chairman Netero's nickname Omni-Ear, he must have already known about the candidates' excellent performances in the previous stages, and combined with their own wishes, he would have come up with such a plan. This was a rather peculiar exam plan. First, the candidates would engage in one-on-one matches in a fixed order. Then, killing was forbidden, otherwise, the killer would be disqualified. To achieve victory, one must make the opponent concede. Theoretically, if all went smoothly, there would only be one eliminated person, and everyone else would pass this year's Pro-Hunter exam. When HxH announced this exam plan, which seemed like a whim of Chairman Netero, it immediately caused an uproar among the candidates. However, the candidates ultimately accepted this exam plan. They couldn't refuse, as refusing would be equivalent to directly conceding. The sunk cost was too high, everyone who had made it to the final step was unwilling to give up. The first round was Gon's duel against a ninja named Hanzo. Although the battle was overwhelmingly in Hanzo's favor, Gon was unwilling to concede no matter what. His spirit of fearlessness and lack of hatred moved Hanzo. Finally, Hanzo voluntarily conceded. Despite passing out, Gon won and passed the Pro-Hunter exam. While Gon was being treated, the exam continued in an orderly fashion. Kurapika was second to compete, and his opponent was Killua. Killua was full of confidence at the start. He had noticed that Kurapika was particularly special among the candidates and had long wanted to fight him to determine a winner. However, he was quickly and inexplicably defeated by Kurapika. That scene of powerlessness even reminded him of how he had lost to the man named Germain several months ago. Kurapika, however, was not particularly happy. After all, under the guidance of teacher Germain, he had become an unuser. Such a person, as long as he wasn't careless, wouldn't lose to Killua, who didn't understand an ability. Just as Melody said, his participation in the Pro-Hunter exam now was like a hungry tiger entering a flock of fat sheep, practically a dimensionality reduction strike. But no matter what, he passed the Pro-Hunter exam, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't shamed teacher Germain. As for Killua, Kurapika didn't rashly go up to comfort him. He could see that this defeat was a big blow to Killua, and he had a good impression of him. However, anything he said now would be the victor's condescending pity towards the loser, which would actually be an insult to Killua. Therefore, Kurapika chose to remain silent. Afterward, Hanzo successfully forced Pakal, an archer, to concede in their duel, and also passed the exam. Killua, who was next to compete, seemed to vent his resentment from losing to Kurapika earlier, and immediately went all out against his opponent, the martial artist Badaro. Badaro had originally wanted to be as stubborn as Gon. But when Killua revealed his ruthless assassin's true nature, he finally broke Badaro's spirit. Killua also passed the exam, but he still looked at Kurapika with some reluctance. He wanted to know how Kurapika, who was only a few years older than him, had achieved such strength far exceeding his own. The exam was still ongoing. Soon after, the man with a face full of needles appeared, facing Pakal, and won easily. Leorio then appeared, encountering Badaro, who had suffered severe physical and mental damage from Killua, and won by a clever trick. The final battle was Pakal versus Badaro, and the result was Badaro's continuous defeats. After all these twists and turns, in the end, the sole eliminated person appeared, the completely mentally broken Badaro. However, Kurapika felt that for Badaro, this was actually a good thing. Because the candidates who passed the exam now, if they were not Nen users, would face the true final stage learning Nen ability. Badaro was already quite old, starting to learn Nen ability at this point wouldn't be difficult, but he would likely have little room for growth afterward. Such a person, if he rashly stepped into the dangerous world of Nen users, would quickly die at the hands of some Nen user. As Kurapika was thinking this, another unexpected incident occurred at the Hunter license distribution site. The man with needles suddenly pulled out the needles on his face, removed his disguise, and restored his appearance. Kurapika recognized him, it was Illumi, who had collaborated with the Phantom Troop on the train that day to attack teacher Germain. And Illumi's target for this attack became Killua. Killua didn't even put up much resistance and was completely defeated under Illumi's intimidation. Kurapika and Leorio wanted to help Killua, but Illumi stopped them with a single sentence. "This is a matter between us brothers, I hope you won't interfere casually." Only then did Kurapika and Leorio realize that Killua was Illumi's younger brother. Illumi's inky black eyes stared at Kurapika. "Especially you, if you lay a hand on me, things will get very troublesome, because if I kill you, your teacher will definitely come looking for me. To be honest, I don't want to get involved with that guy, otherwise I'll most likely have no peace for a long time. I don't want to hide like Kurora, my family also won't let me get close to him. Don't worry, I won't do anything to Killua, I'm just here to take him home." Killua also told Kurapika and Leorio not to intervene, and then he left the scene dejectedly. Illumi followed closely behind. Of course, both brothers took their hunter license with them. Kurapika also understood that he was probably not Illumi's opponent at the moment, and since Killua's life wasn't in danger, he let the matter drop. Leorio, on the other hand, became indignant, but he was more concerned about the unconscious Gon, so he took no further action. Killua's interlude came to an end. Kurapika successfully obtained his pro-hunter license and was specifically called aside by the Ox, Mai Zystem. "Come with me, I have something to give you." During the recent conflict between Illumi and Killua, Mai Zystem and other Hunter Association members watched with cold detachment, making no moves. They did not want to interfere with matters outside the Hunter exam. It was only when Kurapika intended to help Killua against Illumi that Mai Zystem's gaze showed a slight change. As the eldest son of the Zaldik family, Illumi was quickly recognized by Mai Zystem, the crime hunter. He's a troublesome fellow. However, if Germain's disciple were to clash with Illumi, Mai Zystem would have no choice but to intervene, unconditionally siding with Kurapika. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate to the worst-case scenario, no conflict occurred, and both Illumi and Killua departed. Thus, Mai Zystem chose this moment to call Kurapika aside, asking him to come alone. Kurapika said goodbye to Leorio and followed him. He was both curious about what Mai Zystem wanted to give him and eager to understand why the Hunter Association was paying so much attention to him. For either reason, Kurapika decided to follow Mai Zystem. Soon, Mai Zystem led Kurapika into a secret room, and in the dim light, revealed the reason for bringing him there. "You should want these," Mai Zystem said calmly. Kurapika's pupils constricted sharply, if he hadn't been wearing colored contacts, his scarlet eyes would likely have glowed crimson in the darkness. Why are they in your hands?" Having trained under Germain and Melody for several months, Kurapika quickly suppressed his anger and controlled his emotions. If it were his former self, upon seeing the 5 pairs of scarlet eyes soaking in 5 jars of solution before him, he would have been consumed by rage, perhaps even verbally abusing Mai Zystem. Now, however, he did not, he had become more rational and calm, not directly confronting Mai Zystem with his words. Mai Zystem had been silently observing Kurapika's reaction, taking in every change in his emotions. He is indeed a promising talent, no wonder Germain took him as a disciple. I had expected him to be like the person described in the profile, someone who would torment himself and burn out for revenge, but I didn't expect him to be so composed. It seems that Hunter suits him better than Avenger. With this, many things will become easier. Mai Zystem adjusted his bowler hat, then slowly began to speak. "I believe you must have noticed that many people were paying attention to you throughout the entire pro-hunter exam." Kurapika pursed his lips, remaining silent. Mai Zystem paced in the dim secret room, continuing to speak. "As for the reason, you must have already guessed. Yes, it's because of your teacher Germain. In the past few months, while undertaking various missions with Melody, the music hunter, you must have heard about Germain's recent achievements, haven't you?" Hearing Germain, Kurapika could no longer remain silent, he nodded. "Is it the Chimera Ant Extermination War?" Melody logged into the Pro-Hunter exclusive network and showed me relevant information about teacher Germain. "That makes things easier," Mai Zystem said sternly, stopping in front of Kurapika. "Your teacher is outstanding, he was the primary contributor in the Chimera Ant Extermination War, making decisive contributions that even surpassed Chairman Netaros. He also reduced casualties among the Chimera Ant Extermination team members in various aspects. It can be said that he has bestowed kindness upon many people. We want to repay him, but we don't wish to do so merely through wealth or power. Subsequently, we discovered you, and after some investigation, learned of your background. Chairman Netero understood that you have been recovering your clan's Scarlet Eyes, and only the last 5 pairs remained, though these last 5 pairs were the most difficult to acquire. Kurapika slowly exhaled. He had to admit that my Zystem was right. The recovery of the Scarlet Eyes had been quite smooth in recent months, but the final 5 pairs had stumped him because they were in the hands of troublesome individuals. These individuals held high positions, possessed immense wealth, and Kurapika simply couldn't offer an equivalent exchange. At the same time, they were surrounded by experts, even the user bodyguards, making the probability of a successful armed seizure very low. Unless Teacher Germain could help him, but he had no idea where Teacher Germain was now. He also didn't want Teacher Germain to help him with such a moderately difficult task. However, the problem was now easily solved. The last 5 pairs of Scarlet Eyes had all appeared in my Zystem's hands. What Kurapika and Melody couldn't resolve, my Zystem, with his abundant resources, quickly accomplished. After the Chimera Ant Extermination War Celebration Banquet, Chairman Netero gave me a mission, to secretly recover these 5 pairs of Scarlet Eyes and return them to you. Now, I have done it. Take them. Kurapika's mouth hung open, speechless for a long time, finally managing only a hoarse thank you. Don't thank us, my Zystem finally showed a slight smile, you know why we helped you recover these Scarlet Eyes. If you want to express gratitude, thank your teacher. However, I think the best way to thank him is to become an excellent hunter. How about setting a goal first? Kurapika's hand, which had been caressing the container holding the Scarlet Eyes, paused, and he turned his head in confusion. A goal? Yes, my Zystem said, becoming a pro hunter is just the beginning. In terms of honor, hunters also have star-level honors, 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. Since you've chosen the path of a hunter, how about aiming to become a 1-star hunter first? My Zystem spoke persuasively. Although Kurapika didn't immediately understand the intricacies, this goal indeed aligned with his wishes. He had to do something to live up to Teacher Germain's hope. Thus, Kurapika quickly made a decision, to aim for becoming a 1-star hunter and continue his future journey. However, before that, Kurapika needed to find Melody first, then gather these 5 pairs of Scarlet Eyes along with all the Scarlet Eyes previously recovered. He needed to hold a funeral for his clan members, a funeral that was years overdue. He hoped that the souls of his physically intact clan members could rest in peace. Far away from where hunter exam licenses are issued, in the Dark Continent. At this very moment, the sky was a thick, grayish-white, like spilled milk, and beneath this terrible curtain, a fierce struggle was erupting. Rumble. Germain held his sacred moonlight greatsword diagonally with both hands, lightly skimming over the remaining patches of earth amidst the explosively hot lava, as agile as a dragonfly touching water. Not far away, standing tall, was the disease spreader, which had recently resurfaced from underground and broken through the soil. Shortly after departing from the Moose Centaur tribe and returning to the ancient labyrinth, the team decided to teleport to the grayish-white desert to replenish their alchemy plants. The disease spreader, having just revived, was at its weakest, making this the most opportune time to strike. However, the team wasn't entirely sure if the disease spreader had revived at this point in time. It might have been too early, or too late. They had inferred the disease spreader's revival time based on the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle's 3-month revival period. To be safe, Germain had lit 2 teleportation lanterns in the grayish-white desert back then. One was the special lantern that was originally in the grayish-white desert, and the other was the ordinary lantern Germain had left on the battlefield where he defeated the disease spreader. There was no cooldown for teleportation between special lanterns, but cooldown times had to be calculated between special lanterns and between ordinary lanterns themselves. The German team utilized this point, teleporting from the special lantern in the ancient labyrinth to the special lantern in the grayish-white desert. Subsequently, Germain, by sensing the location of the ordinary lantern, helped the team take a shorter path than before, reaching the battlefield in the fastest possible time. The ordinary lantern left there was equivalent to a marker Germain had left behind. However, the German team arrived too early. The battlefield, which had been ravaged by the terrifying battle, showed no signs of large-scale activity, and the disease spreader was still holed up in its underground cave. At the same time, countless malevolent spirits drifted across the twisted, grayish-white sky, pouring into the cave voluntarily, like schooling sardines, with whooshing sounds. Woo woo woo. Ugh ugh ugh. The cave was filled with crowded, wailing white spirits, almost overflowing from the entrance. Frost covered the ground, and one could feel the surrounding temperature plummet just by getting a little closer. The German team's goal was to pinpoint the disease spreader's weak period right after its revival, carry out the swiftest encirclement, and harvest the alchemy plants. The current situation, with the disease spreader not yet awake, actually played right into their hands. If it had woken up early, gorged itself on malevolent spirits, and recovered its vitality, that would have been truly troublesome. The team found a cave near the disease spreader's revival point to serve as their temporary base, and from a distance, monitored the monster in the underground cave that was in the process of reviving. Since this disease spreader was not as powerful as the previous one, which had absorbed malevolent spirits for a long time, there was no need for everyone to be present. This was good news for Germain, as he wouldn't need to make 2 round trips using the special lantern to bring everyone over. If he did so, he would ultimately acquire at least 4 batches of negative traits or diseases from the 2 round trips, plus another batch from returning from the Dark Continent to Greed Island, making it 5 batches. In that case, Abengain and Hina would have their hands full helping him with exorcism, and might even need to consume cure-all herb. Therefore, this current team consisted of only the most streamlined 4-person group. Germain, responsible for teleportation, reconnaissance, and combat. Shizuku, responsible for storing alchemy plants and other spoils of war, as well as logistical supplies. Bisky, responsible for eliminating fatigue and comforting the mind. Buera, responsible for food supply and absorbing damage. They waited patiently in the cave near the disease spreader's revival point. Fortunately, they had anticipated this situation and brought enough supplies to last them 1 or 2 months, with plenty to spare. At worst, Germain could also return to the ancient labyrinth via the special lantern to retrieve more supplies. During the wait, Germain made a new discovery about his teleportation lantern. After defeating the Ant King Mirlem, Germain was truly considered a champion-level Nen user in the true sense. Later, after defeating the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle once again, Germain acquired a new teleportation lantern. It was while using his hunter badge to observe this new teleportation lantern that he noticed a change within it. In the projection of the hunter badge, a triangular, silver triangle pattern appeared. Each of the 3 corners of the silver triangle had a small, simplified diagram of a teleportation lantern. And at this moment, only one of them was highlighted, while the other 2 were dim. Did this mean that if he collected 3 new teleportation lanterns that weren't fixed in a specific location, something strange would happen with this silver triangle? What would happen? Germain didn't know, but he was willing to try. After all, his demand for ordinary teleportation lanterns wasn't very high right now, so it was fine if they were consumed. After this, Germain, Shizuku, Bisky, and Buera waited until January 22nd, finally reaching the moment they had been waiting for. The one thing a hunter should never lack is patience, and this patience allowed them to wait for the best opportunity. The disease spreader broke through the earth, completing the initial stage of its revival. And this was its weakest moment. Most of the malevolent spirits had been swallowed for its rebirth, and it had just revived, not yet having gathered its army of undying disease-infested zombies. As a result, the barrier surrounding it also failed to be established in time. Thus, the German team launched their attack on it without hesitation. Which brings us to the current scene. Due to the German team's significant 1 super, many strong dynamic, the battle still followed the pattern of Germain acting alone, with the other 3 coordinating with each other. A very small number of malevolent spirits still lingered around Germain, but as he vibrated his sacred moonlight greatsword, emitting holy light, these malevolent spirits were also purified. It seemed that the sacred moonlight greatsword was the most potent materialized weapon Germain currently possessed for dealing with malevolent entities. Germain charged straight ahead with his sacred moonlight greatsword, not even bothering to use his contempt armor. The disease spreader attempted to use wind, water, fire, and earth elements to cause heaven and earth anomalies, to repel or hinder everyone, but their power was greatly diminished, failing to have much effect. Neither the raging blizzards nor the scorching lava ground could stop the team's offensive in the slightest. After some effort, Germain personally struck down the disease spreader once again, sending it back underground. Note, the process for enemies already fought once will not be described in detail. As the few remaining malevolent spirits in the air howled and flew past, Germain received a notification from his hunter badge projection that he had acquired a new lantern. Upon closer inspection, the silver triangle mentioned earlier indeed had 2 of its lantern patterns highlighted, with only the last one remaining dim. It took some time for the German team to recover the alchemy plant from the disease spreader's remains. This time, they only obtained 30 plants, more than 20 fewer than last time. However, this was already enough. They then returned from here to the special lantern teleportation point in the grayish-white desert, arriving late at night. They camped nearby and stayed for another night. Then, the next morning, they used the cooldown-free teleportation between the special lanterns to return to the ancient labyrinth. As soon as they returned to the special lantern teleportation point in the ancient labyrinth, the top floor of the tower, the team members couldn't help but relax. Bisky excitedly ran thump, thump, thump downstairs. She wanted to take a bath and then put on a beautiful, fragrant dress. These days, for convenience in combat, she had been wearing the same tight-fitting suit. This had really stifled her, so much so that she didn't even greet the other 3 before eagerly running off. Buera was the second to leave. He said he was going to tell Jin, Menchi, and Sanbika, who had stayed behind, that the team had completed their mission and all of them had returned safely. Germain, on the other hand, was beside the special lantern teleportation point, checking what negative trait or disease he had received this time. As it turned out, this time he received 2 negative traits and no disease, which was the best possible outcome. The first negative trait was wilderness phobia. This meant that when Germain was in wilderness scenes like the grayish-white desert, once a stress event was triggered, it would add additional stress on top of the existing amount. The second negative trait was shoulder injury. This meant that all of Germain's melee damage would be reduced to a certain extent because of this negative trait. Germain would have to clear both of these negative traits immediately upon returning to Greed Island. In terms of limitations, shoulder injury was definitely more harmful. At this moment, Shizuku, who was still on the top floor of the tower, came closer. Germain didn't turn around, but he felt a warm, soft body pressing against his back, allowing him to fully experience its astonishing elasticity and extensibility. Shizuku hugged Germain from behind with both hands, her face pressed against Germain's broad back, her eyes narrowed expressionlessly, breathing slowly. Germain didn't move, letting Shizuku hold him like that. This was one of their rare moments alone recently, so he let Shizuku continue to hold him. She only started making such affectionate gestures after that night. Germain noticed that Shizuku was becoming more and more feminine in every aspect, both physically and mentally. Shizuku narrowed her eyes for a while before opening them, letting go of Germain, and then straightening her crooked black-framed glasses. What's wrong? Germain turned to look at Shizuku. He sensed a slight change in Shizuku's mood, a subtle tacit understanding unique to lovers after soul communication. Shizuku's finger touched her lips, and she tilted her head quite cutely. Bisky seems to have found out about us. Oh, she found out. Germain wasn't too surprised. He knew that the 50-something-year-old girl would find out sooner or later. Probably. Shizuku lifted her collar with her right hand, revealing a fleeting glimpse of her full, fair skin, while her left hand reached in and took something out, placing it in her palm. It was a small, antique bronze pocket watch. The equally small inverted crucifix was still hanging on her chest, but it was forced to hide in the deep, dark world, never seeing the light of day. She found this on me and then asked me, "Isn't this Germain's pocket watch? Why is it with you?" Germain raised his eyebrows. "What did you say?" "I said I wanted it, so I took it." After that, she just smiled, not asking any more questions. Shizuku paused, then added, "I don't like her smiling like that. I always feel like she knows everything. If she knows, she knows. It doesn't matter." Germain truly didn't care. The reason it hadn't been made public yet was that he didn't want too many people interfering in his and Shizuku's relationship. They might have good intentions, but in fact, neither Germain nor Shizuku needed such interference. They preferred the current natural state of things. As for why Germain's pocket watch was with Shizuku, that had to do with one of Shizuku's bad habits. She always liked to pilfer things from Germain. Initially, it was Germain's sketches of course, strictly speaking, those were gifts from Germain, and the subject of the drawings was Shizuku herself. After that, it was Germain's dice, then Germain's headphones, later Germain's game console, his pen, and now it was finally Germain's pocket watch. Shizuku was like a hamster, constantly taking things from Germain, keeping them by her side, and hiding them. The pocket watch was something she had taken earlier when she was in a hurry to help Germain take off his clothes, and she later forgot to return it. Germain was also used to things around him gradually disappearing and ending up with Shizuku, so he didn't pay attention, and the matter passed. Unexpectedly, this pocket watch now became the key for Bisky to discover and confirm the latest developments between Germain and Shizuku. Germain and Shizuku's current period could be said to be their sweetest. If Bisky insisted on bringing it into the open, neither of them would really say anything. However, Bisky was ultimately the person most familiar with the two of them, and also the most considerate of them. She chose to say nothing, as if she hadn't discovered anything. Germain and Shizuku stayed on the top floor of the tower for a while longer, then walked down the spiral stone staircase together. Originally, the middle of the tower only had a spiral stone staircase, with most of it being hollow. Now, however, ceilings and floors had been built in, creating many separate levels. When Germain and Shizuku reached the bottom floor and walked out through the tower's archway, they were immediately enveloped by the surrounding shadows. Tall walls stood erect, completely encircling the tower. Of course, the tower was still the tallest structure here, with the walls only reaching 2/3 of its height. The busy shouts of Moose Centaur warriors came from all around as they transported stones for building the city. Under the command of Jin and Sarah, and with their efforts, the basic structure of the tower castle had already been built. As for the 4 members of the German team who did not participate in building the castle, their reason for being absent during this time was to explore beyond the ancient labyrinth. Such a reason was sufficient for Sarah and the other Moose Centaur warriors, and they did not suspect anything. Germain and Shizuku were just greeting the Moose Centaur they encountered nearby, explaining that their team of 4 had just returned, when Jin appeared. He held down the brim of his hat to prevent it from being blown away by the strong winds echoing between the high walls, muttered a few words, and then stopped in front of Germain. "Boera just told me. You've returned just in time." Jin noticed the figures of Moose Centaur warriors not far away, so he waved and pointed inside the tower. "You two, plus me and Bisky, the 4 of us should go inside and talk. It's time to decide on the next objective." Germain, Shizuku, Jin, and a refreshed Bisky, who had changed into a new dress, once again returned to the top floor of the towering high-rise. The alternating light and shadow distinctly divided the stone-paved floor into 2 areas, one large and one small, separated by a straight line, like a terminator. Jin once again spread out the copy of the Travels in the New World, Eastern Chapter Fragment and the Dangerous Creatures Evaluation List, which he had transcribed and summarized from his ancestors' writings. Jin didn't know how many times he had flipped through these scrolls, their edges were curled from being rubbed by his fingers. "In the days you all were away, I actually discussed related matters with Menchi and Sanbika, and they both intend to leave the decision-making power to us. Just now, I met Boera, and he has the same idea, so the 4 of us sitting here now will decide the next target. Do you have any objections?" Jin cleared his throat, ahem, and his keen eyes swept across the faces of the other 3. Germain and Bisky both shook their heads one after another. Shizuku also shook her head after seeing Germain's gesture. Jin couldn't help but think, perhaps Shizuku shouldn't have joined this meeting that would decide the future. She would most likely blindly follow Germain, which would be troublesome. However, the importance of Shizuku's ability is undeniable, and with her current increase in combat power, she is now only second to the 3 of us in this team. And in terms of importance, she is even only second to Germain. Without Germain, there would be no Dark Continent journey, and without Shizuku, this small team would temporarily have no possibility of staying in the Dark Continent for a long time. For both emotional and logical reasons, she should be here. Never mind, what's important is not choosing which one is correct, but reaching a basic consensus on which one to choose. As the one who convened this meeting, Jin saw that everyone had no objections, so he chose to continue the topic. Among the 5 great calamities, there are still 3 types that we have not explored or resolved. They are more dangerous and mysterious than the first 2 types. Desire-dependent entity mist-like being AI. Magic beast that can spread killing intent double-tailed snake hell bell. Equivalent exchange of joy and life nurturing beast pap. Their danger levels are all A, and their quantity and reproductive capacity are all unknown. To make it more intuitive, I made a horizontal comparison of the previous plant weapon gold silver ingot, undying disease, Zabi, and chimera ant with them. What Jin spread out before everyone was a large sheet of paper, on which the aforementioned 6 types of dangerous creatures were ranked and compared in terms of known aspects. Ferocity. Double-tailed snake hell bell, A1. Mist-like being AI, A2. Nurturing beast pap, A2. Plant weapon gold silver ingot, B. Chimera ant, BC. Undying disease, Zabi, C1. Destructive power. Chimera ant, A. Plant weapon gold silver ingot, A1. Double-tailed snake hell bell, A2. Mist-like being AI, AB. Nurturing beast pap, B1. Undying disease, Zabi, B2. From the ranking list, everyone could more intuitively see that in terms of ferocity, the unknown double-tailed snake hell bell, mist-like being AI, and nurturing beast pap occupied the top 3. However, in terms of destructive power, chimera ant and plant weapon gold silver ingot strongly surpassed them, ranking in the top 2. The reason why the dangerous creatures evaluation list classified the first 3 types of calamities as A rank is because the weighting of ferocity is clearly greater than that of destructive power, as this is an evaluation of creatures dangerous to humans. The lower the ferocity, the more ways there are to avoid it, and thus the more difficult it is for destructive power to manifest. Of course, these are just comprehensive evaluations, and there will always be individual differences, so one cannot directly say which one is stronger than which, but they still have great reference value. Jin patiently waited for everyone to finish reading, then, with his arms crossed and legs crossed, he calmly extended a finger. Regarding this decision, I have a proposal. There are 4 of us here, and there are still 3 types of known calamities left. We each state our judgment and provide a brief explanation, and then we vote to decide the next target. How about that? 4 people, 3 types of calamities, meaning that no matter how the votes are cast, at least one will definitely have 2 or more votes. Even if 2 types of calamities each receive 2 votes, it doesn't matter, they can continue voting. The reason Jin proposed this method was to encourage everyone to express their inclinations openly and honestly, rather than holding back. At the same time, they could also change their initial inclinations at any time. This vote was not for fairness or justice, nor was it to choose the absolutely correct option, but rather to integrate everyone's ideas. Germain and Bisky immediately perceived Jin's intention. However, Germain did not speak first to express his views, because he knew that as soon as he spoke, the vote would most likely already be over. Then I'll go first. Bisky understood the role she should play in this situation. She held a small comb inlaid with sparkling crystals and slowly combed her shoulder-length golden hair. Although it wasn't as thick and fluffy as before, her current hair volume was enough to tie a cute braid or bun, which made her very happy. My choice is nurturing beast pap. The reason is simple: after removing plant weapon gold silver ingot, undying disease, Zabi, and chimera ant, the answer is already on the dangerous creatures evaluation list. In terms of ferocity and destructive power, double-tailed snake hell bell leads the other 2 types of calamities, so it is the first to be excluded. In terms of ferocity, mist-like being AI and nurturing beast pap are hard to distinguish, but in terms of destructive power, mist-like being AI is superior. Therefore, I choose the less dangerous nurturing beast pap. Bisky's judgment seemed reasonable, but Jin, who spoke second, quickly refuted it. Your choice is based on paper evaluations, and these evaluations all come from the survivors of those expedition teams back then, as well as the travels in the New World, Eastern Chapter Fragment. I believe it is inappropriate to make a direct choice based solely on their judgment, even if some of these evaluations come from Dawn Freaks. Upon hearing this, Bisky pouted but did not interrupt, listening quietly instead. Jin seemed to find his current sitting posture a bit uncomfortable, so he bent slightly, resting his left elbow on his knee and his palm supporting his chin, looking at everyone askance. Therefore, in addition to the dangerous creatures evaluation list, we also need to look at their brief descriptions to supplement our judgment. Mist-like being AI is described as a desire-dependent entity, people affected by it had some kind of dispute, and in the end, all survivors went insane. Double-tailed snake hell bell is described as a magic beast that can spread killing intent, all who died became its prey. Nurturing beast pap is described as an equivalent exchange of joy and life, those who intrude into its territory rarely survive. It can be seen that they are all very troublesome dangerous creatures. Everyone nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and then heard Jin give his choice. So, my choice is nurturing beast pap. Upon hearing Jin's words, Bisky almost jumped up, bristling. Isn't that the same as mine? No, it's not. Jin snorted and said, my basis for judgment is more complete and more reasonable than yours. Bisky saw Jin being so stubborn, if she wasn't holding a small comb but something else, she would have thrown it directly at that slovenly man's face. However, of course, she still had to hear Jin finish his reasons, so Bisky quieted down for now. Jin ignored Bisky's glare and calmly stated his reasoning. From these vague descriptions, it's easy to determine that mist-like being AI, double-tailed snake hell bell, and nurturing beast pap all involve mind influence, desire dependence, infectious murderous intent, and equivalent exchange of pleasure in life. These are the dangerous implications. However, nurturing beast pap seems to have a very strong territorial awareness. Attacks only occur if one enters their territory. There is no relevant description for mist-like being AI, so it's highly likely that the timing and location of their appearance are almost impossible to predict. Double-tailed snake hellbell is described as 99% of people become bait for hellbell before reaching the swampy area. This means that the activity range of double-tailed snake hellbell is likely very wide, enough to cover most paths leading to the swampy area. Compared this way, the threat of nurturing beast pap is not as high. The key is how we determine what belongs to their territory. I chose nurturing beast pap precisely for this reason. It at least seems to have a solution, while the others are still completely unclear. Bisky narrowed her eyes, gritting her silver teeth, making a clacking sound. It's practically the same as what I meant. Afterward, they turned their gaze to Germain and Shizuku, who had yet to express their opinions. Shizuku looked directly at Germain, and neither Jin nor Bisky were surprised by her action. Germain thought for a moment and replied, I also choose nurturing beast pap. What? Bisky pouted, after all that, our opinions are all consistent. Why is there no disagreement at all? I wanted to see you all arguing red-faced and bruised. Now, even the final vote can be skipped, right? Sorry to disappoint you, Germain replied, then continued, my reason isn't the calamities, but hope. Everyone raised an eyebrow, looking at Germain, waiting for him to elaborate. Honestly, for the remaining 3 calamities, I can accept facing any of them, because they are all likely very troublesome. So what makes me lean towards one is the hope associated with them. Mist-like being AI and the 3 original waters. Double-tailed snake hellbell and longevity food Nightolami. Nurturing beast pap and the nameless stone. As you all know, Chairman Netero is in the open, and we are in the shadows, both trying to push humanity to return to the Dark Continent to acquire necessary resources and achieve explosive development. From this perspective, what is the hope we need most right now? Longevity food Nightolami? It can't provide much help to us right now. Germain paused here, suddenly glancing at Bisky, then continued. Our bodies haven't started to age yet. Hey! Bisky finally stomped her foot this time, trying to pounce on Germain, but was held back by Shizuku, who hugged her by the waist. Don't think I didn't see that look you just gave me. Why do you have to look at me first when you mention longevity and not yet started to age? Are you implying I'm old? Our bodies haven't started to age yet. For now, we don't need longevity food Nightolami, Germain continued. He's ignoring me and just moving on. Bisky's eyes widened in astonishment. If Shizuku wasn't holding her, she would have rushed over by now. As for the 3 original waters and the nameless stone, it's indeed a difficult choice. The 3 original waters, which become the original liquid of all liquids, are even more fantastical than the philosopher's stone and alchemic plant metal lion. A small piece of nameless stone, submerged in water, can release about 20,000 kilowatts of electricity in just one day. It's also a miracle. If I absolutely had to choose, I would ultimately pick the nameless stone. For the future, we will have 2 intertwined lines, one overt and one covert. The covert line is a path of small team exploration, establishing strongholds and gradually radiating outwards, based on lantern teleportation. The overt line is a path of large-scale movements, similar to migration, immigration, colonization, occupying land, and plundering resources, along the 3 points of Greed Island, the unknown midpoint, and the Dark Continent. What can most directly and simply help both the overt and covert lines is the electricity resource stored in the nameless stone, which has no detected upper limit. It's superior. Because it clearly mentions the method of use, which is to submerge it in water, and then it can generate electricity, simple and clear. While the 3 original waters might be able to form diverse options like water, gasoline, diesel, alcohol, and juice. However, precisely because of its diversity and incomplete description, it likely means that to formulate the corresponding liquid, more in-depth research is still needed. The name 3 original waters is most likely a reference to the 3 primary colors, the 3 most basic colors, which can be used to mix most colors. It can be foreseen that the 3 original waters probably have the same trait. Any small change, and the 3 original waters would be unable to stably transform into the required resources. The 3 original waters require too many conditions. In comparison, the nameless stone is easier to use, and the 3 original waters can be put aside for a bit. In fact, Germain's choice not to pick the 3 original waters also had reasons related to the associated calamities. It wasn't entirely unrelated. Because Germain remembered many hints that Aluka, the 4th child of the Zaldik family, had many problems. Nanika, who shares her body, is clearly from the Dark Continent, and is very likely related to mist-like being AI. Perhaps Nanika is mist-like being AI, it's hard to say. If this hypothesis holds true, then the known abilities of mist-like being AI would involve the very troublesome wishes and their costs. Nanika will grant people's wishes, but the subsequent spoiling costs will correspondingly become harsher. Moreover, the way wishes are fulfilled still seems to follow certain real-world rules, so many unexpected situations often arise. For example, wishing to become a billionaire. Then the airship carrying the money would have an accident and drop the money above you, instead of directly transferring the money in front of you. Fulfilling wishes this way is not necessarily a good thing. The so-called billionaire would probably not last long before clues are discovered, and then it would completely end. The subsequent spoiling costs are also very troublesome. Germain temporarily does not want to encounter mist-like being AI, he wants to first interact with Aluka and Nanika, understand the inside story, and then make a judgment. However, this part of the reason could not be shared with the three people present. Jin and Bisky both understood Germain's meaning, then their gaze shifted to the last person. The last person, Shizuka, raised her hand, without any hesitation, saying, I'm the same, I choose Nurturing Beast Pap and the Nameless Stone. As expected, there were no surprises. Jin spread his palms, then asked, although it may not be necessary, let's still follow the initially established procedure and cast the final vote. Does anyone want to change their mind from earlier? Please speak now. The top of the tower was silent for a moment, they looked at each other, and no one spoke. All right, Jin shrugged, then it's a unanimous vote, we are in agreement, and our target is Nurturing Beast Pap and the Nameless Stone. This is actually a good thing. Now that the target is decided, we need to establish our respective responsibilities. Germain and Shizuka will return to Greed Island to replenish and add the resources, equipment, members, and so on that we need. Those of us who remain will continue to maintain good relations with the Moose Centaur tribe, and after the ancient labyrinth castle is built, we will try to establish contact with more demi-humans. January 25th. Greed Island, Raimeru Castle, 2nd floor underground. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling flickered twice with a buzzing sound, an unsettling sight like a noticeable skipped frame. Aben, with his brown skin, who had been leaning back in a high-backed chair, leisurely flipping through shamanism and sacrifice, couldn't help but look up. It's time to find a moment to change a light tube, he thought. The fluorescent lights at the Raimeru Castle underground teleportation lantern always stayed on, almost never turned off, which caused them to wear out particularly quickly. After the theoretical cooldown period for the teleportation lantern ended on January 10th, there would basically be at least one person on duty in this room, like Aben today. However, this room was actually monitored by Duen, Ida, and Elena simultaneously, they would know immediately if anything unusual happened. The reason there was still someone on duty was just in case the German team returned and immediately needed emergency assistance. Aben might not be able to provide sufficient and powerful help in such a race against time, but at least there was a chance he could do something. He himself quite liked his current life. His work now was mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part was to play his due role in the daily operation and version updates of Greed Island. Especially now that Greed Island had completed its basic design updates and renovations over several months, the entire island game had entered the closed beta phase. The version update was proposed at the end of September last year, and it was now the end of January, about 4 months in between. After a month of closed beta, and another month spent on changes based on player feedback, Greed Island would reopen to the public. In other words, Greed Island was now home to quite a few closed beta players, mostly old players from before. After changing his appearance and physique, Aben played an NPC the shaman during the closed beta phase. This was also why he was reading the book in his hand, he wanted to fully embody his character. His salary was quite substantial, so much so that he was unwilling to slack off at this job and felt a strong sense of belonging to Greed Island. In the game, as long as players gave him certain quest items or a certain amount of Jenny, he could clear the curse of cards on them, and even perform exorcism. Of course, Aben's fees varied depending on different situations and standards. Exorcism was definitely the highest level, only top-tier or pay-to-win players could afford this fee. The second part was training his direct subordinate, the female chimera Aunt Hina. Like Aben, she was also an exorcist and could do similar things to him, but she needed to be pregnant for a period of time. Aben initially thought that disciplining this seemingly innocent and lively girl wouldn't be too difficult. However, as they spent more time together, Aben increasingly noticed Hina's little devil nature, she was truly a troublemaker. Just thinking about her now taking his place, without restraint, interacting with closed beta players as the NPC witch, and wondering what kind of trouble she would cause, gave Aben a headache. However, what was quite peculiar was that in the Greed Island closed beta forum, the feedback indicated that the witch was far more popular than the shaman. Those closed beta players seemed to love her mischievousness, after all, she did her job well, she just always teased or scared the players a bit. The closed beta players quickly discovered this and posted about it on the Greed Island closed beta forum. Posts like "So cute, I want to be played with, my wife" emerged endlessly. Not only did they not ask the Greed Island official to change the witch character setting, but they strongly demanded its retention, considering it a mo point. It was utterly nonsensical. Every time Aben thought of this, he couldn't help but frown. Are they all masochists? He couldn't understand. The third part was being on duty at the Raimeru Castle underground teleportation lantern. Aben was on duty here 1 day a week, and had 2 days off, during which Hina would take his place on Greed Island. Due to this characteristic, Aben was called the business-like shaman who appears 4 days a week by closed beta players. And Hina was called the lively and active wife who appears 3 days a week. Yes, not witch, but wife. This was the thought process of the closed beta players, they would even deliberately choose when Hina was around to seek her out, increasing their contact time with her. Aben didn't mind this, no matter what, he still received the same salary, and fewer players seeking him out actually made him happier and more relaxed. Honestly, he was truly satisfied with his current life and genuinely couldn't understand the actions of Germain and others going to the Dark Continent to seek death. The first basement level of Raimeru Castle was the Dark Continent data archive, and he occasionally went to look through those materials. Even just a quick glance was enough for Aben to determine the danger of the Dark Continent. He had no intention of going there, and seeing these materials only strengthened his conviction. It was really great on Greed Island, Aben found his value here and had a foreseeable future. Currently, his authority level on Greed Island was A-class, but he was the most marginalized among A-class. However, he knew very well that as time passed, he would get closer to the core. Duan and List needed him, Grandma Lin needed him, Greed Island needed him. Most importantly, Germain needed him. Gain turned another page of the book in his hand, his mind clear as a mirror. As long as he didn't lose his ability of exorcism, he would always have a special place here. Hina simply couldn't replace him in this regard. Especially when Gain was in good condition, he could clear Tunan at once, which Hina currently couldn't do. Unless one day she could get pregnant with twins. Gain was just thinking this when suddenly a faint purple light illuminated his side face, followed by ripples of Nin. He paused, then reacted, turning his head to see a teleportation lantern appear at the center of a circular magic circle etched on the ground. They're back? Gain immediately put down his book, stood up, and quickly walked over, then, after the light disappeared, he saw two familiar figures. Germain in his tricorn hat and black hunter's robe, and Shizuko wearing black-rimmed glasses, a sweater, and jeans. They were back, they really were back. Gain couldn't help but smile. This smile was somewhat genuine, because his status on Greed Island was firmly tied to Germain. If Germain had an accident and never returned, he, as an exorcist, would still have a place on Greed Island, but he certainly wouldn't be able to rise to a high position. Germain was alive and would return to Greed Island, so his influence remained. Thanks to Infinite Quantum Helix, Alex Universe, for the rewards. Thanks to all readers for your subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. After Germain and Shizuko returned to Greed Island, they first greeted Gain, who was on duty, and then Germain began to confirm what he had brought back this time. Gain waved in the direction of the camera, signaling that Germain and Shizuko were fine and did not require emergency treatment. The camera flashed red 3 times, indicating that Duan, Ida, and Elena knew and would quickly inform others who should know about it. In the projection of his hunter badge, Germain realized that this time he had gained 1 positive trait, 1 negative trait, and 1 disease. Positive trait. Human Bane. When targeting Human Bane, Germain will receive an increase in accuracy and critical strike. Negative trait. Amatory. Outside of the Dark Continent, Germain can only relieve stress through spiritual physical communication. Disease. Grey Mold. Germain's maximum health limit increases, but accuracy decreases. Germain obtained Human Bane, and with the previous Evil Bane, Beast Bane, and Human Bane, he had now collected the 4 Great Bane traits. Amatory, for Germain, still had a considerable impact, ranking second among the negative traits he prioritized for removal, second only to shoulder injury. Encountering stress events on the 6 continents was relatively rare, and with his current champion aura, any stress below 7 could be ignored. However, he still needed to clear Amatory, just in case. Finally, there was Grey Mold, a half-good, half-bad disease. However, Germain's current physique did not lack maximum health limit, so he did not need the existence of Grey Mold. Therefore, he immediately took out a cure-all herb injection and gave himself an injection. Pfft. Carefully retrieving the used syringe, Germain saw Grey Mold in the hunter badge projection dim, and after a while, it completely disappeared. He was now in a disease-free state, even Grey Mold was the only disease that appeared this time after a long period. This was thanks to his current monster physique and his positive trait, Robust, which increased his disease resistance. Is something wrong? Shizuko asked, leaning over when she saw Germain inject himself with a cure-all herb injection. Nothing major, Germain explained simply. Shizuko nodded, seemingly understanding yet not fully. Gain chose this moment to speak. Duan and the others already know you've returned. I've reported to them that you are fine, and they're on their way now. There's no need to make such a big fuss every time. Germain shook his head helplessly. It's the same if we meet them upstairs. Gain suddenly showed a mysterious smile. But, Mr. Germain, a group of friends who came to Greed Island as guests are already impatient to see you immediately. Friends? Germain paused, then a guess already formed in his mind. Immediately after, noisy conversations and footsteps came from the corridor outside, and a group of people quickly burst in. The first person to rush in with great vigor had a distinct triangular pompadour and wore white biker gang attire. When he saw Germain, he immediately showed a surprised expression, then rushed over, spread his arms, and hugged Germain tightly. Germain, long time no see. Knuckle shouted loudly, I didn't expect you to be doing such terrifying things while hiding. Those who appeared after him were also familiar faces. Duan, squinting and holding a cigarette. List, the faux Shoto with his hands behind his back and wearing overalls. Knuckle, completely bald and wearing a soft hat to conceal it. Shoot, with his hair tied back, dressed like a Ronin from the land of Wa. Palm, with a spherical object on her forehead and indigo skin. Most of the Chimera Ant extermination team members from last year had appeared here. Knuckle enthusiastically hugged Germain for a while, then noticed Shizuko nearby. You must be Shizuko. You're truly brave, even though you're not a hunter, you're willing to follow Germain to the Dark Continent. Shizuko nodded at him. Then she looked at Germain, her innocent eyes asking, do I know him? Germain shook his head, his eyes conveying, you don't know them. Shizuko then relaxed and raised her eyebrows. She had been worried that her memory was so bad that she couldn't even remember people she had met, so Germain's words put her at ease. From the presence of Knuckle, Shoot, and Palm, as well as Knuckle's earlier fragmented words, Germain had already deduced what was happening on Greed Island. Indeed, Duan, holding a cigarette, scratched his belly with a finger and said with a smile. Some time ago, Chairman Netero, Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot arrived at Greed Island. After Chairman Netero reviewed our results and discussed it with Grandma Lin, he decided to inform Morel, Knuckle, and the others of the truth. We need more help, and Morel, Knuckle, and the others, who once faced life and death with you, are trustworthy. Knuckle adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and stepped forward. The prerequisite is to sign a confidentiality agreement and to be mentally and physically prepared for potentially dangerous situations in the future. After 2 months of rest, Knuckle was no longer the neurotic self he was during the Chimera Ant extermination war. He had recovered his former gentle elegance and composure. His baldness could actually be solved with an ability or medicine, but he refused. In Knuckle's view, retaining his baldness was a punishment and a warning to himself. He should have performed better in the Chimera Ant extermination war. Not to mention Germain, Chairman Netero, and Morel, his performance on the night of the decisive battle was even worse than Knuckle and Shoot's. Looking back, he felt ashamed, so he maintained his bald image. As for Palm, after being transformed into a Chimera Ant, she had shed her blind admiration for Knuckle. She was now more rational and mature. Her excellent performance on Greed Island quickly earned her everyone's trust and respect. Not long ago, when everyone decided to inform Morel, Knuckle, and the others of the truth, Palm was also included, and her authorization level was raised from B to A. Knuckle sighed softly. After Chairman Netero was so solemn and we saw how detailed the agreement terms were, Morel and I had a very bad premonition. However, after knowing all the circumstances, Morel and I realized that we had still underestimated the terrifying extent of the whole matter. I didn't expect that in the past year, you have been secretly plotting and actually carrying out explorations of the Dark Continent, and even successfully retrieved 2 hopes. I can't help but be amazed by your audacity. Regardless, the names of you pioneers will undoubtedly be in the future historical archives of the world. Emerging from the Lantern Teleportation Hall, everyone walked along the retro underground corridor, chatting animatedly. Passing by the Research Institute, which buzzed with the beeping of instruments and equipment, the boisterous Knuckle said. Because we're joining your team, we've been incredibly busy these past few days. For example, we had to spend time in the Research Institute researching your findings. Knuckle pointed towards the Research Institute and said to Germain, staring at corpses preserved in containers for extended periods is hardly a joyous experience. The taciturn Shoot, however, interjected, but what truly drove Knuckle mad was the text in the archives. I wasn't driven mad at all. Knuckle retorted, his face flushed, but, those documents piled up like mountains, and the words on each line were as tiny as gnats. Only the illustrations interspersed on each page and the selected pictures in the photo albums kept me from getting such a headache. Their footsteps echoed on the spiral stone staircase, like a rapid drumbeat. The always polite List walked at the very front, as if he were truly the butler or valet of this castle, though his appearance seemed a bit too young. He snapped his fingers loudly in the air, and the deliberately aged, dim yellow light of the spiral stone staircase instantly transformed into ordinary incandescent light. Duen scratched his head, looking flustered. Oh, List, you've ruined the ambience. Do you know how much effort I put into creating that dim candle light effect? How about we just use real candle light, or normal light tubes, instead? List smiled slightly, clearly not having been very keen on this deliberately retro lighting effect that required so much time and effort. In the setting, this is an ancient castle. Duen argued, standing his ground. List had no intention of arguing further with Duen. Where are Chairman Netero, Grandma Lin, Morel, and Riza? Germain easily noticed the obvious difference in the number of people in the crowd. Riza is in Seaside City, Safrabi. Duen ran his fingers through his messy, unkempt hair. Greed Island has now entered its internal testing phase, and Riza is quite occupied at the moment. List further explained with a faint smile. He now has Welfin, the werewolf, under him. We didn't realize it at first, but now we know he's an ambitious man. Riza needs to keep things in order, prevent the pirates from acting recklessly, and also guard against Welfin's attempts to usurp him. Can he handle it? Germain asked curiously, though he didn't doubt Riza's capabilities. No problem. List stepped forward, pressed a switch on the wall, and turned around. We've visited a few times, and Welfin has become quite submissive under him. The werewolf is very suspicious, so Riza only needs to employ a few subtle tactics, and that's enough. A rumbling sound echoed behind List as the underground door swung open to reveal a brightly lit hall and splendid decorations outside. The door to the underground room was located in an inconspicuous room on the first floor of Raimeru Castle. When the door rumbled shut again, it became an ordinary fireplace. Grandma Lin is taking a nap, we didn't want to disturb her rest. Chairman Netero and Morel are in the training room. List revealed the whereabouts of everyone Germain had inquired about. What are they doing in the training room? List's answer didn't fully resolve Germain's question. They're playing the classic Chairman Netero game, of course. Knuckle lightly pressed his soft hat, not wanting his bald head to gleam in the daylight. Self-punishment was one thing, becoming a laughingstock was another. Sometimes we can't tell if Chairman Netero truly gathered the Zodiacs for the Hunter Association, or for himself. As everyone knows, one of the Zodiac's duties is to help the old man stretch his muscles and get some exercise. Knuckle said, teasing Chairman Netero, but everyone knew he deeply respected Chairman Netero. It was precisely this respect that allowed him to know quite a few interesting anecdotes about Chairman Netero, and this was one of them. Besides that, they are also showcasing a glimpse of their power as seniors to the younger generation of the Hunter Association. The younger generation of the Hunter Association? Germain asked again. List had already walked forward, pushed open the room door, revealing the T-shaped corridor outside. Your disciple Kurapika, and a music hunter named Melody, landed on the island a few days ago. By the way, your disciple successfully obtained his pro hunter license. Kurapika and Melody? Germain was slightly enlightened, so they were on Greed Island too. As for Kurapika obtaining his pro hunter license, Germain wasn't too surprised, this was Kurapika's current expected level. Everyone walked down the corridor, adorned with elegant portrait oil paintings on both sides, as List continued. Kurapika knows about the Dark Continent, but Melody, Melioran, and Ikalgo don't. Those three haven't been authorized to know about Dark Continent matters, they all still think you're on a hunter request. In fact, that reason isn't entirely wrong. In any case, all of us disappearing together might cause unnecessary trouble. Chairman Netero and Morel used the pretext of martial arts sparring to attract Kurapika and Melody and others to watch, and now they are in the training room. During his brief trip to the Kaken Empire last year, Kurapika had already learned fragmented pieces of information about the Dark Continent from the others. Before that, he only vaguely knew that there was a vast world beyond the 6 continents, just as he knew there was an boundless universe beyond Earth. However, as his career as an amateur hunter continued to develop, and he encountered more and more non-users, he gradually realized what a terrifying place it was. The non-users who had fallen at his hands, who had given him tough battles, had never thought of challenging the Dark Continent. Kurapika once again vaguely realized the power gap between him and Germain. Since he has become a full-fledged pro hunter, List asked, how much do you plan to involve him in our affairs? Whatever he wishes, Germain replied. Working on Greed Island, or doing hunter requests outside, the Dark Continent is still a bit early for him now. It seems he hasn't passed your final test as a teacher, List quipped. This reminds me of the past between Jing and Kite. Kite took many years to gain Jing's approval. I wonder how long Kurapika will need. Germain pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps very soon. There is one thing that he must accomplish. Inside a training room the size of a basketball court, Netero and Morel clearly weren't fighting for real, merely staying in the demonstration stage. However, this still kept Kurapika, Melody, Melioran, and Ikalgo, who were watching from the sidelines, glued to the spectacle. Even a warm-up spar between Toon and ability masters left them in awe. At this moment, Netero and Morel stopped their movements one after another, turning together to look at the main entrance. After the intense sounds of their clashing subsided, Melody also heard footsteps approaching from afar. As everyone wondered what was happening, the main entrance creaked open, and a large group of people walked in. Duen had returned to his post, so List led Germain and the others here. However, List completed his mission at the main entrance and also left. Therefore, only Germain, Shizuku, Knuckle, Shoot, and Abengain entered the training room. Mr. Germain. As soon as he saw the black-robed hunter who had created the miracle night with him, Chameleon Melioran quickly walked over, a smile on his face. When he spoke, his long, curled red tongue would involuntarily emerge. You've been away from Greed Island for a while, have you finally returned? Octopus Ikalgo, Kurapika and Melody were a step slower, but they also followed, and everyone gathered together. Ikalgo raised his red tentacles from his sleeve, his eyes full of curiosity. How was the commission? Did everything go smoothly? Hey? Why aren't Buera and Sanbika here? Ikalgo had a very good impression of Buera, the honest, portly man, and he also felt a fondness for the shy, reserved female doctor. With Mr. Germain present, the commission must have been completed successfully. Melioran squeezed to the front and interjected, he always had an innate trust in Germain. That night had left too deep an impression on him, making him feel that Germain was omnipotent. The mission went very smoothly, Germain said, stating the truth. However, Buera and Sanbika still need to stay there to handle the follow-up. Only those in the know understood what Germain meant by staying there and handling the follow-up. Teacher. Kurapika bowed slightly to Germain, welcome back. Germain nodded, I heard you've passed the hunter exam, you've done very well, keep up the hard work. Seeing his teacher, Germain, Kurapika actually had many words welling up in his throat, wanting to say them on the spot. But there were too many people present, so he eventually swallowed all those words. Thank you. He only said this one sentence, deeper gratitude was hidden in his eyes. Kurapika then moved aside, making space for a short, stout woman with a receding hairline. Teacher Germain, this is Melody, the music hunter I mentioned, who has been taking good care of me during this time. Melody, with her hamster-like buck teeth, waved her hands repeatedly and spoke in a gentle voice completely at odds with her appearance. Kurapika, you're exaggerating too much. I haven't always been taking good care of you, we have a cooperative relationship, and you've helped me a lot too. She then gazed at Germain, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Germain, the fastest single-star hunter. Kurapika has always mentioned his teacher during his journey, and I've also learned bits and pieces about you from various news and rumors. Now that I see him in person, he truly lives up to his reputation. You flatter me, Germain said, thank you for taking care of Kurapika during this time. I believe your experience as a pro hunter has taught Kurapika a great deal. Please do stay on Greed Island for a while longer so we can properly host you. Melody couldn't refuse and accepted the invitation with a faint smile. After Netero and Morel walked over, Germain naturally turned towards them. And Melody looked at Germain's profile, nodding silently. What a powerful and steady heartbeat, even overpowering Chairman Netero and Mr. Morel, it's the most unparalleled I've ever heard in my life. Germain, this man, might become the banner of non-users in our era, just like Chairman Netero was in the previous era. No, he won't become another Chairman Netero, he might even surpass Chairman Netero. Morel then strode over, laughing heartily as he gave Germain a very warm hug. Indeed, Morel and Knuckle, this master-disciple pair, truly seemed to be cut from the same cloth. Their first action upon meeting Germain again was a hug. In contrast, Morel's other disciple, Shoot, seemed a bit too normal. However, Morel had just finished exercising and was covered in sweat, which Germain found a bit much, but thankfully Morel quickly let go of him. We came to visit as promised, but I didn't expect you to be away. However, there are many interesting things on Greed Island, so we weren't bored while waiting for you. Morel adjusted his dark small glasses and winked his right eye at Germain. The interesting things he referred to, of course, were the matters concerning the Dark Continent. The results of the German team in the past few days had left them utterly astonished. Later, your disciple Karapika also came to the island. I had knuckle spar with him once, he has excellent potential. You've found a good disciple. Morel adjusted his dark glasses, not forgetting to subtly flatter Germain. Praising a disciple's excellence is equivalent to praising the teacher, a truth he understood. Chairman Netero was the last to step forward, which was his usual style. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he clapped Germain firmly on the back. Then Netero pulled Germain along and walked out of the training room with him. Everyone watched in surprise as they left, then Morel stepped in to smooth things over, finding a few topics to chat about with everyone. After Netero had pulled Germain a good distance away, he finally spoke. Everything went smoothly this time too, right? Any new results? Germain nodded. Many things have happened recently. I'll give you a brief overview sometime soon, and then I'll organize the process into documentation. However, our biggest gain this time should be a stack of scrolls left by Don Freaks, but we can't read the text on them. Don Freaks? Netero, of course, knew the author of the New World Travelogue, but hearing his name here was still somewhat unexpected. Germain took out the stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to Netero. Netero took them, looked for a while, and his brow furrowed. Then he felt increasingly uneasy the more he looked, until he turned to the last page and saw the ferocious flesh and blood pattern. Ho ho! Netero let out his characteristic laugh, stroking his chin beard, quite interesting. How about this, Germain, you tell me everything that has happened during this time first. Also, I've already thought of who to find to figure out what's written on those. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking on the door woke Germain from his sleep. Shizuku, in his arms, restlessly shifted her body, snuggling closer, but she didn't open her eyes. Germain turned to look at the nightstand, the digital alarm clock showed 8:34 am. Is it that late already? Germain had to admit he'd been a bit lax recently. In the past, he would have already been up and started his daily training by this time. But now, as soon as he moved his body, making a gesture to get out of bed, Shizuku would pull him back into the warm covers like an octopus, gradually eroding his waking consciousness. There was really nothing he could do. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the urgent knocking on the door came again. Germain recognized that the person outside was knocking on the door of his room, diagonally across the hall, not Shizuku's room. This meant the person knocking was looking for Germain. Sure enough, he heard familiar murmuring from outside. Is Germain not in his room? That's strange, I always can't find him in the mornings these past few days. That was Knuckles' voice, and his tone revealed his confusion. Perhaps he woke up early and started training somewhere on Greed Island. Trying to answer his question was, without a doubt, his partner Shoot, who had recovered from his injuries. If he went to train, why didn't he call me? We could learn from each other. I still have a few questions about the Dark Continent. Non-ability training is a very private matter, we shouldn't disturb Germain rashly. You know, he's the most likely person to surpass Chairman Netero, and it would be a sin to delay him even for a moment. They still didn't realize that Germain had already surpassed Chairman Netero in combat power. However, even if they knew, Shoot's words weren't wrong. Because in terms of prestige, popularity, and experience, Germain certainly couldn't compare to Chairman Netero, who had decades of accumulation. Alright, but when he finishes training, I'll have him answer a few questions. To be honest, just looking at those materials makes me itch to go to the Dark Continent. No need to rush. Germain said that Jing and Bisky have already established a base there, so we should all have a chance to go later. Speaking of which, Shoot, do you dare to go? I think I dare, right? Ha ha ha. Knuckle and Shoot conversed as they walked away, and soon their footsteps disappeared down the hall. Germain couldn't help but show a slightly ashamed expression. I'm sorry, the man you place such high hopes on is still in bed, just not in his own room. However, when he looked down at Shizuku's sleeping face, he felt it was worth it. There are always some people who are worth temporarily stopping for. But, lingering until this time, it was almost time to get up. His movement to get up seemed to annoy Shizuku. Her brows furrowed, her eyes squinted, and she held Germain even tighter, even unintentionally using a joint lock. Germain whispered a few comforting words in her ear, and her brows relaxed slightly. He then promised Shizuku more things, and only then did Shizuku slowly release her grip, allowing him to slip out of the covers. When Germain finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, Shizuku was also awake. She sat naked on the edge of the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her bare feet casually crossed on the soft carpet. Like this, she was as translucent as jade and as enchanting as a woman from a painting. Shizuku opened one eye and inadvertently noticed Germain's presence, finally feeling shy and slightly covering herself with her hand. But her hands couldn't cover much, instead, they were more likely to evoke infinite imagination. Shizuku seemed to realize this too, and in her hazy state, she simply stretched out her arms as if giving up. Come here and hug me. She coaxed Germain into a hug like a little girl. Germain continued to whisper promises in her ear. We need to get up. I promise you, I'll spend more time with you tonight. Shizuku closed her eyes again, not knowing if she agreed or just murmured casually, she only knew how to enjoy the tenderness of the moment. Germain finally got Shizuku's permission, left her room, and walked downstairs. He had 2 things to do today, and these 2 things were intertwined and related. First, he wanted to find 2 exorcists Abengane and Rabbit Girl Hina to perform exorcism on himself. This step was actually very smooth, both exorcists were very willing, at least on the surface. The quantity of exorcists is extremely small, and they are also very good at hiding themselves, which is why even the Hunter Association only has 1 full-time exorcist. Note, Chapter 325 of the manga, Participation, mentions that the Hunter Association only has 1 exorcist, referring to those publicly registered, not including Abengane. Exorcists, due to various concerns, always use their ability very carefully, trying their best not to expose their existence to avoid danger. If Germain hadn't opened his heavenly eye, he wouldn't have been able to find the hidden Abengane at first. But no matter what, now that these 2 summoned exorcists were willing to perform exorcism on Germain, that was enough. The process was smooth and steady, and the result was also good. Abengane was in excellent condition today, so much so that he once again performed exceptionally well. His forest spirit cleared 2 negative traits from Germain, shoulder injury and perfectionism. Abengane was very pleased about this, believing he had grasped the knack. Germain was also quite happy. Without shoulder injury, Shizuku would face Germain in his prime tonight. Hina cleared amatory from Germain, at the cost of her having to maintain a pregnant physique for a period due to her devil child never born. Germain gave her what he didn't know if it counted as maternity leave, with full salary, benefits and bonuses. Abengane would be a bit busier during this time because no one could take his place. After completing the exorcism, Germain went to do the second thing. He found Melody, and at this time, Kurapika and Komuji happened to be there. Komuji was always melancholic on Greed Island because she had lost her best chess friend. This situation only slightly eased with the appearance of internal test players. To complete side quests, players had to play a tense and exciting gunji match with this blind girl. The task wasn't to make players win against this champion, but simply to hold out without being instantly killed. The more moves a player endured, the better the reward they received at the final settlement. Later, some players even came to play chess with her specifically not for the task, but just to beat her, playing all day long. Komuji was very grateful for this, but President Diego was always irreplaceable, no one could surpass a dead person. Melody, by listening to heartbeats, sensed the sadness of the kind and innocent Komuji, so she would occasionally come to play a flute solo to comfort Komuji's heart. Kurapika and Melody were both companions and good friends, so they naturally came together at this time. Komuji was also very touched by this. When Germain arrived, Melody's flute solo had just ended. Kurapika clapped softly, and Komuji clapped vigorously. Mr. Germain! Mr. Germain! From their tone alone, Germain could tell that Kurapika and Melody were surprised to see him there. The blind gunji master Komuji heard their voices and reacted, quickly sitting up straight, respectful yet a little timid. Mr. Germain! Germain greeted them briefly, then explained that he was there to see Melody. Me? Melody pointed to herself in confusion, not understanding why Germain would want to see her. Kurapika also looked at Mr. Germain in surprise, then at Melody, trying to discern what was going on. Mr. Germain and Melody shouldn't be very familiar with each other, right? Why would he want to see her? Play a song for me, Germain suddenly suggested, pointing at the flute in Melody's hand. Although it was sudden, Melody thought about it and found no reason to refuse, so she readily agreed. Then I will play a song. Afterward, Melody brought the flute to her lips, her fingers pressing on the holes, and began to play a different tune. The flute's sound was beautiful and melodious, like a celestial symphony. Germain, Kurapika and Komuji were all involuntarily immersed in it, as if walking between snowy mountains and grasslands, witnessing all the beautiful scenery in the world. Then, the sound of the flute faded, and everything returned to normal. Melody bowed slightly to everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Everyone applauded, with Komuji being the most enthusiastic. Germain quietly observed the projection of his hunter badge, noticing that his stress had decreased slightly. Indeed, he had found another way to relieve stress. Hina had removed his amatory, which made Melody's non-ability stress-reducing effect possible for him. This was why he had sought exorcism first, then came to Melody to try stress relief. Although less than the stress relief from magical esthetician Cookie and Menchi and Boera's gourmet food, it had the advantage of being stable and continuous. Melody could play her flute during battle, continuously lowering everyone's stress. In addition, she also possessed an emission-type non-ability that could control the entire battlefield with her flute, which would also be remarkably effective in combat. Thinking of this, Germain sincerely praised, that was a beautiful flute performance. Thank you, Melody smiled faintly. However, everyone could tell that Germain had more to say, which he was unwilling to express there. He couldn't possibly have come just to listen to a flute solo, could he? Sure enough, Germain spoke. Melody, let's go for a walk in the castle's back garden. Melody and Karapika both quickly realized that Germain had something to discuss with Melody privately. Yes, okay. Melody did not detect any malice in Germain's heart, so with a touch of curiosity, she followed Germain away. Karapika, full of doubts, stayed behind to play Gunji with Komuji. However, his Gunji skills were already inferior to Komuji's, and now, being distracted, he was utterly defeated. Germain and Melody soon followed the path and turned into the lush, flower-filled back garden. Melody had listened the whole way but couldn't detect any wavering in Germain's heart, which made her even more puzzled. Excuse me, Mr. Germain, I'm truly curious, do you have something you want to talk to me about? She stopped, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Germain never liked to beat around the bush, seeing Melody ask, he went straight to the point. I heard there's a Demon King in the world who created something called the Dark Sonata. Upon hearing Demon King and Dark Sonata, Melody's eyes widened involuntarily, losing her composure for the first time in front of Germain. How did he know about these things? Germain observed for a moment, then continued. The Dark Sonata is a solo piece that can be played on piano, violin, harp, or flute. It is said that if anyone plays the Dark Sonata, even just one movement, extremely terrifying things will happen all around. Germain noticed that Melody's face turned pale, as if recalling some horrific memory, and she began to tremble slightly. Honestly, Melody's experience quickly reminded Germain of a Thulhu mythos story he had once read. It was titled The Music of HxH. The story was quite simple. A violinist named HxH would play mesmerizing tunes every night in his cramped attic. Everyone who heard his music was amazed and captivated. However, the truth was that he wasn't playing voluntarily, he was, as a mortal, using his violin music to ward off the music coming from a god. He had to play continuously, without stopping for a moment, and refused to listen to the music emanating from the endless dark void behind the attic window. But he ultimately failed, turning into a numb corpse playing the music under the god's mockery. Melody's terrifying experience was no less harrowing. Seeing Melody's uneasy demeanor, Germain couldn't help but ask apologetically. I'm sorry, I brought up bad memories for you. Are you all right? Melody slowly calmed her breathing, looking at Germain with fear. Is this the intelligence network of a top hunter? The secret I've kept deep in my heart, known to few, he revealed with a single sentence. His heart's voice was steady and strong, he definitely wasn't bluffing. In her tense days, she knew there was nothing left to hide, this man knew everything. Moreover, bearing that dark memory alone for so long had also kept her mentally strained, and she truly needed someone to confide in. Perhaps Germain was that person. Many years ago, some good friends of mine came into possession of the Dark Sonata. While drunk, they played it on a flute. Afterward, extremely terrifying things happened. In that instant, we found ourselves in boundless darkness. Then, the players and listeners almost all died with distorted faces and inverted skin. Only I was fortunate enough to survive. But even after surviving, I became like this, like a plucked rat. Your inability to hear others' heartbeats also comes from the Dark Sonata, doesn't it? Germain pressed. Melody paused, then sighed. It seems you know even more than I imagined. You must also know about me listening to your heartbeats all this time. Yes, it's all thanks to it. So I'm determined to destroy all Dark Sonatas and never let our tragedy happen again. At the same time, there's also a glimmer of hope in my heart, that perhaps on the journey to find the Dark Sonata, I can also return to my original appearance. As Melody spoke, she touched her face, a strange expression appearing again. Then, Mr. Germain, can you tell me why you want to know these old stories? Are you interested in the Dark Sonata? More or less. Melody immediately showed a look of fear and tension. They are too dangerous, please don't. Don't worry, Germain interrupted, I know nothing about sheet music, let alone playing piano, violin, harp, or flute solos. Even if you threw the Dark Sonata's sheet music in front of me, I couldn't play it. Then you are. Melody looked at him suspiciously. I just want to confirm some of my previous conjectures through the Dark Sonata, that's all. After seeing Melody's ruined face, Germain knew that it was beyond the scope of what the cure-all herb, breath of the archangel, exorcism, or most other methods could handle. Even plastic surgery would be useless, otherwise Melody would have done it long ago. This was a curse, an evil curse that could not be removed. At the same time, it also brought an unexpected gift. Melody's inability originated from the Dark Sonata, meaning its root was that Demon King. Germain breathed slowly. And for the first time, Melody heard a different, slightly turbulent heartbeat from his chest, which then returned to calm. Such powerful control, she thought to herself. At this moment, Germain said to Melody, I agree with your idea of wanting to destroy all Dark Sonatas, and I support you in doing so. You need trustworthy companions, and you need to know more. If you are ready, go find Du and enlist, and tell them I have given my permission. Melody looked at Germain in confusion, not understanding the meaning of his words. Germain didn't explain, only offered a warning. Remember, once you decide to join us, there's no turning back, just like the solo piece in your memory. Once you start playing, there's no way to stop, it will be etched in your mind forever, becoming an inescapable nightmare. Karapika noticed that Melody, who had returned from the back garden, seemed preoccupied, occasionally glancing at Germain. What exactly happened in the 15 minutes they were gone? Karapika couldn't help but wonder. His teacher always harbored many secrets, some of them extraordinary, like the Dark Continent. Could it be that his teacher had already explained things about the Dark Continent to Melody and invited her to join them? This was a reasonable deduction. After a few months of acquaintance, Kurapika already considered Melody a trustworthy companion, and her ability was quite useful. Perhaps, this was one of the reasons why his teacher wanted him to summon Melody to Greed Island himself. His teacher wanted to personally assess his partner. Just then, Germain's words interrupted his thoughts. Kurapika, come with me. Hey? Oh, okay. Kurapika was a bit surprised but immediately agreed. Germain hadn't truly acted like a teacher in a while, asking about Kurapika's recent situation, and now was a good time. Afterward, Germain and Kurapika had a private conversation, leaving a hesitant Melody to play chess with Komuji. Germain and Kurapika walked back into the courtyard of Raimaru Castle, passing a sprinkling fountain where a small rainbow had even formed. Kurapika thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Teacher, are you planning to invite Melody to participate in matters of the Dark Continent? Germain looked at him and admitted, yes, but I've only extended an invitation. She still has time to consider whether to join. Do you think Melody will accept? Kurapika asked calmly. She should. She has a reason to get involved. Germain noticed that Kurapika's tone was off, so he stopped and asked, what's wrong? Kurapika knew what his teacher was asking. He felt completely seen, which gave him a slight sense of defeat, even more so than Melody seeing through him with her inability. He hesitated for a moment, then said, do I need to gain your approval, teacher, and become an independent hunter before I can also participate in exploring the Dark Continent? Germain didn't intend to avoid the topic, and it wasn't surprising that Kurapika would ask this question. It would have been strange if Kurapika hadn't asked all this time. I do have that idea. You've obtained your hunter license, your strength has improved quickly, and you've accumulated a lot of non-ability combat experience. However, compared to the entire non-user power pyramid, you are currently in the lower middle tier. It's barely enough on the 6 continents, but it's still too early to go to the Dark Continent. Kurapika had to admit this, and his sense of defeat grew stronger. This feeling of being left behind wasn't good. Then he thought of something else, blinking his eyes. He remembered what Ms. Eistem had told him after the hunter exam. Teacher, if, and I mean if, I become a 1-star hunter, would I be considered an independent hunter? Would I be able to go to the Dark Continent with you then? 1-star hunter? Germain considered it carefully and said, if you become a 1-star hunter, that means the Hunter Association has acknowledged you, and you would certainly meet my standards. However, you still have some ties on the 6 continents that haven't been completely severed. Are you truly willing to leave just like that? Ties. Kurapika immediately knew what Germain was referring to. Shortly after Kurapika met Germain again, he recounted how Ms. Eistem had helped him retrieve the last of the Scarlet Eyes. He had already held a low-key funeral for his clansmen, chanting the Kurta clan's poetry, wishing them peace and rebirth. My greatest wish has actually been fulfilled, Kurapika said. That was to recover the Scarlet Eyes of my clansmen so they could be buried together completely. As for those who once possessed the Scarlet Eyes, I don't harbor much hatred for them. As long as they were willing to return the Scarlet Eyes, I wouldn't resort to final measures. Now everything is over, and I won't pursue their guilt any further. Of course, the Phantom Troop is different. They are different. They were the instigators of the Kurta clan's tragedy. Although from Sheila, I know that most of the main culprits who acted that year have already died at the hands of Teacher and us. However, there is still one person, the mastermind behind everything, who is most likely still alive, just in hiding. Kurora, until he dies, nothing will be truly over. Him alone, I will never let go. Kurapika frowned as he spoke, but then quickly relaxed. Teacher, you said my strength is barely enough on the 6 continents. But, at least I can't go to Meteor City alone right now. He thought for a moment and added another sentence. And Kukuru Mountain. Kukuru Mountain. Germain was somewhat surprised to hear that place name. Wasn't that the Zaldik family's territory? When did Kurapika get involved with the Zaldik family? Ah. He almost forgot, he participated in the 287th Hunter exam in 1999. Gon, Leorio, Hanso, Pakal, and others all took the exam that year. And the 2 brothers of the Zaldik family Illumi and Killua should have also participated in this exam, barring any accidents. The only one missing from this exam was Hisoka, whose whereabouts and life status were unknown. Indeed, Kurapika began to recount his experience in the Hunter exam, including how he met Gon, Killua, and Leorio. Then, he talked about the conflict between Illumi and Killua. Germain nodded silently. It seemed that the changes during this exam, besides Kurapika learning an ability early in Hisoka's absence, were Killua getting his hunter license and Badaro surviving. Everything else was pretty much the same as the original course. Gon still had his arm twisted by Hanzo and passed out. Killua was still forced by Illumi to return to the Zaldik family, but this time it was after he obtained his hunter license, while Gon was still unconscious. Kurapika had a good impression of Gon and Leorio, so he hadn't cut off contact with them. Through phone calls and messages these past few days, he also knew their movements. Gon and Leorio decided to visit the Zaldik family to see Killua, and they invited me, but I refused. If it were before I learned an ability, I might have gone with them. But once I learned an ability, I knew how big the gap was between me and Illumi. And Illumi is just one member of the Zaldik family, he's clearly not the strongest. I can't risk going to the Zaldik family with a clear conscience. I tried to persuade Gon and Leorio, but Gon was too stubborn, insisting that he wouldn't conflict with his good friend's family. Leorio also sided with him. I had no choice but to give up persuading them and let them go. The Zaldik family, hey? Germain remembered how Zeno and Silva had invited him to Kukuru Mountain after the Chimera Ant extermination war, and now might be a good opportunity. Just as he was about to speak, he heard his phone ring. He took it out and saw that the caller ID was Shizuku. Some time ago, Germain had changed her nickname from Glasses Girl to the current Shizuku. However, they were both in the same castle, so why would Shizuku call him instead of coming to find him directly? Perhaps something had happened, causing the usually absent-minded Shizuku to forget about this and call directly. After Germain answered the phone, it proved his guess was correct. After a brief conversation, he calmly hung up the phone. Kurapika had deliberately walked to a more distant spot when Germain answered the phone. Seeing his teacher finish the call, he walked back over, and then saw his teacher ponder for a moment before saying to him. It seems we need to leave Greed Island for a while, Kurapika. You should come with us too. This trip should solve two problems at once. On the evening of January 27th, a torrential downpour suddenly struck Meteor City, catching everyone off guard. The rain was heavy, pattering on tiles, wooden boards, plastic bags, and mountains of corpses. The corpses were all horrifyingly disfigured, their faces twisted, with dense limbs stretching towards the sky like black thorns. Sheila stared solemnly at the reeking mountain of bodies, which wouldn't be handled until tomorrow morning, and after a long silence, she couldn't help but sigh. How did it come to this? When she heard about the war Meteor City was facing, she bid farewell to Kite and rushed back, traveling thousands of miles, covered in dust. Unlike Germain and Shizuku, no one in Meteor City knew what she had done, so she was still considered a person of Meteor City. Meteor City indeed needed every living force right now. No, it should be said, a quarter of Meteor City needed her. A quarter of Meteor City was controlled by a surviving elder, while 3/4 of Meteor City was in the hands of the terrifying Gyro. Gyro, months of war had made the once proud and unyielding residents of Meteor City confused and lost. All of Meteor City's combat forces, the elders, the Phantom Troop, combat units, etc. had all appeared, but they had successively been defeated by Gyro's forces. Even more terrifying, those captured by Gyro's forces would endure extremely horrific torment. The ultimate fate of the captives was either to become food for the Chimera Ants, or to become something neither human nor ghost, joining the ranks of the cannibalistic Chimera Ants. Having one's flesh and blood eaten clean was already an extremely terrifying thing. Now, even the free and independent will was stripped away, which was a heavy blow to Meteor City. Their ability to hold onto the last quarter of the territory was already the result of fighting day and night, constantly pushing and pulling the front lines, and doing everything in their power. As for reinforcements, they simply didn't have many resources in that regard. The gangsters who had close cooperation with Meteor City only sent a small contingent in at the very beginning, attempting to hunt the new Ant King and new Ant Queen. After an unsurprising annihilation, the gangsters ceased their efforts and ignored Meteor City's current dire situation. If they were like this, there was even less to say about V5, the Kaken Empire, and other countries and regions. To them, Meteor City was like a garbage can for filth. If a war broke out inside the garbage can, they didn't need to care, as long as they were careful not to let it tip over. Moreover, over the past few months, these countries, regions, and organizations had made a fortune selling weapons, emergency medicine, stimulants, etc., almost completely draining Meteor City of all its savings. Besides, some people had the crazy idea that it would be more profitable if all the Meteor City residents became even more terrifying Chimera Ants and then cooperated with them. In the end, those who were truly willing to help Meteor City were often only those who, like Sheila, had left Meteor City. Her inability accumulated good luck seemed to have failed to produce miraculous effects in the daytime's direct combat. Due to constant misfortunes, she was bruised and scraped, covered in mud, truly looking like she had been fighting for a day. Like Mickey Mouse's heart-shaped headband, which originally had 2 ears, one of them had gone missing. Watching the curtain of large raindrops outside the awning, Sheila felt a surge of unease, then involuntarily reached into her pocket. She pulled out her phone, pressed a button, and in the glow, saw her call history. Was it right for me to call them? Can I really save Meteor City by doing this? Perhaps the people of Meteor City would rather die than accept help from a traitor? However, Meteor City is currently facing a reality more terrifying than death, being replaced, completely replaced. When it came to external combat power and external malice, the people of Meteor City were completely overshadowed by these Chimera Ants. If the replacement was completely accomplished, they would be even more Meteor City people than the actual Meteor City people. Moreover, for the people of Meteor City, when both the physical body and mental will could be controlled and become another person, complete annihilation and death would instead be a great fortune. Sheila sighed again. Suddenly, some incredible sounds surged through the pouring rain, immediately putting her on alert. She couldn't help but quiet down to listen, and the Meteor City residents around her, wearing protective suits, also paused, trying to discern something from the violent raindrops. But the rain was simply too heavy, almost drowning out everything. Finally, when several dark figures burst out of the darkness, almost screaming in terror and confusion, people began to realize that something bad had happened. They were all Meteor City residents. Their protective suits were torn by something, revealing their crimson blood, which splattered casually on the muddy ground and was then washed away by the rain. Their faces were filled with pale, and they stumbled. Some rushed towards Sheila and her group, some tripped and fell to the ground, and others knelt in despair, praying for religious salvation. One person finally burst out of the rain, as if losing his last breath, and collapsed under the awning, gasping for air. Help, help. Sheila crouched down, trying to help him up, but found him trembling as if he were naked in a world of ice and snow. His legs seemed to be on incredibly slippery ice, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. He kept falling, bruising his face, and didn't even notice the dark red blood flowing into his mouth. They're here, the devils, they're here again. Sheila involuntarily held her breath for a moment. She knew very well what the Meteor City resident meant by devils. It might sound strange, but in a barren and crowded place like Meteor City, there were indeed religions, cathedrals, and priests. However, that cathedral, which was originally a gathering place for Meteor City orphans, had completely fallen months ago, and the statues and crosses inside were thoroughly defiled. Even the venerable old priest, who had practically watched many younger generations of Meteor City residents grow up, had betrayed his faith and become a cannibalistic devil. Then, these devils, to the drumming sound of the urgent rain, let out strangely eerie laughter and burst into everyone's view. Someone screamed, then came the bang 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 of gunfire, making Sheila's eardrums ache. Sheila felt her heart pounding, and her breathing became uncontrollably rapid. She quickly reached out, trying to drag the person on the ground to safety. But the sound of gunfire also rang out in the rain. The devils also used firearms, and with the victories of many battles, they captured more and more, so their weapons and equipment became better and better. Ding ding ding, Sheila seemed to hear the crisp sound of a stapler, and then she saw the person she was dragging explode into flesh and blood, splattering onto her face. The person completely collapsed, not even having time to scream. What Sheila dragged with all her might was nothing more than a heavy corpse. The firefight in the downpour continued, but the devils had better weapons and equipment, and possessed a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, even most non-users. The devils routed the Meteor City residents, who soon had to give up this street and leave behind some who couldn't evacuate in time. Sheila was unfortunately one of those who couldn't evacuate in time. Crunch, crunch, crunch. She frantically burrowed into a nearby pile of garbage, then pulled many garbage bags over herself, burying herself. Breathe, breathe. Hiding in the foul-smelling garbage pile, Sheila heard that this small skirmish, for the devils, was basically over. However, occasional sporadic gunshots and screams still rang out. Those were executions of those who tried to escape or resist, or perhaps they just wanted to play a game. By now, having degenerated into devils, they had long lost their human nature, becoming more tyrannical, vicious, and gluttonous. They did need to capture prisoners for the Ant Queen's Essen to convert them into their kind, but they didn't need to take all of them back, only a portion. After all, conversion wasn't 100% successful, and the prisoner's physique and luck were also very important. Afterwards, Sheila heard the sound of someone tearing at meat. Through the gaps between the garbage bags, she saw two devils dismembering a human body. They were eating people. Once she realized this, Sheila felt an urge to vomit, and she tried her best not to throw up. However, she now regretted it immensely. Had she rushed back to Meteor City from the Kaken Empire day and night just to become food for the devils? Sheila absolutely refused to let such an unlucky thing happen to her. She immediately used accumulated good luck and silently prayed. Don't find me, don't find me, don't find me. However, things did not go as she wished. A rustling, spine-chilling sound rang out. The garbage bags on Sheila's head were pulled open, and rain splashed on her face. She squinted her eyes and barely made out a tall silhouette standing before her. Look what I found. There's another one here. A rough, scaly hand gripped Sheila's throat, easily pulling her out of the garbage pile and lifting her up. No no no. Sheila whimpered, flailing her fists and feet, trying to break free, but the large hand gradually tightened, forcing her to the brink of suffocation, her neck turning crimson. Tisk tisk tisk. The devil gazed admiringly, enjoying the scene, sticking out its tongue and gently licking its lips. I noticed a long time ago that when you're in extreme fear, that's when you're most delicious to me. How tragic, you won't have the chance to transform like us, and you'll never taste this deliciousness. Can you still hear me? You're not dead, are you? Sheila was indeed on the verge of losing consciousness, a gurgling sound coming from her throat, her tongue involuntarily sticking out, black spots encroaching from the edges of her retina. In a few more seconds, darkness would completely engulf her. But she didn't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Whoosh. As if to answer her inner plea, a sharp whistle sounded in her ear, followed by a cyan light powerful enough to pierce the darkness and save her. A scream not belonging to her rang out. Sheila plopped to the ground, coughing violently several times before her consciousness and senses returned to her control. When she looked up, she found that the devil that had been choking her had vanished. No, that's not right, it was still here, but, only charred, scattered pieces remained. In that instant, it had died an unnatural death due to some power. It was eliminated just like that. What happened? Sheila's eyes widened, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the holy glowing moonlight greatsword in the hand of the black-robed man standing beside her. Sheila. Germain pressed the brim of his tricorn hat, his black eyes meeting Sheila's. It seems we arrived just in time. Germain. And me, us? Sheila looked behind Germain and saw two more familiar figures. Shizuku, who had tried to shield her glasses from the rain with one hand but failed, waved lightly to Shira with her other hand as a greeting. Kurapika was drenched, his golden hair plastered to his stern face, yet it did not diminish his aura in the slightest. Germain, Shizuku, Kurapika, they really came, the call I made really summoned them. Shira hadn't held out much hope, but, most importantly, it really summoned them. However, Kurapika being there truly surprised Shira. She had thought this young man would never care about Meteor City's plight. Perhaps he really didn't intend to. Shira quickly understood Kurapika's reason for coming here. Because the Phantom Troop was also here. Kurapika reached out and pulled Shira, who was sitting in the mud, to her feet. How strange, he said calmly. I don't know why, but every time I meet you, Shira, I'm saving you. Shira was already feeling complicated, and hearing that made her unable to utter a single word. At this moment, in the gloomy rainy night, the other demons gradually reacted, turning their heads to look at Germain's group. There was no helping it, the sacred moonlight greatsword in his hand was simply too conspicuous, large, beautiful, and holy. The demons then noticed that one of their kind had died at the hands of Germain's group. So, almost like well-trained mercenaries, they suddenly raised their firearms and opened fire on Germain's group. Bang bang bang. Ding ding ding. Bullets poured out unsparingly, spraying towards Germain's group. Before Shira could react, with a clanging sound, a silver chain wrapped around her waist, pulling her up and flinging her behind them. Be careful. Shira, being a brave level 9 user to some extent, quickly flipped in the air and landed relatively steadily. Turning her head, she saw Kurapika, who had flung her there in a rush, retract his silver chain and charge forward with Germain and Shizuku. The bullets couldn't even get close. Blinky's large mouth opened and sucked them all in, then, like a magic cylinder, spat them all back out with a series of pft, pft, pft. This scene astonished the gun-wielding demons, and then several demons were hit by the bullets, sparking. However, their current bodies were too hard, ordinary bullets simply couldn't penetrate them. Nevertheless, this truly surprised the demons. They exchanged glances and realized that this group, like the Ant King, the Ant Queen, and the Royal Guard, were all non-users. Besides that, they had only seen this mysterious ability among the so-called Meteor City Elders and Phantom Troop members. However, now there were only 2 Meteor City Elders left, and only 3 Phantom Troop members, meaning Meteor City's native forces were already at their last gasp. With a bit more effort, they could completely wipe out Meteor City's native forces, make this their territory, and use it to radiate out to other areas. Where did these non-users come from? While surprised, the demons didn't forget to act. They discarded their ineffective firearms, threw away their unfinished flesh and blood and organs, and killed the struggling captives. Then, they pounced ferociously. They were not afraid, even among Meteor City's previous non-users, weren't several of them severely wounded and fell under siege? They would do now what they did then. The demons swarmed from all directions, moving astonishingly fast. Soon, they would be able to demonstrate their equally astonishing strength. However, Germain did not give most of them a chance to perform. Germain, who was a step ahead, suddenly raised the sacred moonlight greatsword with both hands, holding the blade horizontally, his nen flowing freely in an instant. Whoosh! He abruptly swung the greatsword horizontally, and a wide, azure crescent slash erupted without reason. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The demons had just revealed their undisguised astonishment when they were engulfed by the azure light, their forms instantly destroyed, like mud washed away by a flood. Boom! The azure crescent slash flew out, even slicing the nearby low-lying houses in half, revealing the few pieces of furniture inside. So strong! Shira stared blankly, lost in thought for a long time. She had never actually seen Germain fight, and the occasional rumors she heard about him hadn't given her much shock. After all, building a nuclear bomb and detonating one in front of you are 2 different concepts. Most of the demons vanished in this single strike, the remaining few paused, then realized how terrifying what had just happened was. Even the Royal Guard, the demons had never seen them unleash similar bombardments. Terror surged into their minds, making them react instantly, and they turned and ran. But Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika chased after them. Their goal, of course, was to eliminate them completely. Germain's great sword cleaved, Shizuku's blinky hammered, and Kurapika's chains pierced, causing the last few demons to fall dead. Swish swish swish! The rain intensified, as if to wash away the sins of this place. When Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika turned around and walked towards Shira, the young woman, who had just returned from the brink of death, couldn't help but cover her face and weep. It's so good, you came, it's so good. She sobbed and spoke incoherently, her excitement inexpressible. The experiences of these past days, especially tonight's, had made her almost despairing, unable to imagine what future Meteor City could possibly have. And Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika, they brought hope. Just as everything seemed to be over, footsteps echoed in the rain. While Shizuku, Kurapika, and Shira looked warily in that direction, Germain's eyes narrowed, he had already sensed who was coming. Appearing in the seemingly endless cold rain were Maki, with her messy ponytail, and Pakunoda, dressed in a damp women's suit. The moment Maki and Pakunoda saw Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika, they first froze, then frowned, their faces filling with anger. You? Why are you here? What are you doing in Meteor City? Not only that, the Meteor City combat unit closely following behind them also took their positions behind them. Upon realizing the identities of Germain's group, they, too, gritted their teeth. The Phantom Troop held a very high status in Meteor City, and many Meteor City residents even strived to become a part of the Phantom Troop. They greatly admired the Phantom Troop's bloody and violent style of killing and looting as they pleased. Not to mention that the Phantom Troop would eventually distribute the stolen money in Meteor City, which garnered even more goodwill from many. This was simply the dream life for many Meteor City residents. However, in the past year, this team they revered had suffered the heaviest blow since its formation. Most of its members died, and Germain and Shizuku, who originated from Meteor City, only gained their current fame and status by stepping on the corpses of the Phantom Troop. This is why Meteor City residents viewed them as traitors. The Phantom Troop was on their side, so the Phantom Troop's opposition was naturally traitors. And these traitors actually dared to return to Meteor City? As everyone glared angrily at Germain's group, Shira wiped away her tears and snot, stepped forward, and stood in front of everyone's gun muzzles. Don't shoot! Shira shouted anxiously amidst the rain, the dense raindrops making it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. I called them here. Why? Pakunoda looked at her childhood friend with an expression of disbelief. Why would you do this? And how do you know them? Soon, she realized many things. Previously, they and the Phantom Troop had discussed whether there was an internal spy who had exposed their inability information to Germain. Maki was once a suspect, but was later cleared. Now, that spy seemed to finally surface. So it was you. Pakunoda almost choked. You, me, and Sarasa, we were so close, and you, betrayed us. Before, she had never suspected Shira. I didn't. Shira quickly realized Pakunoda had misunderstood something, and she had indeed never exposed the Phantom Troop members' inability information. However, now, even if she jumped into the ocean, she couldn't clear her name. Traitors, Maki summarized coldly. 3 Meteor City traitors, that's all. She rubbed thin threads from her fingertips, staring intently at Germain. Pakunoda also took out her pistol, the one she used to fire memory bullets. The Meteor City combat unit was all poised for action. Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika, of course, would not yield. They displayed an equally aggressive stance, pulling Shira, who was blocking between the groups, back to their side. There's nothing more to say, Kurapika told Shira. Since we've met, our conflict won't stop. Shira's expression tightened, then she showed a sorrowful look. Tonight, she might once again see a familiar childhood friend die before her eyes. Why did such tragedies always repeat themselves in front of her, and she was powerless to stop them? However, it wasn't just Maki and Pakunoda's team that was drawn by the recent battle and Germain's crescent/wave. Lightning illuminated the mountains of trash and corpses as if it were daylight, also revealing a large group of figures like a chaotic dance of demons. Rumble. Thunder then rolled in, like countless heavy wheels crushing an incredibly thin ground. Why am I not a royal guard? The leading demon monster whispered softly. I was the one who followed Zezen-sama. No, now it's Ant Queen Zama. I was the one who followed Ant Queen Zama the longest. A demon resembling a spider clung to the mountain of corpses, like a melancholic poet, chanting its own sorrow. Many demons swarmed forward, poking their heads out, but along with them, many terrifying rocket launchers also emerged. Amidst a roar no less than thunder and a tremor no less than an earthquake, 3 tanks even drove out, their dark muzzles aimed at the human side. Boom boom boom. The cannons roared, and the explosive power caused the Meteor City combat troops, caught off guard, to explode from the middle, with screams echoing endlessly. Like smashed watermelons, red and black flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Wearing white protective suits, they fired their guns in a panic, not even waiting for the orders of Maki and Pakunoda, their nominal superiors. However, bullets clattered against the 3 steel behemoths, and besides sparking, they caused no actual damage. They knew perfectly well why the demons possessed 3 tanks, because those were bought from the outside world and recently stolen by the demons. And almost all of their anti-tank rocket launchers, firearms, grenades, and so on, were now in the hands of the demons. This meant that the Meteor City combat troops could only use everything they had to intercept these 3 behemoths and the menacing demons surrounding them. Destroy their treads. Maki had already considered how to deal with the tanks after Meteor City lost 3 of them. She glanced at Germain, Shizuku, Kurapika, and Shira. At this point, in the current situation, it was impossible to attack them. Maki even secretly prayed, hoping they wouldn't take this opportunity to stab the Meteor City combat troops in the back. If caught in a pincer attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pakunoda apparently thought of the same thing. Her eyes, set on her prominent nose, met Maki's gaze, then she looked at Germain, Shira, and the others, before turning her attention to the true enemy before them. Now was not the time to be entangled with them. The Meteor City combat troops obeyed Maki's order, attempting to approach the tanks and destroy their treads to stop their advance. However, the demons quickly saw through their intentions. Whoosh! Bang! Rocket-propelled grenades pierced the dense rain, dragging long trails, and exploded among the Meteor City combat troops. Disperse! Maki ordered again, her fingers shooting out in threads, which powerfully wrapped around one of the rockets. With a turn, she flung it back. Bang! The rocket exploded on one of the tanks, a flash of fire momentarily brightening, followed by thick, swirling smoke. The hatch on top of the tank immediately opened, and several demons climbed out, one after another, jumping to the ground, revealing their ferocious faces. This was the worst part. Maki thought. A typical explosion might stun or kill living beings inside a tank, but the demon's physique was too strong, they weren't human at all. Even without tanks, without rockets, without firearms, these demons were still terrifying, monster-level enemies. The Meteor City combat troops had now dispersed, hiding behind garbage piles, civilian houses, and piles of corpses, firing back at the demons. However, they knew their counterattack would not be very effective. Before this, they still possessed many heavy weapons, enough to kill or repel ordinary level demons. But with several failed battles and the massive loss of weaponry, the offensive quickly reversed. The Meteor City combat troops had been fighting day and night and were already exhausted. The demons' surprise attack tonight, taking advantage of the heavy rain, might be the final straw that broke the camel's back. If possible, Meteor City truly wished to use a poor man's rose or an explosive of similar power to end this nightmare that never seemed to wake. However, due to Meteor City's consistently wild ways, which even made some terrorist organizations feel inferior, no one was willing to sell them a poor man's rose. The people of Meteor City dared to threaten outsiders with human bombs back then, if given a poor man's rose, who knew what they would do? Not even the most greedy arms dealers dared to take such a risk. Completely losing hope in weapons, all their hope rested on Meteor City's most valiant team, the Phantom Troop. This was why Maki and Pakunoda were standing back to back at this moment, not charging forward. If even one more of them fell now, it would deliver a fatal blow to the morale of the Meteor City combat troops. So, they adopted a strategy of defensive counterattack, waiting for the demons to surge forward, then counterattacking with perfect coordination. Pakunoda would fire memory bullets at the demons, and those hit would experience a brief, about 1 second, mental daze. The insertion of unfamiliar memories into their minds would cause a very short period of memory confusion, which was their opportunity. This was equivalent to Pakunoda creating an opening for the enemy, and then the reaping would be left to Maki's nen threads, which could be both flexible and incredibly sharp. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The heads and torsos of several demons, stunned by memory confusion, were severed by nen threads, blood spurting into the air, staining a patch of rain and mist red. However, the quantity of demons was still very large, many bearing faces familiar to the Phantom Troop members. They charged over and tore apart the weak warriors. Screams constantly echoed in the rainy night, and the dispersed warriors fell one after another. When they tried to gather, they would again be bombarded by tanks and rockets. We can't keep fighting. Pakunoda fired another memory bullet, accurately hitting a demon and making it stop in its tracks. The casualties are too great. Maki understood this principle as well. After tearing off the heads of several surrounding demons with her nen threads, she again shouted an order, retreat. Retreat. However, a black shadow flashed by like a streak of lightning, descending from above them, revealing its tall physique in the dim light. Its spider legs clung to the sloping garbage pile, revealing the demon's face, which resembled an old man. I, Pike, would never willingly lose the favor of Ant Queen. Oh, fortunately, Ant King has given me a chance. Ant King said that as long as I complete this mission, I will be able to advance further, and Ant Queen will surely look at me with new eyes. Boom. A muffled thunder-like sound came from afar, and Maki and Pakunoda involuntarily turned to look, noticing a pillar of fire rising into the sky in one direction. Soon, they understood what Pike's mission meant, and their faces immediately turned pale. That direction was the main base of their remaining Meteor City forces. Maki and Pakunoda had been wrongly lured to this side, while the real main attack had begun in another direction and was already nearing the main base. To break through multiple defensive lines and strike directly at the main base in such a short time, it was likely that at least all of the Royal Guard were there. We must rush back. Only Shulnark is there, he can't hold on for long alone. Their thoughts raced. Maki and Pakunoda turned to run, but Pike leaped over, blocking their way in the middle of the road. You can't go back, Pike murmured, his hand, like a puppet's joint, pinching a black pill and throwing it into his mouth. You can't go back. What did it eat? Maki and Pakunoda were inexplicably astonished. In an instant, black, ferocious nen shot out from Pike's shell. Its outer shell began to crack, spewing crimson flesh and blood and black pustules. Its entire body swelled in a flash. Soon, it transformed into a giant spider 2 stories high, its old man's face cracking to reveal sharp spider calicity. Its voice also gradually became deep and terrifying. Eating Ant King's medicine makes one stronger. As long as I endure and survive, I will be able to advance further and become a royal guard. I will become a royal guard. It puffed out its swollen abdomen, as if unable to wait to unleash, and continuously spewed out sticky webs with popping sounds. Each web, when unfurled, was large enough to cover a tank. And several Phantom Troop members who were accidentally enveloped were crushed into countless pieces of flesh and blood and pulp within the rapidly tightening webs. Maki and Pakunoda quickly retreated, but Pike's webs were clearly aimed at them, and the spewing ammunition never stopped. Boom. Another muffled thunder-like explosion sounded from afar, with thick smoke rolling and flames soaring, clearly visible even on such a rainy night. Maki and Pakunoda were both anxious and didn't want to continue fighting here, but they had no good way to counter Pike. If it were the previous Pike, Maki alone could handle it, but the current Pike's physique was terrifyingly strong. The nen threads she threw out were unable to tear or cut Pike's joints. And Pike's ferocious aura was gradually affecting everyone around, including Maki and Pakunoda, who felt a dizzy spell. This feeling of being enveloped and controlled filled them with disgust, yet they couldn't quickly shake it off. Would they, whose tattoo motif was a spider, truly fall to a spider monster tonight? Just then, the battle, which had been completely overwhelmed in less than 2 minutes for the Meteor City combat troops, suddenly changed. Several black figures moved back and forth, and then more and more demons fell. Subsequently, the remaining 2 tanks were also destroyed, like opened cans, spewing gunpowder smoke. Maki and Pakunoda saw clearly. Kurapika, wielding silver chains, Shizuku, striking heavily with Blinky, and Germain, delivering devastating slashes. At Shira's renewed plea, they had made their move. Germain and Shizuku were both orphans of Meteor City. Of course, they had received aid from the Grand Cathedral and had once been protected by the elders and the combat troops. Tonight, they came not only for Shira but also to repay this kindness, even if Meteor City did not welcome them, these two traitors. As for Kurapika, his purpose for coming along was self-evident. He could have watched Maki and Pakunoda and the others be killed, but he was not, after all, a phantom troop member. This was a person who, knowing what Yuvajin had done to his clan, would still give Yuvajin a complete corpse after his death and personally bury him. The intervention of the three almost instantly turned the tide of the battle, making Maki and Pakunoda feel a sense of unreality, as if the recent crushing defeat had not occurred. The strength of Germain and Shizuku, in particular, astonished them. Shizuku, was that really Shizuku? They were not very familiar with Shizuku, but they were all Meteor City residents, and had met a few times before, a nodding acquaintance. At that time, Shizuku was merely a scavenger of the dark world, far less powerful and famous than they, the Phantom Troop members. Now, she was completely different. The blinky in her hand was almost invincible, demons fell before her, turning into the brutally killed Chimera ants' corpses. But what truly made Maki and Pakunoda feel fear was, indeed, the man in the black robe. He had become even more terrifying than during their encounter at Stonehenge several months ago. Our sworn enemy has grown to such an extent, and yet we are forced to look up to him, waiting for him to deal with the enemy before us. Humiliation and unwillingness filled their chests, almost suffocating them. Germain vanished in a flash of lightning, and then, after the lightning, suddenly appeared above Pike. Pike's spider roar quickly turned into screams and whimpers, because the sacred moonlight greatsword had already pierced his back. Boom! The close-range explosion caused Maki and Pakunoda's eardrums to ache. A pillar of azure light, filling their vision, shot up from the ground. Boom! In an instant, the swollen spider turned into a cloud of dust, mixing with the undiminished heavy rain. The headquarters of the remaining Meteor City forces was located in the center of the district, surrounded by hastily constructed stone walls and 3 lines of defense. However, the first and second lines of defense had already been breached. The Chimera Ants' army stormed into the district, engaging in a fierce urban battle with the Meteor City combat troops near the third line of defense. While called fierce, it was more like a one-sided massacre for the Meteor City combat troops. They often had to sacrifice many lives just to temporarily halt the advance of the man-eating demons. The pouring rain quietly ceased at this moment, but the scent of slaughter grew thicker in the night, and the many potholes were filled with blood. Once the Chimera Ants' army became organized, they were truly terrifying. Their assault was a bloody hunting, and when hungry or thirsty, supplies were everywhere on the ground. The Meteor City combat troops now had a reason to fight to the death. Once the third line of defense fell, only the final headquarters would remain. And in the headquarters and the air raid shelters beneath it, besides a few combat members, the vast majority were the old, weak, women, and children who could not fight. If this human shield also fell, everything would be over, and the fate of the Meteor City people within the headquarters was imaginable. This battle had already transformed into the final decisive engagement, and such a critical situation led one of Meteor City's 2 remaining elders to personally oversee the battle on the front lines. In addition, the Phantom Troop's new leader, Shulnark, also appeared on the foremost front of the battle, undoubtedly serving as the main force, with the warriors centering around him. The Meteor City force's ability to stalemate with Gyro's forces until now was inseparable from Shulnark's strategizing. Without him, this decisive battle would likely have taken place a month earlier. The combat troops' trust in Shulnark was unquestionable, but even the strongest morale could not salvage the current actual disparity in combat power. Shulnark had not failed to attempt a decapitation strategy. For this, he had gathered and meticulously studied much intelligence from the Chimera Ant extermination war that occurred in the East Gordo Republic. He had once intended to seek feasible solutions from the operational patterns of Germain, Netero, and Morel, but in the implementation phase, he merely made a clumsy imitation. At that time, a decapitation squad led by an elder, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda managed to infiltrate the ant nest but was intercepted by the Royal Guard. The appearance of the Ant King Gyro and Queen Zezan at the squad's most exhausted moment pushed this elite unit into an abyss. Subsequently, most of the squad members, including that elder, perished, and Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda only managed to escape due to their sacrifice. Otherwise, the 3 of them would either be dead now or forced to reincarnate as demons, living a life worse than death. However, surviving was not necessarily a good thing, as they needed to inherit the will of the fallen and face this extremely cruel reality. The bad news was that they could not emulate Germain and others to assassinate the Ant King Gyro and Queen Zezan. Because their squad had neither Germain nor Netero. What they lacked was not plans or strategies, but a sharp blade. The good news was that they killed 2 Royal Guard and probed an ability possessed by the Ant King Gyro. However, even with such intelligence, they had no suitable opportunity to use it. The ant nest's defenses grew increasingly strict, and they couldn't win a frontal engagement. They had already lost what was likely their last chance to confront the Ant King Gyro head-on. The Meteor City's sphere of influence was constantly being compressed. Ostensibly, they still occupied a quarter of Meteor City, but Shulnark knew very well that it was Gyro's trick. Gyro might be a man even more cunning than him. He seemed to have grasped the thoughts of the Meteor City people, deliberately leaving a quarter of the land unoccupied and actively handing it over to the Meteor City people. Adhering to the principle of we do not refuse anything, but no one should try to take anything from us, the Meteor City forces decided to guard their last territory. However, Shulnark keenly realized that this was a conspiracy designed to make the Meteor City combat troops disperse their forces to guard land that could not be held at all. He raised objections to the several Meteor City elders who were still alive at the time, requesting to abandon the superfluous territory and consolidate their land, but only one Meteor City elder supported him. The other Meteor City elders were not unaware that Shulnark's deduction was likely correct, but they had no choice but to do so. In a situation where they were comprehensively inferior to the enemy in terms of individual combat power, weaponry, and strategic depth, the Meteor City forces' only remaining advantages were spiritual strength and logistical supplies. Abandoning additional territory would be another heavy blow to their already disheartened morale. At the same time, food could be moved, but water sources could not. They would lose a considerable amount of potable water sources and also lose safe routes for communication and trade with external arms dealers. So, Shulnark proposed another path, for everyone to leave Meteor City, recuperate outside for several years, and then fight their way back. However, this path was still rejected. The world's animosity towards the Meteor City people was probably second only to the locust-like chimera ants. The Meteor City people were a group without identity, theoretically not existing in the world. The world watched the internal wars of Meteor City, like raising venomous insects, for profit, not hoping that this swarm of cockroaches would pour out, find new places to settle and reproduce and grow. At that time, they would inevitably suffer a heavy blow no less severe than from Gyro's forces, forcing them to return to Meteor City. The war between the Meteor City forces and Gyro's forces had to continue like a frantic race along a cliff edge. Next came Gyro's forces' piecemeal destruction of the Meteor City forces in a one-sided slaughter. The combat troops were routed, almost all the elders died in battle, and the casualties were countless. Until tonight. Shulnark realized that tonight was the night of the decisive battle, Meteor City's last night. This region, with over 1,500 years of history, would soon change hands from humans, becoming a chimera ant stronghold, radiating its influence across the world. As explosions sounded and scouts reported a large force invading the defenses, Shulnark, while coordinating the combat troops, gazed in the direction of Maki and Pakunoda's patrol squad. He couldn't help but hope that Maki and Pakunoda would leave Meteor City immediately, going anywhere, as long as they didn't return. Perhaps this would be a good thing. However, he knew very well that given their personalities, upon discovering the headquarters under attack, they would undoubtedly rush back to fight at all costs. Shulnark knew them too well. In the end, would everyone's fate be to perish together here? Shulnark sighed and pressed a button on his mobile phone for operating, activating carrying others' fate to control two demons to fight for him. Shulnark recognized these two demons. They were two elites from the Meteor City combat troops, transformed by Queen Zezin's ability. They became what were called squad leaders under Gyro's forces. Shulnark took some effort to capture them, and upon testing them, he indeed noticed their uniqueness. At least, they were the two toughest shields in front of Shulnark and the most ferocious and loyal enforcers. However, as the Royal Guard joined the battlefield, one of the two shields was quickly shattered, and Shulnark had to temporarily find another demon to replace it. And the so-called Royal Guard, 3 in total, were all known to Shulnark. 2 Meteor City elders and an old priest, although they still wore their original clothes, their faces and bodies had completely changed. The appearance of the 3 Royal Guard almost instantly crushed the third line of defense and killed the elder who was still on the front line. Now, blocking the headquarters, only the remnants of Shulnark's led troops remained. Shulnark briefly engaged with the Royal Guards. Since his inability could only control 2 people at most, in an attempt to control one of the Royal Guard, he sacrificed one of his shields. This carried great risk, as the numerous wounds on his body already proved, but it was also very worthwhile. Because as a manipulation-type ability user, once he successfully implanted an antenna into an enemy, it was almost a one-hit kill. The Royal Guards would lose one member, while Shulnark's side would gain a Royal Guard's combat power. This way, there might still be a chance to turn the tide. However, things did not go as planned. The Royal Guards were quite united tonight, maintaining their formation, and gave Shulnark, whose ability was long exposed, no opportunity. Shulnark's other squad leader shield was also quickly dismembered, so he had to grab another demon as a shield and continue fighting. Afterward, he occasionally glanced at his last remaining antenna. Perhaps, it was time. Thanks to that raid on the ant nest, the Meteor City forces learned about Gyro, the Ant King's ability. Gyro is most likely a specialization-type user, able to materialize a special drug. Once a demon consumes it, its life is essentially in his hands. The demons would initially suffer excruciating pain, with more than half exploding and dying from the drug. However, those who survived after the pain subsided would become stronger. Ordinary soldiers would become brigade leaders would become squad leaders, and squad leaders would become Royal Guards. Some even skipped 2 ranks, but those were extremely rare. Those without an ability would gain it, and those who already had an ability would see it amplified, with at least one aspect such as strength, speed, defense, or regeneration receiving a boost. Shulnark now had to face 3 monsters who had consumed Gyro's drug in advance to become Royal Guards. 1-on-1, he might have a chance, but 1-on-3 was simply too difficult. As he fought, he once again looked at the antenna in his hand, and finally, he inserted it into himself, setting it to automatic operation mode. Once automatic operation mode was activated, it meant Shulnark had resorted to his last resort. Automatic operation mode was, in fact, somewhat like a combination of Gyro's and Zezin's abilities. Shulnark would enter an unconscious state, with his ability enhanced across the board, until all enemies in front of him were killed, at which point the mode would automatically terminate. Otherwise, he would continue in this state until his Nen was completely exhausted. In this state, he essentially abandoned his most trusted brain, instead using his body to fight in a final struggle with victory or defeat entirely left to fate. Shulnark would never use automatic operation mode unless absolutely necessary, and now was that absolutely necessary moment. Since Gyro's forces took root in Meteor City, he had, in fact, used automatic operation mode more than once to defeat enemies or escape death traps. He hopes that this time, automatic operation mode would also give him a surprise. If even automatic operation mode couldn't defeat his opponents, then he would rather die than be captured and then reincarnated into a demon by Ant Queen Zazan. As a manipulation type Nen user, if his final outcome was to become someone else's puppet, it would truly be too ironic. After automatic operation mode was activated, the demon he had used as a shield lost control and fell directly to the ground. Automatic Shulnark thus led the Meteor City combat unit in their final resistance. In terms of results, automatic Shulnark killed one of the royal guards, but the remaining elder and old priest pushed him into a desperate situation. The elder pulled out the antenna from Shulnark's body, forcing his automatic operation mode to terminate, while the old priest's axe cut through Shulnark's flesh and blood. A horrifying wound extended diagonally from Shulnark's shoulder all the way to his abdomen, almost revealing bone and internal organs, not to mention the gushing blood. Shulnark, no longer able to stand, collapsed in front of the main camp. Extremely weak, he lifted his eyelids and saw the surrounding Meteor City people falling one after another. The scent of death exhaled from his nostrils, and then the smell of blood in the air was inhaled. It seems this is the end. At this moment, however, he noticed that the elder and the old priest had not stepped forward to deliver the fatal blow. Somewhat puzzled, he wanted to look up, but had no strength left. However, he was soon entirely flipped over, and a face appeared before him. "Don't speak," Maki calmly and skillfully used Nen threads to stitch Shulnark's wound. "We've already returned. It's too late to tell us to leave now." Just as Shulnark was familiar with Maki and Pakunoda, Maki was equally familiar with Shulnark, knowing his thoughts and what he wanted to say. Shulnark felt almost no pain in his body, only a general chill. After hearing Maki's words, he said nothing, only sighed again. "What's the point of stitching my wounds now? Or rather, what's the point of you coming back now? Never mind, never mind. Since you've returned, let's all die here." Coincidentally, their deaths here would signify the complete demise of the Phantom Troop. This group would become history. No, it should be said that the Phantom Troop's end would come shortly after, when the enemy invaded the main camp. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Pakunoda, with bloodstains on her face like ridiculous whiskers beneath her prominent nose, also appeared before him. Next to appear was a restless Sheila, who nervously looked left and right, her gaze finally inexplicably fixed ahead. Shulnark couldn't help but smile. "You three have given up fighting and struggling, and have come to my side. Are you here to hear my last words? All right, all right. Let's end it with a little dignity. As the second leader of the Phantom Troop, I forgive you." However, Pakunoda took the opportunity while Maki was stitching Shulnark's wound, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to him. "Sheila found reinforcements. Although I'm very reluctant, in this situation, only they can change things. No matter what happens later, let's cooperate with them for now." Shulnark was unsure if it was due to Pakunoda's vague words or his severe injuries, which led to a decline in his cognitive abilities. He couldn't quite understand Pakunoda's words. However, in a place beyond his vision, booming explosions made even his dulled reactions realize that something unexpected had happened. But what exactly happened? Not far away, Germain stepped on the elder's corpse, a hint of doubt in his heart. It could be called one of the royal guards? Were they too weak, or were Yupi, Neferpitu, and Shiapuf too strong back then? The elder's combat power was actually only between that of the royal guards and the squad leaders encountered in the East Gordo Republic back then. He was already very strong, but calling him a royal guard might be a disservice to the fearsome reputation established by Yupi, Neferpitu, and Shiapuf. He had fought with the royal guards, so he was probably the most qualified person here to make such a judgment. Germain turned his head and saw Kurapika struggling to swing his silver chains, repelling the surrounding demons. Then he saw Shizuku confronting the old priest. He pursed his lips, first delivering a slash to help Kurapika kill a large wave of demons, and then flashed to Shizuku's side. Should I do it? Germain probably knew why Shizuku hadn't eliminated the old priest yet. With her current combat power, the old priest couldn't possibly be an opponent. Shizuku adjusted her glasses, recalling the kind old priest from her memories. His face was covered in old wrinkles, his body was plump, and he always held a Bible, chattering in front of her. None of the orphans in Meteor City truly paid attention to his sermons, but they all came for the Holy Communion afterward, especially the novel candies and biscuits. Perhaps there were two oddballs, one was Kurora, and the other was Pakunoda. They actually listened to the old priest's recitations, but that was a long time ago. After the Sarasa massacre, they rarely visited the cathedral anymore. Thus, the then stunned Shizuku was considered by the old priest to be the only child who seriously listened to his preaching. This made him very happy, and he was especially good to Shizuku, often giving her extra snacks and fruits. However, he soon realized that Shizuku wasn't very interested in religion, but the emotional bond had already formed, so he simply treated her like a granddaughter. When Shizuku, like other Meteor City residents, decided to venture outside Meteor City, the old priest pondered for a long time. Instead of giving her a cross, he gave her a St. Peter's cross. The old priest hoped she would remain humble and find her way to heaven. However, isolated from news in Meteor City, he did not yet know that in the outside world, the inverted cross had become a symbol of rebellion. Shizuku blinked her eyes at this moment, but she did not see the always smiling, plump old man, nor the old man who looked worried when she left. The old priest before her, the only recognizable thing was his set of clothes. His face had turned black like charcoal, his body was tall and robust, and he wielded a bloody axe. This brutal being was definitely not that old man. That old man was someone who, even in a place like Meteor City, tried to preach and raise children. He was someone who always held hope, believing that if people simply believed in religion, prayed earnestly, and did good deeds, they could be saved. However, God truly would not save Meteor City, it was a place universally acknowledged as being forsaken by God. Time continued to flow. No need. Shizuku regained her breath at this moment and stepped forward. No need. Only he must die by my hand. Easily dodging the axe's chop, Shizuku's Blinky swung, biting off one of the old priest's arms. She raised Blinky again and, with a smack, shattered the old priest's head, watching coldly as he slumped to the ground. It turns out that when faced with the moment, making a choice is difficult, yet also very easy. After a while, Shizuku reached out to touch the inverted cross on her chest. After a moment of contemplation, she softly recited the prayer for the dead that she had actually memorized long ago, to the old priest's corpse. I should have told him sooner that I had already memorized it. Germain said that souls indeed exist in the world. I hope it's not too late now, I hope his soul is still there and can hear my prayer. Rest in peace. The intrusion of Germain, Shizuku and Kurapika suddenly turned the tide, but the war was not yet completely over. Maki entrusted the stitched-up Shulnark to the care of Sheila, who had little combat power, and then stood up. The last batch of combat troops surged out of the main camp, and together with the survivors Maki and Pakunoda brought back, they gathered. Maki and Pakunoda now led them in a charge, intending to rout this demon army that had lost its royal guards. This was their closest to victory, yet they were pushed back by a new demon legion that suddenly appeared. Under the moonlight, Ant King Gyro, completely wrapped in a robe, and Ant Queen Zazan, unreservedly displaying her voluptuous figure, appeared. Zazan leaned smilingly beside Gyro, her long scorpion tail wrapped around Gyro's waist, demonstrating their recent intimacy. He he he. I didn't expect all the royal guards to be killed in battle. Never mind, never mind. As long as I have my aesthetic reincarnation injection and your DD devil drug, any number of royal guards can be created. Zazan licked her dark purple lips with her tongue, her alluring eyes sweeping over Germain, Shizuku, Shulnark, Maki, Pakunoda and Kurapika. Look, aren't there 6 individuals here with the qualifications to become royal guards? Gyro said nothing in response, only gazing at Germain. He smelled danger from this man. Is that the Ant King? I feel a little disappointed. Germain held the sacred moonlight greatsword diagonally in one hand, turned slightly, and glanced at their king, who was surrounded by numerous demons. His eyes dropped a little, and he couldn't help but think of Miriam. With Miriam dead, who knows how many chimera ants would declare themselves king and tyrant. They really should see what a true ant king is. However, no matter what, let's first completely end this war before discussing anything else. He left his rear to the trustworthy Shizuku and Kurapika, as well as Maki and Pakunoda, with whom he had established a wartime cooperative relationship. Then, he, alone, carrying his great sword, charged into the enemy lines. Catch him. Zazan laughed, her waist shaking, as she thought Germain had made a bad move. Capture him alive, he's good material for injection reincarnation. He would become a new royal guard, perhaps even more. Zazan licked her lips greedily. With Gyro silent, Zazan's command took precedence, and the demons surged forward like a tide without hesitation. However, when Germain swung that seemingly impossibly heavy great sword and unleashed the first crescent slash, the situation suddenly changed. Boom. After the dazzling blue light and terrifying nun dissipated, as if by magic, the demons that had been blocking Germain's path vanished like bubbles. An entire section of the ground was shaved off, revealing a surface as smooth as if tofu had been sliced horizontally. If not for the rain of bloody, mangled flesh and blood falling from the sky, Zazan wouldn't have even realized what had happened. This. How could such a thing? She swallowed, and fear immediately changed her initial naive thought. Kill him. At all costs, by any means, kill him. This was why Gyro disliked the foolish woman Zazan, she always focused on superficialities and couldn't properly bear the title of Ant Queen. But there was no one better suited than her at the moment, her nun ability had indeed produced a terrifyingly large and powerful army for Gyro. A demon army with nun abilities against Meteor City's combat forces, which were mostly ordinary soldiers, was a dimensional strike. However, the Ant Queen who produced this army did not possess abilities matching the title. If Zazan could be more aware of current events and observe more, like him, she would have realized that the man before them was most likely Germain, the greatest contributor who single-handedly extinguished the recent Chimera Ants invasion. The East Gordo Republic's Ant King and royal guards had all died by his hand. Although Gyro had left the ant nest before the Ant Queen gave birth to the Ant King and royal guards, he still had a basic understanding of those monsters. Anyone capable of killing the Ant King and royal guards was undoubtedly a monster capable of threatening him at this distance. And events unfolded exactly as Gyro had predicted. Germain wielded the sacred moonlight greatsword, cutting through the demon army attempting to block him as if he were in a no-man's land. Even more troubling was that the humans behind him also launched a fierce counterattack, gnawing at the enemy like rabid dogs. The originally one-sided battlefield situation was instantly reversed. He hadn't expected that the surprise attack on Meteor City's main base tonight, intended to end the war in one fell swoop, would fail at the last moment. Anxiety and unease rose in Gyro's heart. Used as a tool by his father, scorned by society, and denied value by the world, Gyro was filled with resentment, which served as his driving force. His NGL, which he had painstakingly built over 9 years, was easily destroyed by the Chimera Ant's invasion, bringing his venomous hatred to new heights. Now, his soul had reincarnated into a more powerful body, gaining an ability almost tailor-made for him to ascend to the throne. Gyro naturally wouldn't be content to spend another 9 years in Meteor City. In his plan, he aimed to fully control Meteor City within 6 months. The situation's progress was also as he had anticipated. He had crushed Meteor City's indigenous forces in just over 3 months. From the moment he rescued Zazan and established the ant nest, it marked the beginning of the first chapter of this new empire. Now, the conclusion of the first chapter should be the capture of Meteor City's main base, the annihilation of the largest resistance force, and then, turning back to sweep through all of Meteor City, clearing out the small teams scattered everywhere. He was already impatient to spread his ambition and his madness throughout the world, to cast everyone under his terrifying threat. Only then would he feel a climax-like joy. Being denied by the world would not completely break him, he would turn around and deny this world. However, just as he was about to achieve complete victory, this man appeared before him, and with incomprehensible strength, he swiftly cut his way to the forefront. His soldiers, brigade leaders, squad leaders, and royal guards fell one after another, many of whom had been reborn after consuming the DD Devil drug and on whom he had placed high hopes. Under the slashes of that sacred moonlight greatsword, all the hierarchies Gyro had established seemed to become meaningless pronouns. All beings were equal, all killed with a single sword stroke, without any exceptions. This feeling was truly strange. The situation Gyro hoped to achieve in Meteor City, where he would sweep through everything, was precisely the situation Germain was now demonstrating. He couldn't help but feel that familiar sense of being denied once again. Months of planning and effort, only to be so easily defeated, it was truly ridiculous. He must stop him. He cannot let what happened with the Chimera Ants destroying his NGL happen again. He must stop him. So, after a long silence, he coldly issued a command to the uneasy Zazan beside him. Take the medicine I gave you. Zazan turned to him in surprise, her fiery red curly hair seemingly losing its color at that moment. But... Zazan's hesitation forcibly vanished when she saw the cold eyes beneath the hood. All right. She took a black pill from her pocket. The pill had a prominent DD mark. She trembled slightly as she put it in her mouth and swallowed it. Soon, a scorching heat and tearing pain swept through her entire body. As she tried to grit her teeth and endure, she noticed Gyro's actions. He also took out pills, a large handful of DD Devil drug, and without hesitation, stuffed them all into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them as if he were eating a meal. Zazan's eyes widened in astonishment. She only took 1 pill and had to endure such pain, yet Gyro had taken a dozen. He's crazy. He's truly crazy. To gain power, to defeat this formidable enemy, he didn't even care about the risks and costs, he didn't even care if there was a future left. Soon, both Gyro's and Zazan's bodies began to change amidst violent swelling. Zazan was a transmutation type, she already possessed transformation abilities similar to Yuppie, and the DD Devil drug gave her an even more powerful transformed state. Her red hair grew rapidly, turning into fiery red pythons, and a terrifying vertical slit opened across her entire face down to her lower abdomen, revealing rows of interlocking fangs. After the pain subsided, Zazan did not die but gained even greater power, making her laugh hysterically with joy. Ha 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 ha. Once upon a time, she too had ambitions, but now she had to rely on Gyro. And now, that reliance seemed to bring a reward. She had become stronger. With a flick of her scorpion tail, she slammed it on the ground and sprang up, charging towards Germain. It seemed not only her physique but also her confidence had swelled. Die, lowly human. I will make you. However, in the next instant, all her remaining words were choked in her throat as her entire upper body was suddenly engulfed by an incoming Nun wave. Boom. Before even a thought of fear could arise, Zazan was annihilated, her lower body rolling on the ground. Germain didn't notice how different the target he had just struck was from previous targets, and he immediately resumed his pace of eliminating the remaining demons.